Chapter 991. The Fire Realm Immortal took the precious medicine and was overjoyed. The figure in the shadow said, "This medicine is not free, remember to give me the resources, otherwise, I won't be able to make a second precious medicine that can revive the immortal venerable." The Fire Realm Immortal flashed a trace of dissatisfaction. "Why revive others?" The figure in the shadow said lightly, "The immortal realm is in chaos, you have a chance, I have a chance, and the world has a chance. Everything will be reshuffled." The Fire Realm Immortal was shocked. "How many people like me are there?" The figure smiled, like stars in the sky, waiting for the moment of condensation. Whether it was Shirong Jindan or his fellow countryman Xian Shichin who flew up from Jiuzhou, he gave certain investment and help, invested in shares, provided background, and helped them develop. He even helped some foreign civilization forces hidden in the immortal realm to a certain extent. There are as many as 300 similar forces of all sizes, many of which have great potential. There are also 2 or 3 mysterious and long-standing wild organizations like Shirong. The water in the fairy world is very deep, and what he wants to do is to ignite them all. In the shocked eyes of the Fire Realm Immortal, the figure of the painter gradually disappeared. "This is my gift to the common people. I don't ask for your material return or resource feedback, but only ask you to present a wonderful painting." He looked gloomy and smiled lightly. The stage has been almost set. More than 200 minor protagonists, such as Xian Shichin, and a dozen medium-sized protagonists, such as Shirong, Fire Realm Immortal, and Water Realm Immortal, and 7 or 8 protagonists with mysterious backgrounds. "I don't know what your background is." He chuckled, and his eyes flashed with black light again, "but I have provided you with an eternal picture scroll, and the ancient immortals who have been sleeping in history will all come back again. The past, present, and future fight here." Ning Zheng spent 1,000 high-grade immortal stones to buy a weekly report every week. It can only be said that this money is really expensive. But it has to be spent. It is also worthwhile to share it among his own forces, and he can get information from all over the world faster. And Ning Zheng discovered a strange thing. In the fairy world, the pseudo-human iron wireworm seems to have reappeared. Because Ning Zheng saw the depressing atmosphere similar to the 9 provinces pseudo-human disaster, some small rumors, such as his bedmate became a stranger in the middle of the night, and someone suspected of amnesia. Before the 9 provinces pseudo-human disaster, it was contained by Jiuzhou before it broke out, because Jiuzhou has been calculating the pseudo-human dynasty all his life. He was the emperor of the human race, who had launched the pseudo-human special attack in human history. Therefore, when he released the pseudo-human disaster to sweep across the East China Sea, he was absolutely sure that he could suppress it. So the pseudo-human disaster was just a big deal in Jiuzhou. And what about here? The pseudo-human disaster that did not break out in Jiuzhou is about to break out here. Ning Zheng looked calm. The painter is really a lunatic. He will release whatever pseudo-human disaster and embers virus he wants, and he doesn't mind the big deal. Moreover, Ning Zheng found clues in the weekly report, because he had this knowledge. But the fairy world itself didn't know. After all, the painter deployed a lot of middle-level painters, just to help cover up when the pseudo-human race was deployed to seize the body. The painter said that he was not the protagonist behind the scenes in the novels and stories. Wherever he went, there was chaos. He is the mastermind behind the scenes, playing with other people's lives everywhere. Or am I honest and simple, I only know how to farm and run the villa. Ning Zheng sighed, and a disaster beast was released from the hell cage of Jiuzhou. Next, Ning Zheng still ignored it, continued to manage his blacksmith army, and went to various dungeons, made money, and sold golden elixirs. Build good relationships with various true immortals. Ning Zheng found that the true immortals who came in were not so advanced. These true immortals seemed to be unaware of the storm. Ning Zheng was too lazy to care, and continued to develop, went over this group of true immortal members, and waited quietly, waiting for things to break out. I just don't know, in this wave of chaos, I don't know who else the painter sponsored to do trouble in addition to sponsoring Shirong to do trouble. Occasionally, Ning Zheng looked at the forum. Xinshui sect, that group of water people is so hard to conquer. Ask for the strategy of Lunmu sect. There is no way to defeat the boss in the Holy Spirit area. They can merge and disperse with each other, and they are a whole, a group consciousness life. I'm in love. I tricked a fairy in the team, ha ha ha. Brother, how did you trick her? I mean, I am a senior executive of Shirong Jindan Merchant Alliance, and I am the person in charge of the core planting area of Shirong Jindan. It's you, Mijiang? You pretended to be tall, rich and handsome, and went to trick the beautiful fairy in? You beast. Obviously, under the Great Fusion, a group of blacksmiths are very happy. Umijiang and Daojiujiu are both relatively honest players, and everyone doesn't have much hatred for him for tricking the fairy girl. If it is someone like Xiao Chai Kuan or the god of food, everyone will condemn it. Many people think that the immortals are very smart, and can see through your character and quality. Mujiang is indeed a good person. As one of the giants in the spiritual farming area, he is the most diligent and obedient. Now this honest and simple Mujiang is very happy, and keeps offering courtesy. This is our treasure that is not inferior to the yin-yang creation furnace. It has not been announced yet. It is a super fairy gourd with the original spiritual water inside. The beautiful fairy smiled. Really? This immortal is called Mu Qian, and she is a celestial spirit farmer from the lower fairyland, the wood fairyland, and she is not good at fighting. Only the cultivators of the 7 attribute fairylands are qualified to use the name of wood as their surname. In the fairy world, the surname of Mu is very noble. We also have this fairy gourd in reality. It is managed by our planting area, but we don't use it often. Mujiang kept explaining. Can you send me some original spiritual liquid? Mu Qian said. The mud craftsman thought for a moment. That won't work. At present, we have strict internal management in Shirong. We can give you some to use in the illusion and let you study it. Okay, I can explore it. This immortal spirit farmer Mu Qian was also happy. In her eyes, the effect of this original spirit liquid on spirit farmers is no worse than that of the yin-yang creation furnace. This man, a helmsman of Shirong's planting and agriculture, has the cultivation of an immortal. In her eyes, he is already a very good candidate for a Taoist partner, and his personality is simple and kind, and he doesn't seem to have any bad habits. He is also relatively simple, and she can see through him at a glance. Marrying him herself can even be considered marrying up. If I am in charge of this fairy gourd and produce the origin spirit liquid. She was delighted. This treasure could at least provide her with resources at the level of a true fairy. It would not be a loss to marry him. The man has feelings, and the woman has intentions. The two gradually fell in love with each other. And this fairy Mu Qian also provided various application methods of the origin spirit liquid to show her value, which made Nijiang dumbfounded. That's it, so this is how it is used. I said that the fairy gourd in our Lingnong district, which is a treasure of the same period as the yin-yang creation furnace, must not be weak. Nijiang was ecstatic. In his opinion, it was so good to get a Taoist companion to help him with research for free. Nijiang was very happy. As the person in charge of the Lingnong district, he had a high authority. After obtaining Jiao Cairong's consent, he secretly took the fairy gourd to a hidden house in Tianming village at the foot of the mountain, for Mu Qian to study. Moreover, a bunch of spiritual farmers, who followed the mud craftsman, went down the mountain together. They kept calling sister-in-law in a friendly and enthusiastic voice, which made Mu Qian feel a little embarrassed. She hasn't married yet, so enthusiastic? It seems that the in-laws are easy to get along with. Mu Qian was a little shy. She was born in a side door, and she was not liked. She was even bullied by the direct line. She heard many online love stories in the fantasy world from her sisters, meeting Prince Charming, the descendant of the real fairy, and falling in love with Cinderella. She didn't expect that such a thing would happen to her. After all, in Mu Qian's opinion, the mud craftsman who could control the agricultural area of Shirong and had such a powerful treasure must have real fairy-level parents behind him, and his seedlings were in good shape. Online dating is actually pretty good. Mu Qian was very happy. After all, many farming professions are quite simple. They have never fought before and earned resources by farming and planting flowers and plants. She had some ideas and wanted to marry a good family to get rid of her predicament. Otherwise she would be caught for marriage sooner or later. It would be better to find one herself. But she had no idea that this villa was addicted to eunuchs, and what kind of monsters and demons were behind her online dating object. Sister, marry me, and our area will be under your control. Yes, our eldest brother is gentle, shy, and kind, and he will definitely treat you well. But Lingnong Blacksmith didn't care about this. In their eyes, this was the start of the side quest in Lingnong district. With the help of the immortal boss, their Lingnong business will be taken to a higher level. When the boss finds a wife, can't they ask the eldest sister-in-law to introduce her sisters? They have to make a lot of calculations. I will try my best to show myself and pass the test. Mu Qian was gentle and felt that she was valued too much and was very touched. That group of unattainable true immortals were studying the yin-yang creation furnace together. And she was just a celestial immortal, but she was studying a fairy gourd independently. What a great trust and opportunity this was! She was very moved, silently clenched her fists, and looked at the gentle vomiting mud craftsman next to her. I will study it well. Chapter 992. Woodland. In a green mountain. A group of female spiritual farmers are sweating, cultivating spiritual plants, casting spells to irrigate, and pinching spells to promote the birth of plants. Today's task is almost completed. This year's harvest is stable. I hope there will be no accidents. They chatted here while farming. Mu Qian, you actually hooked up with him? So amazing, no wonder you rejected Mu Hai's pursuit. Mu Hai, that guy, is known for being thrifty, but in fact he is poor and stingy. Although he is honest, he is not a good place to go. No wonder you used vague words to keep him hanging before, and now you rejected him in one breath. It turns out that you found a better one. That's right, but you are a flower among us, the kind that can marry into a true immortal family. See, I said that sisters can't settle for less, they deserve better, waiting to die. You have waited for 7 or 8 young men who pursued you for your lifetime, and you have lived for 117,000 years, and you have finally found your destination. Alas, sister has finally found a good destination. Unlike me, although I am more than 13,000 years old and still in my prime, I look young. I may not be able to find my destination even if I wait for more than 100,000 years. Alas, it all depends on fate. If the other party is not stronger than us, who would marry? If the two have similar cultivation, they will still scheme against each other and make a mess. A group of good sisters kept chatting. This seems to be a mockery, but it is actually the truth. In the storybook novels, there are always some lies. Find someone with similar cultivation, support each other, and become immortal together. It is impossible in reality. If you work together to earn resources, you will definitely end up quarreling because of unequal distribution. These days, according to statistics from a special force in the fairy world, those who kill their wives and husbands for resources are almost all cultivators of the same realm. It is better to fight alone. In general, couples often have a huge gap in cultivation, with one person far surpassing the other. To be chosen to marry into a wealthy family. Or to marry into a wealthy family. For example, if this group of female fairies in front of you do not really meet a good match, the best result is, never marry. Earn resources and spend them yourself, so as not to be stabbed in the back by the person next to you. But it is actually difficult for this group of people not to marry. The family has a contribution value. Once your family contribution is lower than a certain level, you will be caught by the family for marriage and marry someone in the main line of the family as a concubine, a maid, a plaything, or a reproductive tool. Born in a wealthy family, people can't raise you for nothing. In order to avoid marrying, this group of people worked frantically to farm and increase the quota of family contribution value, but they were squeezed. Now, there is finally light at the end of the tunnel. Sure enough, you found a good husband through the illusion, and you don't have to be stuck here. I envy you to death. After planting the spiritual field, a group of people returned home and took the golden elixir while chatting. Suddenly, their faces were as hard as iron, their stomachs were golden, and their stomachs could faintly see golden light. They entered the illusion while showing a trace of pain. Soon, Mu Qian brought a group of people to the spiritual planting room. A group of people looked at the fairy gourd with sparkling eyes and curiosity, and the gourd mouth revealed the original spiritual liquid. This gourd is very magical. It can refine various natural treasures and extract spiritual liquid. The grade of spiritual liquid depends on the level of natural treasures. The sisters continued to chatter. This fairy gourd that was opened alone was actually only for you to study alone, while a bunch of other true immortals were studying this yin-yang creation furnace together. You are doing it secretly, and your contribution is comparable to that group of true immortals? That's too good. Several people were full of envy. That's a group of true immortals. Even among the main veins of their immortal sect, true immortals are the core direct descendants. Unattainable, the treatment in the illusion at this time is not as good as that girl Mu Qian. They can't even dream of such a beautiful dream in normal times. Why would they let you, a mere celestial being, study this immortal gourd? They have already thoroughly studied this immortal artifact, just like they have thoroughly studied the yin-yang creation furnace. Now they are letting you study it, which is a test of your spiritual farming skills. If you succeed, you can marry into a wealthy family. We help you. We study it together. Yes, marry into a wealthy family, pass the test, and don't forget us good sisters in the future. A group of beautiful female fairies were extremely envious of Mu Qian. Bang bang bang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. How's the research going? The mud craftsman was full of joy, and brought a group of little spiritual farmers to meet the celestial sisters. The two sides had a great time talking, and were extremely happy. And the spiritual farmers were also extremely happy. Friendship. For those of us who are farming, do we have to have celestial NPC wives who are also farmers? In the distance, Jiao Cairong and Jiao Muqing watched this scene quietly. Jiao Muqing was well informed and sneered. It's just a combination of interests. Mu Qian looks gentle, dignified and virtuous, but there is no love in her eyes. She's just pretending. Jiao Cairong next to him was sweating. This man is so straightforward. Ahem. In the dark, Jiao Cairong looked at Mu Qian with a serious face. How long have you known each other? You fell in love right away. That means you are in love. How can you live to be a fairy? You have been cheated of money and sex long ago. Let's be realistic, okay? Love can't be eaten. In the world of cultivation, most of them are combined for interests. Cultivators are more realistic, pay more attention to the path, and pay more attention to breaking through the realm. Is it abnormal for people to want to marry us because we are tall, rich and handsome? Who doesn't want to be a gigolo these days? It's too stupid to earn resources and practice honestly. Jiao Cairong looked at Yi Guangxiu next to him. Yi Guangxiu, Why are you looking at me? The one of my Yeti is a fake substitute, understand? The real Yeti is still moving bricks, mining, trying to be self-reliant, and never eating free food. Jiao Cairong smiled, sober as ever. I think it's good now. We tricked them to come to work, saying it's a test, and let them help study our fairy gourd and strengthen the construction of our spiritual farming area. She covets us, and we covet them too, so we catch them all in one fell swoop. The blacksmiths got another batch of cheap Taoist companions. Jiao Cairong smiled. If the spiritual farming area is effective, I plan to popularize it to other areas and recruit a group of free laborers. This is much cheaper than those real immortals. Those real immortals don't listen at all. They do their own research here. Look, if you can't afford a real immortal, you can't chase after a considerate, cute, sensible and caring fairy sister? Jiao Muqing was a little speechless. They enjoy falling in love. They marry here to find a meal ticket. And you, the damn capitalist, want to squeeze people to come here to work, come here to be a yellow-faced woman, and work 996 crazy farming. You are worthy of it. However, I don't know why my old subordinates have no learning and innovation ability. No. Which of the spiritual farmers and blacksmiths of my ancient immortal gates is not more talented than these immortals? Is it necessary to find these immortals like this? Jiao Cairong said meaningfully. Besides, their love is just pure love, and they can't do anything. But our manor owner can do a lot of things. Our manor owner can secretly bully their wives. We provide many nominally beautiful wives for the manor owner. Jiao Muqing didn't understand, but was shocked. I have been working in Zhujian Mountain Villa for a while recently. I always hear them talk about the spirit of a great man and the will of a cuckold, but it is implemented to this extent. The owner of the manor is like this too. As a member of the Jiaomu clan, she has no gender, but she still feels shocked. And she suddenly feels that it is a good thing that she has no gender. These people can't just do something to a hard piece of metal. Seeing Jiao Muqing was a little suspicious, Jiao Cairong said mysteriously, There has been a practice before, our blacksmith's wife. Go hang the street lamp yourself. Suddenly, the voice of the old manager came from a distance. Okay. Jiao Cairong ran away happily. Ning Zheng was a little speechless. Looking at Jiao Cairong's back as he ran away, she felt that she should find a new system to punish this old man. Others are afraid of social death, but Jiao Cairong is not afraid of social death now. Because there are too many street lamps. Chapter 993. But Jukrong's idea is right. This way we can trick a group of free laborers to come. Those ancient embers seem to be top ancient scholars, but in fact, this group of logic has no innovation ability. They are useless. Celestial immortals, true immortals. It seems that there is only one realm difference, but in fact, one is in heaven and the other is in earth. Celestial immortals are everywhere as long as they have money. True immortals are the leaders of major sects, elders. These true immortals who come in are very opinionated, and will not join my sword-casting villa, so they can fool the celestial immortals under their command. They are mainly research-oriented spiritual farmers, blacksmiths and other R&D talents. Jiao Muqing looked a little weird. He was hesitant to speak, and lowered his voice. Our mysterious owner, he really... Ning Zheng was speechless. Don't listen to his rumors. That's right. Jiao Muqing thought about it, and didn't bother to care about this kind of personal style problem. Anyway, it was none of her business. Ning Zheng glanced at the beautiful female spirit farmers doing research inside, and nodded. Not as good as real immortals, but the effect is good. Ning Zheng looked at Yi Guangxiu, who looked like he was eating melons next to him. Let the blacksmiths contact them well. My lord is wise. Yi Guangxiu was happy. The old manager is supporting them to lure people in like this. Ning Zheng stretched out his hand and pulled the Jiuzhong backstage of Zhujian Villa, a management control panel in front of him. Now I will tell you a function, you come to modify it. Okay. Yi Guangxiu skillfully opened the backstage interface. There are forum, login interface design, login role management, air wall division, mail, space package, resurrection point setting, and other functions. This thing is a super fairy weapon. This back-end management sword casting villa allows these blacksmiths to experience the powerful fun of strategic management games. Especially now that the various sects and towns on the game map are set, it feels like making art. Ning Zheng said, set the Daoist companion function, which includes the favorability value. On the blacksmith side, you have to give gifts to the other party to increase the other party's favorability. On the NPC Taoist companion side, you must have a certain contribution value, complete tasks, and conduct research to increase the blacksmith's favorability. Ning Zheng's thinking is very clear. He doesn't care if you are a licker. In his eyes, both parties have to pay each other to have equal status. The blacksmiths are a little stupid. They just know how to use my villa's money to increase the favorability of the female fairy. This behavior must be curbed and suppressed. Ning Zheng continued. When both parties reach a certain favorability, the couple function can be unlocked. When both parties reach 50 points at the same time, the NPC Taoist couple can enter the sword casting villa for free every day, and no longer need a specific golden elixir medium. Yi Guangxiu's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is an attractive expense. For the immortals, the daily admission fee of 100 high-grade immortal stones is too expensive. If they come in every day for a long time, they will be driven to poverty. How can the female immortals come in every day to keep in touch with each other, and come in every day to work for their husbands? Your Excellency is wise. Yi Guangxiu said, those Taoist couples will definitely be very happy, and will be very keen to improve their favorability. Ning Zheng continued, when both parties' favorability reach 75 points, the material mail function can be enabled, but the cost of using material mail will still be charged as usual. Yi Guangxiu nodded. The materials can be transferred, and some treasures in the sword casting villa can be resold. The immortals outside are all dealers of their industry. Both parties have a favorability of 90. When the love mode is turned on, the blacksmith can be transferred to the location of the Taoist partner, and the NPC Taoist partner can also be transferred to the sword casting villa, becoming one of the native players and obtaining the status of a sect disciple of our sword casting villa. Yi Guangxiu's eyes lit up when he heard it. Wonderful! This is simply wonderful! The old steward has now become a qualified capitalist. It seems that both Taoist partners pay money together, and both sides are equal. What is the actual situation? NPC Immortal Taoist partners come to work for our villa for free to increase the blacksmith's favorability. And what about the blacksmiths? Pay money to pay wages to Taoist partners and increase the favorability of the immortals. This is equivalent to the sand sculpture blacksmiths paying wages to the immortals for free, and then letting these immortals work in the sword casting villa for free. Sword casting villa gained free workers. Celestial NPC gained various resources and joined the villa. Blacksmiths gained love. Villa owner gained a bunch of wives in name only, taking advantage of the blacksmiths going offline at 7 p.m. He. Of course, for the last option, he could only secretly slander and spread rumors. He dared not say it openly. This is simply a win-win outcome for all four. Yi Guangxiu was ecstatic and began to control the background settings, and muttered, Sir, what is the value of the favorability we set? Ning Zheng waved her hand. You can discuss it yourselves, maintain the market economy, and make it acceptable to the Celestials and blacksmiths. Okay. Yi Guangxiu said solemnly. Recently, the blacksmiths have been accompanying the immortals to dungeons, fighting every day. They have made a lot of money, and have a lot of immortal-level resources in their pockets. It's time for them to take out the money. Look at me setting favorability and squeeze them dry. I want to set it so that you need to buy flowers to increase favorability, and these flowers need various resources to buy. The blacksmiths can only have money to buy flowers when they go to dungeons. You can expand it yourself. Ning Zheng thinks this person is easy to use, knows the way, and can understand it at a glance. Don't worry, I guarantee to complete the task. Yi Guangxiu is full of fighting spirit. Ning Zheng's new love system is very promising. We estimate that after it is fully developed, we will have a group of immortals coming in for free. Because except for a few old immortals with family backgrounds, most of them can't resist the temptation of this favorability benefit. Ning Zheng thought for a moment, and suddenly said, By the way, it's best to write down the specific coordinates and home addresses of those Taoist companions. There has been a big turmoil in the fairy world recently. When the turmoil comes, it is estimated that many people will die. If you don't want those Taoist companions to die, write down the coordinates. When the turmoil comes, we can legitimately rescue our friends. Understood? Yi Quanqiu shouted loudly. As expected of the old steward, he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. He also found a reason to go to the fairy world. It is very important to have a pretext for the expedition. Let's go! Ning Zheng turned around and looked at Jiao Muqing. I take you to the fairy world. Take me out? Jiao Muqing was stunned. Yes. Ning Zheng nodded. Ning Zheng planned to go to the fairy world to check it out in advance. At that time, lead the team to the fairyland to make a lot of money in the chaos. Can a bandit who doesn't check the place be a good bandit? And bring the experienced bandit fairy cub Jiao Muqing with you, who could also provide advice to see which one is better to attack. Ning Zheng deeply knows the horror of the disaster of killing the father's embers, and disaster of killing the son's pseudo-people that are becoming popular. Disrespect the old virus. Don't love the young pseudo-people. Directly kill your fairyland's past, ancestor, and future, cub, leaving only your present. The virus is spreading geometrically every day, and it feels that it is not far from being discovered. Unless those immortals are really idiots, who have been pampered for too long and have no blood and vigilance. Walala. Ning Zheng brought Jiao Muqing to the fairyland, hiding their names, changing their identities, and walking on the streets. Jiao Muqing looked solemn, looking at the surrounding scene. Is this Chongwan domain? It's similar to the tree people in Lunmu sect. Swordcasting villa. The beast control room next door was very hot. A group of true immortals took turns to draw cards and synthesize babies. It was very lively. They became card-drawing gamblers, drawing 10 times in a row, and drawing 100 times in a row. And in the secret independent spiritual farming room here, several female agricultural immortals studied this fairy gourd seriously, cultivated various fertilizers, and studied spiritual plants. They found that this fairy gourd was more versatile. It could not only be used for farming, but also for refining medicine. At this time, Mujiang suddenly got the news. Our owner has agreed. This is the owner's request. He explained the favorability system. Mu Qian and others were happy to hear it. The most difficult thing about marrying into a wealthy family is not the rich son of the landlord, but the dislike of the parents-in-law. It's a good thing to be agreed now. In fact, this contribution point is already a relatively low test, and if you work hard, you have a chance to pass it. And Mu Qian's sisters are even more happy, and feel that they have a promising future. Chapter 994. In this way, the two sides began to study, learn and chat together. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the blacksmith and Mu Qian went offline together. In a room in the Muxianyu, Mu Qian and other sisters showed a hint of excitement. Opportunity! As expected, there is an opportunity. For these monks who are not good at fighting, it is impossible to go to the secret realm to fight and find a big opportunity. Their only opportunity is in various illusions. So many of them go to various illusions of all sizes in their spare time to seek encounters. But they are also afraid that some scumbags pretend to be tall, rich and handsome. But now the other party is obviously not pretending, giving them better treatment than the real immortals, which shows their hard power within the Shirong forces. A female fairy said, but you still have to be careful. If you are not officially a Taoist couple, you can't let them take advantage of you. Another beautiful and lively female fairy nodded. That's right. I heard from my mother-in-law that some cultivators are scumbags and hunt for beauties everywhere. Mu Qian smiled. Don't worry, they are more disciplined than us. It is said that they are all watched. There are cultivators watching from the sidelines. If you hold hands, you will be warned by a river crab god. The lively female fairy said, that's quite disciplined. I said that this kind of famous and upright sex look very educated. Their golden elixirs are so golden that you can tell at a glance that they are good people. But someone else asked, is this river crab the patrol beast in their illusion? This river crab seems to be called Jiozhong, responsible for monitoring disciples. Mu Qian explained. They are all looking forward to a better life in the future. The next step is to work hard to increase your contribution, conduct research, and reach the level of being able to enter and exit the fantasy world for free. After all, immortal farmers are not a wealthy profession in the immortal world. Alchemists who make enlightenment pills and literati who read Daoyun books are the most popular professions. They are just bulk suppliers of raw materials for alchemists. As farmers, who are not crazy about the price cuts by those buyers, for these poor immortals, 100 high-quality immortal stones are too expensive. The money in their pockets can't even last half a month. The forum has become very lively. The new Taoist companion NPC system makes the blacksmiths excited. 7 or 8 days have passed, and the animals in the spiritual farming area are envied by everyone. These farmers are finally taking off, ushering in the first highlight moment since the server version was launched. Of course, Dao Jiojio, under the instigation of everyone, tried to contact the monks in the fire domain to see if he could study iron making. Although the strongest civilization for iron making is definitely the refining cauldron domain, some of them are not easy to start with. The best choice is to settle for second best. In this way, all the blacksmiths also started the traditional online game path: kill monsters, replenish potions, revive, and continue the strategy, clear dungeons to earn resources, buy flowers for wives, and increase couple value. It has the flavor of online games. The fairy gourd, which has always seemed very mediocre, also ushered in its highlight moment, shining brightly in the hands of those female fairies. The villa is developing steadily, and the planting industry has increased significantly, and the female fairies have also begun to be required to see another unique farmland, the meat field. When seeing the squirming bright red meat field and the scarecrow, Mu Qian was shocked. How can there be such a perverted farmland here? Some of our monsters have strong regeneration ability, that's it. Ouch, Mu Jiang explained. Can you handle it? Of course. Mu Qian said with a stiff face. Our spiritual farming includes planting and breeding technology, which can be regarded as breeding monsters. On the other side, the blacksmiths are working hard to make money, and Ningzheng has spent more than a week taking Jiao Muqing to check out the places. Jiao Muqing is indeed a professional, and soon became familiar with this fairyland. As a former half-inside ghost, he provided a lot of suggestions. And combined with Ningzheng's luck value sensing, several places of good fortune were determined. It was on this day that an angry roar suddenly came from the sky. Bold! Which monster dares to do such evil things in our fairyland? With an angry roar, the mighty natural disaster of infection, the ancient double disaster of Jiozhou, completely demonstrated the terrifying dominance and infectiousness in the fairyland. The fairyland was caught off guard. The first sight of killing is very terrifying. Moreover, there are many internal traitors in the high level of the immortal realm. Various forces outside have long been resisting the immortal lord. They were found by the painter to join forces and prepare to cause a wave of natural disaster infection. In an instant, the entire 13 regions of the immortal realm sounded the alarm, and all the sects were in chaos. Disasters are coming, and everyone is in danger. In the house, countless people were sprayed into the skin by the expressionless husbands, wives, and ancestors who opened their mouths and sprayed a sensitive pseudo-human 3 flowers. Woo woo woo. Those monks opened their mouths to speak, but they could only struggle for a while, and soon stood up expressionlessly, revealing a sense of horror. The whole city, the market, the streets, and everywhere were filled with screams one after another. What is this? Monsters are attacking the city. What kind of parasitic race is this? So scary. Ancestor, how come you died and resurrected? How can there be a rare medicine for resurrection in this world? This goes against common sense. Ding ding ding. The heavy bell of the immortal civilization rang out, which was the highest level alarm in the immortal world. Help! Ancestor is alive. Could it be that the prehistoric life immortal has returned? Crazy. The immortal world is crazy, and other exclamations came one after another. All the towns, large and small sects, and mountains and forests in the entire immortal world were in chaos. Many people were infected by pseudo-people, and many half-dead people became embers and restored their youngest moments. Countless areas were in chaos. Pseudo-people were spreading wildly, embers were spreading wildly, and countless shops, vegetable markets, and communities were experiencing various attacks. Some monks also took advantage of the chaos to start looting. The sky suddenly suppressed, and countless laws swept across. It was as if the true immortals guarding each area had all deployed their own powerful domains. Covering each other, they actually perfectly covered the entire map of the fairy world. Storms were coming. Ningzheng looked up at the depressing and gloomy sky. Go back to the villa first and prepare the army. I don't know how many backup plans the painter has prepared. On the other side, the fairy vein area. A figure looked down coldly at the hard or area at the core of the fairy vein. It's time to blow it up. Boom! Suddenly an explosion sounded. The painter looked at the core area and smiled. Sure enough, the source of the fairy stone is this thing. In the fairyland mining area, countless miners watched the mine explode, screaming, roaring, and screaming, gathering into a noisy wave. Bold! A solemn voice suddenly came from the sky. The painter looked up at the sky. Immortals, The stage has been set. I will paint a beautiful and eternal picture of you fighting bravely. You are looking for death. The other party stretched out his hand and pressed hard, and the painter turned into ashes. The immortal disappeared in the void. His expression changed several times, as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 995. At this time, the whole fairy world was in turmoil. Chongshan Town. Chong Shanfeng carefully hid in the Jindan shop, using the protective formation to resist the turmoil outside. She looked at the street outside through the small window. Help! Crazy, absolutely crazy. Li Laosan, it's me, what's wrong with you? They are controlled and parasitized. On the street, countless cultivators were lurking and possessed by pseudo-people. Chong Shanfeng has lived in this land since he was a child. He knows the screaming boss of the next store, and the guests who ran out of the restaurant. In front of the Jindan 7 Dragon Ball lottery pool, a group of cultivators were just redeeming their prizes, and they were attacked the next second. The pseudo-people had planned it long ago, and began to go out in groups, sweeping the entire street, catching the cultivators, who were not infected one by one, and then forcibly possessing their bodies. Hibernation, lurking, parasitism. Join us. Yes, join us. The fake people were too lazy to manage their expressions. Their faces were dull and sluggish. They grabbed the monks to herd their 3 flowered cubs. See me when the flower blooms, and know that I am me. Today you planted this flower, and then you know that I am me. With shouts, countless monks showed despair. What kind of weird civilization is this? Plant 3 flowers, and know that I am me. Isn't this 3-flowered me a fake me? Looking at the chaos outside, Chong Shanfeng was so nervous that she covered her mouth and nose, a little flustered. In the history of the fairy world for more than 15 million years, there have been only a few such huge chaos. She never dreamed that she would witness this scene in history. Chong Shanfeng looked at the golden elixir boss Jukaron behind her. Boss, should we save them? Jiucai Rong nodded. We will definitely save them. Chongshan Town is the base camp of our Jindan Merchant Alliance. We don't care if other places are occupied by fake people, but this is our face. As one of Jiucai Rong's shopkeepers, he obviously has the same mind as Jiucai Rong. As long as we still want to be a weapons manufacturer and a medicine dealer, we have to make a name for ourselves in the troubled times, otherwise we can't even keep our own territory. Who will come to buy weapons from us? Then, Chongshan Fong rubbed his hands. What should we do now? We go online, then control our human immortal characters, and invade Chongshan Town with a large army? Open a wild monster map here. Then let those celestial immortals and true immortal members control their iron characters to come here to clean up this town. Theoretically, it is very feasible. The only thing that makes her feel a little troublesome is that after she goes online, her physical body has to hide. Control the character of Zhujian Villa to protect her own body. What worries her most is that those bastards even want to pry away bricks. What if they touch her physical body when they are looking for treasure chests everywhere? When they are captured as spoils of war, they are dismembered and used as various materials. That's the end of them. In Chongshan Fong's eyes, the reputation of those sand sculpture blacksmiths is really too bad. She is too afraid that something will happen to her original body. Jiucai Rong shook his head. The outside world is so chaotic. How can those immortals and real immortals be online now? I can guarantee that now is the lowest number of landings in the fantasy world of Sword Forging Villa. We can't rely on those immortals and real immortals to help fight. In a short period of time, it is not advisable to reveal that our fantasy tomb is the real world. Of course, in the later period, we can play a neutral role as war mercenaries in the wars in the fairy world and the separatism of the princes. Whoever gives money will send a group of heavenly immortals and true immortals to land and fight. As old players of strategy, they have already planned for the future. Jiucai Rong said, so, in this battle, we have to rely on the blacksmiths and 10-man army in our own villa to automatically fight and intervene in Chongshan Town. First, take down our number 2 Tianming village here, and welcome our Tianming people to come online. Chongshan Fong was a little nervous. But can we take down Chongshan Town by relying on our blacksmiths alone? There are many celestial masters in the Chongshan family here. Those blacksmiths don't look very powerful, just average. Jiucai Rong smiled mysteriously. You underestimate the combat structure of our villa. The combat guardian of our villa is still very strong. After that, the space suddenly fluctuated. Walala, the transparent space ripples were opened, and Su Yunyang also walked in. Sun and Moon Su Yunyang glanced at the two people, sword-casting villa, the first vanguard army, the women's army, come to report. Said, A group of handsomely dressed and heroic women wearing armor appeared behind her, and they kept walking out of the space tunnel. This person is Su Yunyang, Su Yunyang, Su Yunyang, Su Yunyang. Su Yunyang dressed up in various ways and came out. Sun and Moon. Su Yunyang nodded. I am a cultivator from the 10,000 beasts domain. You are all my auspicious beasts. You should fight for me on the battlefield. Living blacksmith Su Yunyang immediately raised her hand high. Don't worry, big sister, we will swear allegiance to you until we die. Sun Moon. Su Yunyang nodded. As a time traveler, she came to another world. Her biggest golden finger was her own embers. She knew her own embers' personalities well. They were all Sakis. With coercion and inducement, they would become her obedient beast masters. Especially the living blacksmith Su Yunyang in this game, who had been following her for a long time, playing games with her and hugging her thighs. Kill! Charge! Fix these little trash! Su Yunyang walked out of the Jinden shop and began to sweep around. And each Su Yunyang cooperated perfectly and fought various battles. Chong Shafang in the distance. ? She looked a little dumbfounded. As the guardian of the villa, Su Yunyang had always been with Ning Jiao Jiao Shenlong. Especially in recent times, after the online game sandbox map was opened, several people even stopped teaming up with the immortals to fight monsters. It turned out that the disappeared Su Yunyang followed her big sister, Sun Moon Su Yunyang, fooling around everywhere all day long, and she was really improving her combat power at this time. Su Yunyang's persuasion and creation of the galaxy made her spiritual roots as follows. Shadow Crocodile, Een, Holy Spirit, Yang, 10,000 beasts, Gold, 10,000 beasts, Wood, 10,000 beasts, Water, 10,000 beasts. Spiritual roots. Focus on a beastmaster. And who is the object of her beastmaster? Herself. 10 Su Yunyang embers under her command. Then, each Su Yunyang ember has the same beastmaster configuration under her command. The personnel configuration is like a pyramid. 1, 10, 100, in short, this person is stuck with a bug. The Su Yunyang army was born, and their souls are in harmony, all of them are self, and they are more in tune with each other than traditional beastmasters. The souls of the 10 beastmasters and the master are intertwined and interconnected, exerting 1000% of their strength. And it looks very scattered. A group of miscellaneous soldiers? Actually not. The Shadow Crocodile has the effect of gathering embers. The Holy Spirit also has the effect of gathering subbodies. Her Su Yunyang army, like the Holy Spirit clan, looks like countless individuals, but actually has a unified integrated consciousness, and can be transformed into one person. The main focus is on the separation and combination of a beast control system. As long as the power is great and the energy level is high, she firmly believes that she can fly bricks and transform into Pangu to create the world. Kill! Miscellaneous fish. This shop must be cleaned up too. From today on, we are the beast control emperors of the 10,000 beasts domain. The human immortal army was dispatched. A full 111 Su Yunyang armies began to sweep the streets, capture pseudo-people, and save the people. However, there were also various pseudo-people who resisted, and some of the market monks, who had reached the great perfection of the immortals, had been targeted for possession in advance. The high level of these human immortal patrols took action, and the embers of Su Yunyang began to die one by one. But it doesn't matter. Su Yunyang's embers are also a new type of shadow embers. Taking root in Su Yunyang's shadow, and used in conjunction with the Shadow Crocodile's spiritual root, it can be used as a resurrection point in the shadow of Sun and Moon Su Yunyang. Soon, with the sacrifice of a small part, the entire surrounding street was directly cleared. The second team began to appear. One by one, the Iron Boys, with a tight hoop of automated combat, walked out of the space vortex and looked around. Wow, the advanced trash troops did a good job. Jiao Tsirong walked in, holding up the villa's treasure lotus lantern. The medical fairy complained about her good sister. I think the trash girls, now this structure is a veritable trash. A bunch of trash girls, can only rely on their large numbers to clean up the monsters. What's so good about this? We are worse than the regular army. Yin Xuanying, the captain of the Villa Patrol team, said. That's right. They killed more than a dozen of the regular army. If it were us, we might have to die more than 30 times to conquer the streets in the dungeon. Yi Guangxiu is very self-aware. It is normal for players to be small fish. Players rely on resurrection and mass production. If your character is not a small fish, it takes a huge amount of resources to cultivate it. Wouldn't it be a big loss if you die? I know you are very anxious and want to follow the small army to push the surrounding streets, but don't be anxious. Jiao Tsirong asked everyone to calm down, took out his own Balian lantern, and held it high. Let this Yuga hold the 7-star lantern and do some divination before the battle. Crash, the lights flickered. You can vaguely see that under the golden lampshade, there are a million screaming and wailing embers hanging inside, shaking on the rope. No! Stop shaking. Clatter. Under the light, shadows were hanging and shaking. The next second, the embers hanging on the magic lamp were drained alive, and then turned into countless luck points for charging. The light of the treasure lotus lamp suddenly lit up, and Jiuzai began to use the treasure lotus lamp to divine, looking at the risk index around. There is no danger around. The situation is not bad. We will lose about 70% of our soldiers. We can go out. Okay. The surrounding blacksmiths were already impatient and ran away. Yi Guangxiu threatened loudly from behind. This time, it is a major matter. It is the main task. Don't mess it up, otherwise your wife will die again. The blacksmiths ran and turned back to curse. I found out that every time there is a big event in this villa, they kidnap our wives. Every time the bad ending is the death of the wife. Is there anything new? This dog planner can't change some other tricks to threaten us? Watching the whole army attack Jiuzai, the commander of the whole army showed a trace of joy on his face. This lamp is very good. In our hands, the Balian lantern has such an update. In the hands of Imo Qian, I don't know what this magic lamp will be updated to. Today's Balian lantern has also been updated. It has the following functions. 1. It can accommodate millions of embers to take root and has a large built-in space. 2. It can absorb embers for divination and make wishes. 3. It can use those screaming millions of embers as mental attacks. This improved Balian lantern is also copied by the group of people in the blacksmith shop, and a group of female blacksmiths in the fire region were found. Then they gave the other party a test, improved the Balian lantern, and got their technology for free. After a few days, both sides have gained more than 10 points of couple favorability. They have improved the Lotus Lantern to this point, which shows that they are really attentive and hardworking. The current advance of the sword-casting villa is planned. The first batch of the small army that came in to lead the charge was more than 100 people. The second batch was the well-trained top blacksmiths, which was only more than 300 people. As for the other more useless blacksmiths, sorry. You are not allowed to enter, so as not to cause trouble. At this time, a group of blacksmiths shouted at the top of their voices, and the entrance of the entire Jindian shop was as lively as a vegetable market. There is a restaurant over there. I heard a beautiful woman screaming. Let's go and save her first. I think it's good to let them be possessed by the pseudo-humans. It's another new life. Anyway, it's none of my business. There is a blacksmith who is very cold-blooded. He plays a standard player's worldview. Why should he be a saint when playing a game? My player is chaotic neutral. Many blacksmiths kill a lot of monsters and don't care much about life and death. That makes sense. Ordinary people can possess bodies. We can't control the sins of painters, nor can we be saints. We can't save so many people. The whole fairy world is spreading. You are stupid. Save some professional monks. These people have restrictions in their brains. After the pseudo-humans take over their bodies, they will not inherit the memories of the original owners. We can only get a group of newborns. Yes, save people quickly. Save the professional monks first, and save them to work for us and run the number 2 Tianming village. A group of people began to walk out of the street, trying to clean up the shops on the road. Bang! The door was smashed open. Let go of that girl. Hee, this little fake person, that brother can't be possessed by you. The blacksmiths are now in order, breaking windows, doors, and walls. The blacksmith rescue team is here. The leading blacksmiths also took out the life activity compass that they often use in dungeons from their treasure chests to search and rescue. After so many dungeons, they are now very experienced. Someone immediately took out a loudspeaker from the storage ring. Don't panic, everyone, we are members of the Jindian Merchant Alliance, and we are here to rescue people. Please try to protect your safety. We will arrive soon. It must be said that their human immortals are still somewhat combative, and the most important thing is that they are not afraid of death. And those fake people who just possess the body. They are at most the body of an immortal, and they do not inherit combat power and magic power. These amnesiacs rely on their numbers, and are even worse than the combat power of the blacksmiths. But there are more human immortals on the blacksmith side. A few hundred human immortals are already a lot for a street in a market town. Chapter 996. Chongshan Town, the center of the market town. Huge changes are taking place in the Chongshan family. The head of the Chongshan family, who guards Chongshan Town, the strongest third-level immortal cultivator, is not a fake person, but a painted person. At this moment, countless elite members of the Chongshan family were wiped out. When the head of the family is an insider, most of the elders end up in regret, looking at their own immortal disciples in front of them with despair, constantly being possessed. Puff, puff. One by one, the fake three flowers crawled into the brains of these immortals. The elders fell to the ground with serious injuries, and said angrily, Chongshanping, you have no humanity. You are crazy, our family, our family. You will not use these things to take over our brains next time? Listening to the roar of the elders lying on the ground, the head of the Chongshan family was not angry. Don't worry, the current limit of the pseudo-human's possession is only the human immortal. He put his hands behind his back, paced back and forth, and smiled faintly. Even if you take over the human immortal, you can't get the memory because of the restrictions in your brain. It's like a newborn baby occupying this empty shell of a human immortal, and the combat power is very weak. And as the celestial elders, who can't take over, I can only let you gamble on your luck. He said, in the horrified eyes of the elders, he picked up the butcher knife. I hope there is a 50% probability that you will get up again. Puff. With one knife, a celestial elder's blood splashed. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of knocking on the door outside the gate. A few small-time women sneaked in and started stealing things everywhere, when they suddenly saw the head of the Chongshan family holding a knife in the main hall. Su Yunyang's face froze, and she whispered, You guys continue, we just walk around and pretend we didn't see me. The Chongshan family sneered, and was about to raise their butcher knives to attack Su Yunyang. One of us. Su Yunyang was a smart person. She immediately cut off her head, and held it in her arms. You see, we are all one of us. The mayor of Chongshan town fell into deep thought. This is an ember. Could it be that after a little female bandit died, she still maintained her behavioral logic in her lifetime, and stole everywhere, although she stole into her own home? But since she is one of us, it is not impossible to understand and forgive. At this moment, another Su Yunyang shouted from the side, Did you steal anything good? Su Yunyang showed an embarrassed look, looked at the head of Chongshan family, turned her head, and shouted to Su Yunyang in the distance, I don't have any good things here, let's go to the other side to dig his treasure house. Chongshan family looked at the other side's own people one by one, moving bricks back and forth, knocking on the floor, and pulling up the fairy peach trees in the courtyard. He was full of doubts. Why are there so many of our own people? He lowered his head, and killed another Tianxian elder. The second one was that the ember finally exploded, and a Tianxian elder ember stood up. The Chongshan family calmed down. This 50% probability of embers, only one ember was produced. Why did this person have so many embers? Killing her, could it be that hundreds of embers exploded? Chongshan family felt that this question was beyond his understanding. There was a lot of noise outside. Trash, don't steal things from me. Trash, who are you scolding? Bah, you're playing tricks on me. Go get the things over there, and I explore the master's bedroom here. So much money, so much money. Looking at the Su Yunyang jumping back and forth, his mind was completely confused. These overly lively girls, what kind of ghosts are they? But just as he was lost in thought, a group of Su Yunyang ran into the door frantically. Is it him? It's him. The first Su Yunyang who entered the door shouted loudly, I saw him stab the immortal elder to death. Another Su Yunyang looked disdainful. These small fish immortals are just lame. They can be stabbed to death by being stabbed in the stomach. Are these guys immortals? Another Su Yunyang looked mocking, not to mention stabbing in the stomach. When we play basketball, we usually take off our heads and use them as balls, and then put them back after playing basketball. The Chongshan family looked at the Su Yunyangs pouring in one by one, and their expressions became completely solemn. You, who are you? The first Su Yunyang who came and sneered and said contemptuously, Stupid, I'm waiting for someone to come. What are you waiting for? Boom. When Ningzheng used the Dharma image to come to Chongshan town to check. The head of the Chongshan family had already fought with the blacksmiths. Everyone was not afraid of death and rushed forward. After they died, the iron skin lumps of corpses could be picked up and used. Kill! Kill! Raid the dungeon. Master Chongshan, you may feel dizzy the first time, but hold on. Boom. The horrible explosion swept the entire mansion. This celestial master kept fighting with the blacksmiths. A human immortal can fight a celestial immortal. Because the celestial immortal only evolved divine power into law, it is still a single soldier's combat power. Only true immortals, who advance to the realm, will not be afraid of being besieged like this. In front of them, the blacksmiths are using the essence of wisdom developed by the true immortals. The 100-man formation. The head of the Chongshan family finally knew where this familiar sense of deja vu came from. It's you? You are the Iron Men from the Tianming village under the Zhujian villa. It's you, the god of food, and the troublemaker Xiaochai Kuan. The besieged god of food was stunned. May I ask what is the ID of this Tianming brother? I am Chongshan Ping. The head of the Chongshan family couldn't help but say that because the Jindan Merchant Alliance was here, he had entered that illusion. Chongshan Ping? Xiaochai Kuan's eyes lit up. So it's you, the 347th on the Tianxian combat power ranking, the so-called Iron Fist Invincible Chongshan Ping. Nice to meet you. I've had barbecue with you and talked about how to fight in the cafeteria. Chongshan Ping's expression eased slightly, and he stepped back silently, looking at the grinning blacksmiths with a trace of fear. I didn't expect that you would smelt the characters created for you by the real immortals in reality and form a puppet army. Chongshan Ping smiled. I'm one of us. Yes, since you revealed the ID of the Tianming man, of course you are one of us. I still remember that I went to the dungeon with you. Yin Shuangying next to him said, as he stabbed his waist with a knife. Chongshan Ping was completely numb, and he knocked Yin Shuangying out. You? Didn't you say you were one of us? Before he could say anything, he saw another old friend hitting his feet with a shovel, and reminiscing with him. How about the foot-picking technique I learned from you? Chongshan Ping was suddenly speechless. Looking at the hundreds of clone Su Yunyang and a group of blacksmiths standing on the wall, in front of the door, and in the sky, surrounding him tightly, he didn't speak for a long time. Because this was the encirclement formation he often used with these Destiny people to fight bosses, and he didn't expect that the boss today was me. Chapter 997. Dang! Chongshan Ping blocked another knife from behind and knocked a blacksmith away. Alas, why is this boss silent? I don't know, it seems that he is a little dazed and can't accept us. Silence plus critical hit. Hit faster, kill this boss. I have to go back to the resurrection point and repair my equipment, the durability is not enough. My weapon is almost done. Brother on the opposite side, you have fought the boss with us before, you should know that it is very uncomfortable for us to have insufficient durability, otherwise you should stop resisting. Come on, the boss is about to die. Bang! The head of the Chongshan family was finally injured and flew backwards. I used to fight side by side with these people of destiny, chat happily together, and listen to their jokes. But now, the former comrades have become the wild monsters in the dungeon they attack. He knows the horror of these people of destiny. Not afraid of death. Not afraid of injury. The will to fight is firm. Even now, a person with a destiny has a big hole in his stomach, lying there, spewing blood and iron, using both hands to send emails, send messages, and happily say, I have communicated with others, they didn't encounter other immortal bosses, it seems that we are more profitable. Chongshan Ping, damn it. It's so hateful. When the status is reversed, I became the one hunted by laughter and joy, and a nameless anger rose wildly in my head. Immediately after the anger, it was fear. It is because I know them very well that I know how terrifying and scary they are. The disaster of pseudo-humans and the disaster of embers are not real natural disasters. The real natural disaster may be the group of destiny people who are moving around. Chongshan Ping was numb all over, with no fighting spirit, and turned around and wanted to run. Damn it, did I enter the illusion of destiny people? I became the virtual boss they said in the illusion? Noon. A ray of sunlight fell on the entire Chongshan town. In the morning, 3 hours of vigorous and resolute work, the entire Chongshan town has changed its owner. A group of blacksmiths moved into the core management hall to study the formation of the market and various monitoring systems. I don't understand it a little bit. I don't understand it either, otherwise, let's find our wives to log in online. I miss my lovely and gentle wife again. Although Hashia Jiuzhang is staring at me, and I can't mess around, pure love online love is beautiful. Don't worry, after we take down this frontier outpost, number 2 Destiny Village, we will go to save my wife. The blacksmiths are sorting out their harvest. And a group of fake people, painted people, and living people were imprisoned in batches. In fact, even the blacksmiths were a little confused about how to distinguish these guys. Fake people, this is still easy to distinguish, because fake people take over the body, can't take over the forbidden memory, just amnesia. But painted people, living people, it's hard to distinguish. Jiuzai Rong looked at the group of rescued people in front of him and sighed. The painter is really amazing. He not only drew out the memory brain cells of people, but also the restrictions in the brain and various unique skills. The fairy doctor next to him was still studying. These painted people also have defects. First of all, the restrictions of these painted people are still there, and the painted people who replace the original body cannot tell the secrets of their own family. The painter only draws the prohibition, but not cracks it, and cannot get the secret information of the painter's brain that is encrypted from his own painter. Everyone thinks it's quite interesting. The information in the painter's brain can still be kept confidential. The painter himself can't get it either. But it is precisely because of this realistic painting that even the painter himself has to keep it secret that he can deceive his friends. This is a super fake person. While studying, Ancien complained, "What should we do now? We can only find a few painters on the surface, and I don't know how many are hidden among the refugees in Chongshan town. These painters will sooner or later release the virus again, and the people we saved will sooner or later fall again." Everyone couldn't make up their minds for a while. The previous Jojo, under the tempering of the fake person disaster, developed a fake person brain wave detector to detect fake people in the crowd. But this painter cannot be detected. They will mix in the crowd and release fake human viruses everywhere. The combination of drawing people and fake people is a bit too shameless. How about try divination? Someone suggested. People draw people, and they also have luck bars. It's not so easy to fight against the defense mechanism of anti-divination, the fairy doctor said. In the crowd, the Ember Fairy doctors have become a family of nurses similar to Miss Joy. The nurses in white clothes with the same appearance are looking after refugees everywhere. In the end, a group of blacksmiths decided to ignore it. If they catch them, they will deal with them. If they don't catch them, they will just let it go. This huge natural disaster that affected the fairy world should be the brain wave detector that the immortals themselves developed. We are just small fry, thinking about how to save the world. It is better to save our wives first. Brothers, prepare for the second expedition. Yes, Chongshan town has been taken down. This will be our Shirong's position in the future. It's time to pick up our wives. Woo woo woo, I hope my wife is okay. On the other side, just when the blacksmiths were attacking Chongshan town, Ning Jing's Dharma image had already mixed into the fire domain and the wood domain. Seeing them start a riot, the sect riot. The wives of the blacksmiths are all collateral branches with thin bloodlines, and they have long lived in very remote collateral sects. Ning Zheng is staring at these collateral branches. He would never dare to go to the base camp of the Immortal Venerable, but in the name of saving friends, he came to rob a wave of collateral sects. He is quite bold in trafficking people and robbing resources. Almost done. Ning Zheng got the information from the other side and calmed down. We must act quickly. With a clatter, Ning Zheng opened the portal, and Su Yunyan's army quickly entered. And Ning Zheng equipped the women's army with a wave of her own Dharma images. After all, even in the branch, there are a large number of heavenly immortals. There should be true immortals in the core. But these true immortals may have been turned by the inner ghost. Ning Zheng can almost conclude that the painter has dealt with some of the senior executives and made them the inner ghosts, replacing some of the true immortals and the management of the heavenly immortals. Let's do it, Ning Zheng said lightly. Yes. Su Yunyan's army immediately went out. Ning Zheng looked at Jiao Muqing next to him. If a true immortal appears, it's your turn to take action. This is your first battle in the true sense. With the blessing of Ning Jing's Dharma image, plus, she is not weak to begin with, Jiao Muqing should be able to deal with some garbage true immortals. As for the powerful true immortals here, thinking too much. The top true immortals are rare in the immortal world, and will not appear in these side doors. They stole from these mountain gates. Chapter 998. Muxian Domain. Mu Qian and her sisters were hiding in the mountains, trembling. At this moment, they had to thank their group for being unwelcome immortal farmers, and being assigned to the terraced area farthest from the sect. Otherwise, if they were in the core area of the sect, they would definitely be killed by the leaders of the painters and various fake people in an instant. Something happened in Mujai's sect that still shocked them to this day. The true immortal was secretly plotted against. Although that was an old man of the first level of true immortal, he could not continue after barely forcing a breakthrough, and could only sit in their sect. But that was also a true immortal. The silent conspiracy could only be caused by the inner ghost cultivators from the main lineage of the upper sect, who summoned this true immortal and then took action. The higher level, the higher class is rebelling. Mu Qian's brain is very smart, and the more she thinks about it, the more she trembles. She is a little green tea, but if she didn't have a little trick in this day and age, she would have died long ago if she hadn't become a celestial immortal. The water in the fairy world is too deep. During this riot, none of us sisters were hurt. It was the fiancé of Shirong's faction who secretly reminded us to be careful and not go out as much as possible. That is to say, Shirong knows the truth of this matter and is well informed. We can only go to Shirong Villa for help. Mu Qian kept analyzing the way out for her sisters. One girl worriedly said, "We are the celestial fairies, the kind that can be found in large numbers. In such a critical moment, will they care about us? Will they come all the way to save us?" Mu Qian took a deep breath. "Then tell me, what can we do now?" "Wake up! Once the painters have cleared the main force, it will be the turn of those of us who are not good at fighting." All the girls turned pale. "Are we going to die? We are responsible for farming, so they should spare our lives and continue farming, right?" Several nervous girls grabbed each other's hands and held them tightly, with worried expressions on their faces. Mu Qian said, "No matter what, we are waiting to die here, so why not hide our bodies, enter the illusion, and ask for help?" Several girls were silent. But after discussing it, they could only enter a secret room together, lock the door, and eat a golden pill. Woo! Several people sat cross-legged, their faces were pale, and their stomachs were churning. There was a faint golden light on their delicate white bellies, as if the Buddha had passed away, and the golden relics were looming. Wow! When they opened their eyes, they were stunned. They came to a different Tianming village. Tianming village, Chongshan branch village. A big sign was hung in front of the square. In front of him was a group of the third batch of troops responsible for logistics. Logistics blacksmiths. Several thousand of them moving bricks back and forth. They need to rest over there. Which idiot is so stupid that he pried up the floor tiles? What a psycho! Didn't they say that they would occupy this town in the future? These bastards are trying to make extra money. Wuji doesn't need them. Quick, quick, tidy up the prison here and prepare to put people in. They were busy building on various streets. On the wall, the familiar task notice board had been hung, and a group of blacksmiths were taking tasks here. Chongshan Fong and Jiucai Rong, two local managers of Chongshan town, were instructing the blacksmiths to work everywhere. Zhukarong was even busier. "Don't panic, folks. I will ferry you to paradise." He threw his hand, and a golden lotus lantern quickly grew larger and turned into a lotus seat. Zhukarong sat on the lotus seat, twisted his thumb and middle finger together, and made a Buddhist seal. "Don't panic." He looked down at the tens of thousands of ashes people who were killed, and 50% of them were ashes, and said gently, "Fellow Taoists, the demons are coming and attacking Chongshan town. Hurry up and take refuge in my lotus lantern." The lotus lantern under his seat continued to emit golden and gentle golden light. "If the number of refugees in the Great Compassion Lotus Lantern is full, you can take refuge in my human emperor banner to save the suffering." The voice fell. Those people were ready to move. They didn't know they were dead yet, and as ashes, they still had the panic of being attacked by monsters when they were alive. They were very nervous. Soon, these Embers people took the initiative to enter the Lotus Lantern and the Emperor banner, which made Jiucai Rong smile happily. In the distance, Mu Qian and her sisters were shocked. Great compassion. Lotus Lantern, why are all the people who entered hanging under the lamp? Save the suffering. Emperor banner, why are all the people emitting black smoke? We sisters haven't been to Tianming village for just one day. Why did the scene suddenly change, and each member seemed to be busy? I feel like I've come to the wrong place. Suddenly, she was a little scared. She always felt that compared with the pseudo-human disaster next door, this place also had a gloomy and weird smell, which gave people goosebumps. What happened to this fairyland? Why did a group of demons and monsters appear, and all kinds of natural disasters, and I don't know where they came from? Outrageous. She felt like she had a nightmare in the fairyland. Where is this? Mu Qian couldn't help but ask, pulling a familiar figure. Chongshan Fong looked at someone pulling her, surprised that someone else landed at this critical moment, and was stunned. It's you? Mu Qian? The future hostess of Lingnong district? Mu Qian blushed at the teasing. She and Chongshan Fong knew each other. After all, Chongshan Fong helped as a chef in the cafeteria, and she helped farm in Lingnong district. Both of them were outsiders, and occasionally they ate and chatted together, talking about this mysterious Shirong and studying how to develop it. Mu Qian said gently, "Can I ask what's going on now?" Chongshan Fong smiled and pointed to the portal in the distance. They looked so funny and unserious, but now they are more serious and in a hurry than anyone else. After taking down this outpost, they rushed to your house without stopping. You can reach their frontline position through this teleportation array. How about it? Do you want to join the battle together? Listening to Zhong Shanfang's words, Mu Qian was a little confused, and she was even more moved after understanding the development of things. Many cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation are not human. Because their lifespans have been extended, they have lived too long, and they have been in seclusion for thousands of years, and they have gradually become cold. She didn't like the honest and simple vomiting mud craftsman. There is no such thing as love at first sight in this world. Emotions need to be cultivated. She just saw that the other party was compatible with her, had good character, and had a good background. But now, she is indeed a little moved. It was just like the story of the heroine in a storybook. In a critical moment, the hero traveled thousands of miles, started a war, and entered the sect to save these insignificant little spiritual farmers. Mu Qian took a look at the portal and couldn't help asking, "How long have they been gone?" "About half an hour?" Chongshan Fong was a little uncertain. "I go help." Mu Qian's expression suddenly became serious. "Our sect is not so easy to enter, but we helped to set up some of the sect's formations." At that time, the senior brothers and sisters of the formation peak exploited us sisters to help them work, but we remembered the locations of many hidden formation eyes and spiritual formation nodes. I can take them into the sect. Large sects like theirs have protective shields to suppress them, and teleportation is not allowed near the mountain gate. So this teleportation portal must be teleported to the forest outside the sect, and then attack the mountain gate. Not bad, not bad, we save you, and you have to save yourself. Jiao Tsirong laughed beside him. When Gizi enters the village, we like you, the daughter-in-law who sells her mother's family, shouting that the imperial army is welcome. When you are done, take the wealth of your family sect and count it as a great merit for you, and the contribution will be at least 30 points. Mu Qian didn't know that Jiao Tsirong, who was using the lotus lantern next door, had evil intentions. She looked at the sisters around her and said, "Sisters, let's go and save our bodies." Sisters who are not good at fighting, just take the automatic fighting hoop and risk your life. This illusion is actually real. The Shirong character we logged in here. Wanting Tongzi, go and save our bodies. Let's go, don't delay anymore. Hua la la. Several people sorted themselves out and resolutely stepped into the teleportation array. Soon, after passing through the teleportation array, several people saw the blacksmiths, who were studying how to break the array on the front line. Chapter 999. In a temporary outpost. You are here? Ouch, the mud craftsman and others were delighted. I help you. Mu Qian showed a hint of tenderness and said, "In fact, our sect has a secret door, which is used by those brothers to sneak in and out. Most people don't know, although some things are expressly prohibited. For example, in the sect, there are these loopholes and secret doors, but who cares behind the scenes? Just like in school, there will always be people who want to climb over the wall, secretly make secret doors, dog holes, and sneak out. Anyway, no one in the fairy world will attack their sect. But now it's different." Boom! Under the leadership of the inner ghost, they quietly broke through the sect. Inside the sect, in the meeting hall, a young, tall, and mighty true immortal looked down at the cultivators, strong men, and geniuses, who had reached the great perfection of the immortal. "Look, this is my power." The young immortal was intoxicated by the feeling of his young body, that, "Sir, let me live again, I am alive. I have become younger." This wonderful power, this powerful foundation. The immortal looked at the immortals below, and began to prepare to deal with them. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden vibration outside the sect. The young immortal turned his head, and his consciousness fell on the mountain gate in the distance. Looking at the dark ghosts, he was a little surprised. Is this a monster attacking the city? These monsters look very familiar. Isn't this a monster attacking the city in the illusion? Why did it come to reality and attack our mountain gate? And, following behind, are the boys from the villa? The true immortal was shocked, and the dream came true. In the evil frenzy, an evil leader loomed, and it was Jiao Muqing who led the team, bringing the group of evil thoughts that he had used to attack Tianming village. The true immortal was at a loss for a moment. The illusion has entered reality. The place under my feet is not Tianming village. How come the monsters attacked the city and attacked my mountain gate? Soon, the blacksmiths began to attack the city. Charge! A brand new copy, Mujai's sect. The mortals who had just taken over the body were everywhere, and the disciples of the human immortals had empty heads, which was the weakest period. They could only force themselves to pile up and start fighting. The weak chickens on both sides began to collide with each other. The first charge was dominated by the blacksmiths, who knocked people out fiercely. That true immortal, report your ID, we don't kill nameless people. A blacksmith kicked a human immortal away and shouted. Mu Qian also controlled the character to kill forward. Her ID is Ma Cheng. She is a very inconspicuous one among the true immortals. I see. Several blacksmiths shouted, I remember you, Ma Cheng. We repaired the boss's feet together, and you are good at sneak attacks from behind. Ma Cheng Jinxian, It is obviously a serious combat move. Why does it seem so vulgar after they say it? How did you get here? Ma Chengxian felt that something in front of him had broken through his cognition, and he had the same idea as the previous heavenly boss. Where am I? Have I become a virtual boss in the illusion? Kill! A group of people surrounded him. Su Yunyan's army began to charge, and the blacksmith army charged. Almost every army has a female spirit farmer, who leads the team to kill and command the battle, exposing the various cards of this sect. Seeing this, Mu Cheng finally reacted and was furious. This Mu Qian, it's you, your original body is still in our sect. You actually betrayed the sect and controlled the character to attack us? You are the one who betrayed the sect. Mu Qian shouted. Mu Cheng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. These inner ghosts must be executed first. But soon Mu Qing stopped the other party. Your opponent is me, understand? Boom. The two sides quickly fought in a ball. Mu Qing is dead, and cannot update the version. But her version is actually updated, because she got Ning Zheng's doll body, Shadow Crocodile Shadow. She can use 50% of Ning Zheng's basic power, as long as she learns how to use it. This makes her version stronger than this true immortal. Ning Zheng's 7-color spirit root combination is not vegetarian. The two sides collided fiercely. You guy? So you Shirong. Ma Cheng is also a smart man, and seems to have seen some clues. So that's it? You are similar to the previous batch of robbery cultivators, who can separate the Dharma phase to fight remotely. Your civilization can use some means to let the Dharma phase enter a certain body and fight remotely. He doesn't know about Zhujin Villa, but he has recently heard about the feats of those robbery cultivators of Xian Shichen. In his eyes, the Dharma phase in front of him is also fighting remotely, and the principle is the same as that of Xian Shichen and others. Your civilization is so weird, fighting remotely. You people of destiny are not afraid of the death of the Dharma phases in front of you, but you can certainly predict the location of the original body. How dare you rebel? Immortal Ma Cheng flashed a murderous intent, and could not help but shout. You are the traitor. Mu Qing also felt that Immortal Mu Qing's guess was quite reasonable. The structure of the immortal weapon of this Shirong Villa is essentially similar to the Dharma image, allowing people to remotely control the Dharma image to fight. It must be said that both immortals saw the principle. After all, Ning Zheng's sword-casting villa is essentially an evolutionary immortal weapon, and the principle is normal like the Dharma image of Jojo. The Dharma image of Jojo people is essentially a different kind of player, isn't it? Jojo cultivators are so hard to kill, the flesh is hard to kill, and they can be reborn in various cycles, and they can also go to dungeons remotely. All aspects are disgusting. In a sense, they are natural sword-casting villa players, and I have to have a server medium. Ning Zheng also watched the battle between the two quietly. Take away all the foundation of this sect, it is estimated that it will be enough for me to break through the cultivation of the immortal. The minimum estimated resource is about 100 million high-grade immortal stones. In fact, the foundation of this true immortal sect is more than this number. But most of them exist in the form of real estate, such as the market, shops, mines outside, farms, and planting areas. Real estate cannot be taken away, and Ning Zheng does not want to take it. With this time, he can quickly rob another sect. The main goal is to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Moreover, Ning Zheng did not only attack this true immortal sect. When his 300 Dharma images are vegetarians, his Dharma images attack more than 300 Tianqian level forces at the same time, such as the market in Chongshan town. As for attacking true immortal sects, the risk is high. Unless the main body takes action, it is not safe to attack with Dharma images. But Ning Zheng didn't plan to use his real body to take advantage of the chaos, so he hid deep in the dark, to avoid the big guys fighting and hurting innocent people. In short, Ning Zheng planned to make a fortune today. Do you really think he is timid? Ning Zheng is not timid but steady. When it is time to take action, he will definitely take action fiercely. Fighting, adventure, cultivation, it's okay if he is not active. If he is not active in eating, then there must be something wrong with his brain. So Ning Zheng decisively divided more than 300 mouths and took a big bite. Although for the entire vast fairy world, his harvest may not be very impressive. Ning Zheng never doubted the insidiousness of those immortal masters and true immortals. Today, there must be a lot of masked robbers who took advantage of the fire to rob, and even those top true immortals, the number of looting is more than that of himself. They dare to attack ordinary true immortal sects. Ning Zheng raised his eyebrows. I have checked out more than 300 markets. There shouldn't be any problems. The only two true immortal forces that are ready to attack, let Mu Qing and the blacksmiths take action. After this true immortal field, we will go to the next one, and try to bring back the two groups of heavenly immortal friends from the wood domain and the fire domain to the villa to strengthen our foundation. Ningzheng took a deep breath. If you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences. He suddenly changed his expression. Hey, one of my Dharma images died. This was an accident beyond divination. According to his divination, the heavenly immortals in the markets he attacked were very ordinary, and it was impossible for them to beat his Dharma images at the same level. Even if the heavenly immortals guarding the markets had a geographical advantage, opened the formation, and had the assistance of cultivators, they could not beat his Dharma images. I only targeted the immortal forces that I could attack. But some Dharma images still died suddenly. The reason for the sudden death was definitely not from the market. It might be that some immortals were fighting and accidentally killed my Dharma image. After all, only the luck of the immortals is something I can't predict. Boom! Lianding domain. It seems that something was killed just now. Lianding immortal frowned slightly, looked up at another tall immortal with a bronze aura in front of him. This person, like her, is also Jiu Qing. Her eyes passed by herself and fell on the people who besieged her. Living Alliance, rolling Pingtian Mountain, Das Ho territory, you rebels, you are so bold, aren't you afraid that our immortal world will flatten you barbarians from outside the domain? The immortal world was only established by the immortals of the strongest 13 giant civilizations. And other civilizations with immortals can only envy this piece of immortal land. These guys have been plotting against the immortal realm. They are the cancer and stubborn disease of the immortal realm, and have been poisoning history for millions of years. They created the Ghost Fire Great Desolation incident in the Fire Immortal Realm 3 million years ago, and the demise of more than 300 sects in the Refining Cauldron Realm 5 million years ago, which is known as the Copper Rust Extinction. The Immortal Refining Cauldron showed a hint of surprise. You old immortals, who were beaten by us and were hanging on, have actually returned to their heyday with the help of that resurrection virus? The guy behind the virus. His origin does not seem to be simple. Is it another one of it that is returned? The words of the Immortal Refining Cauldron made the man opposite, who looked like Jiu Qing, smile. You and I can both be the parallel timelines that have been shattered, and the ancient fallen time and space dimensions. Why can't I offer it? Lianding Xianzuan was silent. You are courting death. The Xianzuan on the opposite side smiled. I think you are afraid that we will reshuffle the cards. Would I be afraid? The Xianzuan Lianding flashed a look of contempt. But you who are young again are still not to be feared, just a bunch of trash. The Xianzuan Lianding's eyes fell on the opposite side, and a person he knew very well, and you, the underworld you built, which replicates the structure of our fairyland, is also trash, and you also want to go against our fairyland? The Xianzuan on the opposite side, who looked like Jiu Qing, had a cold expression and sneered. Hand over the fairy vein domain, and we will naturally leave. But if you hand over the fairy vein domain, lose the core, and only the fairyland with 12 domains is left, is it still a fairyland? The Xianzuan Lianding glanced around. You are looking for death. The red lava exploded and flew in all directions, and the whole world seemed to have turned into a kingdom of God. Like a stream of red lava, it covered various areas and fled madly. The battle lasted for half a day. Bang! 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 The young immortals who recovered one by one self-destructed decisively, and the immortal, who looked like Jiu Qing, fled with injuries. Lianding immortal was also caught off guard and injured by the self-explosion. This is a Taoist injury, and it is not easy to recover. She looked at these guys who left coldly. I was really held back by them, and they are crazy. How dare they self-destruct? The more powerful the immortal, the more they care about their lives. And the immortal in her eyes self-destructed just to delay time and make her a little injured? No. Her expression suddenly changed. They can't be like those so-called embers, which can take root and resurrect after a while, right? If that's the case, it will be a big trouble. The more powerful the existence, the longer the resurrection cycle. The resurrection cycle of the immortal may be very long. After all, the energy level contained in an immortal is too large, but being able to resurrect is still terrifying. The sky has changed. Lianding immortal looked at this piece of land quietly. Although she felt that the embers were a bit outrageous, it only surprised her a little. After all, which of the immortal's magical skills is not enough to defy the heavens? The one in the 10,000 beasts domain alone has 10 immortals under his command to control beasts. Do you think he is not outrageous? Resurrection, you are just one. How can it be as exaggerated as the 10 immortals in the 10,000 beasts domain? But this wave of viruses, working together to set up a plan, has indeed changed the pattern of the entire immortal world dramatically. The immortal world is about to change, an unprecedented mythical era. Lian Ding Immortal Venerable looked at the countless city dwellers on the earth, who were wailing and hiding from natural disasters, with a blank expression on his face. Chapter 1000. Mo Mei Jinxian covered her head and began to attack other immortal sects. The third Jinxian sect. She covered her waist bag and showed a proud smile. There is also a gap between Jinxian and Jinxian. A Jinxian like her who is at the 10th level of perfection is obviously a big level lower than ordinary low-level Jinxian. Those ordinary Jinxian sects can't even beat a Jinxian beastman under her command. Prophet. She took a deep breath and moved vigorously. Unlike Ningzheng, who mostly attacked the Tianxin market, Mo Mei Jinxian attacked the Jinxian forces. The main one is to rob only the high-end. After a while, she had more money in her pocket than Ningzheng. As a top Jinxian, her harvest today is destined to be richer than Ningzheng. The immortal world is in turmoil. Many core positions of the Zhengshans of various forces under the command of the 13 immortal giants were secretly plotted and turned into painted people. The other top immortals who did not belong to the giant immortal sects were all smart people, and they began to take advantage of the situation with masks on. The whole immortal world became more and more chaotic under the instigation of these greedy immortals. If they acted wholeheartedly, the immortal world would soon return to peace. But people are greedy. What does it have to do with them if the people and cultivators at the bottom have problems and are infected? Mortals are like straw, which can be reborn every few decades. For the immortals who are high above, the people at the bottom die and die. In terms of life level, the gap between the two sides is similar to that between humans and lush weeds on the roadside. Do you care how many weeds you trample to death when you pass by the grass? Even if a forest fire burns the entire forest and countless weeds die, the immortals will only regret the waste of resources by setting fire to the mountain, but in a few decades, the scorched mountain will be full of green again. Go to the next market. Mo Mei Jinxian moved very quickly. Yi Di was also ecstatic. Follow the boss and eat 10 meals a day. Boom! In another market. Screams and fear filled the streets. Suddenly, large patches of golden fire burned the fake people and painted people on the entire street. Xi and Shichen and others were laughing. They are all mine. They are all ours. The painter brought chaos, and I don't know how many forces were hinted to take advantage of the fire. We are one of them. Xiao Zai and others were also frantically looting various stores, specifically picking the famous chain stores of the Immortal Venerable. Killing and arson gold belt, they have no shortage of resources. True immortal, hope. On the other side. One by one, the rice ear buds gave birth to rice flower soldiers, and began to attack various Tianxin markets. Jiosue was also quietly looting one sect after another. This is the life he wants. He had not taken the initiative to earn resources before, not only because he was afraid that the painter would find him again in the fairy world and add trouble to himself. It was also because he knew that the painter loved painting. In order to paint the immortals and the strong, he would definitely find a way to get the immortals to start. Only when the immortals took action could he have the opportunity to paint his scroll in the dark. Therefore, the world would be in chaos, and the painter would spread the double disaster and set off a catastrophe. He only needed to wait until this time to earn resources. It was convenient, and he would not be targeted by the painter again. No matter how good the means of ordinary people are, without a noble enough identity, who would pay attention to you? Listen to you join forces, and calculate the fairy world together? You can't even enter the threshold. Jiosue sighed. The painter is a life dedicated to birth. He has extraordinary roots. Though born from the prehistoric body, is essentially no different from the current immortals. There are only a few dozen of the tombs of the three great immortals in the universe. And the tombs of Xian are falling like stars, tens of millions. Both sides are lives born from the corpses of ancient immortals. Xian's corpse is obviously higher, and the painter's origin is naturally more noble than the immortals. Although Jiosue is not qualified to know the truth of history, he can guess some of the contents and find out some of them. One day of turmoil is completely over. It is dusk, and this day is a day that will be recorded in the history of the immortal world. Countless people are rich, and countless people are bankrupt. Ningzheng also finished a day of hard work, robbing more than 300 markets. Today is the most tiring day in his cultivation life. The blacksmiths also looted 2 true immortal sects, and brought 2 groups of friends back to Chongshan town to settle down. A group of blacksmiths happily counted their harvest. Ningzheng Shirong Villa ushered in the biggest harvest in history. The next morning, all order was restored, and the immortals immediately began to calm the chaos, using various methods to reclaim the land and restore order. But a piece of news still came. The immortals were injured, and were delayed for a day by various means. This news was spread by people with ulterior motives, causing a lot of panic and causing the invincible image of the immortals to collapse. When the blacksmiths heard the news, they called it a great pin. Various bigwigs spoke and analyzed on the forum. Fuck, the painter is too awesome, leading the charge. Even the immortal world suffered. It's not just the immortals of the 13 civilizations. The immortal world is at most a superpower. Other powerful civilizations also have immortals, which can be regarded as small countries. It's a pattern of one superpower and many strong countries. The underworld is said to be a force jointly developed by the immortals of other civilizations. It is comparable to the immortal world, but much smaller than the immortal world. They have always hoped that tourists would go there to work. Unfortunately, everyone only recognizes the Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou immortal world. The underworld, a small city, has a long way to go to become an international city. However, it has become famous this time. I guess many immortals will go there to work. To promote the economy? Working for money, there are no immortal veins in the underworld, and you can't mine. You don't understand, you can still make pills. Anyway, the economy will rise with a large population. You should think about how to develop our strange world that is comparable to the underworld. We also want to be a world of our own, hee. The immortal world has already felt the terror of our cave dwellers in Jiuzhou. The immortal world is about to be full of tombs, and they will also become cave dwellers. Ha ha ha. I want to laugh when I think of their sudden change in painting style. The immortal lord of the immortal realm. Painter, you have polluted the simple folk customs of my immortal realm. You deserve to die. In the forum, countless people are discussing enthusiastically. Earn too much, too rich. The sudden wealth of this day made the blacksmiths overjoyed. According to their analysis, this wave of their blacksmith boys landing, there is no need to worry. The human immortal puppet character troops can be pulled up in large numbers. And there are many other resources. Ningzheng took out more than 300 Tianxianfang markets, and the resources obtained were not top-notch. But the treasure houses of the two true immortal sects had many good things, all of which were top treasures of the true immortal level. Sword Casting Villa. Ningzheng came to the villa treasure house, and looked at thousands of excited blacksmiths, counting various materials like warehouse managers. Sir, the profit in our pockets is at least more than 10 billion high-quality immortal stones. Jiu Cairong said, this seems a little small, but there is no way. The real estate, heaven and earth, houses, spiritual veins, and formations of these sects account for more than 60% of their total assets, and they cannot be taken away in one day. Ningzheng nodded, this is normal. Yi Guangxiu next to him also said, we can't be proud. According to Yi Di's secret popularization, Mo Mei Zhenxian made more than 3 billion high-grade immortal stones in one wave, which is twice the total assets of Mo Mei Xianin. Mo Mei Zhenxian has been developing for so long, and his entire family property is only more than 10 billion high-grade immortal stones. In front of him, he made twice the total assets in one day, which made Mo Mei Zhenxian very happy. And other top immortals probably made more than Ningzheng. It can only be said that this kind of adventure is rare in the history of the fairy world, and can only be encountered by chance. Chapter 1001. Ningzheng patrolled the shelves everywhere. Keep a close eye recently. Don't let some people smuggle things. Don't worry. Jiu Cairong said sincerely, our new version of the scanning fairy weapon is thanks to Dao Jiuzhou's blacksmiths, who are willing to help us make this fairy weapon. Ningzheng smiled, you are willing to help us make this fairy weapon. Now the villa is in ruins. Thanks to those two groups of dedicated friends, our villa's technology can barely keep up with the average sect level of the fairy world. It can be said to be out of the scope of ordinary people. However, why is my own sword-making villa getting more and more wrong? At the beginning, this group of animals recognized their fathers, adopted their foster fathers, and found the three ancestors of Shuilihua to establish various relationships. Later, I won't mention the example of Mo Mei Zhenxian, there are too many. And now, have you completely skipped the stage of recognizing your father and entered the era of living off your wife? This bunch of idiots know how to play games. It's a big loss to give you this game for free. However, as a qualified online game planner, Ningzheng is no longer the same as before, and knows how to better exploit these players. In the distance, blacksmiths came and went. This is for warehouse number 1. The identification I shows that this thing should be classified in warehouse number 7. Ah, today's daily tasks are a bit tedious. The joy of unboxing, this is enjoyment, do you understand? Then, the blacksmiths put the materials on the shelves and received more than 30 warehouses, which was considered a preliminary inventory. As for the identification of these materials, no need, The new map of the fairyland has just been changed. The blacksmiths can't recognize the products of the fairyland. It's better to let Jiuzhong, the artificial Zhuangling, scan and identify them in batches. They worked hard all night until the next morning, and the warehouse was finally sorted out. As for why there are still blacksmiths at night, these are all embers. It's just that these ember blacksmiths, including Ember Jukarong, feel that they are still playing games and are not dead. They work diligently to take tasks. Early morning. The first ray of sunlight shines into the window of the steward's room. There are chirping sounds from the square outside. It's the real living blacksmiths online. Last night, they were frantically summarizing their experience in the forum. A group of people were frantically discussing how to play tactics and how to kill bosses. This is their first battle in the fairyland. It's a small test to exercise their skills. One by one, the blacksmiths constantly summarize their gains and losses. Although the fourth disaster is not well known in the fairyland at present, you have to eat one bite at a time. Levels must be upgraded step by step. How many days have you been in the fairy world? Defeating 2 true fairy sects in one day is already a great progress. In the future, the Shirong army of the fourth calamity will sweep across the fairy world and make the immortals afraid. Is this far away? However, after landing, the blacksmiths were full of curiosity and went to watch the warehouse. Wow, our ember blacksmiths were counting crazily last night. So amazing. For this game, the AFK function is a must. It's too hard to play without AFK? What a pity. This is not unique to us. The fairy world also needs the AFK function. It's really a bargain for them. Yes, the common people in the fairy world can become slimy and smelly cave dwellers who don't respect the elderly and love the young. They have made a lot of money. TSK, I really can't imagine how much money they will make in the future. Anyway, my Jukarong's treasure Lotus Lantern and Human Emperor banner will definitely make a lot of money in the future, and convert a group of friends in the fairy world to my western paradise. Jukarong, your style of neither Chinese nor Western is a bit speechless. The first battle in the fairy world of the fourth disaster was a great pleasure for them. Although it seemed that there were only 2 true immortals, it was Jumuking who took the lead in killing them, and Ningzheng did not go, but this is the future battle mode. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Our big guys contain the enemy big guys, and the battles of extraordinary civilizations are originally fought like this. Ningzheng ignored the noise, sitting on a chair and reading the report, with a calm face and no surprise. With more than 1 billion high-grade immortal stones, our resources have soared, and Zhujian Mountain Villa has accumulated as much as a normal true immortal sect. However, more than 300 market towns, plus 2 true immortal sects, only have more than 1 billion high-grade immortal stones? It's still too little. Ningzheng felt that some of the old resources might have been transferred in advance by those painters. People like painters have no martial ethics, and they promise to help us make money. After all, we are just following behind them to share some soup, and the meat must be eaten by those giants. The immortals from the outside world hold back the 13 giants of the fairy world, so won't the true immortals under their command take the opportunity to rob them? You can't be responsible for holding back the main force of the immortals, and work for us for free. Ningzheng is also sober, and has not been carried away. Over the years, how much resources have the 13 giants of the immortals earned? Let's not talk about the Immortal World Business Alliance that collects dividends from the markets in various parts of the immortal world and provides shelter. The various collateral disciples under its command are spreading wildly. They have established affiliated sects, forces, and markets, and infiltrated everywhere. The 2 true immortal sects of Mujai sect that we attacked were all small branches of the true immortal disciples under the command of the immortal venerable a million years ago. This wave in front of us. Although it cannot be said that everything comes to life with the fall of a whale. But this wave has indeed enriched most of the true immortals, and they are robbing one by one in masks. Even the immortal venerable civilizations outside the domain have eaten the biggest bite of fat. Of course, for those behind the scenes, who calculated the immortal world, the biggest benefit is not the plundered resources. Because a day of unrest in the immortal world can only make the immortal venerables a little bit sad. In fact, the biggest problem is breaking the undefeated golden body of the 13 civilizations immortal venerable. Let people know that they will be injured, will suffer losses, and will die. The immortal world is not invincible. Next, the instability of people's hearts is a big deal for the giants in the fairy world. Of course, this has nothing to do with Ningzheng. He is responsible for lying down, and it is better to fight. What level is he? If he doesn't fish in troubled waters, can he take off? It is also thanks to the fact that when I ascended with the painter. This behind-the-scenes manipulator made crazy troubles, which made it so convenient for Ning Zheng to rise in the fairy world. Otherwise, without the painter, the fairy world is stable, and I can't make quick money. From this aspect, the painter is the great and wise teacher of countless blacksmiths in my sword-casting villa. It is so chaotic now, and it is estimated that there will be ancestral graves everywhere soon. The environment of the fairy world will change dramatically, with tombs everywhere and the dead resurrected. At first, the common people would even be happy and excited, because there is a 50% chance that the old parents at home will be resurrected and live a second life. Everyone will be happy. But what about later? Looking at the historical development of Jiuzhou, those who understand will understand, from the carnival immortality virus to the fear immortality virus. The top cultivators in the fairy world have known about it for a long time, but it is difficult to stop the spread. Forget it, it feels a bit messy, and I will save up some realm. Ning Zheng has money in his pocket, and he is eager to spend it. If you make money, don't you have to spend it? Yesterday, more than 300 Dharma images worked so hard, which can be regarded as the busiest day in Ning Zheng's life. Shouldn't you reward yourself? He plans to celebrate and go through a wave of heavenly immortals. Otherwise, all the customers are real immortals, which is a bit difficult to deal with. In particular, his sword-casting villa may have to open the Heavenly Destiny Village Chongshan Branch Village to the previous batch of real immortal members, and they will know the truth. He needs to have more strength. He switched his Dharma images, leaving 2 Dharma images to watch the sorters at Jujian Villa and Zinchunming Village in Chongshan Town, and then went to the cave to retreat. He came to the cave in the time flow area. The whole area seemed to have experienced a war, and became very messy. A group of monks were repairing the buildings back and forth. It seemed that the beautiful receptionist who rolled her eyes at Ning Zheng before had already had an accident. This beautiful receptionist Yujin was still maintaining her logic before her death and providing services. Ning Zheng was suddenly a little confused. The fairy world has only studied the ability to take root in the earth veins in just over a day. This is not surprising. But they didn't also discover a new way of doing business, did they? Yujin salesperson, these fairy giants and immortals made him money. This wave, I'm afraid the painter will lose a lot. Just Ning Zheng's group of true immortals, the money they robbed in one day, I'm afraid the immortals will make it back in less than 100 years with these free employees. Each chain store in the market town, free laborers, working 24 hours a day. Hiss, Ning Zheng took a breath. You thought you made the immortal venerable lose so much money that he couldn't afford to ride the immortal boat, but in fact the immortal venerable was waiting for you to spread the virus everywhere, and provided them with a group of free 24-hour salesmen? He suddenly thought of the immortal vein domain. Will it recruit miners in the future? The Ember miners. Will they appear soon? In the future. New immortals who ascend to the immortal world will not have employment benefits for mining. Painter, it seems that you are pitting the immortal venerable, but in fact, those immortals are accelerating the exploitation of the people and digging up the upward channels for newcomers. Ning Zheng felt that the painter was a sinner. Chapter 1002. However, Ning Zheng complained, but what he should sigh about now was not the problem of Yujin's front desk, but a feeling from afar that if he entered this cave to practice now, something bad would happen. He hid outside and watched from afar for a while. He found that the number of cultivators who came to the Liusu cave to practice today was 3 or 4 times more than before. Ning Zheng was slightly alert in his heart and retreated silently. I'm afraid that the fairy world is preparing to fish and start to fight back. Who is the person who suddenly came to the cave to practice? 9 times out of 10, it's because I, a robbery cultivator, just robbed a wave, and now I have money in my pocket, so I came to practice immediately. Ning Zheng sighed. The fairy world is really sinister. Painter, not a good thing. These immortals also began to calculate, and this war machine was caught off guard and suffered a first kill, and officially started. And chose the best plan, let Eugene be a salesperson. At the same time, they squatted in the Liusu caves in various places, preparing to arrest people. It is estimated that they will first capture a group of immortal calamity cultivators who looted everywhere that day, kill the chicken to scare the monkey, hang them up, and make a list to shock the world. This shock list may have hundreds of thousands of people, and what will happen after they are killed? The immortal masters will probably make use of the waste, and 50% will give out hundreds of thousands of immortal embers to work for them, take root and serve the immortal masters forever. Hiss, Ning Zheng took a breath again. I hope I am just overthinking, otherwise the immortal masters may have known about this for a long time. But they are not willing to take action against their own people, so they deliberately indulged? He felt that he might be too conspiracy-minded. He learned bad things from Yi Guangxiu, and always thought about things in a bad direction. Who cares? The struggle between the immortal masters is too terrifying, and they are deep-minded. I will sit on the sidelines and watch the fire, and develop secretly. This is the kingly way. Now let's talk about now. If you go into this flow cave by yourself, you may not get into trouble, but you will definitely be investigated in various ways, and track in divination what you did yesterday. After all, divination has a medium. There were cultivators everywhere who stole things and took advantage of the fire yesterday. Your vague and large-scale divination will definitely not work. The cultivators squatting here will accurately divine you one by one to calculate what you did that day, so that they can arrest you. I can't stand the investigation. Ning Zheng silently stepped back, ignoring the immortals who entered happily. It feels that these immortals may be overwhelmed by happiness. After all, the base of immortals is too large, and there are still upright people. I have relied on divination recently, and I am a little proud. I don't like to use my brain. I just reacted when I came here. Ning Zheng secretly learned a lesson, left this place of right and wrong, and turned to a wave of Destiny World. Hula, Destiny World. Ning Zheng came to a Taoist town. He set up a formation to isolate the outside world and practiced, using the flow rate of the world of destiny. Although this place is not as good as the fairyland, Ning Zheng has money in his pocket, and he can directly absorb the fairy stones, plus a little luck, which can make up for the fun of the environment. A true genius can practice hard even in the difficult and harsh environment of the end of the law. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. These 3 days were very fulfilling. Several major events happened when Ning Zheng was in seclusion. First of all, Chongshan Town has been completely taken over by the Jindan Merchant Alliance. The Xianzuan Merchant Alliance didn't care. After all, Shirong was nominally rectifying the chaos and killing the painter forces in Chongshan Town. He was protecting the forces of the Xianzuan and killing the rebels. We are good people, and we should be rewarded. In addition, Shirong now has many true immortals as guarantors, and one move can affect the whole body. And that day was too chaotic. Never mind who Ning Zheng robbed behind the scenes, anyway, he only robbed the garbage Chongshan Town on the surface, which is very honest. Others are busy dealing with bigger robbers, those MOMA true immortals who rob true immortal sects. But the law does not punish the masses, which is also applicable in the fairy world. It is true that the extraordinary world is a pyramid structure. But the immortal venerable is also afraid that the high-level true immortals will run away. The immortal venerable does not want to be a commander without troops. Even if the immortal venerable is strong, he cannot manage such a large land without people under his command. The middle and high levels are very important. In addition, the realm formation of the fairy world must be suppressed, which requires the fairy realms of yin-yang, 5 elements, and 7 directions, and a large number of attribute true immortals to suppress the laws of this realm. In this way, the fairy world will not be so easy to break. Otherwise, the immortals can blow away a large area with a wave of their hands. Let alone the immortals, a person in the one-heart stage, the transformation realm, can blow up the mountains with a wave of his hand. Just like the 9 provinces, how can the immortal world survive? The immortals can't go to the desolate and chaotic areas of the heavens to eat ashes, right? Every world you enter must be blown up. So during this period of time, the immortals didn't want to care about the turmoil of that day, and were busy building new cities, catching fake people, and detecting fake people, looking for the painted people in the crowd. As for the embers, they actually ignored them. After all, the embers were neutral. It was just that the embers were produced after 50% of the sudden death, which was also beneficial to the immortal world. But catching fake people is difficult. After all, who knows how many people have become fake people and mixed in with the residents on that day? Divination? Sorry. That day, the immortals joined forces to confuse the secrets of heaven, and use precious treasures to suppress the fortune of the pseudo-human race. Anyway, it's just to disgust you. The current pseudo-human race has a very vast fortune. It is said that there are 7 or 8 immortal treasures to suppress it. Chongshan Town. In the restaurant, a group of guests were chatting, discussing, bragging and drinking, feeling very comfortable. It seemed that the riot a few days ago was like a dream, and peace was soon restored. I heard that the immortals are disgusting. I said that this pseudo-human race has instantly become the most prestigious family in the fairy world. This family fortune, I don't know how many auspicious beasts are suppressing it. Wow, it's really soaring to the sky. Alas, our immortals are said to have suffered a lot now. Dao Yu, be careful, be careful. Be careful that the walls have ears. The guests in the restaurant are chatting. Sun Moon Su Yunyang was managing the restaurant. Seeing this scene, she was speechless. Be careful, you are still talking? I'm afraid you are acting. There are many fake people among these people. Sun Moon Suyun complained. These fake people are so scheming, spreading bad news everywhere. Since the restoration of peace, a large number of water troops have often appeared in restaurants and tea houses everywhere. In various ways, they told the deeds of these fake people, saying that the immortals were in a bad situation, which immortal was seriously injured. Spreading rumors everywhere. It must be the painter, who is secretly learning the water army tactics of our Shirong family. The fairy doctor next to him gritted his teeth. I don't know how many fake people were caught in our restaurant alone. The fairy ant was also angry. The painter has a bad taste. Knowing that Chongshan town is our base camp, he may have increased the deployment of water troops here, deliberately showing off his water army skills, and disgusting us in our nest. Everyone condemned. Anyway, if there is any blame or something wrong, just push it to the painter. In the long run, the immortals will have no dignity. Sun Moon Suyun showed an interested look. This is a combination of punches. The outbreak and attack on that day was just the beginning, and now it is the second link of the chain plan to overthrow the immortals. Dig up your roots and subvert your people's hearts. It's the same as the previous invasion of the pseudo-people in Jiuzhou. Suddenly it broke out on a certain day, a blitzkrieg, and then it quickly subsided. The pseudo-people mixed in with the crowd and slowly infiltrated your descendants. How do you find it? You can only watch it spread. You can't kill all the people, right? Chapter 1003. Divination probably won't work. Suyun analyzed seriously. Don't think there is no fighting now. In fact, they are probably still fighting. Fierce fighting. Bloody fighting. Decisive battle. But this battle is not a physical fight, but a struggle of souls. It is a confrontation of destiny. It's like the three immortals of Cheichi Kingdom, hiding in a dark corner of the fairy world, opening a magic altar to fight with you for destiny. The two sides are still fighting. I suppress the destiny of the pseudo-human race, and you predict the destiny of the pseudo-human race. Sun and Moon Suyun eyes are sharp. The battle and layout of the two sides are really a fight between gods, all art. The destiny of the race is a battle of destiny. Now I can't do divination, I can't check the network cable, I can only honestly do a national census offline. At this time, the fairy ant said. The fairy doctor rolled her eyes. I guess they are using the fake human brain wave detectors that were built in Jiuzhou to check for fake people? It depends on how fast they are. Everyone was discussing. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that Jiuzhou was valuable. Back then, fake people in Jiuzhou could not cause much trouble. The fake human disaster broke out again, and then it was extinguished quietly. This was all Jiuzhou's calculation. The fake human disaster turned into the fake human brain. The earth veins won the final battle. And now, the fake human disaster did not completely break out in Jiuzhou, but the fairy world used this old routine to play a style. It has to be said that this group of fake people is too psychological. A group of fake people in the restaurants in various places are crazy about the pace, which is simply too good. By the way, when will our Tianming village be open? Said a fairy doctor. Let's repair the road and renovate Chongshan town. Sun and Moon Suyun smiled and said, anyway, there probably won't be many people online in the past few days. Everyone is busy. Several blacksmiths rolled their eyes. Busy training soldiers, right? With money and resources, you are expanding your army like crazy. Your living blacksmith Suyun is jumping on the forge like crazy and producing Ember Suyun soldiers like crazy. It's too miserable. I report it with my real name. There are NPCs here who are exploiting players. Wow, Suyun. Anyway, everyone is developing happily. After a wave of wealth, they are rapidly growing their strength every day. The underworld. It is a mysterious world covered by calamity. Entering and exiting this place requires a special space warrant. The specific location is hidden in the worlds of the heavens, and the identity is a mystery. In fact, Ningzheng could think of using the immortal tomb wrapped in calamity to build a base to prevent divination, and others had already thought of it. At this time, in the fairy palace of the underworld, an immortal sighed, half of our 6 immortals died, and 3 immortal embers were produced, which is not bad. Another immortal smiled gently. Other small forces have even fewer, some have only 1, and some have only 2. But anyway, they are all old ancestors who have been severely injured, and they are also waste. But in the battle a few days ago, our Ember immortal exploded and died. An immortal in the shadows spoke. If they die, they will be resurrected. But that is an immortal, I don't know how many resources it will cost. But this time we will make more money. Many immortals quarreled. In fact, they did make money. How terrifying is the immortal realm? Over the years, they have beaten the immortal venerables of other civilizations, big and small, so that they dare not go out. In the previous Bronze Rust Extinction War, many of their immortal venerable allies were defeated in the Chaos War outside the domain, and most of the immortal venerables were basically seriously injured and dying. As a result, a wave of embers in front of them resurrected those immortal venerables of the past generations who were dying and sleeping, and restored them to their heyday, which can be said to be a huge profit. This is the restoration of the living force. In fact, there are not many immortal venerables born in the past generations. After all, there will always be geniuses as long as the population base is large, but there are fewer who can take the step of perfection. Similar to the phoenix that invites disasters, there are actually quite a few who have gone through 7, 8, and 9 levels of disasters. But there is also a gap between immortal venerables, so they killed and injured many immortal venerables. Stop arguing, we should study this ember. The immortal venerable rooted in the earth. You can't leave the earth vein too far away, you can only be a bound earth spirit and guard your home in the future. Yes, in the battle a few days ago, we carried the earth vein and let the bound earth spirit attack at close range, beating them who didn't know the principle of the earth vein. Now that they know the structure of the earth vein and the bound earth spirit, if they carry the earth vein to fight again, they will kill the ember and shovel the earth vein, and the ember can't be resurrected. Indeed, this can't happen again. They kept discussing. The immortal venerable ember is indeed very interesting. Guarding the home is still promising. At this time, someone said, I heard that this ember has a matching system. The embers that practice their system can separate the Dharma image and attack from a distance. Embers, there is actually a matching cultivation system? The other immortals were surprised. In fact, it is true. Others become earth-binding spirits, then they are really earth-binding spirits. What about the earth-binding spirits in Jyojo? Separate the Dharma images, and let the ancestors in the tomb separate the Dharma images, to go out for adventures and harvest materials. The ancestors go out and make money 24 hours a day, which is really great. Every old-fashioned Holy Land sect in Jyojo is a senior dependent family, and who has more ember ancestors. The number of ancestors is the foundation of your family, which determines the daily adventure output of your sect, and its long-term prosperity. An immortal was shocked when he heard this. This world is so big that nothing is impossible. This is a veritable virus that disrespects the elderly. It allows the ancestors to live forever to take care of the younger generation. This civilization is really bizarre. But our system is not compatible. Our earthbound spirits can't go far away. They can only guard the house, and can't go out to make money for us. Several immortals talked about this, and planned to research an immortal weapon that would allow the old ancestor Eugene to go far away, or a signal machine that would expand the earthbound spirit. But after thinking about it carefully, it's not very good. The Dharma image died suddenly when going out, and it was very fast to revive the Dharma image. But after the earthbound spirit died suddenly when going out, the resources needed to revive an immortal ember were too large. It has to be the Dharma image, which is safer. They were thinking about the solution, and at this moment, an immortal suddenly laughed and said, only with the Dharma phase can the power of the embers be brought into play. I asked that person. He said that he has a short-term solution, which allows our immortal ancestors to separate the Dharma phase and go out. Oh! The immortals around were surprised. The immortal said, that person said that there was once a merchant named Shirong, who referred to the way of going out of the Dharma phase embers of their civilization and developed an immortal weapon called Sword Casting Villa, which can be used like them to go out remotely with an alternative Dharma phase. In this way, it will definitely solve the worries of the immortal ancestors of the earthbound spirits, and shine for the battle in the fairy world. Everyone was shocked when they heard the information. The universe is so big and the civilization is so vast, but there is such a neutral merchant force. After our earthbound immortal, can he still go to the fairy world after resurrection? The painter did not mind the big deal and provided information as a friendly favor. I am an arms partner, Shirong. Shirong, who is that person? He is a businessman who has the technology to remotely descend and possess other people's bodies, and provide such services to others. Let's go and take a look. Since he was introduced by that person, he should also help us overthrow the immortal lord. He should be an upright and righteous man. Chapter 1004. In the world of destiny, Ning Zheng, who didn't know that someone outside was plotting against Jujin Villa, was sitting cross-legged and entered the enlightenment mode. The last 3 levels are the origin level. Soul, flesh, life. It is also the most difficult and mysterious source of life to break through. During the retreat, under the blessing of strong luck, Ningzheng had an epiphany and dream traveled through the heavens. The powerful and supercomputing immortal consciousness spread, and in the sleeping subconscious, he had 3 real long dreams. Immortals with strong consciousness rarely dream, and once they dream, it is a real dream, an epiphany dream. In the first dream, Ningzheng dreamed that he did not use his Dharma image to attack the market, but his bold body to rob the market one by one. The result was terrible. The battle of Lianding Immortal Venerable accidentally affected him, and it was not his Dharma image that died in the dream, but his body. This dream can be said to be a dream at night if you think about it during the day. The huge consciousness allowed him to construct a very realistic scene that might happen. But because he was not deliberately targeted, the aftermath of the battle of the Immortal Venerable only killed his physical body, and his consciousness turned into a shadow crocodile and escaped. Ningzheng, who was left with only a soul, was injured by the Great Law, and even the cycle recovery system of Jiuzhou could not revive his physical body. He could only become a wandering soul and float in the fairyland. As a wandering soul, he traveled around the fairyland and felt the journey of life as a soul. Perhaps it was a dream he had been thinking about day and night. In his dream, he had been a guest in the precious lotus lantern of Imo Meizhenxian and had been roasted in the human emperor banner. He was transferred to the hands of various powerful people again, and even gradually became the main soul of the banner, constantly becoming stronger, and even became the #1 soul banner warrior under the Immortal Venerable. The Immortal Venerable said, "This banner is destined to be with me." After tens of thousands of years, Ningzheng also successfully broke through this level. After breaking through the soul level, Ningzheng only felt that his soul had also become law-based, containing a trace of soul rules in the dark, and was moving towards a certain law life. The Immortal Venerable was overjoyed. This banner soul has such enlightenment. Ningzheng woke up from this horrible nightmare, and sweat broke out on his forehead. The second level was the level of the physical body. Ningzheng also had a dream, constantly polishing, tempering, using various means to commit suicide, bathing in the sun, and looking for true immortals to attack. In the dream, after tens of thousands of years, he even went to the unique offerings in each world to temper his body and compete for the immortal fate of those mortals, shouting, "This offering is destined for me," and after being caught in the rain, he would tear up other people's umbrellas, constantly competing for offerings in one world after another, and evolving his body structure. Finally, he had an epiphany and passed this physical level. As for fate, cultivating fate is the most difficult. In the dream, Ningzheng turned into a Taoist priest, constantly fortune-telling and wandering around many worlds. But life is the most difficult of the 3 origins to cultivate. Moreover, he cultivated the 3 origin cycles, and built the last cycle puzzle, which was originally dozens of times more difficult than the immortals of other systems and civilizations. The stronger the system, the harder it is to break through. He struggled to get enlightenment, gradually fell into a state of madness, and even self-mutilated and cut off his body and soul. He made himself as weak as an ordinary person, and only cultivated a breath of life. He walked around the world with a weak body, and even a bear or a wolf could kill him. But he turned into a weak scholar, and relied on luck to make him never encounter bears and wolves. When passing through the wolf pack's territory, the wolf pack happened to migrate, and when he encountered a bear, he happened to meet a kind hunter who killed the bear. 1,000 years passed. There is a myth circulating in the world, a lucky scholar who has never practiced, but can survive in various places, and even enter the secret realm of death of the monks. Ningzheng's luck is like a rainbow, and he gradually learned various exquisite uses. Even when he met a malicious immortal, he could use divination and calculation to poison the other party, and suddenly go crazy. He is a mortal who can be killed by an arrow, and he can even cross the world. With a thought, he accidentally stepped into the turbulent space, and went to other worlds. Walking into the streets of the mortal world and entering the forbidden land of immortals, there are always various coincidences and no danger, as if he is the son of heaven. Finally, one day, he completely realized the truth. A loud and clear voice resounded between heaven and earth, and a huge auspicious aura was added to the body. Soul, life, and body 3 cultivations, only now do I know that it is the true self. At this moment, his weak soul and body were restored by good luck, broken and then established, and the 3 circulated. In reality, the world of destiny. Crack, Ningzheng's body circulated and rolled. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a thunder flashed in his eyes, as if countless oceans were circling and circulating in them. His eyes seemed to have a world reopening the world. The 5 elements circulated in the body, the yin and yang circulated, and gathered into the 7-point exquisite heart. The 3 flowers circulated on the top. The 2 cycles, one up and one down, convected each other to form a large 10-system cycle. Great perfection of the celestial being. Ningzheng smiled. I am finally a small high-level person in the fairy world. In the fairy world, as long as you have money, you can basically enter the realm of celestial being after becoming a fairy. Even if you have no money, as a casual cultivator, as long as you don't die, and work 996 throughout your long life, and work for tens of thousands of years, you can save enough money to reach the 10th level of human immortal and break through to the first level of celestial immortal. True immortals are the upper echelons of the immortal world, the powerful class that can speak for themselves. Ningzheng felt the power in his body, and suddenly exclaimed, how difficult, how strong. 10 body circulation, perfect system, I am afraid it is 100 times harder to kill than ordinary immortals with defects. How to kill immortals? Immortals practice the laws. The 10 sources of laws in the body. People attack your 10 vital points, causing Tao injuries. These 10 vital points are equivalent to the head, limbs, for internal organs, and 1 heart of mortal cultivators. And what about Ningzheng? He found that after he attacked his 10 laws to establish a cycle, he blew up one of his law sources. The other attributes will flow over, circulate again, and form immortality. This is equivalent to the Jojo cultivators, who, after becoming immortals, also have the advantages of the Jojo mortal period. This kind of immortality has a huge advantage in the immortal world. This cycle allows injuries to recover quickly, without fear of Tao injuries. Ningzheng fell into deep thought. I heard that those immortals were injured. If I became an immortal, I would be fine after a cycle of that kind of injury. This is the advantage. Our immortality is also very exaggerated after becoming an immortal. This painter has been suppressing the mortal civilization for 15 million years. It is indeed very exaggerated after becoming an immortal. He sighed in his heart. It must be said that it is very pleasant to get a free painter. Thanks to my travel to Jojo, I can take advantage of the painter's civilization crystallization and soar into the sky. Sword casting villa. Ningzheng returned to the manager's room. Did anything happen in the outside world during the few days I disappeared? Ningzheng asked. Jukrong handed over a report. Sir, all the recent events are here. There is no way. Ningzheng disappeared for 5 days, which is equivalent to 500 years of seclusion. For the critical moment of the turmoil now, it is a bit long, but it is worth it to achieve the great perfection of the heavenly immortal. But he has never been proud. With the flow speed cave, he can break through in 5 days, and some people also have a chance. It's just that maybe not as fast as himself. But Xi and Shichen, with a fire, must be fast. This is still enlightenment, and the perception of traveling in the heavens. Ningzheng lacks experience, so it is so difficult to break through. Xi and Shichen and his group have traveled for countless tens of thousands of years, and have sufficient experience in enlightenment. Like them, old mortals who are older than Mo Mei Xian, and have such a low realm, can be said to be a specialty of Jojo. It is not impossible to make a breakthrough after accumulating a lot. Have the recent sanctions come online? Ningzheng asked. Some are ready to go online, but the number is very small, so we simply don't allow them to log in. Jiuzai Rong explained. When the time comes, we are ready to open this number 2 Chongshan town at once. The 2 Tianming villages can be logged in alternately, which can be regarded as 2 bases. Wait until the moment of opening, prepare to give them a big surprise. Start the server opening activities. To be honest, these few days have passed, and it is not enough for the big guys to quell the unrest. The blacksmiths themselves are very busy, and Mo Mei Xian and others are also very busy counting the harvest. Everyone wants to digest a wave of profits first, who will log into the illusion. Not only Ningzheng's illusion is very bleak, other black market illusions are not much better. The resources have been snatched, who will go to the black market to get resources in the short term. Of course. There are also some real immortals whose mountain gates were indeed attacked by some unethical masked men. Their families were destroyed, their sects were destroyed, they were even more miserable. How could they still have the mind to go to the illusion? Ningzheng thought for a while. This group of true immortals with destroyed families are actually good, we should find a way to attract them to come here. Jiu Tsirong also laughed. We have the same idea. Their families are gone, they must want revenge, want to make a comeback. We can easily trick them into becoming professional Destiny people and go to various places for us. They themselves must want the world to taste their pain and want to become Destiny people, fight bosses with us, break the mountain gate and take revenge. Ningzheng suddenly said, if this is the case, our army of Destiny people will probably appear in the fairy world completely. Are you not afraid of being caught by the immortal? No. Jiu Tsirong said. Why not? Ningzheng asked. Because I am not afraid. Jiao Cairong said with a righteous face. Even if the owner of the manor is the enemy of the world, we will. Ning Zheng's face suddenly darkened. Jiao Cairong immediately flattered. According to our analysis, the immortals will not find us. Chapter 1005. Jiao Cairong took out a strategic plan. 1. True immortal members, sign a contract, will not be exposed. It seems that they will be exposed when they land in Chongshan town, but in fact they are not. The Army of Destiny people? Outsiders will only think that it is the Jindan Merchant Alliance that has set up a special guard in Chongshan town. The true immortals and heavenly immortals who landed in Chongshan town will be shocked, and the illusion equals reality. But they can't reveal it to the outside world because there are double restrictions. If you can't reveal it yourself, who knows? It's the same sentence. Outsiders will only think that they have a group of troops. At least it can be concealed for a few months, especially now that it's a troubled time. The attention of the immortals has long been attracted. 2. The divination war of the pseudo-human race occupies the computing power of the fairy world. Now that the pseudo-human disaster has broken out, it is actually a war. The core top computing power auspicious beasts of the fairy world have been mobilized to the front line to fight. People can't expect the disaster on Ningjing's side. In short, the computing power and memory of the fairy world have long been occupied. 3. We have the owner of Shirong Manor, so we are not afraid. The identity of our owner of Shirong Manor is mysterious. How powerful is he? Afraid of you, a fortune teller, catching me? Why not? Not afraid means not afraid. 4. The geographical location is very good. Our base camp is in the tomb. Sword Casting Villa already has its own world online game map. A group of NPCs produce and sell themselves, which is comparable to the area of the world of destiny. The most important thing is, surrounded by calamity, we are not afraid of divination. Our base camp is a world. We have been working hard to cultivate it. We throw a group of newbies, who appear every day to open up Wasteland, and take the sandbox map route of traditional online games. With the free labor of newbies, our base camp map is thriving. Jiao Cairong talked freely. At the same time, it is feasible for us to open up the Tianingren mercenary army, but it seems a bit absurd. Our blacksmiths will continue to be NPCs, and let those guys work for us. They are completely ready to make a simulated business gameplay. Ningzheng did not say anything about this. There are more than one rebels now. Who will pay attention to my Jindan Merchant Alliance? I am just a small shrimp among them. A few months is enough. At worst, I can run away. Anyway, Taoist civilization is used to run away. I originally planned to see who can run faster between myself and the painter. Then, Ningzheng listened to Jiao Cairong's report. Recently, Sword Casting Villa has developed multiple lines. The main matters are as follows. 1. The story of Jiao and Scholar begins to have the second volume of the main line, Pseudo-People Besiege City. The whole story tells the story of how after the catastrophe of the false people, humans went through hardships to overthrow the false people, establish a new dynasty, and in turn keep the false people in captivity. That is, the story of the innate spiritual root cultivators. The historical truth of Huakai Jianmi. Huakai died, and another me replaced him. And the real difference between acquired spiritual roots and innate spiritual roots. In addition, Su Huan's story was originally reversed and reversed again. You thought he was a historical life, but in fact he was alive. You thought he was an ancient person, but in fact he was a captive lamb. Their wonderful and touching story of reversal perfectly matches the fairy world environment, where the false people disaster broke out. I believe that once it is spread, the fairy world will be shocked. The Taoist civilization will become more famous. Of course, this story is also too shocking. If the immortal master finds out, it will enter the sight of the big boss. The blacksmith thought that this main story expansion pack was only available for members to purchase. It was only for the people of Destiny to watch, which shocked them and earned their user stickiness, giving them a feeling that our Taoist civilization was very profound and unfathomable. In addition to the main storyline, a lot of golden elixir side stories have been created recently, such as that Monk is Not So Cold, The Return of the Dragon King, The Taoist Goes Down the Mountain, 7 Sisters Love Me Super, The Tyrannical Sect Leader, I Run with the Ball at the Beginning, and other diversified and multi-angle plot contents enriched the background setting of our Taoist civilization, and told the various real stories of our Taoists before their death. Ningzheng took a quick look and felt a little speechless. And recently, the Market Research and Development Department, the Medical Clinic, a group of medical fairies and fairy ants are also working hard, and there are also a few more types of golden elixir taken. For example, those that help practice, those that help enlightenment, and those that help heal injuries with poison. The golden elixir in this area is still enriching the products. After all, this is the basic sales base that the villa needs to maintain. The development of Jindan products is as above. 2. Reconstruction of Chongshan town. The reconstruction is actually almost done. Their civil engineering in the past few days is not vegetarian. The original market is more prosperous, and they have upgraded the previous market defense formation. As for how they upgraded, of course, it is not based on their exquisite formation, but a bunch of formation plates in the looted goods were used to reinforce Chongshan town. In this way, Chongshan town is currently the outpost of the fairy world. It will soon be possible to completely open the second Tianming village, Chongshan branch village. 3. The Lotus Lantern and the Emperor Banner save the suffering. A wave of disasters broke out in the fairy world, causing many innocent cities and towns to suffer, and the ashes of the people were everywhere. The blacksmiths led the team these days. This diligent rescue team swept some places around and rescued some people to take refuge in the soul-calling banner. After all, ashes are always the best workers. However, the nearby ashes have been searched and rescued recently, and the blacksmiths are still exploring the map and continuing to expand, encountering a lot of resistance. 4. The Taoist Companion System. Those Taoist companions have been taken to Chongshan town, and they have settled down completely. They have changed their appearance, and had to join the sword-casting villa sect. Many people have also brushed more than 50 favorability. And because of a wave of heroes saving beauties, the favorability of those female celestial beings is increasing day by day. Sir, this Taoist partner is exactly what I want to talk about now. Jiosai Rong said with a serious face. Should we send our Taoist partners to Zhujin Mountain Villa? These people are still settled in Chongshan town. It seems that this place is not very safe. They did not dare to make a decision, so they waited for the old steward to come back and speak. Ning Zheng thought for a while, send them to the village of the people of Kongwa under Zhujian Mountain Villa, and divide an independent village for these people as a residential area. Then where do they usually work? Jiosai Rong asked tentatively. The spiritual farmers are usually responsible for planting spiritual fields and meat fields in the mountainside area. As for the iron workers, they go to the number 1 Tianming village at the foot of the mountain to forge iron. When their population expands, send them to the map town outside and establish an independent sub-district sect to live in. Jiosai Rong had a trace of regret. He wanted to trick his girlfriends into going to the sword-forging villa and working with the blacksmiths. But how could Ning Zheng let them do what they wanted? How could they work together? As for taking this group of immortals into his base camp, the sword-forging villa, Ning Zheng didn't think there was anything wrong with it. What's wrong with bringing them in? If they bring them in, they can't get out. So what's the problem? The backbone workers in the fairy world are definitely the immortal class. This is a truth that even the immortals know. You can't expect the real immortals to work, right? Farming, blacksmithing, these immortals will never be eliminated by the version, and Ning Zheng can use them until the end of the world's destruction. After dealing with the recent developments of the villa players, Ning Zheng looked at the external news. In fact, there has been no news outside these days. It looks calm. But I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. The war of luck, even if both sides fight to the death, is invisible to the naked eye. But there was a piece of news that surprised Ning Zheng. This secret news was only spread yesterday. In the Immortal Vein domain, a big explosion occurred on the day when the disaster broke out. This information immediately alerted Ning Zheng. Fortunately, I took back all my miners that day, otherwise I would have suffered a huge loss. But the reason for the explosion of the mine is obvious. The large number of miners that the painter had placed before are probably not only for mining, but also for secretly doing things. Like me, they want to detect the source of the immortal stone of the Immortal Vein. Ning Zheng couldn't dig halfway at that time and had to retreat. But the painter is so terrifying. He got a bunch of miners and secretly laid out a wave, and then exploded directly. The painter is really fierce. Chapter 1006. After a sigh, Ning Zheng began to look at his attributes. Name, Ning Zheng. Race, Gui Wangjie. Spiritual roots. 7 colors, human god flower, shadow crocodile grass, all saints. Current total luck value, 834.1 billion. Daily income luck value, 36.3 billion. Bone Demon King City, Shirong Academy, Destiny World, Tomb World. Daily solidified luck value, 22.1 billion, 11.1 billion luck value plus 11 billion gel luck value. Note, fate is impermanent, the daily initial luck value is 0, and daily consumption luck blessing can be performed. Now the daily luck value harvest has increased by more than 10 billion per day. This is the initial effect of the blacksmith's preaching to the people who bought it, and it is still rising. After all, it has only been bought for more than 10 days, and the effect is already good. As for the more than 800 billion in my pocket now, in fact, if Ningzheng had not broken through the realm again and again, it is estimated that it should have exceeded 1 trillion now. But Ningzheng is not going to spend this money at the moment, and is not going to get another 800 billion immortal treasure. The fight outside is so fierce, he has to get some luck value to suppress his fate. 800 billion to 8,000 billion is basically equivalent to the luck value of a regular immortal. After all, the gap between immortals is also very large. There are 4 levels of immortals and 10 tribulations, 7, 8, 9, 10. Every additional system is an obvious class. But this is only equivalent to the basic attributes of immortals. Don't they have luck secret treasures? Don't they have various immortal treasures? Immortal cultivators, with complete equipment, can triple their combat power. Under full armor, the most worthless immortal venerable is estimated to have more than 3 trillion. It is normal to save some money when facing the immortal venerable. Ningzheng thought, and I have more than 800 billion. I have server treasures worth trillions, plus the calamity energy, triple protection. It should be difficult for the immortal venerable to catch me. Unless the immortal venerable joins forces. But they will not join forces to deal with Ningzheng. They are very busy. Break through the first level of true immortal. 100 billion. Ningzheng looked at this number, and understood it in his heart, not surprised. But at this moment, Ningzheng suddenly felt that something was attacking him. The other party hit the calamity energy outside his world, and after filtering, it hit Ningzheng's server. After 2 layers of filtering, it finally acted on Ningzheng. Current luck value, 834.1 billion. Current luck value, 812 billion. Current luck value, 749.6 billion. The faster it comes, the faster it goes. Ningzheng's luck value finally stopped at 738.7 billion. Ningzheng was stunned. Who is attacking me? And I lost 100 billion. On the other side, the underworld. 3 immortals are working together to perform rituals. 2 of them do not practice luck, and cannot actively use luck for divination. But one of them is the Han Wang immortal, who mainly practices luck. With him as the leader, he uses the luck of the 2 immortals around him as an attack. Performing rituals, divining Shirong's position. Click, on the altar, a bead full of luck showed a crack. The face of the Han Wang immortal, who was in the lead, sank slightly, revealing a trace of pain. I can't calculate the opponent's position. The 2 immortals beside them showed a trace of solemnity. This is the surplus power that the 3 of them can spare to fight against the 13 immortals in the fairy world. But this does not count as Shirong's position. The painter introduced Shirong, and they first had to find out the other party's background. If the other party can't even withstand divination, then he is not qualified to be in their eyes, and cooperate with them. Or, should we invite a few more cooperative immortals from other civilizations to come? Someone pondered. Their alliance range is quite wide, although the organization is a bit loose. No need. Han Wang Immortal Venerable said lightly. At present, we only know the other party's location, which is also in the tomb's calamity, and the other party definitely has a treasure to suppress the luck, and can't do anything to him. The expressions of several immortals beside him were inexplicable. Then, Han Wang Immortal Venerable said again, you can pay attention to other things, and I will personally find out the background of Shirong. The other 2 immortals nodded and turned away. Immortal Han Wang took out a Shirong golden pill, which was marked, countdown to server opening 3 hours 19 minutes, and 21 seconds. Recently, many illusions have been shut down, which is not surprising to him. But Shirong, he recently sent spies to Chongshan town to investigate, and found that the other party was rebuilding cities, developing the economy, and operating markets everywhere. And he caught embers everywhere, and put them into the banner, which seemed very strange. Forget it, forget it. He thought for a while, I will land there, and see what the other party's background is. If they are really unfathomable, they can help our rebels to resist the fairy world. Time passed by minute by minute. The countdown soon ended, and it was time to land. Click. He took the golden elixir, and signed the 2 agreements. You can relax your mind, and let this sole restriction fall on this immortal. It can restrict the true immortals, but it should not restrict me, an immortal who cultivates luck. Other true immortals cannot speak about the contents of the illusion, but I can. When I go in, I will talk to other colleagues outside and break the restriction that he cannot tell others. Thinking of this, he decisively entered the illusion. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a square in Chongshan town. There were many true immortals around, and the celestial immortals also appeared in the same place. Obviously, They also looked at the countdown and appeared here. But obviously, there were fewer people here. After all, most people were busy fighting against the disaster of pseudo-people. He glanced around, and the immortal body at the other end was about to reveal the contents of the illusion. But the next second, it seemed that there was a restriction in the dark. It's just a ban. This is really the suppression of the immortal treasure. Open it for me. He wanted to break this luck. On the other side, Ning Zheng's luck began to decline again. He felt that there were hackers attacking his sword-casting villa server, and hurriedly used his luck to suppress it. Current luck value, 749.6 billion. Current luck value, 713 billion. Current luck value, 683.9 billion. Finally, it slowly stopped. Ning Zheng took a deep breath. Attacking me again? It's just a consumption competition. See who can outlast the other party. Sure enough, it stopped soon, and less than 100 billion luck value was spent. Huang Xianzuan took a deep breath and stopped thinking about telling. He could say it, but the cost was a bit high. Because defense is easier than attacking, and there is also the calamity energy as a barrier. If he attacks with 10 points of strength, the opponent can resist with only 1 point of strength. He consumed a lot of his own luck and mana twice in a row, and he didn't dare to let himself lose too much. After all, he was also afraid that his short-term luck would lose too much, giving others an opportunity to take advantage of him, and others could predict his position and calculate him. The other party has a deep foundation, and is a powerful person. The Han Wang immortal venerable thought for a while, and his eyes fell on the surrounding celestial beings and true immortals. Then he looked at the notice board. Daily task. Great compassion and great mercy treasure Lotus Lantern. Save the suffering and rescue the human emperor banner. Please save the people, and put it in the banner. Daily task. Casting. Improve the golden pill. Daily task. Strengthen the great formation of Chongshan Town. The Han Wang immortal venerable looked at the people coming and going, felt it a little, and looked at the sky of the Chongshan Town immortal realm. It's true. Even if he had been prepared, he was still a little shocked. Did the other party really imitate the Dharma image and create a powerful immortal supreme treasure that can allow other cultivators without Dharma images to distinguish the Dharma image? This treasure is really a strategic level weapon, which is of great benefit to the war. He looked around, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he hurriedly wanted to see how to improve his Dharma image. As a result, the guide Su Yunyang, who was responsible for guiding the way, looked at him. As an NPC, she always had her own personality characteristics. Newcomer? Go move bricks first to familiarize yourself with the environment. Chapter 1007. Moving bricks, familiarizing yourself with the environment? Huang Xianzun thought he had heard wrong. After all, ignorance is not a crime. As a high and mighty Xianzun, he disdained to be with these low-level cultivators. I am? Huang Xianzun said gently. It doesn't matter who you are. Su Yunyang interrupted him coldly, pointing at Su Yunyang patrolling on the street. Ask any Su Yunyang on the street, and they will give the same answer. First, you have to move bricks. Huang Xianzun was silent for a moment, and looked at the street. It turned out that there were indeed many Su Yunyangs, who looked exactly the same, riding a cute big red dog called Wind Speed Dog, patrolling everywhere. Why do they look the same? Huang Xianzun showed a hint of confusion. Handsome, right? Su Yunyang was proud. I am our Shirong Patrol Army. Who is the best player in the current sword-casting villa? This is not the version of Yi Di now. Yi Di has been following Mo Meijin Xian for a while, living happily as a freeloader. It is not Jiokai Rong's version either. This guy holds the Bao Lian lantern and hangs people everywhere, but he is not the most outstanding. The most outstanding one is Su Yunyang. Sun and Moon Su Yunyang accumulated a lot of experience. She has been practicing with Ning Jiao honestly, going out to practice and fight monsters. She is a traditional cultivator. She rarely played with the blacksmiths of Zhujian Villa before. Now she has returned from training, and is really shining. Now, Zhujian Villa has two major families. 1. Su Yunyang's army, all over Chongshan Town, has become the Miss June Sha of Pokemon. Each one is young and beautiful, has a consistent personality, is lively and talkative, rides a wind speed dog, is vigorous and resolute, and is responsible for being a patrolman. 2. The army of medical fairies, as Miss Joy with the same appearance. The medical fairies became a family of nurses, holding a Jigglypuff and healing others everywhere. Form two public NPC families deliberately created by blacksmiths. Both are NPCs with pets. One is responsible for patrolling, and the other is responsible for healing, which is a new management model launched by the Sword Casting Villa. This Su Yunyang patted the wind speed dog next to her. I have seen many arrogant people like you. As soon as they come in, they all say that they are heavenly fairies, real fairies, and how powerful their backgrounds are. But we Shirong, this illusion is about fairness. Her face was bright, revealing the tenacity of young people who are not afraid of power. This is the characteristic of our Shirong, which is that everyone is born equal. In our illusion, everyone's starting point is the same. The same starting line, everyone is born equal. You start from moving bricks, practicing, and planning your life growth, then work hard. Isn't it interesting? Re-experience the process of growth, instead of looking down on the bottom-level laborers with contempt from the eyes of the gods. Su Yunyang said this with a burning gaze, as if she was pregnant with a great dream. So, my friend, do you think that starting from scratch, from moving bricks, you can't beat others? Of course not. Huang Xianzun immediately said instinctively, he has always been an arrogant person. I will not lose to others in anything I do. How can I be inferior to those celestial immortals and true immortals? My growth is not a matter of luck, but destiny. His perseverance, mind, talent, and ability are all extremely outstanding. Even if he stands on the same starting line with the young people again, he is confident that he can win, and even reach a higher realm. It's interesting. This is a very interesting journey for him, a good game for the mortal world. And he is very interested in this person's philosophy, that all people are born equal. This is also the philosophy of many of their rebels, to overthrow the monopoly of the immortal world, and share the world's resources equally with all civilizations. Although their internal organization is loose, many people have dirty minds, and want to replace the 13 immortal lords, but there are also many people who really have the dream of equality, and interrupt the class monopoly. Immortal Han Wang couldn't help but ask, all people are born equal. You Jin Dan Shirong, a business alliance full of the smell of money, also pay attention to this? What smell of money? Su Yunyang's voice gradually became higher, and she said, I have a dream that all cultivators are born equal. I dream that one day, all cultivators, regardless of their family background or qualifications, will be born equal. Each of them is born equal, and they can plant the acquired spiritual roots of the type they want, and choose the magical powers and paths of their dreams after birth. I dream that one day, in the fairy world, like the great reform fighter Emperor Josue, can overthrow the class solidification here, and everyone is born equal, creating a great era of acquired magical powers. I dream that one day, all cultivators will not measure a person's character by their birth, not by their natural spiritual roots, but by their personal dreams and talents, beliefs and morals. I dream that one day. It has to be said that Su Yunyang's Ember Baby is of high quality, and has the strongest overall quality. Impromptu performance, open your mouth and talk dirty. Although he is not outstanding in managing and operating the villa, he is not as good as Jukarong and others. But she has a very strong attribute, high emotional intelligence, social arrogance, shamelessness, and love to brag. She is very effective in guiding novices, and has strong adaptability, and can handle many emergencies. This is obviously an open conspiracy. Even the immortal master Han Wang was directly provoked by the provocation. Everyone is equal, and you are not equal? People who can become celestial immortals and true immortals are proud in their bones, and feel that they are not inferior to others in their lives. Then, they started to roll up their sleeves. Of course, after Su Yunyang finished her passionate line I have a dream, Han Huang Xianzun couldn't help but say, who is Jiu Sui? I have a dream. Could it be that he has realized the concept of equality among cultivators? Su Yunyang nodded, with an admiring look. He is a monument in the history of Taoists. He opened up the era of acquired spiritual roots, and broke the era of pseudo-people. If you want to know more about him, you can watch the second chapter of the main storyline. Pseudo-people besiege the city that can only be viewed by our internal staff. She praised Jiu Sui to the sky, and even Xianzun was moved. Anyway, Su Yunyang was not panicked. They had a cooperative relationship with Huaren, and Huaren specially launched the scapegoat type, Jiu Sui, to withstand this heavy expectation. Don't panic, don't be timid. In a series of Jiu Sui introductions, Han Huang Xianzun certainly wanted to watch the second main storyline, and then said goodbye to Su Yunyang and left. The first step, The Dragon and the Scholar, tells the story of a Taoist civilization living in a tomb. The second step may contain some information. Just the name, Pseudoman, contains a lot of deep meaning. This title is very tempting. As a result, he went to the sales point, and found that this pseudoman besieged the city actually required money, and he had no money in his pocket. Now he wanted to obtain all kinds of information about this place, so he could only go mining. Chapter 1008. So he thought about it, and decided that a secret visit might not be a bad idea, since no one knew his true identity anyway. So he went to the task bar to accept the task, ready to experience the specific process of mining and get more information. Squeezing into the crowd, he saw a group of people who were very lively. "Brother Zhang, what new task have you accepted?" "Joint medical task, dissecting Mu Cheng's body." "Ah? Mu Cheng? Wasn't he one of the true immortals who disappeared inexplicably during the riot that day?" "His, the one from Mujai's sect, I remember him. 30,000 years ago, the two of us went to the secret realm to fight people together, and now we are in the forging room to fight him. Things are unpredictable." "Who cares? It's a good task. Any true immortal level corpse material is a rare top-notch forging material. I have long wanted to study the body structure of my true immortal friends in Miyu. This task is really good, we can use it to practice, and there are 3,000 contribution points, which is considered. It's a chance encounter mission, you can't find it by chance, if we grab it, others will have nothing. At least several blacksmiths need to work together, and take on the mission, and then find a few more, so as not to fail the mission and waste forging materials. If we divide this mission, we can upgrade to VIP 2, and strive to enjoy the benefits earlier. Brother Su, when you passed by that day, I saw your sect in that water area. I'm afraid you got a few real immortal corpses? It's okay, the wind is tight now. I make a move on the black market another day. Recently, there are a lot of real immortal level beast materials of various races. This is not a matter of buying immortal stones. It's hard to find it by chance. I guess many real immortal magic weapons can be updated once. Alas, the battle in the immortal world looks like an opportunity, but you may die one day. Bad luck, bad luck. Friend Su, our team is recruiting members in the Tianming village in another tomb, and we are preparing to gather 10 people to attack the Holy Spirit. Let's go together. Let's go together. Let's go together. I want to give that guy a pedicure. Vulgar. Can you stop talking like a certain group? The immortal master Hun Wang squeezed the notice board to accept the task, listening to their unscrupulous chat, thinking. Although the blacksmiths introduced the task point system of the money-making online game here, it is obvious that the people in the immortal world have long been accustomed to it. The various sects in the immortal world originally used this point system to issue tasks to stimulate everyone's enthusiasm. But the classic ones are useful. The immortal Hun Wang sorted out the information. They use these immortals to help them deal with stolen goods, which is right. After all, there is no one more suitable than them to deal with stolen goods. These people of destiny are talented. When they issue a task, there are all kinds of them. All kinds of stolen goods, selling stolen goods, erasing traces, and turning corpses into weapons. All services must be thoughtful. This is indeed an emerging black market. After all, the black market is originally doing this kind of work. And he watched everyone enthusiastically earn VIP points, which should be currency. Everyone starts from scratch. Everyone is equal, and the same starting point is interesting. He felt that he could indeed show his talent, and he could quickly stand at the top from scratch. As a result, when he went down the mine, he swung the hoe, and found that the characters next to him looked different. More majestic, more handsome, more domineering, more powerful, and faster in mining. Hun Wang Xinzuan couldn't help but ask the miner, who was constantly waving his hoe next to him, "Friend, why is your character different?" "My character is unlocked by VIP 1. The miner was very frank. "VIP?" Hun Wang Xinzuan frowned slightly. "What new concept is this?" "Charge money." The miner seemed to have faced this problem several times, and said directly, "Your problem can be solved by charging money." Hun Wang Xinzuan frowned slightly and said puzzledly, "Didn't you say that we are equal when we come in?" "Of course we are equal. Everyone is equal when we come in. Everyone is born equal, but the growth opportunities of a person with destiny are always unequal. The victory or defeat must be determined by VIP. VIP, victory or defeat." Hun Wang Xinzuan had a bad premonition. The miner nodded. 3 points are determined by fate, 7 points depend on hard work, and the remaining 90 points depend on charging money. Krypton Gold VIP makes you stronger. Stronger and more domineering. Thinking of the words of this miner, Hun Wang Xinzuan laughed angrily. Well, it turns out to be so fair. He recalled the man's righteous words. This little girl was so shameless that she tricked them into moving bricks. She was so indignant just now. It was indeed a business alliance. They would not get up early without profit. No wonder that person said that they were a neutral business force focused on making money. Some news was confirmed, and the heart of Hun Wang Immortal Venerable was relieved. He was not afraid of people asking for something. It was normal to open a business and make money. He was most afraid of people asking for nothing. Without asking, what you want is the greatest. He listened to the other party's words, and clicked on a golden corner of the login page, and immediately found that there was something hidden inside. And the functions are very exciting and attractive. This VIP is similar to the traditional sect disciple welfare, divided into levels. First charge 6 high-quality fairy stone gift package. Internal value exceeds 3,000%. You can get VIP exclusive character, Luan Ding Tongzi. VIP 1, daily resurrection limit is 2. VIP 2, resurrection number is 3. All aspects of the market shop. Purchase permanent discount price 80%. VIP 3, resurrection number is 4. Can get mail transmission function. Can be transmitted within the station. VIP 4, unlimited resurrection times. Can open a new mode, Embers. Ember limit number is 1. VIP 5, Ember limit is 2. Can exchange any self-made character of Yin Yang Creation Furnace to the Fairyland. VIP 6, Ember limit is 3. Exchange Yin Yang Creation Furnace character plus 1. Open the purchase right of land. VIP 7, Ember limit is 4. Can exchange Yin Yang Creation Furnace character plus 1. Open all-round real mail transmission ability. Can assist in opening up certain functions, and obtain partial benefits. The immortal Venerable Hun Wang was silent. The other party used the 100-digit system, which means that VIP 5 means spending 100 million high-grade immortal stones in the sword-casting villa. And VIP 6 is an even more exaggerated 10 billion high-grade immortal stones. Perhaps some people don't have a real sense of this amount. Let's just say that if you slaughter the Mame true immortal before he got rich, it would take 10 Mame sects to make up this number. Even the most powerful true immortals can hardly make such a sum of money. VIP 7, even the immortal Venerable twitched his eyes. 1,000 billion high-grade immortal stones. This Shirong businessman probably doesn't know the concept of this amount of money. But can VIP 4 be born? Can Ember be born? His mind was in a mess all of a sudden. Isn't it only when you die suddenly that Ember can be born? Here, even if you don't really die, you can be born? Does this mean that they, the immortals, can also use bugs and give birth to their own immortal embers after being defeated here? His heart was burning. VIP 4, he was determined to go for it. He was a decisive person, so he decided to trust the other party once, and go for VIP 4 in one go to see the situation. He was very interested in embers, and it didn't matter if he invested some money to verify some conjectures. He thought of this, went offline, and called his personal disciples. Master, take the money, go to the Fairyland, and buy a special Krypton gold pill at any branch of the Golden Pill Merchant Alliance. The face value should be 1 million high-grade fairy stones. I have encountered a little difficulty, and need to buy the latest Krypton gold pill for emergency. Yes, master. The disciple was shocked. The master did not hide the fact that he entered the mysterious Shirong illusion and explored it. He had to spend money after just a short exploration. Master, you want Krypton golden pill, some kind of heavy metal golden pill, and it's too expensive. He had heard of golden pills, but it seemed that there were no such high-end pills. But the master would never be confused. But no matter what, as a disciple, he decided to go. Chapter 1009. These powerful people act fast. After a while, the golden elixir was bought back. Wang Xinzuan took the golden elixir, and a redemption code with 1,000 special runes appeared in front of him. He silently memorized it, logged in, and found the exchanger. Soon, the amount was recharged to his account. After he felt confident, he stroked his non-existent beard and revealed his immortal temperament. 6 top-grade immortal stones for the first charge. Buy. The remaining balance is saved. The deposit is enough for VIP 4, and it is automatically promoted. Now, Ember should be available. He glanced at the miners around him, and left decisively. I don't do daily tasks anymore. Why do I need bricks when I can charge money? That's all a scam by merchants. It's a pity that he was excited for a long time and felt young again. Bah! A group of profiteers, wasting my feelings. But Shirong also knows how to balance. As long as they move bricks, mine, and work honestly, they can slowly upgrade their VIP level without spending money. He saw through this system at a glance. In Shirong Villa, realm is not the standard to measure your strength. After all, everyone is a celestial immortal, and who will be slow to rebuild the realm? What measures you is nothing more than the VIP level. The stronger the function in this aspect, the more times you can live again, and the more functions you can open. This is a real platform. Give bonuses, divide levels, strict pyramid structure, and a very mature underground organization system. After leaving the mining area, he went to a restaurant in Chongshan town, rented a house, and prepared to die once. But before entering the restaurant, his eyes fell on the street outside Chongshan Town. Other immortals and true immortals all thought this place was fake, a replica of Chongshan Town. After all, the development of the immortal world has made the illusion technology so mature that it has long been difficult to distinguish easily, but Shirong took the opportunity to cover it up. And we also knew from the beginning that this Shirong Villa was real through that person's words. It is a means of alternative dharma. In other words, I might be able to control the character, break through the protective formation of Chongshan Town, and have a fight outside. He couldn't say it directly because of the ban, but he could use this alternative method to make a big fuss in the immortal world and let it reach the ears of some people. Although he didn't say a word, outsiders would guess the truth. Generally speaking, this method of bypassing the ban is not allowed. But he is an immortal. Using this method of exposing himself from the side, he should need less luck to break through the immortal treasure again. It should be able to be done steadily. This is the value of the immortal venerable. He wants to expose the sword-casting villa. Even if it has signed the ban, it also has some violations of the ban, which can expose the truth indirectly. But he does not need to expose this place at this time, so that the immortal venerables in the immortal world can find such treasures. This auspicious beast is wonderful. He accidentally fell into the blacksmith's trick, and he had to maintain the secret here. You don't want to be known by the immortal venerables outside, right? He has to join this group. Explore this place first, and see what the embers are like. In the closed-door room, the immortal venerable Han Wang committed suicide decisively. Puff, for the first time, there was no ember. He was reborn from the resurrection point, with a brand new body, and walked back to this room quickly on the square, picked up his body for recycling, and then committed suicide again. After dying once, he began to produce embers. This person really looks like me. After logging back in, Han Wang Immortal Venerable was amazed and circled around his embers. But he saw that this ember really stayed at the moment of suicide, thinking that he was practicing in the cave, and instinctively ignored his suicide due to logical flaws. Ember Immortal Venerable frowned at him. Who are you? A dead person actually looks a bit like me. He pondered. You are the dead person. Immortal Venerable Ember cursed. Han Wang Immortal Venerable smiled and continued to test his embers. Who do you think I am? Do I look like you? It seems that high-level embers are indeed a bit special, with a very good ability to complete logic. Looking at Han Wang Immortal Venerable, he was overjoyed. I remember that I came here to commit suicide and test embers. You are my ember. No wonder you look so similar. Han Wang Immortal Venerable smiled. Wrong, you are totally wrong. You are my ember. You are dead. Immortal Venerable Ember disagreed. You are dead. It seems that I did succeed, but my ember does not think that I am dead. You really have a logical flaw. Han Wang Immortal Venerable smile gradually faded. You are interesting, dead man. Immortal Venerable Ember was also happy. This is just a trace of my spiritual clone that fell into this place. I don't know how much of my will Ember has inherited into this role. After that, he was eager to try and decisively took action. Boom! The next second, the two sides had a telepathic connection and suddenly broke out into a war. The moves attacked each other like a rainstorm, fighting in the whole house. Although they were all small characters who had just landed and had no cultivation, they could only act like martial arts masters, but their fighting skills were amazing. The two sides kept colliding and punching. Both sides had a thought. The combat skills are actually 90% of my level among the low-level ones. We, the immortals, all seal our core consciousness and protect ourselves to prevent some special magical powers from spying on us. This ember will definitely not inherit my core secrets to prevent Shirong from doing this. But I separated a wisp of outer consciousness and only inherited the common sense of cultivation at the mortal class level. Surprisingly, after this ember got it, it was not weak. As he said this, the immortal Han Wang gradually showed an interested look and was happy in his heart. Forget it, the test is over here, I will kill him first. And the immortal ember on the opposite side seemed to have a telepathic connection, and at the same time he said, forget it, the test is over here, I will kill him first. After that, both sides suddenly attacked. Punching, with a bang, an immortal fell to the ground and could not get up again. An immortal dragged himself on the ground like a dead dog, walked out of the room, and came to the square. In the distance, many monks were surprised. VIP4, where did the rich man come from? But he was also knocked down by his own embers, and dragged away. So miserable. Embers are like this. We can't exert our true combat power at the same level, we can only punch, but the structure of embers makes them very strong, and they are stronger than the original body. There are voices all around. Immortal Master Eugene smiled and bowed to everyone. Don't be afraid, everyone. This Eugene, according to the setting, is similar to the pet beast in the 10,000 beasts domain. The ownership is mine. I am just looking after my beast. The defeated immortal master Han Huang looked at the sky with a dull look, and was dragged on the ground with a face full of doubts about life. He was confused. What is the opposite of Tian Gang? I became a beast baby instead? He thought to himself. Fortunately, no one knows my true identity. This is just a small test. I am a great immortal master. I swept the world, invincible, and suppressed the contemporary Tianji breathless. No one could defeat me. Now the only one who can defeat me is me. Immortal Master Eugene dragged the baby and said with a smile. Just have time. Take you to see the second main line of pseudo-people besieged city. Test your analytical ability and keen ability as my Eugene, and test how much of my strategic ability you have inherited. Imperial Master Han Huang, I don't want to watch the so-called main plot in this way. Click. But Ningzheng didn't know that he was taking screenshots and photos in the dark, recording this dark history. Sure enough, the Immortal Venerable's cultivation was reduced. He had to start from scratch. In the early stage, he was beaten to death by his own embers. This is a case of getting stronger when facing a stronger opponent. No one can escape the nightmare. It's really the first kill. I was attacked before. It should be this person's plan. It's outrageous that the Immortal Venerable came in. Ningzheng kept taking photos, thinking, it's a good time to test his Immortal Venerable embers and inherit some of his original abilities. Chapter 1010. Ningzheng thought it was normal to be beaten by his own embers. Anyone would be beaten by his own embers. Perhaps, your ember body cannot inherit your high-end immortal laws, but it will definitely inherit your most normal fighting skills. We are all small trash new mortals. I am an ember bubble, not of flesh and blood life, not afraid of pain or injury, not stronger than your trash new body. The immortals must also abide by the basic law. In the mortal period, he could not beat his own embers. Ningzheng did not underestimate this immortal because of this. Which immortal did not fight his way up? The heavens and the worlds. Civilizations are scattered like stars. Just like the world of destiny, the world of 9 states. Too many to mention, among which the center of the heavens is the immortal world. But it is said that there are less than 100 immortals of various civilizations known on the surface. It can be seen how exaggerated this number is. And some of them have died in the cruel history of hegemony over millions of years. After all, it is different from the autistic cage civilization of Jiuzhou. The outside world has developed rapidly, and has developed many versions. The civilization of the immortals in the heavens has already gone through 4 bloody wars. However, because there have been 4 tragic world wars in history, so many immortals have been disabled, forming the soil of the tomb people. Only with the right time, right place and right people can the old painter take off on the vent and bring back a group of dying sleeping immortals to rejuvenate the ancestor of the earth-binding spirit. Otherwise, without so many dying immortals, how can the earth-binding spirit have room to play at this time? Ningzheng secretly watched the immortal ember watching the movie and was training the original body, thinking in his heart, although observing the immortal ember is a very worthy topic, but then again, how did this mysterious immortal get in here? Ningzheng fell into deep thought. How busy are the immortals? Who would go to these fantasy markets that are as numerous as stars for no reason? They can get whatever they want to buy with just one sentence. If it were a peaceful period, it would be fine to go incognito, but now the immortals are busy one by one, and it is not right to come here. There are bad guys among the people. Someone is messing with our sword-casting villa, and someone is secretly reporting us. Ningzheng is very sharp, and immediately thought of who the bad guy is. This movie is a masterpiece. Reversals and reversals, extremely exciting. Immortal Ember was very fascinated by it, and said to his Ember baby, "What do you think of this pseudo-people besieged city? The people in the city want to go out, but they don't know that the outside world is no longer their innate magical powers. It's okay. After all, Han Wang Immortal Venerable is a generation of immortals," and he quickly calmed down. It seems that he is forbearing, but in fact he is also observing his own Ember, and treating him as an experimental subject. This is an alternative way to obtain information. After all, he was not ashamed to lose to himself, and he reconciled with himself. He even had some playful thoughts of visiting incognito, and asked his own embers about his understanding of the immortal way. As expected. After all, this was a wisp of his consciousness entering the role, and the embers that were transformed after the character died only contained 1/10,000,000th of his own knowledge background. After all, it was. How exaggerated is the knowledge content of an immortal? How terrible is the understanding of the great way? How can a small soul shell carry it? A wisp of understanding of the law can make the immortal collapse. So, After asking his own embers about the law, he regained his confidence. Because of his own embers, ignorance of the rules, and logical flaws, he avoided talking about other things. So my confidence came back all of a sudden, and I was even more delighted. My ember, if it falls into the hands of others, at best it is just a bubble with great potential. Let him cultivate to become an immortal. Cultivate the law. Become an immortal? Live a second life? Too difficult. Other people's utilization rate of this ember is too low, and they can't use it, but I am different. This ember is of the same origin as me, and has a lot of growth potential. It can be refined into a magic weapon, an external incarnation, etc. Although it contains less energy, this ember bubble can continue to inject my immortal foundation. And this is just the beginning. Now, I am a mortal character who is not cultivated, and the ember after death is naturally weak. But what about the future? What if I cultivate the character I control now into a human immortal, a celestial immortal, and then die? What I get is not the ember of a human immortal, but the ember of a celestial immortal. At this time, the immortal ember can already withstand 1/10,000th of my law perception memory without collapsing, and the prospect is greater. His eyes were bright, and he knew what this meant. However, Shirong obviously also realized the power of the self-ashes. Everyone has a limit. He has used up his VIP 4 ashes quota. If he wants a second ash, he has to continue to upgrade. Immortal Hunwang looked at his ashes. Besides, this ash in front of me may be a loss. It is only a mortal ash. I should cultivate to the immortal level, then commit suicide and get an immortal ash, which is 100 times better than now. It's a bit of a loss, and it makes him regretful. And now there is a problem. My embers must take root as soon as possible. Otherwise, if my embers die, people will not give me a replacement. So, the baby ember fairy on the opposite side shouted, "You are too valuable, I have to take root quickly, otherwise if you die, people will not give me a replacement." Huang Xianzuan, His expression was stiff for a while, and suddenly laughed. Very interesting, isn't it? Looking at another self. At this moment, Han Wang Xianzuan truly realized that the world is changing. The unprecedented Great Change myth era is coming. He remembered the disrespect for the elderly, and dislike for the young double disaster viruses that the painter brought about a horrific upheaval, and then looked at the sword-forging villa in front of him. They all have a complete set of civilization systems. Ember. Avatar more me. How similar is it to the multiple selves in the prehistoric mythological timeline? The three great gods of ancient times. One controls space to split multiple worlds, one controls life to differentiate multiple selves, and one controls time to create multiple times. Together they created countless isolated parallel worlds, and then invited countless immortals to reenact the earth, fire, wind and thunder, and finally connected countless sacred timelines with the three cores, and finally evolved many parallel worlds, standing on the timelines of the past, present and future, proving it forever. And now the immortals want to imitate the three great gods of ancient times, create the immortal world, and also try to work together to evolve the ancient world, but they come up with a weird thing. Ember, the new multi-self eternal method, may be able to recast eternity in another form, proving it forever. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, he was about to log off. He walked on the bustling streets, surrounded by golden lanterns of golden light pills, full of the local characteristics of Chongshanfeng City. Wang Wang Immortal looked at the golden ground of Chongshan Town, and suddenly his expression seemed to think of something terrible. Here, countless me. He watched countless Su Yunyang patrolling the streets. Prehistoric me. He remembered the figure of the painter, perhaps. That person wanted to use embers to draw people, forming alternative era me, rebuilding the parallel structure of multiple world lines in this era, opening the earth, fire, wind and thunder, and melting the myriad worlds. Listening to the NPC Su Yunyang's chattering and bragging in the shops next to him, his mind was moved, and his eyes shone brightly. It's so hard for us to get an ember quota, but this woman has millions of embers. Everywhere, this is the designated VIP 10, it's really enviable. In his ears, he could also hear Su Yunyang's laughter and bragging. Shirong Villa, there is really an utopia here. New heavens and myriad worlds. Countless world lines converge and return, starting from Shirong. Su Yunyang had no idea how much her bragging voice brought to a certain immortal. Chapter 10:11. 7 o'clock in the evening. Offline. After taking root in a wave of ember-bound earth spirits, Hun Wang Immortal Venerable opened his eyes. I have been on an adventure today, and have seen many wonderful and incredible things. It is really worth the trip. All selves, many selves. The timeline is broken. The selves of immortals and gods have fallen into the long river of time. The gods in different timelines buried themselves before death, and turned into a large number of identical tombs. There are dozens of tombs of the space immortal venerable alone. And now, the long river of time is difficult to rebuild. Perhaps we can forge all cells in this form. But what about the timeline? How to forge it? Or not to create a timeline, connect the world, and realize the connection of all worlds in another way? Are they doing it on purpose, or is it an unintentional accident, and not wanting to recast the era of eternal myths in the past? He sighed softly, with a smile in his eyes, thinking back to what happened today, and it was obviously amused by his embers. This old man has always been kind. Having lived for millions of years, he is broad-minded and not petty. Playing with his own embers is also fun. It is quite fun to watch another self speaking his own words. The sword-casting villa is indeed full of opportunities. It must be said that it is beneficial even to him, the immortal venerable. Yes, the yin-yang creation furnace is of no great use to their realm. At their level, most of the good things that seem to be against the sky are not lacking. But embers are of great use. The painter took out the precious medicine that can give birth to embers after the death of the immortal venerable, subverting the pattern between them, and letting those sleeping and dying immortal venerables live in this second life. And this Shirong? He took out the embers that could breed the dead and the immortals alive. In the final analysis, these two people, when paired together, all they took out were embers. No wonder that person recommended this Shirong. He was really extraordinary. From the perspective of the immortal, the Han Wang immortal recognized and respected this force, and treated it on an equal footing. At this time, the disciple next to him couldn't help but say, "Master, today I checked it out. How is the situation?" The old man with a fairy-like appearance stroked his beard and smiled and said, "It can't be said, it can't be said." The disciple's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. "It can't be said, that is, even our master can't break the ban. It's not easy to speak, can only pass the information in this way. You know, their master is a powerful auspicious beast who specializes in luck. Their clan is a rare independent auspicious beast clan, the Han Wang heaven-stealing rat. It is a rare auspicious beast race that has not been captured as a friend by the 13 immortal giants in the fairy world. After all, 90% of the auspicious beasts in the world are under the command of the immortals in the fairy world. They were lucky to escape from the world, and found a hiding place outside the fairy world. And their clan specializes in breaking these restrictions, divination, and other people's patents. They are hackers of the same type as Xi and Shichen, stealing your knowledge. They mainly destroy the signed contract, and leak it to their own company in various ways. Therefore, the immortals let this professional Han Wang immortal venerable go to test it. But even the master said, it can't be said. Obviously, the master alone can't easily do anything to the other party. If he really wants to take action, he may have to find some Taoist friends. But now the two sides are fighting openly and secretly. How can so many immortals have free time? The disciple said again, "Then master, we have to invite other seniors to travel together." "No." Han Wang immortal said. The disciple understood in his heart. Although it can't be broken, there is no need to ask other giants to join forces to deal with it. "Then master, look at me." "No need to go," Han Wang immortal said. "There is an opportunity in that place. Even a market that can't be broken by a single immortal must be extraordinary. Doesn't he have to go now? Is it not suitable for him?" This true immortal showed a hint of surprise. "You know, he is the contemporary head of the immortal true transmission, the kind of existence that MOMA true immortals all fear. He is the contemporary head, who can only be competed for by Wan Feng and a group of saints after a crazy fight. He is not worthy of going at this level." Han Wang immortal waved his hand. "Go down. Disciple, take your leave." Han Wang immortal watched his disciple leave, his eyes slightly focused. It's not that the disciple can't go, but he can't go now, because he lost face today. There are few people in the server today, and the disciple will definitely find out if he goes in. When there are more people like him in the future, the disciple will be allowed in. 7 o'clock. The blacksmiths get off work, and the Tianming people are offline. All the living people in the villa have left, but it's the beginning of nightlife. "Oh my god, work is over today, I'm so tired. Finally off work, I'm going to have a good meal and reward myself." "Me too." A group of NPCs walked out of the store, stretched their muscles, and shook their shoulders. On the street, there was already a sanitation worker, Su Yunyang, who started to take a storage bag, absorb garbage, and clean the street. If the streets are not cleaned, how can Chongshan Town, a traditional Krypton Gold online game, receive customers the next day? We should also be civilized, set a new trend, and build a civilized city, okay? And on the streets along the way, one by one, NPC shopkeeper Jiosai Rong began to clean the shops, count the goods, and take out the account books to calculate today's profits. At the front desk, a shopkeeper named Jiosai Rong Yujin sighed. Today, I spied those Tianming people in the blacksmith shop, and they were targeting their good friend Mucheng Zhenxian. It was so ridiculous, and they all had smiling faces. Another shopkeeper walked out the door. That's right, it's so wicked. He was a friend, they should at least knock on the wooden fish to send him off. The people in the immortal world are so cold-blooded, not as good as you and me. Of course, we are still young, and they have lived for thousands of years, and they are getting more ruthless as they get older. That's right, Mucheng was also our good friend before, Mucheng, I even went to a dungeon with him. Things are unpredictable, who made him our boss? It's hard to figure out. Well, those monks who accepted the dissection task together today will be stunned to find that they have become the boss tomorrow. A group of people will accept the task, go to his old nest, attack him madly, and give him a pedicure. Ah! So, you have to knock the wooden fish to pay your respects, otherwise it will be your turn to be sent to the blacksmith shop one day, and no one will see you off to the end. Don't say it, it's very funny. Ah, the material of the divine beast Mucheng Zhenxian. I wonder how powerful it will be if it is made into a magic weapon. This is the Zhenxian level, which is very rare in the fairy world. Ningzheng took Jiao Muqing to patrol the streets, looking at the NPC shopkeepers and NPC patrolmen, who looked exactly the same and were all chatting and bragging. Now Ningzheng's NPC group has been rectified, trained, and standardized. Now NPC is a large group under his command, more than the number of players, and one of the core assets of his sect. During the day, NPCs receive living people. At night, NPCs play, eat, and have fun freely. Beside the street, Jimuking, who accompanied Ningzheng to inspect the first day of the opening of the Chongshan division, smiled and said, "This shopkeeper NPC Jukarong is the same, and now he has become a shopkeeper family. He calculates the account book well, very suitable." Ningzheng stopped in front of a potion shop and picked up a potion to look at it. Jimuking has had a good life recently. Because although there are many NPCs, but the personality is the same, which makes it very convenient to manage. Currently, there are only 3 in Chongshan town: Guard Team, Su Yunyang; Medical Team, Medical Fairy; Shopkeeper Team, Jukarong. Each of them has more than 300 people, which is actually enough to manage a large market. And let other blacksmiths Yujin be NPCs? There is no urgent need for the time being. Even Dao Jiojio, O Nijiang, and Lin Nini, the regional leaders, are a little behind the times. So in order to keep up with the times, they started to eat gigolos. In this way, it is their gigolo objects, the dozens of Dao companions led by them, who are worthy of being produced into standard mass-produced NPCs. It is currently under investigation. For example, Mu Qian may be the 4th team in the future, the Mu Qian farming team. After all, someone has to farm, right? Preliminary experiments are currently underway. Speaking of this, Jiao Muqing, as a full-time secretary, clicked on the glasses of the Eye of Appraisal, and a projection appeared, showing the picture of the spiritual field area of the sword-casting villa. A group of Mushi spiritual farmers are working day and night. Mushi's true self is hiding in the room, extremely excited, chatting with the sisters. "I'm so happy, I don't have to do anything to practice." On the spiritual field. Mushi Scarecrow number 1. I, Mushi, have been smart all my life, but I lost everything in the only gamble I made. I married the wrong person. Woo woo woo, this is a scam, they tricked me here to have free farmers. Mushi Straw number 2 panted heavily. The workload of a day is too terrible. Hoo-ha, I'm going to die, you scumbag, you demon sect. On the farmland, a group of Mushi are complaining crazily. Their faces are as black as coal, and they are working weakly. This little green tea is a bit miserable. Ningzheng was a little surprised, but expressed understanding. She is a little pitiful. In Yujin's eyes, she is the original Mu Qian who married here, but was deceived to come here to pick cotton, and she will be given 100 draws when she goes online. People are treated differently. Mu Qian herself, log into Shirong, and you will be given 100 draws when you go online. Her Eugene army, log into Shirong, and you will be given 100 draws physically when you go online. However, the little green tea Mu Qian expressed understanding, and was very satisfied with her sect life. Isn't it just to make her own Eugene suffer? She instantly recognized the concept of Zhujin Villa. Eugene baby is used to help herself suffer. She originally wanted to get married, but now her nominal husband plays pure love with her, and she only needs to provide emotional value of love spiritually. She also managed the spiritual farmer occupation area with the vomit mud craftsman and became the person in charge. The life of a senior manager is very good. Mu Qian's ember babies are not of high quality. Jiu Muqing learned the movements of the blacksmiths and pushed his glasses very intelligently. He only works 20 hours a day and is lazy in various ways, so we have not yet determined him as the fourth quantitative army. He is currently not as diligent as Su Yunyang, Medical Fairy, and Jiu Cairong. Ning Zheng seemed to have explained for Mu Qian. The other three armies are very happy. Her farming is indeed hard, and it is difficult for normal people to accept it. She looks a little clever, but which fairy is not clever? It's all a protective color. Mu Qian is definitely able to endure hardships. She has been a spiritual farmer all her life. But ours seems a bit too hard, working 20 hours a day. Chapter 10-12. Sir, let's ignore this baby Mu Qian's embers, who has no potential. Jiu Muqing went on to click on another column. It was another standard NPC army that was selected, Chongshan Fong. The chef of this paper man is good at making soup dumplings, and he has the enthusiasm of a chef. A batch of NPCs have been used for pilot work, and the results are good. The baby is very hardworking, and has a great love for food, which meets the standards. However, as a chef, the actual workload is not large, only 10 hours a day, and it is bearable. After all, the number of people eating is only so small. Besides, can the owner of the market, who can open a breakfast shop inwardly not be hardworking? It is normal to prepare food for hundreds of people a day. Mu Qian needs to be studied, and the canteen chef is her, as the fourth quantitative army. Ning Zheng smiled. Use her as a canteen chef and open it in various areas. Of course, her cooking skills are still too ordinary, and she can only cope with the large canteens of mass production. We will bid for some senior chefs another day. Jiu Muqing nodded, without saying that Chong Shafang worked hard and diligently to seize the opportunity of Shirong Villa. Chong Shafang felt that Shirong was a super thigh more than anyone else, studying recipes and training every day. Even after the main body went offline at 7 o'clock, he ran to the Liusu Cave mansion and studied food for 100 years a day. She made rapid progress. She didn't choose to tell all this, because in Jiu Muqing's cognition, diligence is the most inconspicuous and most basic virtue in the fairy world. Reality is so cruel, weak is weak, at least you are weak now. Wait until your realm and cooking skills are improved, then talk about other things. Next, Ning Zheng and Jiu Muqing inspected the streets again and made rectifications and adjustments to the NPCs. After all, when you open an online game, NPCs are the core employees. After getting things done, Ning Zheng walked through several busy night market streets, watching the NPCs coming and going, and smiled. The natives of Eugene, this is my team. The blacksmiths come online and leave, which is not so stable, but Eugene is my own, Ning Zheng thought, and came to the most important stop today with Jiu Muqing, the immortal ember. He waited for a whole day, waiting for him to go offline, and came with Jiu Muqing, who has senior experience, to study the background of the immortal ember. Jiu Muqing is a senior master, and he looked at Eugene for a while from a distance, only inherited some superficial knowledge. Sure enough, Ning Zheng flashed a trace of regret. Daorime, law, these things are not something that a small soul bubble can carry. At the very least, this little ember at the mortal level, not even at the five-body realm, how can he carry so much knowledge? This is normal. Jiu Muqing analyzed. No matter what era it is, there are magical powers, like painters and fire, that can try to peek into your details and copy them. Every immortal has a soul restriction to seal his own foundation, so it is normal that the character who landed with a wisp of soul does not have it. They also have to observe the law of conservation of energy. The immortal who landed has no knowledge in this area in his mind, and embers can create this kind of knowledge out of thin air, but it is undeniable that as an immortal ember, the foundation itself is not bad. Now that I have resurrected this immortal ember, I have the potential to become an immortal. But it is of no value to Ning Zheng to cultivate this, because there are also strong men with the qualifications of a fairy master under his command. Wouldn't it be better for me to cultivate a perfect true fairy Jiu Muqing? Why cultivate a cinnabar that is not even at the 5th level? Besides, I have to spend money. Since there is no inheritance of Daorime and law in the brain, it is better not to cultivate it. What is the difference between raising a new cultivator? After confirming the qualifications, Ning Zheng let it go. These things like cinnabar can be used as a means to tempt those big guys. On the contrary, to enhance one's own strength, there are currently 2 ways. 1. Su Yunyang's team. This structure actually has quite a lot of potential, because Su Yunyang's army can be integrated. Don't look at this guy, he is currently a fairy who has passed 7 disasters, and barely entered the threshold of the fairy master qualifications. But if she piles up hundreds of them, at the same level, she can theoretically beat the fairy master who has become a flawless fairy, and even the combat power theory, unlimited. And this guy has recently been working with the Ghost King Ning Jiaojiao, preparing to carry 10,000 Su Yunyang sons with one dragon to fight everywhere. Let's talk about Ning Jiaojiao's spiritual roots. Now he has finally forged 7 colors, and has broken through to become an immortal. And her 7-color spiritual roots, and her good sister Su Yunyang, are a natural match, forming the core transit hub of the entire army. Let alone Ning Jiaojiao's heart-to-heart connection, the core magical power of the Bronze Emperor who switched the role before, the Heart of Rebirth, connecting countless Su Yunyang clones, is already very strong. And there are also the Golden God, the Mask, the Ember Resurrection of the Female Doctor, the Phoenix Flame, and the Fire of the Phoenix. These classic auxiliary spiritual roots, the main focus is to accelerate the resurrection of Su Yunyang's army, and add various buffs. Ning Jiaojiao's 7-color magical power is positioned as an army auxiliary, connecting the scattered Su Yunyang army hub. In short, this Su Yunyang, Ning Jiaojiao's 2-person team, this system is very promising. It belongs to the real combat power that can be brought out among the blacksmiths, not those giggling strong-mouth cannons. It is similar to the clone flow of Shadow-devouring Dragon Emperor, and it is optimized on this basis. In terms of potential, the potential of the 14-color spiritual roots of these two people is already comparable to Ning Zheng. Of course, it is only comparable in spiritual roots. Ning Zheng's strength is not whether the 7-color magical power is well matched, but his perfect perfection. As a Jiuzhou cultivator, what's the use of a good magical power match? On the contrary, in this perfect system, there are only 3 people who have entered the perfect system, the painter, Ning Zheng, and Jiuzhui. But this potential is extraordinary. The 2 of them have already crushed most of the immortals of the same level. At present, at most, she is a celestial fairy-level military force. After all, she is young and lacks foundation. She grows up too slowly, just like Ning Zheng. She lacks time, too. Jiu Mu Qing. This person has the potential to become a fairy master. She can grow up the fastest, and is the one Ning Zheng should pay attention to. She is just born with a rebellious nature, and is not easy to control. She may even have several fairy masters. Who can become a fairy master is a simple person, but Ning Zheng thought of a way to control her, as long as she stays rooted in her shadow as a bound earth spirit. It will be easy to control. But the embers cannot break through the realm. What to do? Ning Zheng has an idea. Let her live again, and then let her break through the fairy master naturally, and then let her commit suicide. I have a dead fairy ember, and I can continue to use it in the logical cycle. Pity women, not exist. It is safest to be a bound earth spirit. The uncertainty of living people is too great. But in fact, this plan also has various problems, such as resurrecting Jumuking. Jumuking lives a second life. 5 trillion luck points. This price is not what I can afford at the moment. In the final analysis, I am still weak. Ning Zheng still felt a little uneasy. Although it has been verified that I can indeed block the divination of the immortal venerable. In the future, as long as I keep more than 600 billion luck points, a single immortal venerable will basically not be able to count me. I have a deep family background, and have the ability to fight with a single immortal venerable. What I am afraid of is that multiple immortal venerables will attack together. But the current situation is very delicate. The main forces of both the immortal realm and the rebels are unable to spare their hands. Who will join forces to catch me? The main battlefield is gone. I am a third-party neutral. Now in the chaotic world, at least I have the capital to be neutral and keep myself safe. After all, it is not so easy to be neutral, even if I think I am an intermediary arms dealer. Chapter 1013. The next day, Immortal Hun Wang landed, and went to study his embers again, and began to rebuild his realm and play with his baby. Ning Zheng was in seclusion in the room, and was speechless. Is this guy seriously ill? Is he addicted? Why are you so idle, Immortal? You are still fighting. Is he not the kind of logistics person who sits on the door? The kind of auspicious beast that only acts as a mascot and is cute? He secretly complained. After observing for a while, he was sure that this person would not cause trouble. This immortal venerable was honestly learning from other celestial immortals, and true immortals, to rebuild his realm and improve his cultivation. Ning Zheng ignored him. It seems that he is having fun with his embers. In fact, Ning Zheng did not want to let the existence of the immortal venerable level come in, because the controllability is too poor. Originally, it was a celestial immortal and a true immortal, slowly developing this platform, and finally considering the immortal venerable after it became stronger. But now that they have come in, what can we do? Kick him out. They will definitely find all kinds of disciples to come in for him, so they will not bother to care about him. On the contrary, on the second day of Chongshan Town's opening, the blacksmith started today's tasks. The main task of yesterday's bulletin board was to dissect the true immortal of Maicheng and absorb and digest the stolen goods of Mujai's sect. The main tasks today are 1. Clean up the surrounding strange disasters. 2. Sell storage equipment, do business, and open up new trade routes for our Chongshan Town forces. Now, one of the specialties of Kaizujian Villa, space storage equipment, has a large inventory. Although this million people can only be said to be a small town, everyone can make storage equipment. Storage rings, storage bags. Good quality and low price. The cost is much lower than the average cost of the fairy world. It has become the second industry outside the sword casting villa. In front of the bulletin board, a group of Tianming people are discussing. Today's task is to open up the sales channel of the neighboring market and explore the surrounding jungle environment and draw a new map of the fairy world Great Change expansion pack. I heard that there is a strange tide coming. That's true. The wild in the fairy world is not safe now. Many wild races have become strange, and all have been wiped out. Is there another strange tide attacking the city? Now with the development, the number of Tianming people has reached a terrifying 40,000. And the number of player blacksmiths has also exceeded 10,000, but they are basically developing in the sword casting villa and the 2 map. Are there any friends who want to take the task? Why don't you take this task if you can get out of the framework of this Chongshan town? Yes, go out, and you can see whether the outside is real or fake. Some real immortals have already become suspicious. It must be said that the training in Tianming village under Zhujian Mountain Villa for more than a month was a good thing. It has made these Tianming people form the habit of accepting tasks and forming teams. Soon, a group of Tianming people at the level of human immortals began to go on the expedition. Shirong is going to the expedition, and no grass will grow. A blacksmith player who mixed into the Tianming people and pretended to be a real immortal in reality shouted and went on the expedition with the crowd. Hula! A large number of soldiers walked out of Chongshan town and looked at the green water and mountains outside. This time, they went out to open up the business road and obtain the enemy's situation. Among them, Mo Mei Zhenxian led a 100-man army alone, and behind him were the 3 auspicious treasurers, Xiao Chai Kuan, Shi Shen, and Bai Pingtian. These 3 red names were attacked and killed several times in a row, which was extremely miserable. But Mo Mei Zhenxian took a fancy to these 3 unlucky guys. Even a piece of toilet paper has its use, let alone these 3 plague gods? Seeing the doubts of other Tianming people, Mo Mei Zhenxian smiled and said, with these 3 plague gods, it is easy to bump into the strange tide outside and see the situation outside. So that's it. The Tianming people felt that they had learned that there was actually such a way to utilize waste. Anyway, they were not afraid of death, so they might as well take these plague gods and invite disasters crazily. By Pingtian, Shi Shen, Xiao Chai Kuan, we are too difficult. Why do you assume that we are plague gods? Yi Di and Yi Tianai also mixed into the team and went to war with the army. This group of Tianming people flew all the way, crossed more than a dozen hills, and saw a ghost tide surging in the distance. The wild ecosystem suffered great damage. After all, the ghost is a hollow shell. It will go crazy and instinctively kill the surrounding life, stuffing their flesh and blood into its own empty bubble. The wild ghost tide broke out and continued to spread. Killing will sooner or later lead to no living life. Yi Di showed a solemn look and analyzed. This place will sooner or later become the background venue of the story of the siege of the Pseudoman. People can only use the ancestors of the Earth Spirit to build tomb cities and historical murals to fight against the ghost tide outside. Other immortals nodded. Indeed, the immortal world is going to be in chaos. It's possible that it will be like the story, and the ancestral tomb will besiege the city. In the story, they tried every possible means to finally defeat the Pseudoman in their dynasty, and herd the Pseudoman in the ancestral tomb wall. But what about us? The Pseudoman here has not erupted yet. We need a Josue to quell the turmoil of the fake people. This story is just a story. Who knows whether it is true or not? But the story does describe a very reasonable future. However, this made them even more shocked. This place is real, not an illusion. If it was a small-scale limited map, they would not be too suspicious no matter how realistic it was, but the large map of the fairy world appeared. It was enough to make the real immortals present breathe rapidly. They knew better than anyone what terrible significance this platform black market provided by Shirong represented. This black market will beat all the black markets in the fairy world and unify all the black market markets, because what is the black market? The core is black, hidden heads and faces, doing all kinds of shameful things. For example, selling stolen goods, offering rewards to enemies, issuing tasks, secretly attacking a sect together, secretly offering rewards to capture the genius of a sect as a friend. And here, the covering of the head and face here is in the physical sense. This black market actually provides a real role, another identity for you to control, to do dirty work for you, to secretly do things, and after bringing this role back to you, you can also issue tasks yourself and hire other professionals to help sell stolen goods. This one-stop service is simply perfect. Now they finally know what the email function of the senior VIP is. Selling stolen goods also includes material delivery. The true immortals were not in a hurry to fight against the Guichao, thinking frantically in their hearts. This Shirong will definitely unify the black market in the immortal realm. Unfortunately, we can't find his base camp or the location of his lair. Too cautious, even this frontier base is left to us, the Destiny people, to help attack, build, and operate. We have to do all the tasks of pacifying the Guichao and opening up trade routes. But it's okay, this Chongshan town black market has been established, and all its members will benefit. Anyway, they can earn contribution points, and the difficulty is not high. Now these big guys have completely determined the prospects of this black market, and they all want to invest. Walala, at this time, while talking, these Destiny people began to clear the Guichao in the distance. Suddenly, a dense army of Yin soldiers attacked crazily, fighting with the Destiny people one by one, and the two sides fought crazily. Chapter 1014. Half a day later. In front of the square hall of Chongshan town. One by one, the slightly injured Tianming people returned to the square to find NPC Jiuzai Rong to hand over and process the tasks. At this time, another true immortal leader, who led a team to open up trade routes and sell storage bags, stepped forward and said, "This is the 130,000 high-quality immortal stones obtained from selling storage equipment. We have already transported them back. No one in the market over there dared to attack us, but some people were secretly following us." After listening, Jiuzai Rong took the storage bag and counted the number. "Dear Tianming people, you did a good job. Your task is completed." Next, Jiuzai Rong smiled and was very happy. He kept registering them. In Zhujian Villa, Jiuzai Rong was responsible for issuing and managing tasks. He gained experience. At present, everyone has his own specialty. Immortal Mo may also step forward and said with a smile, when handing over the task, "We have cleared all the strange tides in the 4 directions around us. Our Shirong Manor owner is Foresight. If they are given a period of time to develop, it is estimated that strange tides will form and impact our market." Jiuzai Rong looked solemn. "That's really hard for you. In the future, we will regularly organize people to clean up the strange tides around us to avoid any major problems. We are all destined people. This is our base. If it develops, we will all be the beneficiaries." Jiuzai Rong was full of chicken soup. In the next few days, many of the immortals present turned into cattle and horses, and started working and running businesses. After all, the immortals are the backbone of the immortal world. In reality, they also work, make pills, forge iron, and take risks. Why not here? There are no risks here, and there are opportunities. You can get original shares, and set up a guild in this black market in a few months, just like what Su Dinyang said. This is the starting point where everyone is equal, first come first served. Even if you are a fairy, you came later than me, your realm will be lower than mine, and I will set up a guild first and win over people. A group of people with destiny constantly accept tasks, issue tasks, and help run this frontline Chongshan town. Even the blacksmiths ask them to escort the luck of the golden elixir and negotiate. This black market of people with destiny has risen silently. Ningzheng saw this scene, and shook his head slowly. The filter of the immortals for me is about to be broken. There are blacksmiths who take the lead in pleasing NPCs, and their styles are distorted. They begin to learn from the blacksmiths to improve the so-called emotional intelligence and praise everyone they meet. Ningzheng called it against the sky. You mixed in with these natives to spread the atmosphere to the natives of the immortals, and turn them into sand sculpture blacksmiths. Another week passed. Ningzheng's Chongshan town developed quietly, but only attracted some attention in the surrounding small markets. The surrounding forces only felt that Shirong's guards were a little strange. On the contrary, the entire fairy world has undergone earth-shaking changes. The immortals began to calculate the world, various layouts, and plan for the future. Several forces collided with each other, and undercurrents surged. The ecological environment in the wild changed dramatically, and ghosts were everywhere. It was even said that a ghost had awakened and became a ghost king. The birth of the ghost king represented the beginning of the emergence of the leader of this race. The disaster of pseudo-humans and the disaster of ghosts broke out completely. Today's fairy world has begun to cleanse the pseudo-human race on a large scale. Of course, since divination is incompetent and they can't kill everyone along the network cable, they can only use traditional means in the physical sense to guard against pseudo-people. But after more than 10 million years of development in Jiuzhou, today's advanced pseudo-people can't even detect brain waves, so people can only use the most primitive means, brain plus restrictions. Those who suddenly lose their memory must be pseudo-people. Almost every household, ordinary people, and monks will set up a secret code for their families when they go out and come back. In this way, pseudo-people are at least contained. At least, it is contained on the surface. After all, who knows how many pseudo-people have sneaked in secretly that day? That day, one family after another sneaked in, and it was difficult to distinguish whether they had lost their memory or not. Let's talk about the embers. The wilderness of the fairyland has almost become a forbidden area, and the wilderness is full of strange tides. The immortals did not deal with it personally, but asked the true immortal sects under their command to deal with it and maintain public order. Ning Zheng secretly observed for a week and found it. These immortals basically don't want to care about the two disasters in the immortal world. They are only responsible for dealing with the outsiders behind the scenes. After all, the foundation of the immortal world has always been the immortals, not the mortals. These immortals don't care much about the pseudo-people, the explosion of the embers, how many people died, and how the environment changes. As long as they are still alive, the immortal world will not be occupied. If the immortal world is not occupied, it can easily raise the population again. There are hundreds of ways to manage this immortal world and deal with these pseudo-people. At present, it seems to be extremely critical, but in fact it can only be dealt with in the short term. So, they just threw it to the real immortals to deal with. If you handle it well, you will be rewarded. It doesn't matter if you don't handle it well, just punish it. It seems that the real immortals are still working in the fairy world now. After more than half a month of fermentation, Ning Zheng has roughly guessed the response strategy of the immortals. This also makes him feel a lot more relaxed. In addition, there are several real immortal masters who try to find Ning Zheng to form a business alliance during the process. But Ning Zheng left it to the blacksmiths. In the past few days, many business alliances have been facilitated. Under the leadership of those giant insiders, Shirong has become an official partner of many real immortal forces. For example, Jinden has become an arms supplier for some official armies in the fairy world. For example, Shirong Time Mingren established a mercenary army and accepted the employment of the fairy army to help clean up the fake people and clear the surrounding strange tides. For example, Shirong became an officially recognized blacksmith organization and a storage bag distributor. In short, these real immortals originally control part of the official power and continue to fleece the big machine of the fairy world, earn contribution points for themselves. And those true immortals who provided channels and guaranteed Shirong for us have become VIP 5, which is a level that requires 100 million high-quality immortal stones to reach. Ning Zheng suffered a big loss this time, but the official arms supply channel made too much money, and she was numbed by kickbacks. In any case, taking advantage of this chaos, the whole army was mobilized, and the war had just begun. Ning Zheng had quietly become a beneficiary of this war, responsible for logistic supply, standing on the great war machine of the fairy world to secretly suck blood. And some of the characters controlled by the true immortals have also reached the 5th level of the heavenly immortal. After all, rebuilding other laws may be slow, but rebuilding their original laws has no breakthrough bottlenecks. Seeing this scene, Ning Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's only been a short week. These guys, the official borers of the fairy world, are really damned, and they have also earned a lot of dividends themselves. Although it is only an official partner in some official areas, the number of immortal stones in Ning Zheng's pocket is constantly jumping wildly. Moreover, many people of destiny contacted the outside world, and even secretly returned home to let the main body check the immortal weapon and their own embers. They also secretly took their own embers away, and did not return them. Ning Zheng was too lazy to care. Isn't it just an ember? As an organizational bonus, VIP 4 can only get 1 ember, which is simply a sky-high price. Chapter 1015. Just when Ning Zheng was sighing, boom, a fierce battle broke out outside the immortal realm. The vast attack changed like a rainbow, which was the ripples caused by the battlefield. Countless people and monks suddenly looked at the fight in the sky. This battle caused ripples in the chaotic and empty area outside the giant egg of the immortal realm. It was most likely that the immortal lords of the immortal realm had started another battle. The immortal lords started to fight again. The main focus was on a fierce battle. Ning Zheng immediately knew that the painter's dream had come true. He didn't know where he was secretly hiding to paint this battle. In this regard, although Ning Zheng didn't want to paint, he also wanted to eat melons on the spot and watch the battle of the immortal lords. But this melon was too big to eat, and Ning Zheng didn't dare to go to the outside of the immortal realm to commit suicide. It's still too weak. I can't see the main battlefield. I can only fleece the logistics of various armies in the secondary battlefield, and I've only just started to fleece a small part of the business. Ning Zheng stretched lazily, watching the people of destiny below struggling madly. When will I get a few immortals of destiny to mix up there? At least I have to be in the outer battlefield so that I can watch from the spectator perspective. He thought. His eyes fell on a certain immortal ember in Chongshan town. Come on, practice. In the future, I will go to the immortal battlefield, and it's up to you to eat melons. In the alchemy room, a certain immortal ember who was refining an elixir didn't know that someone had expectations for him, and smiled. This Taoist civilization is really something. This golden elixir is quite interesting. Now, this immortal ember is promoting the development of Taoist civilization. It turns out that the Shirong lineage is really a lucky beast. The golden lucky beast named Taoist can turn stone into gold and open up the storage of metal fortune. He immediately felt very involved. We are all lucky beasts and compatriots. So, he was very keen to develop this Taoist civilization, and took in a few disciples of destiny, Yin Shuangying, Rabbi Xiaoxin, who did not wet the bed at the age of 9. Under their praise, he continued to study this Taoist civilization. And these supporters complimented him. Senior True Immortal, you are so powerful. You can control this Taoist character. I am afraid you will be the first to become a Taoist immortal. You will be named Jingqian Palace Jiuqiong de Hunhuang Daozuan. What do you think? After hearing this, the immortal ember felt very interesting and thought to himself, I can use this Shirong character to try out the cultivation methods of other civilizations, and get the identity of a Taoist civilization. It is not bad. The sky is still fighting, and it seems that it may take hundreds of years. On the secondary battlefield, the true immortals in the immortal realm have also started to fight against foreign invaders. Mo sect. The real body of the true immortal Mo is in the sect, observing her own refining Calvin character, another true immortal Mo, and another Mo Ember. She is already VIP 4, and has created her own Ember, and with the help of outbound missions, she secretly controls the character to come back for research. You know what? I control the main body and another character, dual perspective. It feels like controlling a beast. Mo Mei Zhenxian's eyes flashed with excitement. Good. 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 It's really great. This Shirong is something. If you don't take back the character you control, it's like you have a vest, walking around outside for yourself, and taking the blame like crazy. The benefits of this secret organization are too good. As soon as you enter, you will be given a character clone, and it is a fearless vest that can explore secret places everywhere. And what about the embers? The embers are completely hers. Anyway, she doesn't plan to return them. Her embers have many uses. Yi Di smiled. This Shirong takes a neutral route. If it is not at the critical moment of death, he will never forcefully control our character. Merchants value reputation, so we can control this character with confidence for now. Mo Mei Zhenxian nodded. That makes sense. The embers are completely ours, and they dare not interfere with the control of this character. No one will give up the convenience brought by this. Mo Mei Zhenxian said with a smile. Let's go to the official organization and take the mission. Ah? Yi Di was stunned. What do you mean? Just what you think. Mo Mei Zhenxian said with a smile. We control this character and go to the official organization to take the mission. My character is at the same level as yours, and I will take you to practice together. Mo Mei Zhenxian is ready to go out with a vest to get some official benefits. To say that the fairy world is now, the 13 fairy domains have established 13 official main city sites to deal with disasters. This official main city issues tasks, hires various forces, assists official monks, cleans up fake people, handles strange tides, and fights hostile invading forces. Hualala. 10,000 Beast Domain, 10,000 Beast Immortal City. This is the core capital of the 10,000 Beast Domain. At this time, Mo Mei Zhenxian and others are welcome. Standing on the huge square with millions of people, they look up at the bulletin board. Yi Di also found the Shirong character next door, and secretly sent a voice. Ah, it's you are here too. God of food, of course I came here too, to accept the mission, not afraid of death, and to train my body. I also brought a group of indigenous friends with me. We are here for the official side. A few ruthless guys, Xiao Chai Kun and others, have gone to the black market to accept the mission of murdering government officials. Are they going to go against us? That's not the case. We are all from Shirong and cannot fight among ourselves. After all, we have established a credit rating. Aren't we just trying to collect compensation for casualties? Emperor Knight, compensation for casualties? Yes, now the two armies are fighting and a war has broken out. If you die on the battlefield, there will be compensation. We are here to defraud insurance. God of Food smiled and said, they accept the mission to hunt us, and we accept the mission to hunt them. The two sides will meet on the battlefield and kill each other. Isn't the money coming? Emperor Knight felt numb. You are beasts. So on this day, both sides started the mission, which allowed them to train, not fear death, and defraud compensation. Moreover, you want to drag the honest native monks into the water, and go to the battlefield with you to defraud insurance? Defraud compensation for casualties? You are going to change the style. Soon. Under the leadership of the official organization, they cleaned up the natural disasters in various places, and guarded against the attacks of those black hands from outside the sky. Everyone, be careful. I heard that those people issued tasks in the black market to hunt down our official members and hit our morale. The leader was a cultivator of the great perfection of true immortal, very powerful, and kept warning his subordinates. They swept through the strange disasters in various places, and soon they also encountered black hands. But Yi Di and other people of destiny rushed to the front. Kill. We are not afraid of death. Charge. This scene made the eyelids of the perfect leader of the 10,000 Beasts domain jump, and he was moved. They are so patriotic. They are worthy of being the cultivators of our 10,000 Beasts domain. The rebels over there were also charging to death. Brothers, don't be afraid. The two sides collided fiercely, and the fearless fighting method stunned some companions, who came to accept the task. A battle was over. Several people with celestial destiny had their intestines pierced and their stomachs rotted, holding each other's hands tightly. I can't live. Remember to send my body back to my friends. And several native celestial beings were brought by them, and they were very honest and imitated the Night Emperor and others and said, I can't live either, ahem, remember to send my body back. These honest celestial beings are not combat-oriented cultivators. It's their first time to go to the battlefield and do this kind of thing. They are a little embarrassed and a little guilty, but more of it is exciting. It turns out that cheating on the battlefield is so interesting. The God of Food and others are worthy of being senior combat masters. They are so powerful. They have helped me make a lot of money. I will continue to make a lot of money with them in the future. Ningzheng? ? He was watching from the sidelines, watching what was happening on the battlefield, and was completely confused. What happened? What are you doing, you beasts? How come these immortal natives have become so skilled with you? Are you also trying to take advantage of me in the immortal world? Ningzheng stood up suddenly, instinctively feeling that something was wrong, but he didn't know what kind of impact this change would bring. At least, the battlefield in the immortal world is going to change suddenly. Chapter 10:16. The current sword-casting villa is mainly divided into 4 areas. 1. Sword-casting villa. There are a lot of golden elixir factories on the top of the mountain. There are a lot of spiritual fields and meat fields on the mountainside. The foot of the mountain is the storage production line of the survivors of the Empty Kingdom. In short, the entire sword-casting villa is a product factory. 2. Number 1 Tianming Village. This Tianming Village is at the foot of the mountain, with Yin-Yang Creation Furnace, Immortal Gourd, and other treasures. This is a village mainly for research. Most of the outsiders are doing various research here. A while ago, the true immortal anatomy task issued by the villa was conducted here, and they were asked to create magic tools, record contribution points, and serve the villa. 3. The map of the ancient tomb, outside the tomb. The mountains and rivers were regrazed by Ningzheng and turned into a large-scale online game, and the people are providing luck points. Every day, tasks are issued, asking the new blacksmiths to ride on flying swords, wear Taoist robes, and go to various villages and towns as disciples to maintain law and order and spread the doctrine. This place has great potential, and it will develop into a main world. But the people have only settled here for more than a month, and Ningzheng has not paid too much attention to it. 4. Tianming Village, Chongshan Town. This Tianming Village belongs to the battle. In summary, Sword Casting Villa, Assembly Line Factory. Tianming Village Number 1, Logistics Research Institute. Tianming Village Number 2, Frontline Combat Zone. This is considered to be a well-organized planning of the development of the entire force. After all, for a large-scale true immortal force, without a few divisions, can it be considered to have a foundation? At this time, Chongshan Town. This Tianming Village Number 2, Mu Qian landed at the resurrection point. Although she was doing crazy research in Village Number 1, she wanted to visit Village Number 2 occasionally. By the way, I bring the spiritual fields that my Ember Baby army has been farming for a while to sell here. The battle on the front line is so intense, we can't be short of food. Mu Qian walked around with a sharp look in her eyes. Now this Number 2 Tianming Village is indeed a pure combat city. There are potion shops, weapon shops, and training rooms everywhere, all of which are combat auxiliary. It's really extraordinary. She has now mixed into the middle level of Shirong. The stronger Shirong is, the faster it develops, and the broader her future will be. She, a little farming fairy, may really soar to the sky and become the head of a region of the future Shinzuan sect. I am proud of it. I will farm well. Psychologically suggest that I am a hard-working person and work 20 hours a day. In this way, I will be the source of mature ember production. She discussed it with her sister, the mud craftsman, before. If you want your Ember Baby to have a greater potential and become an ox or horse, you must first build up your spirit and psychologically suggest that you become a congenital ox or horse holy body. And I have to continue to improve my spiritual farming skills to make my spiritual farming Ember army of higher quality, otherwise they may eliminate me. Mu Qian was excited. I don't say how high her farming qualifications are, but at least she can become a celestial fairy. But she has not made any progress in recent years, mainly because she has been squeezed too much. She has no time to improve herself, and no channels to obtain higher secret knowledge. But here, the library that was donated a while ago has a lot of spiritual farming knowledge, which makes her study crazily. She walked around Chongshan Town and watched the passing combat monks, and Su Yunyang who maintain law and order. Then, he said meat fields and spiritual rice to the restaurant, and a trace of curiosity flashed through his mind. Why are all those people carrying the bodies of their companions? What are they doing recently? Is the battle on the front so tragic? In the distance, charred and tattered bodies were sent back to the villa. The casualties were too heavy. But they laughed so happily despite the tragic deaths. Are they sick? Mu Qian was at a loss. But she saw the shopkeeper Jiao Cairong smiled and said, "You mean them? These fighting monks, they don't do anything, they don't fight anymore, and they found an interesting business." What business? Mu Qian was stunned. Jiao Cairong briefly explained it. It's nothing more than that they stopped being fighting monks and became movie stars, defrauding insurance, and defrauding death compensation. Is this profitable? Mu Qian asked. How can you not make money? Shopkeeper Jiao Cairong snorted. If a human immortal dies in battle, you have to pay 10,000 high-grade immortal stones. If a celestial immortal dies in battle, you have to pay 100,000. As the saying goes, when the battle horn sounds, 10,000 immortal stones are needed. If I really died, the compensation would be less. I would still be scolded by the monks as a materialized monk. Why would I only be compensated 10,000 after I died? But they are not afraid of death now. They picked up the body, patched it up, repaired it, and logged in again. Mu Qian was shocked. So profitable? Then if my human immortal character dies once a day, wouldn't I make 10,000 high-grade immortal stones every day? Is this world crazy? Earn 10,000 high-grade immortal stones a day? I worked hard to make money for thousands of years to save up 10,000 high-grade immortal stones, but they only make 10,000 in a day? Great. It's too great. Who can resist this? Mu Qian was instantly moved. Is this the benefit that Shirong Merchant Alliance gives to us people with destiny? We only need 100 high-grade immortal stones to log in every day, but we earn 10,000 high-grade immortal stones. This world really has such a shocking bonus. Mu Qian said goodbye to Jiao Cairong. Her face was dazed. She suddenly realized. She deeply felt that her assembly line farming could not save the fairy world, and she had to go to the battlefield and use blood to save the fairy world. So, she was ready to join the army. She shed blood and sweat for our fairy world, and sacrificed her life to drive those invaders out of the fairy world. So, this is your declaration of joining the army? The early true immortal who was responsible for recruiting monks listened to Mu Qian's impassioned speech and said, "Wait behind, and wait for our news." Mu Qian, something is wrong. According to the history of fairy world conscription that she knew, the source of soldiers in the fairy world was often insufficient in the past. Why is he so indifferent to her? But soon, she knew why. She saw a monk in the queue behind her, with a distorted face, crying, "Yes! I want to join the army. Not for the fairy world, you have ruined our family. I hate you, but I still want to join the army to fight. My mother has become a fake person, my father joined the army for revenge, and died at the hands of those invaders 7 days ago, and you only sent back a corpse. My eldest brother, for revenge, also died in the battlefield in the south 3 days ago, and I want revenge too." As he said, the monk's eyes flashed with 3 points of hatred, 2 points of sadness, and 1 point of anger. His expression was extremely complicated. Mu Qian was stunned. It turned out that these guys, after the whole family died, they took revenge one after another, and performed affectionately. Mu Qian hid in the distance and her mind was blank. Is it so hard to join the army now? At this time, the god of food next to him also came over. "You are Mu Qian, right? I think you should go buy some illusionary golden pills, such as self-cultivation of actors, common routines for the whole family to die in the army, 37 reasons why I hate fake people, 7 ways to die naturally on the battlefield by fraudulent insurance." Mu Qian felt more and more that something was wrong. Soon, Mu Qian went to the battlefield, and both sides were fighting a local war. Those other foreign civilizations held back the immortal lord outside, and the battlefield of the true immortals and heavenly immortals was next. Charge! Kill! Mu Qian also shouted stiffly, recreating the bloody battlefield with artillery fire. The mercenaries named the fourth disaster gradually began to spread in the immortal world, becoming a strange rumor like an urban ghost story. Chapter 1017. Chongwan Domain. Command Center. Wanluan Sect Master has been feeling more and more that something is wrong recently. As Wanluan Feng's elder, he is the leader of the contemporary immortal venerable force, and a true immortal. He looked at the reports from various battlefields. What's going on? Why is the intensity of the war so strong? Why is the war out of control all of a sudden? The true immortal generals in charge of the war were scolded and lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. They had no choice. It was originally a contact war, and both sides had some control over their forces to avoid too heavy casualties. It was not the time for a decisive battle. But now, the war was suddenly out of control. A group of brave warriors rushed forward madly and led the killing madly. As a result, some of the monks' armies behind were also swept in, so the battle was very tragic. The headmaster Wanluan was so angry that veins popped out of his head. "How can I explain to the immortals if you do this? I am the one who died. You tell me the reason." The immortals below looked at each other and tried to find the problem. One immortal said, "Maybe it's hatred. After all, they are so eager to kill." Another immortal, "Plus, they are not afraid of death. They think that after they die, there is a 50% chance of ash." A true immortal said, "Because they are brave." The headmaster Wanluan was angry. Brave? What a joke. But this true immortal wanted to say that what he said was reality. These immortals are very brave, brave enough not to fear death. Because he saw with his own eyes a brave boy who shouted loudly, "Give me back my father," and then rushed to a true immortal without caring about his life, and then died. Within a few days, he saw a girl with a similar appearance, shouting, "Give me back my brother," then rushed forward again and died again. They are brave and fearless, and are real warriors. There are all kinds of great reasons for winning for the immortal world and resolutely going to the battlefield. I always think they are a group of brave people. With people like them in our immortal world, we should not be afraid of war. Blood is fought out, and national dignity is climbed to the top by stepping on corpses. The above is my testimony to cover for them. After hearing the reason analysis of this true immortal, the head of Wanluan laughed. Regardless of the war zones in other immortal realms, we will withdraw from Chongwan immortal realm and gradually start to defend and slow down the offensive from today. However, after a few days, the offensive did not slow down. And the war situation in various regions of the immortal world was completely out of control, with wars everywhere, and thousands of battlefields of all sizes. Countless people, monks, and sects were swept into the battlefield meat grinder by the mighty torrent. A mighty war of all people has begun. Ning Zheng was a little scared. He suddenly remembered Zhou Cairong's joke before. Even if we are enemies of the world, we will help the owner. Are these people crazy? To make money, they are rushing to death. Could it be that I am the culprit for the outbreak of this war? But fortunately, those immortals who set up the Tianming Guild themselves also know when to stop. They began to let the immortals under their command temporarily slow down the battle line, not making money from death, but making money from casualties. After all, if you are injured, you can claim free pills and cultivation resources. So, they changed their strategy, returning from death one by one, becoming seriously injured, and then bringing a lot of medical supply resources. But they didn't need the medical resources they brought back, they just committed suicide, which was more cost-effective. And the medical resources they got for free were sold back through Shirong's official arms cooperation channel. So a very magical phenomenon appeared. They sent back the pills they got for free, and took them back. This pill became a perpetual motion machine. At this time, in Chongshan town, in a restaurant box, a group of true immortals sat around the table and smiled. Mo Mei Zhenqian was shocked and said, "Pai Laogo, you 12 demon immortals do have some things, so many insiders." The leader of the demon sect market named Pai Laogo smiled and said, "Don't forget, we used to do this ourselves before, specializing in helping some bigwigs in official positions to provide some cash-out channels. How many volumes are there in the various industries in the fairy world? As long as you have a demand for an industry, there is already a complete industry. They used to be the black gloves of the big guys, and also work part-time as intermediaries to help those big guys in the officialdom to make profits. This time, they used all their connections." Pai Laogo said, "It's not enough for me to have some friends in the officialdom. We also need the black market leader of the intelligence organization, Jumuxian, right?" Jumuxian next to him smiled and said, "It's all thanks to the joint support of all friends. I believe that all friends are ready to open their own black market branches here, right?" Everyone laughed. This time, the dark forces united in secret, and everyone made a big profit. They decided to build their own intelligence network here, and also take on some assassin business. As for constantly embezzling public money, this is normal. Even in peacetime, a large amount of military expenditure in the fairy world is quietly transferred to unknown places every year. 7 o'clock in the evening. In the forum of Zhujin Villa, a group of blacksmiths were chatting crazily. "Jiosai Rong, according to statistics, we were quietly sidelined by the big guys. They secretly held meetings and didn't play with us. Woohoo, Tianming village has already taken their shape. This damn Minotaur. Su Yunyang, we only made 30% of the profit in total, and the remaining 70% of the insurance fraud fees were all in their hands. Yi Guangxiu earned 70%. No wonder they are so organized and disciplined. They have strong connections to play with. Swollen eyes, are we making too little? Jiosai Rong, nervous, it's normal to be sidelined, they have strong backgrounds. Big, we are just a merchant platform similar to Meituan and Taobao. We remain neutral, and the biggest profits will always go to others. Otherwise, they will risk their connections to open official arms dealer cooperation channels for you. Let you supply arms? If they don't take the biggest share, will they risk their lives to embezzle? Make war profits? Yi Guangxiu, that's right. We took the lead, and the rest were those true immortals who quickly organized themselves in an instant, joined forces, made arrangements, and started to fleece the sheep. Whether it was official cooperation channels or battlefield insurance fraud, they were all carefully planned. Everyone came to their senses after thinking about it. That's right. Without some middle and high-level officials, or even the true immortal generals, who are in charge of certain war zones, secretly covering up, even if you die in public, you will easily reveal your flaws after dying so many times. In the final analysis, this is also the spontaneous behavior of the people of destiny. And the 30% commission earned by the blacksmiths is mainly for the resurrection fee. After all, the sword-casting villa still has the old rules, and the resurrection fee will be set higher and higher with the number of times. But some special tasks will be issued to reset the resurrection fee. Anyway, it is just the old set of the old steward. Special tasks can reward certain races, reset the number of resurrections, and open certain functions. Click. Ning Zheng closed the forum, and was a little speechless. He found that these native people of destiny are more extravagant, and know how to make trouble than the players' blacksmiths. But these native people of destiny also have their own way forward and retreat, and will not exhaust the pond to catch fish. Their movements are more fierce, faster, and more ruthless. I am afraid that many black market leaders and evil organizations have mixed in. I am afraid that most of the evil forces in the fairy world has settled in my Shirong black market. At the same time, they themselves are also afraid that Shirong, the auspicious beast, will be discovered by the immortals. After all, the immortals have their own auspicious beasts, and they, the heavenly immortals and true immortals, now have their own common auspicious beasts. It also fits the saying, you don't want Shirong to be discovered by the immortals, right? They are also very skillful. In any case, Ning Zheng plans to lie down. The big guys have spontaneously formed a force. Let's see how far they can go. I am responsible for taking the commission. If they are finished, Ningzheng will run away decisively. A few days passed. The intensity of the incident became more and more serious. Although fewer people died, too many were injured. Chaos Outer Realm. The immortals of both sides confronted each other frantically. These were two battlefields, and their fighting methods were also different. In the immortal realm, each immortal realm had 1 to 3 immortals, who jointly formed an immortal realm, which was stacked together to form a world. On the side of the underworld, there were also more than 20 immortal realms, which were also stacked together to form a world. The two worlds collided with each other, and they were fighting for the Great Tao. In other words, it seemed that the immortals of both sides had fought, but they were still in a very restrained stage of confrontation between the two armies, which was just a collision of chi in the air. But at this time, a 10,000 beasts immortal venerable suddenly received information from the inner world of the immortal realm, and was immediately angry. How dare you be so presumptuous? Are you really bullying me that there is no one in the immortal realm? The immortal venerable on the opposite side was also immediately furious. You are bullying me that there is no one in the underworld realm, and you actually hurt so many of our good men. We will never give up unless you hand over the immortal veins. The 10,000 beasts immortal venerable sneered. Just you? The underworld immortal venerable looked cold and said, although we can't beat your immortal realm, we have the immortal venerable Eugene, and we can make you feel uncomfortable by self-destructing in succession. The face of the Chongwan immortal venerable on the opposite side changed slightly. The immortal venerables in their immortal realm are very strong, and on average they are much stronger than other civilizations. But those immortal venerables in the underworld have never thought about killing them, but want to seize the immortal veins in the immortal vein domain. And how to seize them? It's very simple. The immortal venerables on both sides restrain each other, allowing the true immortal and heavenly immortal armies to invade the immortal realm. As long as the yin-yang and 5 elements formation of the fairy world is broken, the fairy world will no longer be solidified by the laws, and will become an ordinary Kyushu world or the destiny world, which is very fragile. Even the Hua realm can blow up half of the Jiuzhou continent, let alone the heavenly immortal, tear down the solidified formation of the immortal realm, blow up the immortal realm, the 13 realms burst, and the immortal vein realm will naturally fall out. And you immortal venerables, you don't have a nest. At the level of immortal venerable, no ordinary world can accommodate them. The immortal realm exploded, and they can only wander in the chaotic area of the world of the heavens. The underworld immortal venerable sneered, we will make you homeless. Since you are so unruly and both armies have suffered so many casualties, there is no need to hold back. After that, outside the chaotic area, suddenly saw several underworld immortal venerables hiding in the dark, personally pushing a tomb world wrapped in a huge black calamity. These tomb worlds were excavated by them, and now they are going to use them as weapons to smash into the immortal realm. In an instant, 4 worlds crashed into the wall membrane of the immortal realm like black meteorites. You are so brave. Are you really going to fight to the death? You are going to fight to the death and kill our good men, so I will accompany you. Boom, 4 huge world meteorites, wrapped in calamity, slammed into the fairyland. In Chongshan town, several blacksmiths suddenly pointed at the sky blankly. I suddenly remembered an ancient story. What story? Another Su Yunyang also stared at the sky blankly. The meteorite hit, the dinosaurs were extinct, and the life civilization of an era ended because of it. Another Su Yunyang was shocked. Chapter 1018. Chongshan Town. Ningzheng, who was enjoying a meal in a restaurant, suddenly looked at the sky and was shocked. What happened? Several tomb worlds stained with thick black calamity aura crashed into the sky of the fairyland and fell into the earth like meteors. Ningzheng was shocked and stood up directly. This was no longer as simple as protecting the blacksmiths in front of him. Crash! He pulled open the space ripples and ran away directly, returning to Yujin Villa. Fortunately, my Dharma image can be switched quickly, otherwise it would be troublesome to leave in such a short time. After Ningzheng ran away, the major destiny people in Chongshan town also reacted. Hurry up and start the formation. Everyone, inject all your magic power into the formation. After a while, the meteorite fell, and the huge world exploded. It was as if a Tsar hydrogen bomb fell into the continental plate, and large areas of mountains, rivers, and oceans were weathered in an instant. Boom! Countless towns were shaken up dozens of meters, like building blocks. Chongshan town, which was not at the center of the fall, also experienced a magnitude 100 earthquake due to the shaking of the continent. Ningzheng had already hidden back in Zhujian Villa, and was terrified. This is the war in the fairy world. It's too terrible. The immortals fight really hard. They use their big moves when they disagree. I thought we were fleecing Zhujian Villa, and going to the front to earn some military expenses. We died tragically enough. I am still young. They are fighting more and more fiercely. Don't they know how to curb the war? Half an hour later, the smoke and dust between heaven and earth gradually subsided. But in the 4 tomb worlds, the calamity energy exploded quickly, contaminating all places and forming new calamity beasts. One after another, disasters comparable to the ones Ningzheng had fought before descended into the fairy world. And those tomb worlds exploded, and the ancient buildings, mountains, and ancient creatures inside were scattered all over the ground. Those ancient creatures were actually infected with the Ember virus early, and at this moment, they instantly turned into a large number of ancient Black Ember armies, starting a large-scale massacre in the fairy world. Looking at this amazing scene, almost all blacksmiths had a thought in an instant. How terrible! At this moment, all blacksmiths had only one thought: Immortal Venerable equals crazy man. They don't care about the people, don't care about the common people, do whatever they want, and each of them is a ruthless person who doesn't eat beef. And at this moment, the Immortal Venerable of the fairy world also began to fight back. A voice suddenly came from the battle center, outside the fairy world. I am the Holy Spirit domain, the Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable. The disaster of false people is a great evil. The disaster of embers is a blessing and a curse. False people, alien invasions, should be eliminated. The embers are the essence of alien civilizations, and can be integrated into our fairy world. The fairy world has been integrated into civilization for more than 15 million years, and the advantages of civilization are too numerous to mention. The embers today are also the same. The voice resounded throughout the 13 regions of the fairy world. Throughout Chongshan town, countless people who had just held up the big formation came out, looked at the sky, and listened to the voice. The Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable is the most powerful Immortal Venerable among the 13 giants of the fairy world, and even the recognized first Immortal Venerable in the entire contemporary era. On the street, Mo Meizhenxian, Yi Di, Yi Tianai, these people came out and looked at the sky. Mo Meizhenxian, now, I'm afraid that the embers will also be integrated into our fairy world. Yi Tianai, it can't be integrated. Those world meteorites just now killed 90% of the bottom population of the fairy world at once, and 50% of them turned into embers. The fairy world is now almost dead, all ghosts, and it has become a veritable ghost world. There are tombs everywhere. Those immortals in the underworld are indeed vicious and cruel. The most important thing is that those pseudo-humans have probably received intelligence long ago and are hiding in safe areas where meteorites have not fallen. Those affected by the meteorites are basically normal living people. After this wave, there are basically no normal living people in the immortal world. 90% of the immortal world is embers, 8% are pseudo-humans, and the remaining 2% are basically powerful immortals who are spared from suffering. Yi Tianai was terrified. This is too cruel. Mo Meizhenxian said lightly, this is normal. In history, there have been wars that are more exaggerated than this. Don't look at them fighting to the point of collapse. For the immortals, this is normal operation. Yi Tianai couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. For the immortals, it doesn't matter if all the people of an era die. It only takes a few hundred years to reproduce the population again. The immortals, overlooking civilization, stand proudly above history, but it is a stone to the immortals, but it is a mountain to a civilized era. Yi Di, but the side effects of this ember disaster are also great. Foul smell, sticky, equivalent to corpse civilization, the future of our immortal world. At this time, the yellow immortal ember next to him came out and smiled slightly. Who are those immortals? Now that they open their mouths, they say that embers may have a way to deal with the dramatic changes in the immortal world. There are still ways to deal with the side effects of embers. Everyone kept discussing. This immortal spoke, which was a great change in the world, a rare thing in the immortal world. This great change and war made them at a loss. And next to him, Jiao Tsirong suddenly shouted loudly, which attracted the attention of other people of destiny. The cutscene CG is coming. It seems that the new plot of the immortal world is coming soon. Write it down first, and write an update log later. All the people of destiny. Mo Meizhenxian was speechless. Everyone knew in their hearts that this was the real fairyland, not an illusion. Why is this person still pretending? Still so ritualistic? And updating the log, at this time, the voice in the sky spoke again. The strengths of the embers need to be rooted to bind the earth's spirit, not just the wandering embers, which will disappear in just a few years. The embers need to be used with the earth veins, but the earth veins need to be built by the pseudo-human brain. The embers and the pseudo-human complement each other. The pseudo-human is an invading race and should be killed. After more than 1,000 years of joint deduction, many of our immortals have removed the pseudo-human earth veins and built their own earth veins, the Holy Spirit earth vein. From now on, the embers of the fairy world must be rooted in the world membrane of the fairy world, on the Holy Spirit wall, forever and ever. The foreign enemies are cruel, and have reduced this fairy world to ashes. We, the immortals, feel compassion and are willing to help the dead and injured and ascend to the Holy Spirit of heaven and earth. After saying that, suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. 90% of the population in the fairy world was killed or injured. And this batch of stinking black sticky embers that were killed by the meteorite suddenly took root on the barrier of the sky. But I saw a terrifying scene. Those sticky embers that died in the fairy world became clean, sacred, and majestic, like a group of sacred elves. Jiao Tsirong next to him shouted, "Fuck! Embers have become so clean and sacred?" Countless blacksmiths were shocked. "You give us back our sticky corpse stinking tombs. Why are you so glorious? The fairy world has become a world of all embers? Times have changed. What are you doing?" Outside the sky, the immortals in the underworld were immediately furious. "Are you using us to kill people and promote the eternal civilization of the Holy Spirit embers?" The Holy Spirit immortal said calmly, "It is you who are vicious and harm our immortal world. We already have various countermeasures." Chapter 1019. Sword Forging Villa. Chongshan town was in ruins, and the buildings were broken. There were wrinkles and cracks on the ground, and it was obvious that the earth's crust was shattered. "Ah! Ah!" A group of crying ember NPCs cried and howled, but none of them died. After all, the place where the meteorite fell was quite far away from here, and most of the buildings were broken and some embers were crushed. But the main body of these embers is soul cavitation, so they are not very afraid of physical attacks. Ning Zheng, who was hiding in the sword forging villa, quietly observed the ruined streets through the observer perspective for a while, and then heaved a sigh of relief silently. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. I am a frontline branch of the sword forging villa. I haven't continued to fight for the fairy world on the front line and receive more pensions, but you smashed it? A strong sense of urgency rose from my heart. This is probably not a giant in the fairy world, with great luck and great fortune. Even if he doesn't know that he is cheating them, he will secretly curb all calculations that are unfavorable to them. So, an unexpected accident interrupted the process of insurance fraud. Sure enough, opening the sword forging villa is essentially a competition of luck, or I am lucky. Otherwise, if the fate is worse, this meteorite may be pulled by the luck of the immortal and hit Chongshan town directly in the center. To fleece the immortal, you have to bear the consequences and the price of going against the luck of the immortal. Ning Zheng looked at her current luck value. Name, Ning Zheng. Race, Gui Wang Jie. Spiritual roots. 7 colors, human god flower, shadow crocodile grass, all saints. Current total luck value, 834.1 billion. Daily income luck value, 40.2 billion, Bone Demon King City, Shirong Academy, Destiny World, Tomb World. Daily solidified luck value, 22.1 billion, 11.1 billion luck value plus 11 billion gel luck value. Note, fate is unpredictable, the initial daily luck value is 0, and daily consumption luck blessing can be performed. Ning Zheng is not afraid of the luck value. He now has some firepower phobia, and is ready to increase the permanent luck value to about 3 trillion. Not to mention anything else, only when you reach the average level of the immortals can you feel safe. Tap, tap, tap. Ning Zheng controls this character, walking in the dilapidated Chongshan town, watching the blacksmiths return to normal, running to the daily task bar, and doing construction. Daily task, rebuild East Street. Daily task, rebuild West Street. I believe it will be rebuilt in less than a day. You have to believe in the power of the earth-related magical powers of a group of immortals, multitasking, and building houses and buildings in an instant, just a matter of time. Ning Zheng walked on the street, and Jiao Muqing also accompanied Ning Zheng. Jiao Muqing smiled. When the painter comes, the world turns upside down. This person brought embers to the fairy world, and a wave of double disasters broke out, causing a huge chain reaction. Jiao Muqing looked up, and looked at the immortals, who were still roaring in the sky. Obviously, the immortals in the fairy world were very angry about the meteorites hitting the fairy world. It was no longer a confrontation, but a direct attack. Both camps used embers as spearheads to destroy civilization and push civilization to pursue interests. The calamity filled the sky and filled the fairy world. According to the ancient fairy history observed by Jiao Muqing, the first 4 fairy wars were tragic, but they all stopped in the end. But this war, It is very likely that there will be no bottom line. Perhaps it will be the most tragic war in history. Why? Because at this time, the 4 immortals who pushed the 4 meteorites were also entangled in calamity because of the great killing that destroyed all living things. They were suicide attacks. But these immortals are not afraid of suicide. Because they are specially pushed out as the ancestors of ashes, and once they die, everything will be cleared. In the past, they would never dare to push the meteorite of calamity. The appearance of the embers has allowed the immortals to find a new technique to settle accounts. Since they can't sink the creditor into the river with cement, then sink the debtor. The stock market crashed, and they went to the rooftop themselves. This is also a wonderful way to eliminate cause and effect and solve debts. This new ember settlement method has endless uses. Ning Zheng listened to Jiu Muqing's speculation and felt that she was gradually falling into the brain-filling mode of Yi Guangxiu, imagining the background and foundation of the painter. The painter, this guy, didn't calculate that the immortals would kill wantonly once the embers appeared. The real horror of the embers for the immortals is not that it infects the people, but that it can help the immortals settle accounts. The great sage of settling accounts in Jiuzhou has appeared in the immortal world. I.O. cause and effect? Once I lie in the tomb, a deadbeat is born. The more Ning Zheng thought about it, the more terrifying it felt. The real strength of the people of Jiuzhou lies in balancing accounts, and this point may have been instinctively ignored by Ning Zheng at the beginning. It was not until the 4 meteorites fell that Ning Zheng realized the terrifying nature of the 4 balancing accounts immortals. He knew that the disaster would inevitably break out, so he waited in the dark and started painting? He pondered and thought that there must be a conspiracy behind it, but it would not work. After all, he was too weak, too little foundation, too young. The painter has been planning for many years, forcing the people of Jiuzhou to complete the system. Once he ascended, he must have a meticulous plan that was linked together. He hid behind the scenes alone, playing with the mighty torrent of civilization, treating everyone as chess pieces, and Shirong was probably one of the painter's chess pieces. But then I thought about it. When the immortals fight, the mortals suffer. It's useless for a small mortal like me to think so much. I should think about how my sword-forging villa should survive in this chaotic world. Ning Zheng brought Jiu Muqing and called Zhukarong to notify all the core Shirong members above VIP 4 to hold a meeting. After a while, Chongshan Town, in the conference hall, Ning Zheng temporarily logged in as a small character and sat in the main seat in the living room. Jiu Muqing, as a secretary, sat in the deputy seat. I have to say that Jiu Muqing is really useful, a true immortal. If it weren't for the restrictions of the old rules, there would only be 1 seat for the same immortal. Jiu Muqing would have been a real immortal, and the first truly valuable ember baby under Ning Zheng. Hula la, one by one, the real immortal level strongmen walked into the conference room and quickly sat down. They looked at the cultivators around them with different expressions. The one they looked at the most was Ning Zheng, the owner of Shirong Villa. After all, except for a few true immortals who had seen Ning Zheng when the server was launched, most of the new true immortals had never seen him. Many people were surprised and suspicious, secretly thinking that this person was not simple, and his luck was vast and unpredictable, and he might be comparable to the Immortal Lord. If he was not the Immortal Lord, he was a true immortal who had cultivated his luck and reached the great perfection, or a true immortal of Taoist civilization, who could have such a vast luck as a foundation. Ning Zheng stood up first and clasped his fists and said, "Everyone, my Shirong is not a sect, but an alliance, and you are the core senior members of our business alliance. You have also gained a lot of benefits from the industries in our business alliance, and many friends have also found many Taoist friends on this platform to cooperate in alliances. This time, the immortal world has changed dramatically, and people are living in poverty. What do you think of our Shirong? How should it develop?" The true immortals looked thoughtful. These words were very modest, and they kicked the ball to them, hoping to gather their wisdom and make everyone bigger and stronger together. They did make a lot of profits recently, and took a lot of wool from the military. Even some high-level cultivators themselves had a vague guess. It might be that they went too far, causing the war to escalate, which made the immortals think that the other side was not following the martial ethics in the battle. If they knew that it was the little true immortals who secretly made a small fortune, they would probably be liquidated, but now the great calamity is in chaos, the cause and effect are entangled, the grievances and hatreds of countless cultivators are integrated together, the calamity energy of the 4 tombs fell into the fairy world, and the black condensed together, and the fairy world also formed a calamity beast. The immortals who are high above can't predict their plans at this moment. In other words, the immortals were tricked by their subordinates, and don't know the truth yet. Master Shirong, we are all members here, working under the immortal lords, and we know how to avoid the Immortal Lord's divinations. You can rest assured for now. The Immortal Lords are not omnipotent. A true Immortal smiled and said, obviously he is an old hand who often takes advantage of the Immortal Lords. After the development of history, he has long developed a set of methods to avoid divination. At their level, do they respect the Immortal Venerable? Are they willing to be the Immortal Venerable's dog? How is it possible? Which true Immortal is not determined in Taoism and directly aims at the position of Immortal Venerable. They are already true Immortals. As long as they want to go further, they can only be Immortal Venerable. How can they reach the top if they don't fleece the Immortal Venerable, don't secretly rebel against the Immortal Venerable, and honestly accept the exploitation of the Immortal Realm? A true Immortal suddenly stood up, looked at the members around him, clasped his hands and smiled. Fellow Taoists. Now it is the 5th Immortal Realm War. This time it should be hundreds of heavenly civilizations, allied together, and secretly attack the Immortal Realm. It is normal for the Immortal Realm to be beaten, because it occupies the most fertile land. But there has never been a single time that it has been beaten. But every time there is such a war, it is a danger and an opportunity. A large number of true Immortals have fallen to the great perfection, and occasionally a few true Immortals have broken through to the Immortal Venerable. Chapter 1020. Dan Ding Jinxian did not get up from his chair, but just echoed, "This battle is a custom agreed upon by the enemy and us." There are always a group of Jinxian great perfection masters, under the command of the Immortals of both sides, who need to break through. So the confrontation between the two Immortals is to create a war environment for breakthroughs. Mo Mei Jinxian also laughed. They only set up the situation for the Zhengshans under their command, so we deliberately intensified the war. All this is within our expectations. According to their rhythm, the chances of us other Zhengshans may not be great. So, when we profit from the war, we also muddy the water. Only when the water is muddy, we have a chance. I just didn't know that this invading civilization would come up with this trick of meteorites. Ning Zheng understood. These Zhengshans are all very bold. Calculate the Immortal Venerable. No wonder I heard before that every once in a while there are blind, self-righteous true Immortal cultivators who try to provoke the Immortal Venerable and touch the Immortal Venerable's beard. It turns out that they are really trying to break through and are not afraid of death. Ning Zheng smiled and looked around. Fellow Taoists, what do you think our Shirong Merchant Alliance should do? Mo Mei True Immortal pondered for a while and said, it is still a battle between the two armies. If it is the enemy, it is probably exploring the ancient Embers people who burst out of the 4 meteorites. Explore the ancient army that came out of the meteorites in the 4 tombs, and confront them. We must also guard against the Ghost King that appears in them. Ning Zheng understood, and another battle was opened. The 4 meteorite tombs dungeon nests continued to burst soldiers in the fairy world. Among them, I wonder if there is a resurrected ancient Jumyu King? The 4 meteorite tombs must have been dug out first. But those immortals in the underworld may leave a few powerful Jiu Mu Qing as ghost kings to stir up trouble in the immortal world. Maybe I can catch another Jiu Mu Qing? Ning Zheng had a flash of expectation in her heart, because the immortal cubs are really useful, and my sword-casting villa is in need of such guys. This immortal world is getting more and more bizarre. I can't understand it, let alone see through it. Anyway, provide a platform for these elites to be the 4th disaster, and when players go to the immortal world to explore the tomb dungeons everywhere. However, at this time, the immortal Hun Huang said, everyone, that extraterritorial civilization may not only have 1 meteorite explosion, but also a second one. Ning Zheng was stunned, and looked at the immortal hidden in the crowd. Are you guys serious? Do you have a second wave of bomb attacks? The immortal Lord Hun Huang said, the 4 meteorites that fell are all the tombs of the immortal Lord of Space, but the immortal Lord of Life may have been dropped by them, and they may explode at any time in secret. The true immortals fell silent. The true immortals with shallow knowledge could not help asking, the immortal Lord tombs we have seen in the past are all space tombs, but I don't know how this life tomb, which is as big as a world, was secretly transported to the immortal world. That's not right. The immortal Lord of Space is a world, but the immortal Lord of Life is not. The immortal Lord Hun Huang said, the immortal Lord of Space divided the world into various worlds in the ancient times, so of course the tombs are the worlds he divided into various worlds. And the immortal Lord of Life evolved life in the ancient times. Where do you think his tomb is? The immortals suddenly showed a trace of horror, as if they thought of something. Some true immortals couldn't help but ask, could it be that the tomb of the immortal Venerable of Life is life? That's right. The immortal Venerable Hun Huang said, everyone present may have been sent into the tomb of life by the immortal venerables to explore, but none of you have seen the true outline of the tomb of life in person from outside, right? Some true immortals shook their heads. When they entered the Tomb of Life, they were sent inside as soon as they opened their eyes. The immortal venerable Hun Wang said, "This tomb of the immortal venerable of life is the fruit of the Tao of the immortal venerable of life. It is wrapped in calamity and lurks in certain life forms, giving the parasitic life longevity. The magical power of this parasitic life is immortality. In many worlds, it is the protagonist of destiny and has a great opportunity." When Ningzheng heard this, she suddenly thought of something. The three options at the beginning of her destiny gambling table. One is the skill of incarnation of natural disasters, one is the server, and the other is a mortal with the fruit of immortality. Now that I think about it, this mortal with the immortal fruit is probably a mortal with the tomb of the immortal life. After all, the immortal fruit contains the law and rhyme of the immortal life tomb. It seems that if I had chosen the mortal with the immortal fruit, it would have been another way. Ningzheng sighed in her heart. If I capture that person, there will be a huge copy of the immortal life tomb for me to explore, and there will be endless opportunities. But now I am living well, and I have also opened a 90% new space immortal tomb for the immortal to use. In other words, the immortal life tomb is portable and hidden in the body of life. These 4 space tomb bombs were directly pushed to the immortal world. And the mortal with the life tomb lurked in the immortal world in advance, preparing for the second-hand self-destruction. Ningzheng was a little confused. These terrorists from the outside world are installing bombs everywhere in the fairy world to create nuclear deterrence. He decided not to enter the fairy world casually. It's too dangerous here. If you pass by it carelessly, it will be blown up directly. Moreover, this Hun Wang immortal venerable is estimated to be a force that invades the fairy world. Can he be so kind to tell us that there are bombs? It is obviously threatening me, Shirong. The bombs in my hand have been transported in. Be careful that I will bomb your Chongshan town at any time and kill you. At the same time, he is not afraid to tell other true immortals. Because nuclear deterrence weapons, if you don't tell you that you have nuclear weapons in your hands, how can you deter? Holding it in your hand and intimidating you is deterrence, which is the most strategically significant. Ningzheng thought of this, looking at the old man stroking his white beard with a leisurely look, and was slightly annoyed in his heart. Han Wang immortal venerable, this old ding, is still threatening me, and wants me to change my neutrality. I will definitely stop the ghost fire. The ghost fire at the door of this old ding someday. The surrounding true immortals were also gloomy, and even some cultivators guessed that this person was Han Huang Xianzun. Was he a rebel who sneaked in to scare them here? Fortunately, although they were panicked, they were not very panicked. Who came in with their real identity? Only a few people were exposed, and another part of them used the names of their enemies. I am not afraid that he will find him through the Vest characters here, and use their mountain gate as the explosion center. But in the final analysis, the real body still has to run away to be safe. Seeing that everyone had different expressions, and was afraid of being blown up, Han Wang immortal venerable smiled, and looked at the people around him. Everyone should be careful recently. This immortal world is in chaos, and not peaceful. This immortal tomb is the most terrifying. A true immortal who is in the center of the explosion will be blown to death. If he is not in the center, he will be blown away by the black disaster energy of the tomb. If he is infected, it is easy to die soon. Jiao Cairong, who was standing next to him, was numb all over. Disaster energy? This is indeed nuclear radiation. The power of the nuclear bomb itself is not that great. The wide area lethality it can cause is due to the huge radiation. The same is true in front of us. Once this bomb explodes, even if you are not in the center, you will get radiation disease? Everyone should be careful. Han Wang immortal venerable reminded him with the look of a good old man. So what if he is exposed? He is not afraid of someone checking his water meter. He is a fortune-telling immortal. Who can predict him through the internet? He has always been the one to open the box for others. Chapter 1021. At this time, Immortal Mo Mei saw that everyone's expressions were not right, and hurriedly changed the topic. Suddenly he smiled and said, "The 3 great ancient immortals, it turns out that their ancient tombs are carried by their own avenues. The immortal of space uses the space world as a tomb, and the hidden tombs are all worlds. The immortal of life uses all kinds of life as a tomb, hiding as a Tao fruit lurking in the body of life. Then, what about the immortal of time? It seems that we have never heard of him. Is he dormant in time? How many ancient tombs of time are there?" This news is very tempting, and many immortals pricked up their ears. But immortal Hun Huang laughed and didn't answer so kindly. He said perfunctorily, "I don't know where the ancient tomb of time is. I have never seen it before. In the history of the immortal world, I have never heard of any immortal leading the immortals to open the ancient tomb of time. Finally, This meeting ended in a strange way. Then the immortals dispersed, and went about their own business. The main plot of Shirong has been explored. It is nothing more than the 4 tombs falling down, forming the attack of the strange disaster soldiers. The next half-day, the situation changed. Ningzheng received all kinds of surprising news. 1. The people who turned into ashes returned to their own cities to live, but they were all rooted in the Holy Spirit sky. The stench and stickiness of their ashes were washed away. They were obviously man-eating ashes, but they looked more like living people. However, some of the knowledgeable people reacted surprisingly. They paraded in the streets and shouted with other scholars, "How to prove that I am the real me at this moment? How to prove that I didn't die yesterday, died in the aftermath of the Immortal Lord War, died when the meteorite fell? We need to discuss, we need to gather the people of the world, and use the method together to prove that we are still alive. Prove that our world is still alive. How to prove that I am still alive?" The people of the immortal world, whose world has turned into ashes, began to riot. Ningzheng was very surprised. Back then, Li Yuzu doubted whether I was still alive, because he was already half awakened. Now these people doubt whether they are dead, and they are probably also half awakened. There are so many talents in the immortal world. The population base is much larger than that of Jiuzhou, and it is possible that the Ghost King appeared in secret. This also reminded Ningzheng of a period after a red sun in Jiuzhou, when a group of scholars and monks from various major sects in Jiuzhou used hundreds of methods to prove that I was still alive at this moment. With the sun shining, will Jiuzhou turn into a fierce monster? Will the people of the whole world be dead when the sun and moon shine? Will the whole world become a tomb? At that time, what the scholars of Jiuzhou feared became a reality here. Ningzheng still remembers the words at that time. How to define our life and death? How to prove that this moment is the true self? When 99% of the whole world is ashes, then in their eyes, are we, the only living people left, the aliens? Are we the corpses with different breaths? Are we the zombies in their eyes? The people of the fairy world are suffering too much. All the tragic disasters that Jiuzhou worried about happened here. This is the change of the people of the ashes. It seems that they have returned to normal life, but in fact, there are undercurrents. Maybe the immortals are trying to raise Gu and raise the king of ghosts with the largest base? 2. The 4 tombs spread the terrifying battle line and detonated the fairy world. Don't think that the 4 tomb worlds are small. The entire fairy world has 13 domains, and the total area is only 13 tombs. 13 against 4, it can be seen that these 4 tombs led a large number of terrifying ancient enemies to invade the fairy world. Furthermore, in fact, the 4 ghost-tied fairy tombs bring a greater crisis. Because there are already vanguards on the front line, they have initially found that these 4 fairy tomb bombs have a lot of messy garbage thrown in them. The number of all kinds of messy dead people is more than the natives of the tombs. The chaos and war are about to break out. In this regard, Ningzheng could only sigh. Is this fairy world really going to become Jiuzhou? Jiuzhou is full of tombs of Hua realm, which is terrifying. And here? There are 4 fairy tombs up there, taking root, and the dead are constantly attacking the fairy world. After getting one piece of news after another, the changes in the outside world were too terrifying, and Ningzheng dared not go out. Terrible, too terrible, go out and have a look. That's courting death. The more turbulent the weather, the bigger the waves, the more dangerous the fish. Ningzheng, a small fish, dared not go out. It's better to be safe than sorry. He planned to hide in his own cave to avoid the catastrophe, and resolutely not enter the world. See what the big guys are fighting like. However, half a day after receiving the news, Han Wang Immortal Venerable secretly came to the door. Ningzheng asked Zhikarong to send this person away. Our master is in seclusion, and it is inconvenient to see guests. Han Wang Immortal Venerable smiled slightly. Fellow Taoist Shirong, I came here to talk to you, because I want to tell you where the ancient tomb of this Immortal Venerable is. After all, there are some secrets at the meeting site that are not convenient to be made public. Ningzheng frowned slightly. The ancient tomb of the time immortal. He let the person in on the spot, wanting to see what he was going to say. Soon, the two sat down. Ningzheng smiled first. Old senior, we Shirong are just neutral and provide a platform. Please forgive me. You can use it, and others can use it too. Han Wang Immortal smiled and said, unlike other ancient tombs, there is only one ancient tomb of the time immortal among the 3 ancient immortals. Guess where it is? Ningzheng's mind suddenly exploded. Could it be the one in the immortal vein domain? That's right. Han Wang Immortal smiled slightly, and suddenly changed the subject. How much do you know about prehistoric civilization? Ningzheng frowned and said, I only know the 3 great immortals, which can be called myths among myths. Having been in the fairy world for so long, every aspect of life has traces left by the three prehistoric immortals. Immortal Hun Wang smiled and said, the prehistoric era was the best and most brilliant before the great changes in the world. The rules at that time were different from the modern rules. He was telling the history. In ancient times, the way of enlightenment was to have enlightenment forever and never regress. Immortals were immortal and indestructible. The immortals of today will die, but the immortals of the past will not. Once they have achieved enlightenment, all time and space, past, present, and future, can be eternal and free. The me in countless timelines is the true me. It means, as long as you achieve the immortality in a certain timeline, then all timelines, past, present, and future, you as a baby, child, teenager, old man, will become immortals in an instant. Even if other powerful people travel through timelines and return to your weak period, they can't control you. Ning Zhang's mind moved. The ancient immortals, once achieved, forever, indestructible, surviving in the past, present, and future, then our current time period is considered the future? Yes. Han Wang Immortal Venerable said calmly. Ning Zhang said, in other words, the three ancient immortal lords, are they still alive? Of course they are alive. Omnipresent, they are also dead, forced to merge with the Tao, becoming the concept of time, space, and life itself, and their consciousness disappears. Han Wang Immortal Venerable said. Ning Zhang suddenly understood, and pondered. Indeed, it is also possible to live in the form of a vegetative person, to live as a concept, and to live forever. Han Wang Immortal Venerable smiled. The three prehistoric immortal lords, and the 3,000 gods and demons under his command, all existed before the multidimensional civilization before the collapse of the timeline. They fell in reality, but they lived forever in the past. They lived in the source of the first half of the long river of time, and now they can be said to have fallen, unable to affect reality, and eternally suppressed in the time period before the long river of time. Ning Zhang was shocked and felt terrible. These three immortals were so terrifying. They were immortal, but they were killed, blew up the long river of time, scattered all over the heavens, cut off the time axis, and forcibly suppressed the past. Win them. How terrible. And what does the Hun Wang Immortal mean by saying this to me? What does it have to do with the time tomb? Ning Zhang suddenly had an idea. The only ancient tomb of the time immortal is still connected to the past on the time axis. Can it communicate with prehistory? The Hun Wang Immortal stroked his beard and smiled. This is the truth of the immortals fighting for the immortal veins. Shirong Manor Master, are you interested? Chapter 1022. Ning Zhang knew that this Hun Wang Immortal Venerable was going to drag her down with him. Things are precious because they are rare. The three immortal tombs have their own uses. The space tombs are tomb worlds that can be used as base camps. Ning Zhang picked one up as a base camp, which is very useful. The life tombs are life fruits hidden in the body of life. They look small in size, but in fact there is another copy of Cunning that can be explored. The time tomb is the only one that exists, and it is the most expensive. The so-called tombs of the time immortals that have been found so far are all fake tombs projected by the only time tomb. Time has the characteristics of a mirage. This thing is currently in the center of the immortal vein domain. The 12 domains of the immortal realm are built around this time tomb. The immortal stone currency everywhere is probably also a specialty of the time tomb. From this, we can see how precious the time immortal tomb in the immortal vein domain is. Not to mention, the other party vaguely revealed that this thing can penetrate the ancient times. Although I don't know what the extent of this ancient prehistory is, it may be related to the three immortal ancient immortals. But so many immortals are fighting for it, it must be a good thing. Please allow us to think about it. Ning Zhang pretended to be thoughtful. Senior should know that forces like ours are not ruled by one person, and it is really difficult for me to make decisions alone. It should be so. Han Wang Immortal said, recently you should go out less. I don't know who the life tomb Dao fruit is hidden in, and I don't know when it will explode. After all, in our underworld, I am not the only one in charge, and I can't make decisions alone. He said something similar to Ning Zhang, then bowed and left with a smile. Ning Zhang knew that this immortal was warning him. He also believed that this immortal probably didn't know where their bombs were hidden. After all, he came here all day, so he probably didn't care about this matter. But threats are threats. Ning Zhang pondered, their bombs may not be as powerful as the space tomb bombs, but they are portable and hidden, and have long been lurking in the immortal world. From the other side's perspective, this move was very powerful, a classic carrot and stick. But if he was the one being hit, it would be very uncomfortable. It's still too weak. Ning Zhang was thinking about what to do in the future. After all, my sword-casting villa was roasted on the fire by the immortals. Run away? Of course I can run away. Anyway, they can't catch me, so I always have a way out. Even if I run away, without this platform, who will earn resources for me? The real fairyland is the big consumer of resources. Don't you see that those orthodox sects of immortals have to have several saints in each generation to compete for the head? Because the head of the immortal of the real immortal level is hundreds of times that of ordinary real immortals. The resources for a real immortal to become a great immortal are at least tens of millions of top-grade immortal stones, which will empty most of the assets of a normal MOME sect. What is the concept of hundreds of times based on this? Those immortals are still rich. Ningzheng gritted his teeth and thought of the Han Wang immortal. Under this situation, can they still produce one in a generation? It's really true that the poor are not worthy of becoming immortals. He was too lazy to think about it. Call Jiuzai Rong and tell him the whole content of the conversation, and let their management make their own decisions. One person is short-sighted. Let them come up with a charter and make their own decisions. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it is dusk. Choshan town has been rebuilt almost completely. Along the way, you can see some NPCs Su Yunyang, Jiuzai and Medical Fairy, hanging lanterns and ornaments as the final decoration. The 3 NPC teams are still very diligent. In addition to the reconstruction, there are also a group of monks who have issued inquiry tasks and brought back news from the surrounding areas. Some surrounding ancient towns have also begun to be rebuilt, and the speed is not slower than Chongshan town. But there are no living people inside. And the ghost tide outside is surging. A large number of ancient soldiers are frantically attacking the fairy world, and it is black and dense. There are 13 branches of the ghost tide distributed around. It is so exaggerated that it is simply playing an arena, raising a goo game. In any case, it is 6:30 in the evening. A raging fire is burning, and a group of people are eating barbecue in the huge square. Brothers, let's have fun. Next, I will sing a song Fa Hai doesn't understand love. A group of happy blacksmiths chatted and talked about everything, and they were very happy. The immortals have been used to the daily bonfire party for 2 months, eating and drinking with them, and enjoying the food. And happiness is contagious. Seeing them so happy, other masked immortals, relying on the fact that no one knew their identities on the internet, also started to have fun as keyboard warriors. Everyone was very relaxed, and some people started to curse some immortals, and complain about some situations. Anyway, they just chatted about everything. Even Mo Mei Zhenxian and Dan Ding Zhenxian, the 2 first to join, sat around the bonfire, eating food, smiling. This life is so good, happy every day. Dan Ding Zhenxian nodded. This kind of atmosphere, even if there are not so many benefits, is also a good place to relax. It must be said that the sand sculpture blacksmiths are happy and active from the bottom of their hearts. They also tell some sand sculpture jokes and do some funny eating dirt actions. It really makes many people feel interesting. They even experience some advantages, eating dirt. Switch races, eat dirt, mud gluten, mud burgers, it still tastes good. Some completely let themselves go, thinking that no one knows their real identity, and they are already arm in arm, and start to lie on the ground and eat the mountain. Adhering to the blacksmith's philosophy, there is a desert mountain under our feet. I always feel pretty good. The campfire swayed, listening to the laughter around. Mo Mei Zhenxian relaxed from the bottom of his heart. It's pretty good. Dan Ding Zhenxian looked a little strange. It's just that they seem to be so happy no matter what happens. It's the end of the world, and there are all kinds of bloody battles outside, and they can change their mood. Mo Mei Zhenxian nodded heavily and agreed deeply. Yi Di, who was eating with Yi Tianai and practicing with his master, said, I always feel that the habit of the sand sculpture blacksmiths to have a bonfire party every night has already affected these immortals. Never mind, it's none of his business anyway. It's almost 7 o'clock in the evening, log off, and then practice. The time spent playing games during the day must be doubled. Yi Di is still worried. The fighting outside is so chaotic. If it continues like this, the real immortals will also die suddenly. Even if the master is at the level of the real immortal, there is still a danger of falling. Should we think of a way to trick the master into the core station of sword casting villa and leave the fairy world? Yi Di is an expert in the Tao of Go Dao, and knows that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. He has read a lot of novels of the prehistoric times. When the catastrophe arrives, the catastrophe energy is born, and the cause and effect are entangled with each other, and divination is made, and gradually it is out of control. I am afraid that there will be no great power that will not fall. If it really doesn't work, go back to the world of destiny to hide. You can still log into sword casting villa in the world of destiny. Anyway, He will go to the world of destiny every now and then to see his rebellious son, and let the minister study some Taoist projects. 7 o'clock in the evening. After going offline, Yi Ji told his thoughts again. Mo Mei Zhenxian looked at this obedient disciple speechlessly. This person is really go, and he is going to run away now, but the bomb in the daytime did deter her. You can consider it. Mo Mei Zhenxian is not a fool. Now that she has a vest, she is far away from the fairy world, and it is also very good to control the vest to act first. 7 o'clock in the evening. The blacksmiths here also went offline. Everyone was not affected by the 4 nuclear bombs from the fairy world, and they were all very happy. Everyone was posting, Su Yunyang, a brand new school, the Taoist 10,000 Beasts School. Hello everyone, I am Su Yunyang. As everyone knows, the blacksmith's combat power is almost gone, and our combat power needs to be updated. After my big sister Sun Moon Yang and I pondered hard, we finally developed a unique skill multidimensional self-freedom Dao Sutra, which directly points to the ultimate of the Tao, and can be called a stunning unique skill. This method is provided by the immortal Mo Mei, who provided the beast control skills. The Night Emperor occasionally went back to the world of destiny, and combined the Taoist corpse control and corpse refining skills with the stunning wisdom of Sun Moon Yang. Ning Zheng clicked it, and took a look. The bragging was earth-shattering, and the words were endless. To sum it up simply, the beast control school of Sun Moon Su Yunyang has begun to improve. The embers cannot grow. They went to Mo Mei Zhenxian and developed a method to raise ghost beasts. After all, the 10,000 beasts domain is like this. There have been all kinds of friends, and ghost-type skills can also be controlled. Refining your own evil ghost and combining it with the Taoist corpse control skills, the combat power is not weak. At present, Jiucirong NPC, Medical Fairy NPC, and Su Yunyang NPC have all entered this school. A large number of clone NPCs can not only maintain the city, but also carry out the route of the integration of all ghosts. Ning Zheng cannot deny this. Optimistic, of course very optimistic, after countless clones merge, it is estimated that there will be a powerful combat power of the celestial fairy level, which is already very powerful. Don't treat the real fairy as garbage. This real fairy is very rare. But it is indeed of no great use to Ning Zheng. Ning Zheng is about to enter the realm of true immortal. His clone with 50% combat power can also defeat true immortals of the same level. He alone is a large army of true immortals. What he lacks is not true immortal combat power, but immortal venerable level. Below immortal venerable, everyone is an ant. That's why he thought of resurrecting Jumyuking, who is a true immortal great perfection in his lifetime, and pushing him to the level of immortal venerable to be his protector. Of course, true immortal Mame can also be used as a reference. True immortal Mame is a true immortal great perfection, and he is only one step away from breaking into the immortal venerable. But in the immortal realm, how many true immortals are only one step away from perfection? Ning Zheng took a look. True immortal Mame's breakthrough, 20 trillion LUT points. Ning Zheng, ? Sorry, just pretend I didn't see it. This LUT point can get many immortal venerable treasures. Chapter 1023. Putting aside these useless thoughts, Ning Zheng set her sights on the next post. It was the official command center of Zhujian Villa, discussing the post. Night Mad Cultivator. The outbreak and speculation about the main line of the immortal realm. Everyone knows what happened today. Currently, the bomb maniac, the underworld, is throwing nuclear bombs everywhere. It can only be said that the immortal realm is also playing this trick, which is outrageous. But think about it, the immortal realm has been developing for so long. Can't it have nuclear bombs? Think about it, the immortal realm version of nuclear bombs is the correct answer, right? Okay, let's not talk about this. Today, an outsider immortal from the underworld came to popularize, threaten, us, and talked about a wave of world views. The background of the current immortal realm world view is basically clear. There are only 3 roads before us. 1. Surrender to the immortal realm. 2. Remain neutral. 3. Surrender to the underworld. First, let's talk about joining the immortal realm. It seems useless. If you can't get any benefits and make no money, it's stupid to add icing on the cake. The time tomb is obviously a great opportunity, and it's definitely not our turn. Being neutral is actually a good choice. As long as the underworld and the immortal realm can't find our base camp, they won't dare to attack us. Even if they bomb our Chongshan town, we can still be resurrected. But being neutral and being a mercenary seems to make a lot of money, but it doesn't seem to be very profitable. Joining the underworld seems outrageous, but our staff discussed it, and it seems to be profitable. If we can get the immortal realm, we may have a chance to get the time tomb. Even if these rebels don't succeed, We can follow the underworld to get the immortal realm's benefits and drink soup behind the scenes, which is also a huge profit. At worst, we can run away after the underworld is defeated. Join the underworld and mess with the immortal realm? Ningzheng fell into deep thought. Dividing the fairy world is indeed a good idea. And those true immortals who joined Shirong are now secretly dividing the fairy world and taking advantage of the fairy army. Forget it. Tomorrow they will give me a specific implementation plan and we see. The next morning. It was dawn. 100 suns and moons rose in the sky of Zujian Villa, shining like stars. In today's Tomb World, the people have a new myth and legend. Now Zujian Villa has a nickname. Sun and Moon Well. The sun and moon that rise every day will fly away from Zujian Villa and patrol cities and villages everywhere. It is precisely because of the patrol of the sun and moon that the daily luck value obtained by the people is still skyrocketing. This is the most worry-free thing for Ningzheng about the blacksmiths. After all, if it weren't for their help, the operation and management of this responsibility would be a very difficult problem for Ningzheng. Even if they recruited natives, they would never become such good cattle and horses, and would preach for them crazily. After all, the blacksmith's dream was great. Their goal was to upgrade this online game Tomb World into a new fairyland one day, with countless immortals coming here to mine and move bricks. At that time, the Sun and Moon Well would also become a famous landmark in the fairyland, and the Sun and Moon Su Yunyang and Ning Jiao Jiao, a dragon, would also become famous celestial phenomena in the fairyland. The next morning, the blacksmiths found Ningzheng. Sir, this is the plan. Ningzheng took the report. Their plan was neutral on the surface, but in fact it gave the other party a lot of discounts. Just this discount? Friends in the underworld issued a batch of free redemption codes, and the advertising slogan was, now just enter 999 XXX, you can turn the 648 gift package into 6.48. The benefits are full, and we will give you a free first deposit gift package, a 3-in-1 character gift package, and a gift voucher for Embers. Luxury gifts are given away. What are you waiting for? Ningzheng was silent after reading it. It always feels like buying something for free and worthless is given away again, but it looks very valuable. This level of joining the underworld seems to be enough. Giving out gift vouchers does not mean I don't remain neutral. We are still a neutral platform. And Jiozai Rong said, Sir, after our analysis for a whole night, we may have guessed where the bomber of the life fruit is. Who is it? By Pingtian. Ningzheng reacted quickly, and knew the meaning at once. They had guessed before. Bai Pingtian was another unlucky negative body of Bai Xingling, and this person was born with calamity. And it might be the work of the painter. If Ningzheng didn't know about this before, he would have simply thought that the painter had released a group of plague gods to bring disaster to the fairy world. And now, the painter just wanted to create a plague god and discuss the immortal world everywhere? Maybe there was a carrier of the immortal fruit mixed in, and commissioned by the underworld to create a wave of bombers. Because the immortal fruit is also the tomb of the immortal, there must be a lot of black disaster outside. This immortal mortal must have two characteristics. 1. Immortality. 2. The Star of Fate. This is also in line with the immortal protagonists in the storybooks. Anyway, who is not unlucky around the protagonist? Just like Baidu. How to tell fortunes in such a vast sea of people? You need to enter keywords to narrow the scope and tell fortunes accurately. This person may indeed have the immortal fruit. Ningzheng tried to tell fortunes with the keywords by Pingtian, and found that this person's divination needs are not low. By Pingtian actually needs 100 billion luck points. This just proves that there is something wrong with this guy. He is protected by the calamity, and has a very high resistance to divination. Ningzheng guessed the location of the bomb. Ningzheng immediately told Jiao Cairong, it is possible to divine by Pingtian. Jiao Cairong's eyes lit up. Sir, the fairy world is in turmoil, and we blacksmiths are too weak to participate. Whether that group of guys attack the 4 bomb tombs or control the characters to secretly attack the fairy world, it is none of our business. We don't need to be greedy. They fight them, and we dismantle a small bomb and attack a live fairy tomb. This is exactly what Ningzheng wants. Just provide a platform to earn dividends. The main battlefield is a war meat grinder. If you get involved, it will definitely be bad. Your blacksmiths are too weak. You, the owner of Shirong Manor, are also weak, so Ningzheng listened to the blacksmiths. Start to divine the location of Bai Pingtian. The first Bai Pingtian turned out to be a fake. He had cultivated a technique with calamity energy in his body, so he had such high resistance to divination. He did not have the immortal fruit in his body at all. Ningzheng laughed angrily on the spot. Okay, you are still making real and fake bombs? Most people can't guess by Pinction. We blacksmiths have to watch the painters work to vaguely guess it. And even if we guessed it, there are many by Pinction real and fake. It takes 100 billion luck points to divine one, which is disgusting. Ning Zheng was a little unconvinced, and continued to divine. After divination, he went to get people. The second one was fake, the third one was fake, the fourth one finally came true. After losing 400 billion luck points, Ning Zheng finally felt the abnormality in the body of an unlucky by Pinction, who was eating on the roadside. It was an acorn with a mysterious texture circuit. This Dao fruit quietly sank and floated in this person's body, wrapped in a thick layer of black calamity, revealing the vicissitudes of ancient times and a trace of the origin of life. Ning Zheng showed a trace of contemplation and felt something in the dark. This is a big opportunity. The immortals fought and calculated each other. I don't know how many plots there are. I didn't get involved. Removing this tomb bomb is my biggest benefit. Ning Zheng had a hunch that she took a space tomb and then a life tomb. Only by exploring it can she understand prehistory. Finally, she can better explore the immortal vein area. The time tomb, the core treasure that all the immortals are fighting for. Chapter 1024. The next day, Ning Zheng called Han Wang Immortal Venerable and asked Jukarong to discuss with him. After 3 hours of bargaining, the two sides finally negotiated a landing agreement that allowed people to enter Chongshan town, and there were various luxurious gift packages. And Jukarong said, "You can't use the role of wanting Tongzi, you have to change your role." Han Wang Immortal Venerable expressed his understanding, and he was not idle during these days of lurking, and also used the Yin-Yang creation furnace to create a brand new role, the Holy Beast role, the Holy Spirit plus the 10,000 beasts, intending to make the Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable look confused. Jukarong was shocked by this. These big guys really know how to play. After these big guys landed, they immediately began to practice non-stop, improve their realm, and then prepare to go to the fairy world. They began to maintain their 4 major tombs to burst the source of troops. So in the fairy world, various rumors appeared in just a few days. How come a unique kind of undead appeared in this tomb, madly helping the ancient armies in the 4 tombs? How come there is the breath of the Holy Spirit realm? They are not afraid of death. Could it be that they are also from the Holy Spirit realm? Be careful, be careful. It's no use to shut up. They are playing with our lives. The Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable might have colluded with the underworld. That's right, those guys will be resurrected. Maybe they are the earthbound spirits rooted in the Holy Spirit sky curtain, coming to attack our fairyland. Strictly investigate the Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable. Strictly investigate the Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable. In just a few days, the style of the fairyland suddenly changed. There are a lot of ancient armies in the 4 tombs, and even many ghost kings have awakened, fighting everywhere. There are also the resurrected characters from Ning Zheng Shirong, who are making trouble everywhere, not afraid of death, and charging madly. The situation in the fairyland suddenly became a little bad. The Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable was so angry that his face turned black, knowing that this was obviously a propaganda war against them by the underworld. Is there another kind of civilization in this world that can be resurrected without dying? But unfortunately, it could not be found. He frowned slightly. Send the order to mobilize the earthly immortal army stationed in various princes to come to the immortal world to help. Yes, your majesty. The eyes of the real immortal next to him were extremely serious. Half a day later, 30 subordinate civilizations will have more than 10 million heavenly soldiers and generals, riding more than 100 world fleets, to come to the immortal world to resist the invasion and thoroughly clean up the ancient tombs. Their immortal world is not large, with only 13 domains. In order to purify the immortal energy, the smaller the area, the better. But the 13 giant civilizations in the immortal world have subordinate civilizations. These princes, generals, marshals, and rear bases that graze in various small realms are the real main forces. And these more than 100 world-shaped fleets are essentially world-shaped spaceships. It will be like a jigsaw puzzle of the world, dragged by fleets one by one, and pushed to merge with the fairyland. Piece by piece, integrated into the fairyland. The jigsaw puzzle of more than 100 worlds will form a temporary super fairyland, and will form a large battlefield with a super wide area. Strengthen the dimension and time and space of the fairyland, the law of yin and yang and the 5 elements. This method can most directly prevent the fairyland from being blown up by the outside immortals. As long as the fairyland does not explode, the central fairy vein area cannot be taken away. It can be imagined that an incredible and huge battlefield is about to begin. The underworld. A black shadow is rolling with black mist around it, and there are all kinds of weird screams around it, giving people an extremely creepy feeling. Saint Ming Immortal Venerable picked up a palm-sized magic weapon and watched the battle lines of various frontline war zones. The Immortal Realm has entered war mode. The 13 giants of the Supreme Immortal Alliance voted together and unanimously passed the Super Immortal Realm Wartime Act. They will dispatch fleets to drag more than 100 worlds to surround the Immortal Realm, forming the 100 Worlds Ring Wall and entering the Court of the King. More than 100 worlds are used to cast the walls of the Immortal Realm. It is conceivable that this battlefield will expand to hundreds of battle lines. Moreover, because of the Immortal Realm's wartime reinforcement law, the world is more unbreakable. The cultivators, who used to blow up a mountain, can now only blow up a hill. When the Immortal Venerables enter the battlefield, the wide area damage caused will also be reduced. And according to the previous strategy, the Immortal Venerables have their own means of descending the law clones, and can go to hundreds of battlefields to fight. Of course, when their clones descend, they may also be ambushed and sniped. The sudden death of the law clones will injure the main body. If the main body is injured, it will give other Immortal Venerables the opportunity to plot against you. Many Immortals have died in this way in history. Therefore, this war in a super wide area is too challenging for military tactics and strategies. Ambush, counter-ambush. The Immortal Saint Ming frowned slightly and continued to look at the intelligence. The hidden neutral civilization race, Shanchuan civilization, under the advice of the Immortal Baimu, chose to send troops to help us snipe 100 Worlds Ring Wall and enter the fleet of the King of Beijing. The inheritance of the hidden perfect system, Dedaishan, at the invitation of the Immortal Santian, his disciples of the perfect system entered the world. This person is in the realm of great perfection of the true Immortal, and is willing to cooperate in attacking the Immortal world and looking for a breakthrough opportunity. It is estimated that this person can escape from the hands of the Immortal Law clone. Biao civilization, at the invitation of Immortal Patrol C, is willing to refine pills in the logistics and provide assistance to the front line. Shirong forces, this business alliance is willing to provide a clone platform at the invitation of Immortal Hun Wang, which can control temporary clone characters. Great Demon Fire Civilization. 9 Generations Mountain. One piece of information after another flashed through his mind. Shirong was inconspicuous among them, at least for him now. He was not very powerful. He was concerned about whether those top combat forces, the true Immortal Great Perfection, who had already entered the field, could break through the Immortal Venerable after the war and increase their combat power. More than 100 fleets, pulling a world to meet the king? A staff-type Immortal smacked his lips next to him. I don't know how many worlds there are in secret. There may be hundreds of them behind the scenes. Sir, did our meteorite hit too early? Hee. Sheng Ming Immortal smiled. The plans of this world can never keep up with the changes. Countless people are fortune-telling and calculating. The secrets of heaven are in chaos. Who can understand it? Especially since the battlefield of the great Immortal Realm is about to appear. Even our Immortals can't figure out this land. Otherwise we wouldn't worry about being ambushed. The staff Immortal beside him smiled and said, the birth of the great Immortal Realm has made the Immortal Realm more chaotic, which is also a good thing. The life tomb bombs we sent in advance are becoming less predictable. The Immortal Saint Ming said indifferently, after that war, under our deliberate corruption for millions of years, the corruption in the Immortal Realm is more serious than we imagined, provoking class and gender confrontations, and assisting the birth of the robbery forces. Mu Qian and other sisters had no idea that they had felt that it was difficult to find a Taoist partner before, and that finding a cultivator of equal status and a higher probability of killing a Taoist partner were all secretly promoted by these immortals. Boom! In the endless battlefield of the heavens. One after another, the world domes were tied with golden chains and dragged by the fleet in front to the fairyland. A huge battlefield is about to appear, and countless fairy soldiers, flying swords, spaceships, and chariots continue to appear outside the barriers of the fairyland. Such a huge battlefield? Ning Zheng looked intently, and found that there were constantly worlds merging into the sky. The fairyland was constantly expanding its puzzle. The civilizations that came were also messy, including robots, giants, monsters, flames, and various flying vehicles of messy shapes. There were too many people. Of course, Jiuzui, as one of the fairy soldiers guarding the gate of the fairyland, had the most say, and was a little tired recently. Too exaggerated. As a country bumpkin from the countryside, Ning Zheng saw such an exaggerated scene for the first time. He could almost foresee that the number of soldiers who died every minute and every second in the future would be an astronomical number, and subordinate civilizations from all directions would continue to come to protect their suzerain country. The fairyland. Of course, some civilizations may have been turned against the enemy early on, and become one of the inside ghost walls, opening the city gates at a critical moment. This world is about to become a war meat grinder. Ning Zheng was indeed afraid. Fortunately, I followed the arrangements of the blacksmiths. This scene is so big that I can no longer interfere. Under this kind of war power, if you go out casually, you may be killed by thousands of heavenly soldiers who join forces to cast a super spell. No matter how strong an individual is, he can only beat hundreds or thousands of people of the same level, but no matter how many there are, if they are fired at, they will die. Under the immortal venerable, they are all ants. But now, the true immortal is also afraid of the number of fire. After all, the military formation and the military's fire on the immortal weapon are not a joke, and they have developed very maturely. He turned his mind back and planned to deal with by Pingtian, dismantle the bomb, and play his own copy, regardless of the chaos outside. After finding the first one, should I look for the second bomb next? Ning Zheng pondered. By Pingtian, 500 billion. Ning Zheng's face suddenly changed. Is it so expensive? The battlefield has begun, and countless people are fortune-telling and calculating the future. The secrets of heaven have been confused, and the difficulty of fortune-telling has increased by so many times. Fortunately, I was lucky and got one in advance, otherwise I would be at a loss now. Ning Zheng felt that finding a life tomb was not bad. Chapter 1025. I should have struck while the iron was hot, and found another location for the Daogua bomb. Ning Zheng was a little unhappy. But it was just a complaint. He found 3 fake bombs before he found a real one. He had to spend 400 billion in luck to find the second one. After spending this money, he would only have more than 100 billion in his pocket. It is absolutely impossible for him to not have the luck to save his life. My fate is unpredictable, and my luck is 0. How can I be like the immortals, whose fate is always fixed, like a blood bar that is fixed at hundreds of billions or trillions a day? Can it recover naturally? I need this luck to save my life. I can run away when many immortals are fighting and hide in the dark to eat melons. The immortal world is too dangerous now. Now, 500 billion, a white flat sky, naturally, is even more reluctant to spend. It is enough to buy half of the immortal treasure. Although this immortal treasure is all kinds of furniture. Fruit knife, cloak, storage box, chair. But nominally, it is 800 billion for a treasure of the immortal. Forget it, I am lucky if I get it, and I will die if I lose it. Ning Zheng knocked by Pingtian unconscious and stole it. He didn't even try to cover it up. Who cares if this bomb is being watched? Anyway, it was stolen, and now I can't predict it. The world is so chaotic now. After Ning Zheng left, an immortal who was responsible for monitoring nearby was suddenly panicked, and his legs were weak with fear. It's over. I can't escape the guilt. I'm afraid I have to gamble my life with a 50% probability. The news was quickly reported. The several immortals in charge of this matter frowned slightly. This theft is definitely not a coincidence. At our level, all luck is not accidental. I don't know who has this method. Forget it, let's not worry about him. He must have divined several fake tombs and suffered great losses before catching a real one. That's right. Now that the situation is confusing, it is even more impossible to divine. The remaining few must be safe and do not need to be transferred. The second batch of nuclear deterrence is, after all, just one of the means in this vast battlefield. Although they were furious, they had no time to investigate. Only the painter who had been in contact with them in the dark smiled slightly after hearing this, as if he had thought of something. But he didn't care, and continued to paint. He finally came to the Great War era he had dreamed of. The immortals fought, and he painted their mythical heroic figures and the blood and tears they shed. The immortal world of Kyoe is already in sight. At the foot of the mountain of Zujian Villa, the Jiomu sect. With a crash, Ning Zheng knocked by Pingtian unconscious and brought him here. The abandoned ancient Jiomu sect ruins are far away from the sword-casting villa base camp. It is relatively safe here, in case the Pingtian bomber has any accidents. At this time, there are only a few kittens left in the huge Jiomu sect. Jiomu Qing walked out with the tribesmen, looked at this guy, and asked curiously, "Is this the man? The same painting body of the unlucky Pingtian?" As expected of the owner of the villa, the divination is really accurate. The ability of the owner of the villa is naturally beyond doubt. Ning Zheng smiled and said, as an old steward, "See if there is anything to pay attention to, and organize our monks to explore. But don't call those people from outside. This is a secret place unique to our blacksmiths. Those people from outside are a mixed bag. Our sect's sacred artifact, Zhujian Villa, provides them with a magical power to control vests, and is still busy fighting in the fairy world. If this bomb is exposed to them, wouldn't it be telling Hun Wang Immortal Venerable, You threatened our Zhujian villa with a bomb, and we stole your bomb right after you? This is not good. It affects friendship too much. It destroys our cooperation with Han Wang Immortal Venerable, and others too much. It seems that we are very vengeful. Jiuzai Rong also expressed his opinion on this. This is indeed not good. It seems that I, Shiqian Gawara Rong, was threatened by someone and stole someone's electric car at the night. Yi Guangxiu looked serious and shouted loudly, That's right, that's right. We can't let them misunderstand us. We at Zhujian Villa never like to steal electric cars, we just like to steal people's wives. Su Yunyang rolled her eyes. What big truth are you talking about? What is stealing? We are giving hats. Ning Zheng, These people are crooked again. These bastards never stop talking. Ning Zheng said, After you go in, be careful. If you die, you die. Be careful not to detonate the tomb. If you blow up our base camp, it will be more trouble than gain. The blacksmith stopped bragging and stood at attention with solemn expressions. Got it. Don't worry, we will go to the dungeon. This ancient tomb of the life immortal venerable will not make any waves in our hands. Don't worry, there will be a big battle outside. We will not go to the dungeon of the immortal realm battlefield. We will take down the dungeon of the tomb of the life immortal venerable first. After instructing these stupid animals, Ning Zheng left decisively. He had to go to the destiny world. It was almost time to break through the first level of the true immortal. After all, after the Great War began, the realm of the celestial being was not enough for Ning Zheng. It was too fast after all. It's all the painter's fault. This kind of behind-the-scenes culprit is always quiet. Destiny world. After Ning Zheng came here, she found something wrong. On the earth, there were many Taoist temples. The entire Taoist civilization had been updated for several versions, and the various systems of the Golden God had become more and more mature. And above the divine capital in the sky, there was actually another sect. Mo Mei Xian Min. Why did she change the name of her sect back? Ning Zheng looked at the majestic and sacred sect plaque, and was a little speechless. It should be Mo Mei. However, Mo Mei Zhenxian actually secretly moved his base camp to the Destiny world, and he ran away very quickly. It's just that this Destiny world is not very suitable for them, the immortals, to practice. Not only is there no immortal energy, but it is also too fragile. It is estimated that Immortal Mo Mei had made a lot of money before, and had a large amount of immortal stones as cultivation resources, so he dared to leave. But moving the sect here would also consume a lot of energy every day, and it might not last for thousands of years. Has this world of destiny really become the hometown of Emperor Yi? It's a bit outrageous to bring a family with you. Ning Zheng was too lazy to think about it, and started to practice in seclusion. World of Destiny. Immortal Mo Mei still gritted her teeth and stopped the behavior of being a Krypton Gold Sow. She resisted the Krypton Gold button, clicked the exit button, and opened her eyes. Huh? I always feel that something is peeking at me. Is it an illusion? She didn't think about it anymore, and continued to log in. Thinking of taking the sect's trusted immortal disciples to become a man of destiny, and being a mercenary on the battlefield of the super fairy world together, and continue to fleece the sheep. After all, the battlefield is too huge now. Their Momei sect is like a drop of water entering a lake, inconspicuous. You can still make money after leaving the fairyland. It is safe, practical, and can also guide the Night Emperor, Yi Tianai's practice. Recently, Shirong Tianing Village claimed that the main line has been updated, and several Battlefield Krypton gift packages have been launched. If you don't Krypton, you feel that you can't keep up with the first-tier Destiny people. If you Krypton, you feel like you have become the Krypton sow in the mouth of the Night Emperor, a brainless Krypton fat pig that can only grunt. Why does reality feel like a game? This organization makes her, a dignified true fairy, unable to complain, but she still has to log in and go online to complete various daily tasks. Because some benefits are really good, thinking of those dog bastards who claim to be planners, designing various main lines, maps, and daily tasks, and taking out so many Gold Flash Festival gift packages, this fairyland will sooner or later be distorted. It's so outrageous, so powerful, a super war-type immortal treasure, a majestic and solemn natural disaster-killing artifact. In the hands of a group of unreliable creatures, their operation style has changed. Click, landing, going to the battlefield again. They saw huge and vast worlds that were surrounded by the city, wrapped in clouds and mist, pulled by the fleet, and embedded in the fairyland like fragments of a puzzle. Kill! Mo Mei Zhenxian accepted the mission at the frontline camp, brought her own beast and several disciples, and watched in shock as the entire fairyland encountered the greatest terror she had never encountered in her life. The sky was torn apart. The soldiers rushed forward frantically. In the spliced worlds, a large number of lakes, mountains, lava, oceans, strong winds, forests, and other terrains were artificially built to cast their spells with the advantage of the terrain. In those worlds that were pushed to merge, in addition to the army, there were also many civilians living there. These intelligent lives were engulfed in war, devoured alive, and trampled to death one by one like ants. Then 50% of them were resurrected again, and were rooted in the Holy Spirit's sky curtain expressionlessly by the high and mighty Holy Spirit immortal venerable, and then left alone. These resurrected people returned to the city, continued to be afraid, wailed, and despaired before their lives, and then continued to be trampled to death one by one. Resurrection, trampled to death, resurrection, trampled to death. The connected civilization bubble worlds were completely reduced to hell, and countless people went back and forth in the desperate cycle, lost their memory, read the files, and despaired again. Crying all day long, everything was broken, the gods fought, and all the ways were annihilated. No one cared about the life and death of the people. They were born and died like straw on the roadside. This was the Fifth World War that covered a large area of the heavens. Just when people were sobbing, wailing, and despairing. In the fairy world, a group of Jiuzhou monks, who had delayed their ascension finally ascended, and were received by Xian Shichen and others. The younger generation of Jiaowu, Su Huan Liu Zhu. You came at the right time. Xian Shichen turned around and received the monks from his hometown, outside. Let's go, the fairy world is too scary now, and it is too unfriendly to the new immortals who ascended. I will take you to the first charge. First charge? Liu Zhu, Su Huan, and even the Phoenix, the Dragon Clan and others were all silent. Chapter 1026. There are quite a lot of cultivators who ascended collectively in Jiuzhou. After all, the four great beasts, the human race, and even the various races had already accumulated a large number of cultivators who had reached the great perfection of the transformation realm in the era when they were not allowed to ascend. Most of them were not bad at ascending at this moment, and they were basically around 2 disasters and 2 tribulations. And there were more than 30 of them. Soon, they were stunned to find that there was also a famous brand called Shirong. And what shocked Jiaowu the most was, how did our story appear in the fairyland? And it was exaggerated. She was extremely annoyed. She didn't have time to be annoyed. But they suddenly landed in Chongshan town, and they looked around. Where is this? They saw NPC Su Yunyang, Jiu Cairong, and the medical fairy, and they were completely silent. Others were not familiar, but the medical fairy, they were very familiar. There were too many of these medical fairies. Many people felt that they had returned to the Shiman city of Xinyazu in an instant. Just as the immortal world started the dispute of the epical catastrophe, a sleeping corpse floated above the Jiomu sect. The immortal fruit in Bai Pingqian's body gradually opened a layer of ripples. Countless black calamity chi rolled, and were gradually separated. Jiomu Qing opened a passage with the great power of the true immortal level. Successfully opened. Jiomu Qing also came into contact with the Tomb of Life for the first time. She pondered, although I don't know what's inside, you should not be contaminated by the black calamity chi. Although she was a true immortal of the old era, she was also the last realm under the immortal venerable. In addition, she used the Yangwawa and Shadow Crocodile for the Ember Bubble. Comparable to Neza's Lotus Root and Lotus, reshaping the flesh body can be regarded as keeping up with the true immortal level of the new era. He is already the top general under Ning Zheng. Go. Jumuking waved his hand. Okay. Vanguard, charge. Bring back the information, and see what's in the Tomb of Life. Following the world passage opened up, the first batch of blacksmiths passed through the world barrier, and came to the legendary Tomb of Life Immortal. The blacksmiths outside were all stunned. Because in their eyes, those monks who entered the Tomb of Longevity Dao Fruit were melted in. Weapons, magic weapons, armor, all fell down and could not be brought in. Only pure life structures can enter the Tomb of Life. And these blacksmiths turned into long strips of flesh and blood like spaghetti, and melted directly in. This scene is too horrifying. The structure of the life tomb is completely different from that of the space tomb. What is this? Yi Guangxiu, who was in charge of the command outside, panicked. Become DNA? To enter the life tomb? What level is the life tomb? Could it be that the essence of the life tomb is a DNA gene bank? Yin Shuangying nodded. I think everyone must become tadpoles to enter the life tomb and explore. The gameplay of this copy is a bit outrageous. This is not an ordinary tomb robbing process. Ryunyang said, didn't you notice? Bai Pingqian outside seems to be getting stronger and evolving as the DNA of the blacksmith tomb robbers enters. Everyone looked. Wow, After integrating into the tomb robber Luan Ding Tongzi, the entire life structure of Bai Pingtian seems to be turning into Luan Ding Tongzi. He instantly turned into a Dai Iron Man. Iron sheets, overlapping, and the iron sheet array patterns on the blacksmith's bodies, covered heavily. Obviously, those tomb-robbing blacksmiths really entered his body to rob the tomb, and the structures of both sides were also fused. And Bai Pingtian seemed a little manic, crazy, and twisted. At the same time, it seemed that this Tao fruit opened a channel, and the body structure of the ancient residents in the life tomb began to merge into Bai Pingtian. Bai Pingtian had the hands and feet of the people in the ancient tomb, scaly skin, slender limbs, and turned into reverse joints. The breath was getting stronger. Bai Pingtian seemed to be turning into some kind of strange creature. Jiao Zhang was also frantically collecting information. Soon, a summary was given in front of the blacksmiths. 1. Entering the life tomb is in the original form of life structure, entering the tomb and merging into the other party's body. 2. Opening the tomb, the ancient biological structure sealed in the tomb will also overflow. Bai Pingtian will absorb the ancient life structure in the Tao fruit and evolve wildly. 3. Bai Pingtian seemed to be turning into some kind of creature similar to Offering as his body merged. After seeing the news, several people looked at each other. Similar to an offering? Could it be that the owner of the tomb, the immortal of life, was resurrected in Bai Pingtian? But the immortal must die. It is impossible to fake death in the Hadao heaven and earth. Then the resurrected immortal of life may be just a flesh and blood shell with only appearance. Thinking about it in a more complicated way, it may be a replica with the memory of the immortal of life? Don't be afraid. I be there to support you. You can fight. Looking at Bai Pingtian, who has gradually evolved into an unknown form, Jiao Muqing said, especially you, Sun and Moon Su Yunyang, you can go and hone yourself. Okay. Sun and Moon Su Yunyang nodded, eager to try, called her good sister named Jiao Jiao, and began to tentatively attack Bai Pingtian. Bang! The two sides suddenly started to exchange fire. Jiao Muqing looked at the blacksmith from the side and said, a large-scale military war is completely different from a dozen of you going to a dungeon together. Jiao Muqing cut out the group of Tianming people in the observer perspective who were fighting in the war. You see, the military formation, military weapons, and military blessing magic tools are all matured to the extreme. As long as the number is sufficient, a large number of human immortal soldiers stationed in the true immortal level battle formation magic tools can hurt the true immortal. Jiao Muqing explained the structure of the immortal war to this group of people. The other blacksmiths were humble and eager to learn, and kept observing. I said, the main line is to forge magic weapons. We also have to make a large magic weapon. Tens of thousands of us sit on flying swords, and one energy cannon fires, and the opponent will be scared to dodge. The Bai Pingtian in front of us can just give us a war drill and long-range combat. Yes, in a war of the true immortal level, our long-range 100,000 heavenly soldiers can assist our true immortals and seriously affect the outcome. Everyone discussed. This is the classic gameplay of online games, city battles, and national battles outside the dungeon. It's the kind that tens of thousands of players go together. Hot-blooded, exciting. Who doesn't want to have fun on the battlefield? I have an ancient battle formation here. I modified it according to the current rules and routes. It can be used. As he said, Jiao Muqing took out a formation plate. Clatter. The formation plate was waved, and it turned into a void formation pattern, which merged into the ground under his feet and turned into a dense formation pattern and position. Let's start the drill. Jiao Muqing looked solemn now. As the heavenly soldiers and generals, you have to assist our General Sun Moon Lady in the rear. So they began to practice under Jiao Muqing's drill, comparing the battle formation of the heavenly destiny and the immortal world in the bystander perspective. On the other side, the blacksmiths who entered the Tomb of Life didn't know what happened outside. They appeared on a street with a peculiar style. Brother Ming, something is wrong. The senior chief blacksmith, the god of food, couldn't help shouting, our equipment disappeared, my battle-tied hoop curse. Xiao Chai Kun was also panicking, it's over, we are going to be finished. With the tight hoop, they can at least be the great sage of balance, not to mention the great sage of heaven. But if they put it down, they are just horses that can only move bricks and do odd jobs. There is no sense of security at all. What should we do? The god of cookery couldn't help but complain, should we move forward? Or should we push out? Let's go, why not? This dungeon just bans equipment, isn't that normal? Xiao Chai Kun and several blacksmiths rushed in directly. Chapter 1027. Tap, tap, tap. In the Tomb of Life. The blacksmiths rushed forward in big strides, even shouting loudly, without fear of death. They even wanted to die quickly, and then go out. Come on, kill us like the space tomb. They gradually found that this tomb of life was very strange, with palaces, nerve palaces, brain palaces, soul palaces, flesh palaces. They were like being in the body of a certain life. And after walking through, the countless structures contained in the body of the life seemed to be conceptualized and materialized into palaces. Is this the base camp of the immortal of life? And when they passed by here, they actually saw many ancient monks. They were the remnants of the life kingdom of the immortal of life, and they had turned into ashes. They were discussing the evolution of life and the shaping of structures here. They didn't think it was strange that the ancient ancestors turned into ashes. The tomb bomb must have been secretly spread with the Ember's virus in advance, otherwise, how could these ancient tomb soldiers attack the fairyland when the bomb exploded? The cultivators of the fake country are so strange. The god of food was shocked. Although Xiao Chai-Kun didn't know what this country was doing. But his first reaction was, there are already people from the sky country in our villa, making storage bags. The people from the fake country here must have a skill. If they can be tricked into working in our villa, wouldn't it be great? Thinking of this, the god of food walked out and clasped his fists to a citizen from the fake country and said, "My friend, may I ask where this is?" The Ember citizen maintained his logic before he died, and didn't think he was dead. He said lightly, "Who brought you here? We are in the fake country, and you don't even know this?" The god of food was stunned and asked, "Are there many younger generations coming recently?" "Yes, there are many." The Ember citizen said, "What a mess. There are cultivators from all countries and systems." The firewood burner next to him reacted. "This bomb is indeed stuffed with a lot of private goods and messy garbage, so that it will have a greater lethality when it explodes. After all, it makes sense if you think about it. Modern armies also stuff iron sheets into bombs. It is estimated that there are many century criminals, bad guys, and enemies stuffed here, waiting to discuss the fairy world when it explodes." Xiao Chai-Kun thought of this, and couldn't help but sigh. He secretly said to the god of food, "The immortals are still naive. If it were me, I would treat this bomb as a trash can and throw all kinds of kitchen waste and household garbage into it. It would be spectacular when it explodes." The god of food also likes to pretend, and he didn't admit his weakness on the spot. "What's the garbage? If it were me, I would treat this place as a septic tank. When the bomb explodes, it will anger both humans and gods, and it will be all over the immortal world. That's powerful. This is the real nuclear deterrence. The immortals are scared and dare not let it explode." Xiao Chai-Kun, What a great anger between humans and gods. That makes sense. But on second thought, this lethality must be enough. The immortals must not have thought of it, but they don't want to do it. I am a great immortal, using this kind of hurting people. Do we still have face? Xiao Chai-Kun said this idea, and the god of food immediately felt that it made sense, and sighed secretly that it was a pity. The immortals in the underworld want to have face, which is why they are about to lose. The god of food was angry, and hated him for not fighting. Xiao Chai-Kun, The underworld is our franchisee. Why are you cursing them for defeat right away? In order to keep our friends in the underworld from losing, we must help them. The god of food had an idea. The immortal venerable wants face, not situation. This is absolutely unacceptable. Face cannot be eaten. Xiao Chai-Kun rolled his eyes. Then what do you want? The god of food, as allies of the underworld, we can't watch the immortal venerable of the underworld continue to be decadent. We are enemies of the world together with them. We have to help them put feces in the bombs, and help them give the immortal world a taste of pain. We can contact the owner of the manor, and find a few more bombs, and put some good things in them. When the time comes, blow them up, and let the immortal world taste the power of our allies of the underworld immortal venerable. We will win in the underworld." Xiao Chai-Kun was shocked. "I think you are too extreme. Adding some corpse mushrooms in it is already good enough." Just when the two pits were whispering and bragging without considering the occasion, the remnants of the embers on the opposite side flashed a trace of impatience. The god of food said quickly, "We are the descendants led by Jiomu Immortal Venerable, just like those friends who are traveling." The people of Yujin nodded. "Since you have come to our country and experienced the Ming Kingdom, one of the three great powers in human history, you should watch and learn well." Then, Xiao Chai-Kun and the god of food were taken to the streets to walk around, and they were shocked. Like the Kong Kingdom, in ancient times, the life immortal venerable lived there. In that era, they were invisible and incorporeal people, living in the body of every living thing. The life immortal venerable distributed his life authority to the people of the Ming Kingdom, asking them to help him manage his life. They are the concrete carriers of the white blood cells, red blood cells, and livers in all living things. If there are any new viruses, new evolutionary branches of life, or new life organs, they can see them in the liver palace, nerve palace, and skin palace at the first time. Moreover, as courtiers of the dynasty of life, they are responsible for red blood cells, white blood cells, blood, brain stem, spinal cord, etc., to regulate, kill viruses, and govern the world. The god of food was shocked when he heard this. Is this the ancient sacredness? It's too outrageous. Xiao Chai Kun also had a vision in his heart when he heard this. Their country of life does not exist in the present world, but exists on every timeline, standing within the law of the concept of life and in the concept of nothingness. The country is the body of all life. As various organs, they can descend on the territory of each life at any time to manage the pathological changes of certain individual lives and group races. Then, they began to continue their journey, traveling around various areas, and listening to the explanations of the monks of the kingdom of life. They heard some ancient myths. For example, in a certain timeline, the ministers of the Fate Kingdom neglected their duty and left work one stick of incense earlier than the time of Chinshur. As a result, they failed to monitor the birth of a natural disaster virus in a certain life form. As a result, the virus evolved and spread, forming a natural disaster and destroying that timeline. The whole world was destroyed, and that timeline was called the disaster timeline. The ministers of the Fate Kingdom, they were all dead or injured. There were no living people in the entire timeline. There were zombies everywhere. Even the true immortals died below the immortal venerable. Finally, the life immortal venerable of that world personally crossed the dimension and crossed to other timelines to ask another me in other timelines and his Fate Kingdom to reshape his own timeline, replay the world, and correct the structure of life. Amazing. The god of food and other blacksmiths couldn't help but admire, their eyes full of yearning. What a brilliant, mythical, and glorious era that was. Suddenly looking at the spiral ring in the sky, the brilliant glass gave people a sense of sacredness and remoteness. What is that? The god of food pointed to the sky and couldn't help asking. You don't know this? The survivor introduced with a smile, this is one of the famous weapons of our immortal lord of the kingdom of life, Life Spiral. In addition, there are Life Knot, Sacred Lifeline, which are combined into 3 major artifacts for ruling the world. After hearing this, the blacksmiths were excited. There are so many good things in this copy. Those guys who robbed the tomb in advance didn't take these fairy treasures away, but left them here to continue to be bombs? Although they didn't know why, the blacksmiths felt that they saw the final reward of the copy. The god of food's eyes were bright. The power of these people in the life country is less than 1%, and they can only sew storage bags, like the people in the void country. But their abilities are still very strong. This Dao fruit is destined for my yin-yang creation furnace. Wouldn't it be wonderful to integrate them into the yin-yang creation furnace, make them the people in the furnace, preside over various life palaces, and evolve their skin, flesh, and nerves? All of a sudden, the god of food thought of a new place to go. They don't have to learn from the people in the void country, build a village under my sword-casting villa, and sew storage bags. The god of food was overjoyed, and he had been jealous of someone's precious lotus lantern for a long time. The outside world is in constant war, and it is also very good for these people to take refuge in my yin-yang creation furnace. Chapter 1028. The people of Kong will live in the macroscopic space, and the people of Ming will live on the microscopic life. It is so reasonable to think so. Ancient myths are really interesting to think so. It is just that this Mingwa Daogua, the server customer service center of countless lives, may be disconnected from the internet now. In each palace, it is impossible to control, modify, observe, and evolve the living beings outside. The Longevity Daogua server cannot connect to the internet for all living beings, and has become an old-fashioned machine that is out of date. But the server itself still has value, the god of food whispered, and those immortals must have dug it out when they were tomb robbers. Maybe they saw that the 3 life control treasures left by the life immortal were useless outside, right? Xiao Chai Kun also thought it made sense. If it was a good thing, would the immortals dig this tomb without taking away the 3 life immortal treasures on top of their heads? It can only be said that this thing is not tempting enough. It is better to stay in the tomb and continue to be a bomb. The value of detonation is greater. I remember that the old steward of their villa also said, in ancient tombs like this, the treasures left behind are basically various common furniture. The core weapons of the immortals must have been taken away in the war. How could they be left at home? Xiao Chai Kun looked up and said, these 3 life treasures may be auxiliary immortal treasures for managing life, which are the furniture of the 3 immortals. But the immortals at that level don't look down on it, but we can definitely look down on it. Dear guests, please follow me. Soon, the people took them to a reception area. This world is very interesting, with dense and exquisite totems building houses, streets, land, and even ceilings. Thinking carefully, I feel that this environment is like skin wrinkles. Like cell walls, this makes people with overlapping cell wall arrays have something to say. The god of food and Xiao Chai Kun were quickly taken to the guest room by the friendly and enthusiastic people of Ming country. After the group settled down, they began to inquire about information everywhere. The people here are very enthusiastic and do not charge the money. They have the style of the people of a great country. After walking a few more streets, the god of food found that they can eat and buy clothes here, which is no different from normal people. It can only be said that this is a life cave, a microscopic shumi, between reality and illusion, very mysterious. It's a bit like someone's heart. You are right, it's you. Jian Xian, the emperor of the heart. The god of food guessed again. Even in the end of the law, there may be some magical powers that involve part of life. Maybe Jian Xian is like this. Xiao Chai Kun nodded. It's like golden mud, which is obviously a gold-based magical power, but it involves some magical powers of luck. Maybe it's useful to bring Jian Xian here. No. It would be better to say that we can go to the outside world and ask the owner of the manor to get Jian Xian's magical power. The people of the old era are not suitable for the modern era. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we used the magical power of heart to seduce these people? No. Maybe we can play a more coquettish operation. Replicate the things of the space tomb, and there is also a reincarnation of the life immortal here, reappearing. I'm talking about you, Jian Life Immortal Xian. The two looked at each other, and were already thinking about how to go outside and trick Jian Xian to come here to help them cheat people. At this time, before the few people discussed for long, they saw a few old men approaching them. Friends, are you also from the underworld? Of course. The god of food observed the other party calmly for a while, and immediately smiled and said, we were introduced by the immortal master Hun Huang. The old man nodded. When the other party said the words Hun Huang immortal master, they knew that they should be their own people. They were very defensive, because they didn't think anyone could find the bomb. These people were jail bosses, who imprisoned some garbage criminals in this tomb. When the explosion occurred, these prisoners came out to harm the fairy world. These prisoners practiced poison skills, evil arts, and were infected with viruses, which harmed many civilizations. And these prison bosses imprisoned these prisoners in, and they didn't think about getting out alive, so they were considered a death squad. Can you tell me about the information here? The god of food couldn't help but said. Ah, the information here? Of course. The old man didn't think much about it. He was quite lonely, so he just chatted with the god of food and the others. It turned out that this old man was an ordinary mortal who was playing badly. He used to be a farmer. His life was coming to an end, so he was used to be a death squad, using his own life to earn resources for his son. He looked like a simple and honest father, a typical ox horse worker. No wonder he was so easy to deceive and believe them right away. After all, he was an honest man who had been farming all his life, and the god of food felt a little guilty. But this guilt was soon replaced by his confidence. Fortunately, we demolished the tomb and saved his life. We are really good people. They didn't chat for a while, and suddenly there was a cry from the people outside. Someone is attacking. Hurry up and start the detection of each life temple. The heart is being hit, and the 37th cabbage heart has been switched. Open the wingspan, equipping wings of the sky. Speed up the operation of the fascia, and install fascia of the White Cloud Saint clan. Blood is flowing out. Quickly start the emergency plan. Switching the magic power, using the 7th magic power of the Wood system, Heaven of Wood Core. The god of food and Xiao Chai Kun listened to the voice, and walked out with shock on their faces. What happened? A war started, but we, the leaks who entered the dungeon, didn't fight. It doesn't have to be so exaggerated to deal with us, the useless materials without restraints, right? They looked at the surrounding dispatches, and suddenly looked at each other, as if they thought of something. We are in a huge body. Outside? Is it by Pingtian outside, fighting the leak blacksmith? The god of food's eyes flashed with a strange light. There is a big battle going on outside, while the cells, blood vessels, and body in the body are working, even evolving, and even the magical powers are changing. It's too outrageous. Bai Pingtian's magical powers can also be changed. Where did you get the mask? Are you also a clone? The god of food looked at the palaces, and suddenly had a malicious thought. There is a big battle outside, and are we the virus that sneaks into the body? We should work together inside and outside to defeat this boss, with a complex mechanism? Xiao Chai Kun suddenly became excited. Two-line combat, inside and outside cooperation. The combat mechanism of this copy is actually played like this. So interesting. This dog planner actually has such an amazing brain hole. It's too cool. Sword casting villa, Jiomu sect. The ground is already a ruin. Sun Moon Su Yunyang and Ning Jiao Jiao were sweating profusely and panting heavily. We can't win. We can't win at all. And behind, thousands of immortals and blacksmiths were frantically operating the military formation, assisting, blessing, and long-range attacks. But they still couldn't do anything to the other side. The first large-scale siege dungeon conducted by the blacksmiths ended here. Sun and Moon Su Yunyang kept retreating and said faintly, I can't beat it. I can't beat it at all. Bai Pingtian is too outrageous. He is the first level of immortals. After fighting, he is only the 5th level of immortals. Is he cheating? Getting stronger in the battle? And his innate magical power can actually transform into 72 different things, just like the face covering, which is outrageous. Jiao Muqing also frowned slightly. Then let's take a break and fight again tomorrow. After that, she waved her hand, and the breath leaking out of the Tao fruit was closed. Bai Pingtian fell to the ground again and was sealed up. Bai Pingtian's breath fell back from the 6th level of immortals to the 1st level of immortals. Ning Jiao Jiao also shouted obediently, Master Jiao Muqing, why is this guy so outrageous? Jiao Muqing showed a trace of nostalgia. His eyes seemed to miss his prehistoric friends and the past, and smiled faintly. Life immortal is like this, evolving, transforming, adapting to the environment, and even evolving and switching his innate magical powers. If Bai Pingtian was not just a puppet, an unconscious waste, unable to exert his strength, you would have seen a comprehensive monster. Ah, the two people looked scared. Jiao Muqing continued, don't talk about you two guys. If you continue to fight, he will continue to evolve from the 6th level of the celestial immortal to the early stage of the true immortal, and the great perfection of the true immortal is his limit. When the true immortal is perfect, even I am not his opponent at the same level. Ri Yunyang couldn't help but complain, this is too outrageous. How can someone become stronger in battle? He doesn't need to practice. Because he is not a human, do you understand? Bai Pingtian's rapid breakthrough is essentially the blessing of the civilization of the kingdom of life in his body, which helps him evolve his life form, structure, and realm. And this is not the realm that he has cultivated himself. How can it be so easy to get? There are side effects. Did you see that it was Bai Pingtian who just took action? The one who is getting stronger is just the instinctive projection of the immortal of life. Everyone understood. No wonder Bai Pingtian's realm fell after he closed the tomb passage. The evolution and strengthening of the original realm is temporary, but after closing the tomb, the evolution of the body and the improvement of various structures are real benefits left behind. This is too outrageous. Once a mortal with the immortal fruit encounters a crisis, he will instinctively open the channel of the immortal fruit and enter the form of the immortal possessed by the life immortal. Evolve various organs, tissues, and structures in battle. Grow wings, eagle claws, anklets, scales to restrain the opponent. Who can beat it? The protagonist of this immortal flow has too many plugins. Beside him, Yi Guangxiu complained, if you provoke him, he will explode directly and kill your whole family. That's right. Jiao Muqing also learned their way of speaking and smiled. That is the immortal life, a multidimensional existence that is once and forever. Even if you only get his fruit in a certain timeline, and it can also allow a mortal who does not practice to evolve rapidly in battle and reach the great perfection of true immortal. The fairy of medicine felt a little sad. This fruit is very useful, but it's a pity that the immortals look down on it and use it as a balm. The fairy auntie disagreed. Which tomb is not useful? I think the space tomb is more useful. Look at this space immortal tomb. It is very suitable to be a base camp. On the contrary, Yi Guangxiu next to him was thoughtful. This bomb is really powerful. After the explosion, the evolved creatures comparable to the great perfection of true immortal appeared on the scene, killing a lot, which is also quite deterrent. It is estimated that it can be comparable to the true immortal of the perfect level. Jiao Cairong was a little helpless. Don't think so much. How to deal with this Bai Pingtian first. This guy seems to be stronger when facing a strong opponent, and it's a bit difficult to deal with. However, at this time, the god of food next door, Shao Chai Kuan, said news. Jiao Cairong's eyes lit up. There is actually such a dual-line dungeon gameplay? I have an idea. Jiao Cairong said excitedly. That being said, the internal and external forces can paralyze the evolutionary cells in the body, but the specific implementation method still needs to be carefully considered. Next, they began to carefully consider how to attack the dungeon, and they enjoyed it. This large-scale event is really fun. They can harvest ancient secret treasures and trace back to the past. Chapter 1029. Destiny World. I have reached the first level of True Immortal. Ning Zheng smiled. When entering the realm of True Immortal, one no longer needs to realize the truth, but needs rich knowledge to build one's own domain. This is a slow process, building layer by layer. It is just like a person starting from scratch and rubbing out a computer with bare hands. This made Ning Zheng, who has a strong epiphany ability, speechless. Can't have an epiphany, can only work hard and slowly build a domain? Theoretically, as long as there are enough resources, every True Immortal can slowly grind to the great perfection of True Immortal, but it looks simple, but it is not simple in reality. Because the resources needed to build a domain has stumped most True Immortals, they go hunting everywhere, going to secret realms, taking risks. I don't know how many people died on the way. At the same time, many cultivators are slow in building their domains, and they may not be able to reach the perfection of True Immortals even if they die of old age. Ning Zheng complained helplessly. I have been sleeping on straw and eating bitter food, and just cheated the big guys for resources, accompanied the True Immortals in the battlefield to cheat insurance and pensions. 30% per capita, this is a big number. Enough for Ning Zheng to worry about the early stage of True Immortal. There is no shortage of True Immortal resources in the short term, just polishing and construction. No matter what. I am lucky, but it is useless in the True Immortal level. So Ning Zheng was furious and began to study other ways to use luck. Isn't it based on hard work? Ning Zheng, I have a large number of people, and we work hard together. He finally started to learn other skills and tricks in addition to the basic realm. Through enlightenment, he developed a method of splitting his own body in Dharma phase, dividing phase group thinking method, and used his own 300 Dharma phases to build a domain together. In a rage, he only left a few Dharma images at key transmission points and recalled all the Dharma images. With more people, the speed is 300 times faster. 300 Dharma images are in seclusion together to help Ning Zheng build his body. With the blessing of 100 years in one day, multiplied by 300 times, 300 is equivalent to 30,000 years. It took him one day to grind the first level of the True Immortal realm. It only takes one day to break through, which is much faster than the enlightenment of the Heavenly Immortal. Ning Zheng frowned slightly. Things are not calculated that way. The breakthrough will inevitably be much slower, because I can no longer directly increase the realm. I am practicing honestly. If it weren't for my main clone system, I guess no matter how lucky I am, I would be stuck in the True Immortal realm. But it took me 30,000 years to cultivate to the first level of the True Immortal. How many realms are left? My system is more difficult than the traditional system. It requires attribute circulation. And the domain must also enter a cycle. Although the domain of laws is circulated layer by layer, even Ning Zheng dare not imagine how powerful it is. But the difficulty of cultivation must be countless times higher. It may take hundreds of thousands or millions of years to reach the next realm. If you can't rely on luck to hit points, you can only silently try it yourself. There is only one way to increase the speed: add people, increase the number of your own Dharma images, and practice together. But your own Dharma images have a control limit after all. It's a bit difficult. Ning Zheng pondered. But after all, people are refreshed when they are happy, and they are at the first level of True Immortal. It's too cool. Wait, think about it carefully. When the painter was in the realm of True Immortal, he wouldn't also get stuck with a bug and learn to create a lot of self to help himself build a domain, right? Interesting, my clone system is awesome. He didn't think about it anymore, and couldn't help looking at the forum. At night, in the forum, a group of people were chatting and talking about poisonous plots. Prepare to use the yin-yang creation furnace to synthesize some special poisonous characters, and then send them in. For example, influenza virus, syphilis, the blacksmith's body turned into toxins, invaded his internal organs, and the large intestine wrapped the small intestine. Make by Pinktion have diarrhea, irritation to the eyes, paralyzed the body's immune system, and then surrounded and killed. According to the blacksmith's preliminary estimates. After finishing this copy of the Tomb of the Life Immortal, and getting the second Tomb of the Immortal, the strength of their sword-casting villa has greatly increased. The yin-yang creation furnace must have undergone a major qualitative change. After all, the current combat power of the players can be said to be just enough. Most of the armies in the fairy world are human immortals, the first level of the celestial immortals. After all, starting from the second level of the celestial immortals, one level is a level of heaven, and some cultivators are stuck on a certain law for their entire lives. The current blacksmiths have reached the average military level. But it is unrealistic to improve further. Let alone the true immortals, They cannot reach the second level of the celestial immortals. This requires the understanding of the laws, not just resources. So they can only improve their overall quality, and use the yin-yang creation furnace to provide a better landing body. Of course. In fact, we have to start a battle formation and war magic weapons to gather the power of my fourth disaster, immortal soldiers and generals. The fourth disaster, get started. Just the day after the blacksmiths were preparing to poison, and a group of people were chattering about preparing to attack the dungeon. Ning Zheng came to Chongshan town. After a few days of trial period, his cooperation with Hun Wang Immortal Venerable was also initially opened. As soon as Ning Zheng came out of retreat, she received contact from other Netherworld Immortal Venerables besides Hun Wang Immortal Venerable, hoping to discuss a cooperative gift package. Many guests came to visit under the introduction of Hun Wang Immortal Venerable. This gave Ning Zheng a headache, but she was both happy and sad. This sand sculpture game, Krypton Gold gift package, isn't really promoted. You really treat the real battlefield as a virtual game, and your painting style has changed suddenly. Hun Wang Immortal Venerable has become a Krypton Gold Sao, and other cultivators have also become Saos, but where there are guests, there are bad guests. What business has no one in the fairy world done? The clone flow is originally a very strong fairy world school. Some people have long used clones to provide remote control magic, and also let people log in like the artifact Shirong Villa. The other party is a low-quality model of Ning Jing's artifact, which is a useless one. Pingsuan Immortal Venerable. It is a treasure bottle civilization, similar to the assembly line of kiln firing, making porcelain to produce treasure bottle warriors, and providing control over treasure bottle warriors. Similar to Ning Zheng, but it is a serious war platform. There is no gift package like Ning Zheng. In the past, their platform was actually similar to the fantasy world, allowing you to remotely control the Aquarius character to log in and provide real games in a certain breeding world. Fighting, abuse fighting. This immortal seems to want to talk to Ning Zheng. Actually, Ning Zheng doesn't want to see this person. Because I ruined the core business of his civilization, I am naturally the opposite. If the other party is a fairy force, Ning Zheng can ignore him. But if the other party is a netherworld force, it's a bit of a headache. After all, I am cooperating with the netherworld, and I can't avoid this person. Alas, I wanted to do business honestly, but I got into trouble. Unless I stay in seclusion forever, I will be involved in karma if I go out. Ning Zheng thought to himself. I had been smooth sailing before, and it was all because of good luck. The rare attribute of cultivation luck is too useful for low realms, so any crisis can be avoided by luck. But what about the level of Immortal Venerable now? Which Immortal Venerable has bad luck? Everyone's luck is about the same. Can you avoid me? The amazing luck of this Immortal Venerable tells me, you are my opportunity. Therefore, Ning Zheng was destined to not have smooth sailing when meeting the Immortal Venerable, and even be madly targeted by the Immortal Venerable, but he did not expect that the villain would come so soon. Soon, Ning Zheng met the Immortal Venerable Pingsuan in Chongshan town. This man was gentle and elegant, with a look of indifference, and smiled. Your Excellency Shirong's lineage has really provided great help to my underworld. Hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers set out from Chongshan town, and headed for the battlefield of 100 realms, shedding blood and tears, and won a huge advantage for our side. Our Baoping civilization belongs to the same platform as your Excellency. Your various Krypton Gold gift packages are extremely extraordinary. We should communicate well. Then, after the polite words, Baoping Xinzuan proposed the concept of win-win cooperation. It is nothing more than that he provides the remote platform of Baoping's lineage, and Shirong provides the platform of Shirong's lineage. The two sides exchange technology with each other, achieve mutual benefit and win-win, and build a new platform together. Ning Zheng smiled. Mutual benefit and win-win, there is no need. Baoping Xinzuan also smiled. We can work together to better share the worries of my underworld. No need. Ning Zheng shook his head again. We have Hun Wang Xinzuan as a guarantor. You and I both understand your thoughts. Don't mention this matter again. Alright. Pingsuan Immortal Venerable was still smiling. First, he couldn't do it here directly. Second, the other party had Hun Wang Immortal Venerable as a guarantor. Immortal Venerables are divided into different levels. Hun Wang Immortal Venerable belongs to the kind of system that is very rare, precious, and very powerful. Even he, Pingsuan Immortal Venerable, didn't dare to provoke him easily. Then goodbye. Pingsuan Immortal Venerable smiled and thought to himself, what if there is Hun Wang Immortal Venerable as a guarantor? Since there is no cooperation, go back to divination and capture his real body. Divination and arresting people are common methods used by immortals. Pingsuan Immortal Venerable doesn't think that Hun Wang Immortal Venerable can always be an auspicious beast to suppress the other party's luck. Hun Wang Immortal Venerable, this auspicious beast, has been suppressing the frontline battlefield. I'm afraid it will be a fight to the death. Ning Zheng silently sent him away. Reality is not a fairy tale. There is no foreshadowing. In the final analysis, it is because I have developed too fast recently, and I have cut off the future of their civilization. How can I bear it if it were me? Half a day later, Ning Zheng felt that his luck value was attacked. Current luck value, 698.1 billion. Current luck value, 660.3 billion. Current luck value, 635.1 billion. Then, there was nothing. That's it? Ning Zheng was stunned. He thought it was a thunderbolt. How could this person's business war be so weak? However, a few hours later, Ning Zheng felt that he was attacked again from another place. Current luck value, 635.1 billion. Current luck value, 593.4 billion. This breath dropped more than 40 billion. That's it? You have no strength? Ning Zheng was speechless. On the other side, Ping Sun Immortal Venerable's face flashed a trace of heaviness, and he said lightly, the secrets of heaven are in chaos, and even a true immortal can't predict it. Since we can't track down the location, then destroy him. Break the ban directly. I want to tell the secret of Chongshan Town. Let the whole fairy world know that there is such a secret agent team. The next morning, a secret team whose identity is unknown rushed to Chongshan Town. The Chongshan Town formation was broken under a blow, and then countless monks inside collapsed and died instantly. Ah, help! Who dares to attack us? The NPCs on the street died in screams. Chongshan Town, the bridgehead, was destroyed in an instant. Ning Zheng's murderous intent soared wildly. He remembered the words of the blacksmith, Immortal Venerable equals crazy. The business war in the storybook, all kinds of calculations and plans, planting spies, internal and external cooperation, and stealing information. In the real business war, the Immortal Lord will directly check your address, ask you to open the box, and steal your technology. If he can't find his real body, he will directly attack your shop and blow up every one he opens. Looking at the ruins, Hun Wang Immortal Lord and even other people under the command of other Immortal Lords suddenly looked strange, and no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. Ning Zheng was silent, too lazy to pay attention to those people with different expressions, and called a person from Hun Wang Immortal Lord's faction. I need Hun Wang Immortal Lord to give me an explanation. Chapter 1030. Revenge should not be delayed overnight. This is the principle Ning Zheng has always believed in. He mainly felt that Ping Su, an Immortal Venerable, would always disgust him, and he would always come to harass him when Chongshan Town was built in the future. Build one, blow it up. This is the hint given to him by this robber Immortal Venerable, waiting for you to come to negotiate, otherwise you can't do this business. But negotiate? Take my core technology? Ning Zheng was silent in his heart. This step must not be retreated. Everyone wants to pick peaches. If he compromises with an Immortal Venerable, other Immortal Venerables will come, wanting to accept Shirong as a dog. What's going on? Hun Wang Immortal Venerable also immediately split a consciousness. Ning Zheng pointed at the destroyed Chongshan Town and sneered. Immortal Master Hun Wang, I remember that in the treaty, the Immortal Masters of the Underworld cannot attack us. Immortal Master Hun Wang's face was as dark as water. Sorry. The Underworld is a mess, and the various Immortal Masters who led the attack on the Immortal World all have their own ulterior motives. How can he care so much? Many times, the non-aggression of allies they mentioned is only on the surface. How can it restrain the small actions of those Immortal Masters behind the scenes? Ning Zheng said lightly. Senior, please analyze what is going on. Immortal Master Hun Wang said, this is normal. They can't predict your specific location, but they can break through the soul restrictions in their brains and tell the secrets of your Shirong at a certain price. Immortal Masters can do it. After all, when they came in, even if they were willing, they let you add as many layers of restrictions as you want. The brain of the Immortal Master grows on his body. After he goes out and studies it, it is not difficult to break it. You can't seal your mouth. What kind of terrifying person is the Immortal Venerable? He just joined a secret organization, but he can't even break the restriction in his mind that cannot tell secrets. What kind of Immortal Venerable is he? I could break it before. Immortal Venerable Hun Wang showed goodwill, but I didn't break it either. I respect it very much. I don't need you to say these things. Ning Zheng interrupted him. I just want to ask, how to deal with this Immortal Venerable Ping Sun. Immortal Venerable Hun Wang is also angry now. The current situation is that Immortal Venerable Ping Sun slapped him in the face. Don't give him face. In the whole underworld, who doesn't give face to Hun Wang? The forces that he personally recruited to join and work for our underworld, he, immortal venerable Ping Suan, slapped him in the face? In fighting? I will give you an explanation, but you have to know that we have no evidence and can't find evidence. Immortal venerable Hun Wang said, from a moral point of view, we can't deal with immortal venerable Ping Suan at all. We need to think about it in the long run. Ning Zheng was cold in her heart. If it were a person with weak will, I'm afraid he would really follow the way of Hun Wang immortal venerable. But evidence is needed. This thing needs evidence. You think it's a female storybook. When you slowly find evidence, people will continue to disgust you, slap you in the face again, and tear down your home. Do you have to endure the humiliation and become a detective to find evidence, and finally let someone do justice for me? Although Ning Zheng runs a storybook detective story, she knows better than anyone that this thing is unreliable. The world of immortal cultivation doesn't talk about evidence. Han Wang immortal venerable obviously wants to smooth things over. Ping Suan immortal venerable, it turns out that this is what he is thinking. He keeps destroying your Chongshan town, building it and destroying it again, but he has no evidence to prove that he did it, so he can't go to the underworld to complain. He will always disgust you. This business war is really real, effective, convenient, and impossible to deal with. The gangsters regularly harass and smash your store. If you want to continue to open it, you have to beg for mercy. If Ning Zheng still doesn't compromise, after he smashes it a few times, I'm afraid he will completely disclose the secrets of our Chongshan town and announce the existence of our platform to the fairy world. If you can't get it, you have to destroy it. Ning Zheng suppressed his anger and said, there is no evidence. When did we strong people talk about evidence? This is not a question of right or wrong now. I just ask one question, in the underworld, choose him or me. No evidence is needed, there is no right or wrong, only weight. Whose weight is heavier? If the underworld chooses him as the fairy, Ning Zheng will leave directly. Immortal Master Hun Wang was shocked. Don't be impulsive. If it is such a tough choice between the two, other immortal masters will inevitably choose immortal Master Ping Suan. In the eyes of many internal immortal masters, how can the strategic value brought by Shirong be compared with that of an immortal master? There are too many functional franchise forces like Shirong. If you don't become an immortal master, you are still an ant and have no say. In addition, people like immortal Master Ping Suan have lived for so long and have a lot of Taoist friends. These immortal masters will instinctively lean towards immortal Master Ping Suan. At present, the strategic value shown by Shirong is far less than that of a powerful immortal master. Under the immortal master, everyone is an ant. Is it a joke? After all, no matter how many small fish soldiers there are, they are just small fish. For the immortal master level, these soldiers can use a world of 1 day and 100 years to mass-produce human immortals, and the first level of heavenly immortals. So, Shirong's soldier platform is far less valuable than that of an immortal master. But Han Wang Xianzuan, as a lucky beast, instinctively had a premonition. If he missed it, he would be severely slapped in the face by some protagonists, like in the storybook. After the other party left the underworld, Shirong's platform might have a major character update. Han Wang Xianzuan's similar premonitions were often very accurate on his growth path, and helped him many times. But this premonition appeared for the first time after he became Xianzuan. Could it be that this guy is really like a protagonist? If he humiliates Ping Suan Immortal Venerable, he will explode and rise rapidly? Don't think that he, Han Wang Immortal Venerable, doesn't read the story. There are many protagonists who ascend to the immortal world. Which protagonist does not have luck? But after ascending to the immortal world, most of them become mediocre. However, this person is indeed outstanding. He has only appeared in the immortal world for a few months, but he has brought Shirong to this level. Even the immortals have to pay attention to him. Such a growth rate is indeed a bit like a protagonist. I am afraid that he has the luck of the immortal level, and has the possibility of becoming an immortal. Maybe I should stand on his side. Otherwise, I am afraid that Han Wang will become a villain. But how can he rise? This platform is already amazing enough. How can he go further? I am afraid that he will have to get the ancient relics of the life immortal venerable before he can happen to have this opportunity. Han Wang Immortal Venerable kept thinking, and felt that it was a bit impossible. For him, it doesn't matter whose side he stands on, but now. Han Wang Immortal Venerable also took a deep breath and shouted, "You don't need the underworld to explain to you, I will explain to you." Going through the underworld, and the route of sanctions will not work. Those Immortal Venerables are arrogant, and will stand on the side of Ping Suan Immortal Venerable. I guess Ping Suan Immortal Venerable has also won over people in advance, and will give you a hard time. Since there is no evidence that he attacked you, he naturally can't find evidence that I attacked his bottled civilization. The underworld cannot maintain justice, so I will give you justice. The immortal master Hun Wang was also angry and shouted, Will I, the immortal master Hun Wang, reason with him? He is just an immortal master who plays with bottles. What's his point? He is so disgusting. There are such worms in my underworld, bullying others by taking advantage of their power. I can't stand it. I will give you an explanation for this matter. The figure of the immortal master Hun Wang disappeared. Ning Zheng looked at the immortal master Hun Wang, and her perception of him changed significantly. Perhaps because of the auspicious beast, he is also seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and his own great luck has chosen the most beneficial action for him. Ning Zheng pondered, the immortal master Hun Wang is really not simple. The essence of the behavioral logic of the immortal masters in the world is to observe the changes in their own luck. Ning Zheng can feel the changes in his own luck, but other immortal masters can't feel it. Every powerful person will seek good fortune and avoid disaster. Hun Wang Immortal Venerable felt that if he protected himself, his fortune would change for the better, and he would make money. Ping Suan Immortal Venerable went crazy and wanted to kill him, so he must have felt that his fortune would change for the worse after meeting him. If Ning Zheng was allowed to rise, the Ping Suan civilization, which was on the same business route as Ning Zheng, would inevitably encounter a big disaster. So, Ping Suan Immortal Venerable's luck allowed him to kill Ning Zheng in advance. Chapter 1031. So what is destiny? Every immortal observes his own destiny, seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster. They are even too rational, emotional, and abandon their own emotions. Every immortal makes rational choices like a machine, and uses divination to calculate gains and losses. These absolutely rational era stars, like clouds and mists, will form what kind of civilization wave. Ning Zheng suddenly felt that this immortal world also has philosophical factions. It is the same as the route of Jiuzhou. How do I know that this moment is my true self? Here, relying on luck, the choices made for oneself, are they their true hearts, and are they also alternative ember shells that follow logic? Will these immortals who rely on divination have self-doubt one day, abandon divination, and shout, how do I know that this moment is my true self? Too philosophical. Too profound. Of course. Ning Zheng thought that maybe she was overthinking. I am a vested interest. I rely on divination, observing good and bad luck again and again, and avoiding all kinds of good luck to get to where I am today. Who is not a slave to fate these days? The current version is like this. Just like the prehistoric version, everyone is a slave to life, space, and time. It was like this in the pre-mythological era, and it is also the same in our post-mythological era. I am afraid I am full and bored? Ning Zheng complained. Next, Ning Zheng wants to see how the immortal master Hun Wang is going to deal with this matter. On the contrary, Jiuzhai Rong came to ask about this matter. Why did Chongshan town explode? After Ning Zheng told the whole story, the whole Zhujian villa exploded. Jiuzhai Rong, the Aquarius civilization, the immortal master Ping Suan, has already chosen to die. I, the precious Lotus Lantern, want to invite the little cubs of their civilization to be my guests. Yi Guangxiu, all him, we must. We, the pseudo-human race, will start the body-snatching mode. We will seize the bodies of the Aquarius civilization, and then pole dance everywhere, sell the emperor's uncle everywhere, and make him die in the immortal world. Su Yunyang, we must go to the black market to offer a bounty, by the flesh and blood of their race, synthesize and log in an Aquarius character, and we, the fourth disaster, will carry their vests and harm people everywhere, and let him take the blame. We blacksmiths recognize you as our father, and you are the father. The blacksmiths don't recognize you. You want to be the father? You are simply going against Tian Gang, looking for death. As players, they are more reckless than Ning Zheng, and even want to rebel against the underworld on the spot, and start a war on two fronts. The more radical ones will directly give up the ancient Tomb of Life immortal copy, go out to fight a big fight, and go crazy to kill in various puzzle immortal battlefields. Let them know how powerful we players are. But fortunately, Ning Zheng dissuaded them. He did not want to participate in the chaotic bloody battle in the fairy world. This vast battlefield was too scary, and easy to provoke things. The only way was to watch. He also said that he would let the immortal venerable Hun Wang give us an explanation. If he was not satisfied, Shirong would do it himself. So, although Ning Zheng had clearly forbidden it, the blacksmiths still made various preparations. They secretly contacted the people of destiny they knew and some black market magic cultivators to buy the flesh and blood of this race, so that their embers would prepare to take action against the Aquarius character. First, make Aquarius venerable character to sweep the toilet in Chongshan town. The blacksmiths have always been vigorous and resolute. The next morning, the first batch of Aquarius characters appeared. This batch of hastily synthesized characters did not have any ability characteristics, but they were already quite useful. This group of Aquarius characters, who logged in, began to happily move bricks, build houses, and rebuild their ill-fated Chongshan town. I don't know how many times this has been rebuilt. I can only say that the battles in the fairy world are really terrible. They have to clean up the ground every time. Fortunately, the speed of cleaning up and rebuilding is relatively fast. Chongshan town is undergoing large-scale construction and will be rebuilt soon. And the Tianming people also logged in again and looked at this rebuilt town. And a group of Aquarius characters. Looking at a group of monks of the Aquarius civilization, wearing sexy and coquettish red clothes, like dancing girls, dressed like transvestites, twisting their buttocks and building houses everywhere. Mo Meizhenqian, the Tianming person, ? No, I haven't been online for just one day. Why did the style of Chongshan town suddenly change? The base camp of Chongshan town was destroyed yesterday, and she was not there, but just heard about it. In fact, most of the Tianming people are not in Chongshan town. They are all very busy. Immortal Mo Mei felt that it was going to be bad after hearing the news. What was coming had finally come. Any emerging and highly profitable industry would be controlled by the immortal lords. This is the curse of history, and it is also a law. This is a world where personal force is supreme. There is no other choice except to be a dog for the immortal lords. But today, she seemed to see a myth. Disciple, am I seeing it wrong? Immortal Mo Mei looked at the Aquarians, who were dancing with steel sticks around a huge cylindrical beam and using magic to build a building. Yes, you are not seeing it wrong. Yi Di was silent. They are crazy. I thought they were having a lot of fun before. Yi Tianai was a straightforward person and couldn't help laughing. Now they are completely done with acting. How can they be so sexy just to build a house? Immortal Mo Mei, any cultivator who is a little careful can see that the life of Shirong civilization is a little crazy. After all, some races have the characteristics of this. Some races have no fear, and some are afraid of being stared at. Immortal Mo Mei was not at peace. The whole Chongshan town has become a Baoping civilization. And then she saw some guys with a basin, performing various acrobatics. They were wearing the face of Pingsuan Immortal Venerable, doing role-playing, inviting everyone to give tips. How could someone be so fierce? That's the Immortal Venerable, Immortal Venerable. When the Immortal Venerable is angry, he will check your water meter and deliver express on the spot. Who can stop it? When today's Destiny people are almost online, you will see a more terrifying scene. Chongshan town is completely out of play. As the melodious music appeared, a group of majestic and cold Pingsuan Immortal Venerables wearing long robes began to dance in the center of the square. She is a slanting sun. Think too much, who knows how to appreciate it? Every word is like the voice of the devil, and can't help but drill into everyone's mind how charming the dance posture is, coquettish and sexy. Under the stage, many people of Destiny looked at the small waist of the bottle-keeping immortal, and almost broke it. Come on, have fun, anyway, there is plenty of time. Come on, love, anyway, there is plenty of foolishness. Everyone just felt that it was hot. Countless anonymous immortals, heavenly immortals, and even true immortals in all aspects shouted that they were going to suffer, and some even learned the blacksmith's catchphrase in their daily interactions. This is outrageous, but the eyes still couldn't stop looking up. It was very hot, but it felt very magical, with a kind of wonderful magic. The faces of the people of Tianming were a little bit nervous. Is this Shirong Merchant Alliance so stubborn? This is a deadly feud. It's a fight to the death. Everyone listened to the devilish song with complicated expressions and different thoughts. In the distance, the Jinden Hall was reopened. And it was written at the door, limited painting style, welfare feedback, 60% off for 3 days, buy 5 get 1 free, resources are lost. What are you waiting for? The Jinden shop at the door is still the same structure. Collect the 7 dragon balls and the numbers of the 7-color ball to win the grand prize. But the Jinden ball turned out to be the head of the Aquarius Immortal. Everyone was in a dilemma. Such a big welfare. Who cares? A bold Tianming person rushed up directly. I buy a ticket for me. Someone took the lead, and a group of cultivators rushed up. Win for me. Win for me. A group of people shouted and exclaimed in the store. In the Jinden Hall next door, table tennis, slot machines, and other equipment also welcomed a large number of customers. It's over, it's over, it's all over the pool. Ha! I won, I won. Mo Meizhenqian looked at these tough guys shouting, and still couldn't understand these gamblers. In the distance, There were still sounds and hot dances. Come on, have fun, there's plenty of time anyway. Just then, suddenly, a mysterious pressure descended from the sky. How dare you? Shirong, you actually humiliated me. An extremely angry voice came from the sky. In all the shops, restaurants, and Jinden halls, countless cultivators rushed out, looking at the sky in fear, showing horror. You? The extremely frustrated Pingsuan Immortal Venerable came in person and roared. Shirong, you actually humiliated me like this, you are really looking for death. The Tianming people hurriedly ran away, and quietly withdrew from Chongshan town, secretly saying that it was over. It's over. In anger, Chongshan town will turn into ashes again. But Pingsuan Immortal Venerable still didn't dare to attack the Tianming people. After all, it was okay to accidentally kill a few of them. But killing a group of them for no reason would offend the public. However, they saw that the group of Pingsuan Immortal dancers who were dancing looked up at another Pingsuan Immortal, and they were not afraid at all. Humph, Pingsuan Immortal? You actually attacked our Chongshan town, and said that we humiliated you? You were the first to break the rules. Pingsuan Immortal Dancer sneered. Your previous attack on Chongshan town is nothing. If you have the courage, you can fight with us Shirong in an open and square battle. Good. 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 Pingsuan Immortal looked indifferent, with the ruthlessness that only the gods of the ages have. If you want to fight, I will accompany you and make you convinced. Then come. The dancer shouted, music, turn on. A melody of learning to meow began to play, resounding through the world. The dozens of Pingsuan Immortal dancers began to dance happily on the stage. The Immortal Pingsuan on the opposite side also sneered and waved his sleeves. Are you afraid? I will win the dance battle in an upright manner. After that, this Immortal took off his immortal robe, revealing the sexy and hot dancer's outfit inside. Come and fight, and never stop until death. With a roar, Immortal Pingsuan began to twist his hips and his sexy waist, and walk towards the dance troupe on the opposite side step by step. Let's learn to meow together. Meow 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 together. The two sides began to dance in the air, and the various coquettish dance moves made the Tianming people in the distance stunned. What happened? Didn't they say it was a fight? After a while, everyone realized that the terrifying Immortal Pingsuan was actually played by one of their own. They danced with a plot, pretending to be an Immortal Pingsuan, crossing into the fairyland and attacking in anger was actually part of their festival play today. Scare us. This. Instantly, Xian Shichen and others who were in the crowd were shocked. They looked at each other solemnly, and this shocking scene seemed to be forever imprinted in their memories. Shirong, still the same flavor, once again used their amazing wisdom to create a miracle in the battle, and once again killed the invincible enemy. I'm afraid that Pingsuan Immortal Venerable was really killed by them. After all, social death is also death. Chapter 1032. Too shocking. Too brutal. My eyes need to rest. Please have a pair of eyes that have not seen a macho man dancing. Looking at the two camps fighting fiercely, Feng Wangyi beside her shrank her head in fear. Feng Wangyi complained, I seem to have missed a great opportunity back then. Not to mention marrying Shirong. Even being a concubine seems to be quite profitable. Nine-headed dragon emperor, no future. Feng Wangyi, there are so many gift packs, I really want to buy them, but I can't afford them. I heard that they have a Taoist companion system. I plan to see if I can get in through this system. Zhao Zai, no future. Just as they were talking, a disciple of Pingsuan Xianzuan suddenly appeared in the distance, and Pingjiu Xinxian descended. This is a descendant of a Xinxian who is diligent in governing, powerful and majestic, and good at killing. He saw his master dancing enthusiastically, bared his teeth, rushed into the crowd and shouted, stop fighting, you can't kill people like this. He cried. While crying, he resolutely took out the light stick. Since it is the master's choice, the master is fighting for dignity. Then, Master, I respect you. I saw your dream of dancing and fighting that was as glittering as gold. He suddenly threw his Taoist robe. The sexy football baby-style underwear was revealed, and he picked up the light stick and waved it. Master, come on. Master, come on. Master, the leader of the dance forest, Master, dance the world. He hummed softly, and waved the flag loudly at the edge of the stage. He suddenly bit the light stick, took out two red-colored balls, raised them above his head, and swung them wildly. All the people of Tianming, they reacted very quickly this time. Another fake play is coming. The disciple of Pingsuan Immortal Venerable, wearing such enchanting clothes and acting like a shy little girl, cheering crazily, we were scared again, and we thought the real master was here. Just then, The greater pressure in the sky finally came. It made all the people of Tianming present breathless. It's the breath of the immortal venerable. This time it's the breath of the immortal venerable. There's no doubt about it. It's over. Chongshan town is really in big trouble. This Shirong is really not afraid of death. I'm afraid he will be exterminated. I heard that in the past, there was a monk who was an uncle of the emperor, who drew the book of the immortal venerable, and was caught by divination, and his 9 clans were exterminated. The immortal venerable cannot be insulted. It is the consensus of the entire immortal world. The immortal venerables can sense things related to themselves in the dark. Amid the heated discussion of the crowd, the immortal master Pingsuan was as majestic as a mountain. His eyes were open and his gaze was as sharp as a knife, making the people below dare not breathe a breath. How dare you? You are really looking for death. After saying that, in the horrified eyes of the crowd, the immortal master stretched out his hand and waved. Puff! The whole person fell to the opposite side of the stage, and threw away the emperor's robe, revealing the piglet-striped red bellyband inside, sexy high heels, and black silk thighs. He smiled charmingly, raised his head, and said in a sexy and touching voice, "Sisters, change a song, I will definitely dance with you." After saying that, the song sound changed. The song became Pure Land of Bliss, and the two sides danced, twisting their bodies coquettishly. Both sides were full of fighting spirit, and their waists twisted very powerfully. Is this attacking immortal venerable also fake? Everyone felt like they were going crazy. What is real and what is fake? How come their plot is linked one by one? Wait a minute, the third real Pingsuan immortal venerable will come, and they will also think it is fake, and will jump into the song and dance troupe in the next second. Everyone present looked at each other in horror. This is clearly a big trap, waiting for the real Pingsuan immortal venerable to come. Is this also in their calculations? Ning Jing's face turned black. Is this how they fight? Jiao Cairong next to him looked upright. Sir, immortal venerable is the cultivation law and the cultivation concept. And what about us? We also attack the other party's concept. Social death is also conceptual death. This is destined to be a wonderful battle between a Shirong and this immortal venerable. We must let them know that Shirong cannot be insulted. We choose to fight back with thunder and kill an immortal venerable. Ning Zheng was speechless. These people are so cruel. If you think about it from their perspective, I, Ning Zheng, don't want to die like this even if I die. Jiao Cairong said again, Sir, our move may seem crazy and unreasonable, but it actually has a far-reaching impact on the development of our Shirong. This trick is the only way for our Shirong to develop, leading the people of destiny to break the god in their hearts. Ning Zheng pondered slightly. Break the god in your heart? Yes. Jiao Cairong said. The immortal lords have accumulated power for a long time. The immortal lords are invincible. Those below the immortal lords are ants. This has become a consensus among everyone. Except for some crazy ones, or those who have no way to escape. Most immortals dare not provoke the immortal lords, for fear that they will be checked by the immortal lords and open their boxes directly. But now, we lead them to break the real body of Pingsuan Xianzuan, and let them find out that as long as they are protected by our Shirong platform, even Xianzuan cannot check their water meters. Speaking of this, Jiao Cairong was very excited, and his pupils were shining. In their view, this is a necessary step for these Shirong platforms. The people of destiny are no longer afraid. They find that no one can catch their vests when they provoke Xianzuan again. As long as they are in Shirong, they can be the fourth disaster and attack Xianzuan. Only in this way can they be regarded as the real disaster troops. And, according to Jiao Cairong's description, this is the first of 3 plans. The 3 plans are, 1. In the future, when the people of destiny go out to work, they can only bear the role of Aquarius, and let Aquarius civilization take the blame. 2. A hidden role will be launched soon, Pseudo-Human, giving the people of destiny to log in, and let the people of destiny take over the bodies of Aquarius civilization. If there are interests, those people of destiny will naturally take over the bodies of those big guys. As for being afraid of the Aquarius Xianzuan, those people of destiny will naturally not be afraid. If they can't divine Shirong, they naturally can't find them. They know they are safe. Under the condition of ensuring safety, it is wonderful to take over a high-level character and make a profit. Even if it is exposed, it is just a loss of a character. 3. Pingsuan Xianzuan, the art of stigmatization is what is being done. Ning Zheng heard these 3 tricks, and felt a little desperate for Pingsuan Xianzuan. He just started the first project and was going to die. Who wouldn't be afraid of starting all 3 together? Pingsuan Xianzuan can't be killed, but his civilization can be wiped out. Even the earthworms will be cut in half, leaving only him alone. He is the only one who didn't die, but it was a torture. Ning Zheng's expression suddenly became serious. Do you know that if we do this, the immortal world will be afraid of us and regard us Shirong as a new pseudo-human disaster? Ning Zheng's Mingren village has never allowed pseudo-human characters to log in, because this character is too complicated. Let Mingren log in a pseudo-human Sanhua. As Sanhua, Mingren goes to take over other people's bodies. Who can sit still? We will be more feared by the immortal world than the pseudo-human forces, and they will want to eradicate us more. Jiao Cairong obviously knows this. Our pseudo-human characters are currently expected to be open to VIP 6. There are only 2 VIP 6s at present, and we are not planning to popularize them on a large scale. The impact is small, so we are not afraid. And these 2 VIP 6s were not recharged by themselves, but also by Mo Mei Zhenxian and Dan Dingzhenren, who helped promote them in the early stage. The conditions and bonuses promised at that time. Ning Zheng held his forehead. Never mind, this is fine. No matter how he tried to kill himself, now that the secrets of the heavens were confused, the difficulty of divination increased significantly. In addition to Ning Zheng's original means of protection, unless all the immortals put down their fighting and joined forces to divine, they would never find him. But in the war between the two sides, they didn't have the energy to catch Ning Zheng. Now that the war is over, it's time for reckoning. At that time, Ning Zheng would be in danger, especially the immortal Pingsuan, who would definitely find a bunch of immortal friends to join forces to catch Ning Zheng. The immortals joined forces to divine, and their luck was consumed by each other. Ning Zheng had to save a lot of luck to save his life. Ning Zheng thought about it. Forget it, you guys are careful, fake human characters. Try not to let anyone log in, and use other plans to target the immortal Pingsuan first. It's better to hit the first punch, to avoid 100 punches. He didn't want to be timid, because if he was timid, people would think he was easy to bully. The blacksmith's approach is actually very powerful, and it is the optimal solution in theory. As long as they knock down the Pingsuan immortal venerable step by step. Other immortal venerables, who want to touch Ning Zheng's neutral camp, in the future must weigh themselves. Although I can't beat you, you can't catch me, I can disgust you. And you don't want to die, right? Neutral faction is not so easy to be. If the neutral faction is not done well, it will become a fence-sitter without dignity. To maintain your neutral camp, you must have the confidence to be neutral. Although I am a fake neutral, and I have some cooperation with the underworld, after all, your immortal world has not asked me to cooperate. If your immortal world is willing to cooperate, I will also give you a discount on the Krypton Gold gift package, right? Both sides can pay me, and I will still be neutral. Chapter 1033. My goodness, is Shirong really crazy? What's wrong with their brains? Han Wang Immortal Venerable led the team personally, and ambushed outside the Aquarius civilization world. At this time, he was in ambush, but he also saw the changes in Chongshan town from a distance. He was a little scared. Fortunately, I personally avoided disasters, otherwise I would be the one dancing. This group of crazy people, Immortal Venerables often have double standards. In order to fight, they can radically launch 4 super missiles to bomb the fairyland and kill most of the population. But now that they are targeted by radical methods, they think that the other party is too radical and too disruptive. After all, in the eyes of the Immortal Venerable, except for other Immortal Venerables, most creatures are not human beings, and there is no need to protect pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep with the standard of human beings. People are so hypocritical. Human laws cannot protect pigs and dogs, let alone immortals. That's good. I tricked Immortal Pingsuan into going out in anger. He is not good at divination, and he never thought that I, Immortal Han Wang, would tear my face with him for a small force. He was going to wait for Immortal Pingsuan to go out in anger after being angered by Chongshan Town, and then go to his lair. Sure enough, Immortal Pingsuan in the world seemed to have received the news, and was extremely angry, and left the underworld in person. Crashed. A rainbow light with a furious and manic aura flew out, and fell far into the direction of the immortal world. The opportunity, isn't it? Immortal Han Wang looked cold. If you mess with our Ruisho clan, divination can calculate you to death step by step. Killing Immortal Pingsuan is obviously unrealistic, and it is impossible to kill him. It is impossible for an immortal to fall so easily. After he saw the immortal master Pingsuan leave, he led his men to set up a formation to block the enemy, and then charged into the enemy's lair. Ah! Crazy, crazy? Please come back, Immortal Master. In less than 10 seconds, more than half of the entire Baoping civilization was destroyed. Only a few core masters were left struggling with the treasures left by the Immortal Master, and a large number of direct descendants were killed. 10 seconds can decide too many things. Under various arrangements, it is enough to destroy the foundation of a civilization. Chongshan Town. A group of immortals who were eating melons were communicating in the crowd, watching the explosive program in Chongshan Town today. I went to the station of Baoping Civilization specially, and squatted for a while. I saw the furious immortal master Pingsuan go out with my own eyes. Here he comes, as expected. The next immortal master Pingsuan who appears is definitely real. A group of immortals secretly ate melons. Eating melons is human nature. If there are melons, they like to watch. As expected. Suddenly, there was a pressure in the sky, and a terrifying existence descended. You, Shirong, are looking for death. Pingsuan Immortal Venerable was extremely angry, and fell on the square. He looked at the countless dancing cells and the eldest disciple, who was a cheerleader. Do you want to fight me in a fair fight? After Pingsuan Immortal Venerable finished speaking, the true immortals and heavenly immortals hiding in the dark looked bad all of a sudden. Fighting? It can't be a dance fight. Is this also fake? How is it possible? I saw Pingsuan Immortal Venerable go out with my own eyes. This person is definitely real. Calculate the time, it definitely matches. A true immortal swore solemnly. And everyone nodded, probably it was a real fight. But at this moment, this Pingsuan Immortal Venerable also started to fight and dance, dancing enchantingly, and began to confront the opposite side. Immortals, Is this what you said? Absolutely true? The immortal who reported it wanted to cry. I saw him go out with my own eyes. So the time is definitely right. Maybe this immortal really likes to fight dance? Is he really him? Everyone was silent. They were confused about whether it was true or false. Where did the real immortal Pingsuan go? Halfway through the journey, he received a message and came back faster and more angry. And immortal Hun Wang also decisively stopped, and quietly led the team away. After a while, immortal Pingsuan returned to his home again, looking at the ruins of his own civilization, with countless casualties. It was only 10 seconds. He was traveling so fast, just 10 seconds, the beast who plotted against him must have planned it long ago. They are too radical, too crazy. He bared his teeth. Shirong, how dare he do that? I just destroyed a small town of his, but he destroyed my entire Xianzuan civilization. Does he know that Xianzuan civilization has existed forever, and is the top race in the world? Shocking figures came. More than 10,000 core immortals were killed, their bodies were taken away for materials, and more than 30 billion people were abducted. And where were the people abducted? Everyone knows that they were sold to the black market. The population has always been very useful, and has never lacked sales. And they are the people who inherited the civilization of the Xianzuan level, with higher quality and stronger foundation, and are hot commodities in the black market. Hun Huang, I want you to die. Pingsuan Xianzuan became more and more angry, and the terrifying murderous intent spread throughout the world. And on the other side, Han Huang Xianzuan also revealed this good news to Ning Zheng. We can't find evidence against him, and he can't find evidence against me. His civilization is almost ruined, and he can't turn over. Apart from him, the Immortal Venerable, he is basically useless. The Immortal Venerable Hun Huang was in a good mood and described vividly. Even if he found the underworld and held a public trial, he had no evidence and couldn't control me. His previous plan is now used on him. But you have to be careful, he might fight to the death. Ning Zheng was not afraid of the other party's fight to the death. To be honest, from the moment the other party took action, he had no way out. It's still the same sentence. In the previous growth process, his luck value would tell him where there are opportunities and avoid disasters. And the luck value of the Immortal Venerable is not lower than his own. The amazing luck of the Immortal Venerables would tell him, Shirong is his great opportunity. Now, like Bai Xingling, he has too much wealth, but not too strong self-protection ability, and is easily targeted by the big guys who smell blood and kill them. In history, there are actually quite a few geniuses with great opportunities, but they also reached the level of true immortals. When the Immortal Venerable spotted them, he felt that the fish had been fattened up, so he began to close the net. You used to regard other geniuses as opportunities, but now the Immortal Venerable regards you as an opportunity. It's just a change of identity. Ning Zheng has all kinds of magic weapons and treasures, so it's normal for someone's good luck to target her. True immortals are the threshold for Karp to leap over the Dragon Gate. It's also the stage where the most people die, and it's the most dangerous moment for Ning Zheng. At this time, Chongshan Town had been fighting for a day, and at night, Pingsuan Immortal Venerable did not come to cause trouble. Instead, the usual bonfire party was about to start. A group of people started eating and drinking, But the dancing continued. All the immortals were not calm. The immortal venerable should not be insulted, but what about now? It's been a day, and he hasn't appeared for a whole day. Where did the immortal venerable Pingsuan go? People have started to eat dinner. It's time to get off work at 7 o'clock in the evening, and you haven't come yet? Could it be that the real immortal venerable is really dancing on the stage? Everyone was not calm, and even had some ulterior motives. Some of the greedy true immortals in their hearts did not dare to have certain thoughts. In today's battle, it was obvious that Shirong won. Such a humiliation, no immortal venerable would show up. Crash. The bonfire was burning. Various delicacies were served, and the immortals sat in front of the bonfire in groups of 3 or 2, forming their own small circles. I'm afraid that the entire immortal world will be in turmoil because of today. Mo Mei Zhenqian looked silent, and his heart was shocked beyond words. Dan Dingzhenren frowned. Indeed, the Thousand Dynasties War has just begun, and even the Immortal Lord projection has not yet been eliminated. However, at this early stage of the war, someone has already provoked the Immortal Lord, intensified the war, and walked at the forefront of the war. Someone thought deeply and understood the other party's intention. This Shirong is very calculating behind the scenes. Have you noticed that he has always been the one intensifying the war behind the scenes? The true immortals were stunned, and instantly connected the various details before, and suddenly realized it. The bonfire was burning, and this true immortal was eating delicious food, and said solemnly, "It is to step on the name of the Immortal Lord to this vast battlefield and declare that he is the strongest mercenary platform on this battlefield. Shirong is ambitious and wants to become famous in the entire fairy world." Chapter 1034. Pa. The burning flames emitted golden sparks, and the fat from the skewers fell into the bonfire, making a crisp explosion. A group of immortals sat around in Chongshan town, eating barbecue and talking about today's immortal dance. Today's Shirong show was too shocking, which opened their eyes. Feng Huangyi, I couldn't help but say, back then, the style of painting in Jiuzhou was drastically changed by them, and now the immortal world probably can't escape their black hands. Xian Shichen also sat in the bonfire and shook his head. How can it be so outrageous? There is nothing new in the world, and there are no smart people in the immortal world. No one thought of humiliating the immortal like this. It's just that the end is not good. Oh! The nine-headed dragon emperor next to him looked curious. There are also in history? Xian Shichen was frantically collecting information and burning knowledge. He recorded the common historical background of various immortal worlds. His knowledge background is richer than that of ordinary immortals. There are too many in history. Xian Shichen smiled and said, "What's the hot dance of the immortal venerable? There really is a pornographic picture book of the immortal venerable in history. That's really exciting." But that person was also desperate. His family was destroyed by the immortal venerable, and he couldn't take revenge. He found a deep mountain and met a master. He studied painting for 30,000 years. One day, he suddenly realized the amazing and vivid painting skills. When he left, the peerless master said to him, "You go down the mountain. If you cause trouble, don't report my name." At first, everyone thought it was quite inspiring. The family was completely destroyed. In order to take revenge, he studied unique skills hard. One day, he suddenly realized and drew a peerless book to kill the immortal venerable. But this killing is social death. The history of this very world is rich and colorful. Feng Huangyi, Zhao Zai, Jiu Tu Longdi and others were all disillusioned at once. This fairy world is completely different from what we thought. Sure enough, longing is the farthest distance from understanding. Sure enough, there is nothing new in the world. Li Yuzu next to him laughed and said, "The fate of the last immortal can be imagined. He committed suicide and splashed blood on you. It was impossible to do it at that time, but now Shirong did it." Jiao Wu said lightly, "And the immortal master can't predict the other party, which is the most difficult." Everyone agreed with this. You can think of this trick, but other immortals who have a grudge against the immortal master can't think of it, but he is afraid of divination. It's disgusting that you, Shirong, are not afraid. And just now, at the bonfire party, a well-informed true immortal got the news. This is Shirong's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Why did Pingsuan immortal master disappear today? As soon as he went out, his nest was destroyed. Too miserable. When they recalled what happened today, they all felt pain for Pingsuan immortal venerable. How could he have provoked such a ghost? This can be regarded as a feat in history. Challenging gods with a mortal body. It is obvious that he cannot defeat the opponent, but he still defeated the opponent in other ways. No matter what happens in the future, he won today. At this time, Feng Huangyi next to him couldn't help but say, "They are already very kind and artistic." If I were him, I would definitely not be as pure as dancing. I would definitely do something special, such as opening a brothel to attract customers' books. Too many ways to play. When the immortals sitting around the campfire next door heard this, they suddenly realized it. That's right, I thought they were too cruel before, but now I think they are kind. After all, it has come to this. If it were them, they would never play such a childish and innocent dance, they would have to do something more disgusting. An immortal said secretly, "That's right. If I were them, let alone dance and draw some books, I would definitely use a synthesis furnace to synthesize a toilet Aquarius character, which is specially used to clean the septic tank." Everyone turned their heads. Let's see which gentleman is so heavyweight. This is a combination of the characteristics of Shirong's forces, humiliating the immortal. But the voice just now was deliberately concealed, and everyone did not find the source of the voice. I just thought, which immortal doesn't have some enemies these days? This person is probably mixed in the crowd, and is an enemy of the Aquarius civilization. He is very happy at this time. The more everyone discussed, the more interesting it became. Today's hearty fighting is worth discussing and analyzing many times behind the scenes. I had too much fun eating this melon today. This is witnessing history. At this time, a celestial being said, "I don't think they are kind, they definitely don't think of it, but it's hard for them to do it, because I heard that they have a management of the great god of river crabs." Oh! What is this? A celestial being was puzzled. Haven't you noticed that in this Chongshan town market, there are many forbidden things in harmony and friendship? Everyone listened and secretly thought that the river crab probably saved the life of the immortal master Pingsuan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a pure hot dance. Now this group of bonfire immortals have gradually stopped talking about the immortal master, and are crazy about it. The blacksmith's plan was also successful, and they had broken the god in their hearts. In their eyes, the immortal master is no longer invincible. Even Shirong's water meter can't be checked, so naturally we can't find the identities of our members, so they can be more relaxed here. 7 o'clock in the evening. After logging off, a group of immortals withdrew from the login. And because Han Wang Immortal Venerable and other immortals pulled a group of underworld monks to participate in the war, many underworld immortals ate a lot of melons. But these underworld immortals never thought that they could continue to eat melons after logging off. Underworld. Xiangming Immortal Venerable quietly watched the entire hall, where countless immortals were making noise. Han Wang Immortal Venerable, you bully my civilization. Obviously, Pingsuan Immortal Venerable was accusing loudly. He quickly regained his composure after being furious. He didn't even go to destroy Chongshan town again, because that was quite meaningless. At Chongshan town, it doesn't matter if it is destroyed and rebuilt. The most important thing is that he is afraid that if he leaves again, even the remaining tribesmen will be plotted against. So Pingsuan Immortal Venerable made the most correct decision and asked the underworld for arbitration. Han Wang Immortal Venerable attacked his homeland and helped outsiders invade themselves. What evidence do you have? Han Wang Immortal Venerable looked cold. Pingsuan Immortal Venerable's face changed drastically several times. This is his classic routine. Now it is his turn to attack Chongshan town. He has no evidence to say that it was Han Wang Immortal Venerable who did it. He has used this routine of suppressing, humiliating, and accepting as a dog many times, and it works every time. But he didn't expect to kick the iron brick this time, and he didn't expect Han Wang Immortal Venerable to stand up for a small force. You want to go to war with me? Pingsuan Immortal Venerable stared at Han Wang Immortal Venerable. You were attacked yourself, but you blamed me. Han Wang Immortal Venerable sighed. You are no longer conscious, and you are overwhelmed by anger. I suggest you calm down. Calm down? How to calm down? I have become a clown. Hot dance today. What about tomorrow? Wouldn't it be even worse, like a shameful death case of a certain Tianzuan in the past, and be drawn in a book, even opening a brothel, with his face on, and shouting, "Master, please take customers after the hot dance"? The two sides confronted each other. The immortals next to him were watching, thinking secretly, what is Han Wang Immortal Venerable doing? Han Wang Immortal Venerable is a good man who treats people well, but his background is very strong. No one has ever provoked him, and he will not take the initiative to become an enemy of the immortals. Now, although Pingsuan Immortal Venerable has slapped him in the face and moved the Shirong force he recruited, this is all within the unspoken rules of the immortals. After all, the other party's business has seriously affected the industry of the Aquarius civilization. And after Pingsuan Immortal Venerable took action and took down the Shirong force, he would still use the Shirong force to provide them with logistical troops. It can be said that it is completely no loss, and it does not harm the interests of the underworld, so everyone acquiesced. But why did immortal Hun Wang suddenly become so stubborn? Next to him, the group of immortals who had just logged off at 7 o'clock were also watching and eating melons silently. It was explosive. It was too explosive. In the end, the two sides parted unhappily. The high-ranking immortals did not take it seriously. They were originally a group of scattered Saiyans, and they gathered here to besiege and divide the immortal world together. In any case, it was enough not to make too much noise and affect their attack on the immortal world. However, Shirong, many immortals showed a trace of curiosity. To be honest, although Shirong's magical power was strange, it was still within their understanding. After all, the evolution mechanism of the immortal fruit, the Holy Spirit clan, the 10,000 beasts domain, the Chungwan domain, which magical power was not against the sky, the versatility of Shirong's army is actually very low. There are too many functions of mass-produced armies. The production line of a certain civilization can mass-produce puppet human immortal level armies, which are not inferior to Shirong. The magic parasites of a certain civilization can pretend to be foundation-building pills and parasitize, and control certain mortals, helping them to ascend to the realm of human immortals as an army. In the final analysis, in the eyes of the immortals, the armies of the human immortal and heavenly immortal levels are almost the same as mortals. They can recruit soldiers at will, and still worry about the lack of soldiers? There are too many civilizations that can mass-produce low-level immortal soldiers. But now, these immortals have a mind, look at each other, and silently leave the meeting palace. Tomorrow morning? Go and see Shirong. Disciple, go give me a golden pill, and go and see it tomorrow. On the other side. Ha ha ha, tomorrow I'm going to watch Pingsuan, that guy, dancing like crazy. Disciple, I take you to see something good tomorrow. Although this is also a military civilization that mass-produces miscellaneous soldiers, it also has its own characteristics. Controlling a miscellaneous soldier is fine. At our level, who doesn't have a few incarnations? But I heard that the embers are their most desirable good thing. Go get VIP for tomorrow, and reward them for their hot dance. A group of immortal masters are happy to eat melons, and are ready to watch a wave of excitement. Look at this Shirong, who is so coquettish, and is actually valued by Hun Wang. How capable is he? Chapter 1035. On the other side. After Pingsuan Xianzuan came back, he became more and more angry. This was the most angry moment since he became Xianzuan, no, in his entire cultivation history. He had been surrounded and killed by major sects, wanted by more than a dozen worlds, and survived countless times, but he was never as angry as today. A man can be killed, but he cannot be humiliated. Riwu was fine, but he also lured the tiger away from the mountain, letting him be played like a fool, and a group of other Xianzuans secretly laughed at him. And the one who created all this was not just Shirong? He could have easily controlled this force. But Hun Wang Xianzuan was killed, which led to his severe injury. He even hated Hun Wang Xianzuan more than Shirong. Pingzhou Shenxian, who was standing next to him, cried, Master, are we just going to let it go? Are we going to attack Chongshan town again? Pingsuan Xianzuan's expression gradually became cold and gloomy. It's useless. If we don't catch the source, we just tear off his shell. It's hard to catch him now, because the situation is not clear. But I naturally have a way to deal with him. Pingsuan Xianzuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. In this world, divination may not be the only way to catch people. In a certain void. The painter looked at Bai Xingling who was following him and laughed. Interesting, too interesting. I knew Shirong was a restless person a long time ago. Sure enough, he couldn't help showing his face on the stage I created and wanted to be famous in the fairy world. I saw the owner of Shirong Manor. His deep ambition. He is bound to cause chaos in the fairy world. Swordcasting Villa. Ning Zheng was sitting in a rocking chair in the yard at the foot of the mountain, enjoying the breeze, unaware that someone was slandering his ambitions. He was actually a little worried at this time. He thought he was honest and hard-working by nature. He had been practicing till now, and he had never fought with the world and worked honestly to make money. He ran the Shirong Merchant Alliance, and the tasks given to the blacksmiths were nothing more than iron-making, farming, and synthesis. But this time, those monks who were like the combat flow were everywhere, making enemies with people. For the first time in his life, he provoked a big enemy, which made him unable to sleep and eat. Who could stand being coveted by a poisonous snake in the dark? He felt a little helpless for a while, and could only go to the forum to find comfort. One day of hot dance, not only circulated in a small range in the fairy world, but also very popular. And the forum was very lively, and many people were very happy. Suyunyang, my female army danced well today, right? Xiao Chai Kuan, as expected of a rich lady, She is multi-talented and really good at dancing. Swelling eyes. Both sides made harsh remarks, and then fought fiercely in dance. That part was hilarious. You have reproduced a famous scene, and then shouted in the heavy rain, "Don't fight anymore. Don't fight anymore." Xiao Chai Kuan, today's hot cheerleader is me. Holding colored balls and glow sticks, today's women's clothing is also very handsome. Medical fairy, ugh. Xiao Chai Kuan, you are really a talent. Some people also started to be serious. Fairy ant, we have completely angered a certain immortal master today. We will be targeted next time. We are in big trouble. Su Yunyang, I heard that Yi Guangxiu has a way. Medical fairy, yes, I heard that he has a way. He wants to kill the immortal master, but not the kind of social death. Food god, ah? Is it true? Su Yunyang, it is true. You went to the cafeteria to supervise during the evening meeting, so you didn't know about this. Anyway, Yi Guangxiu said that he would first social death him, and then kill him. With this venomous snake staring at us, how can we Shirong sleep in the future? Many people were confused. Social death, this killing method is already very amazing and brilliant. But they really have a way? Everyone chatted for a while, full of expectations. That's the immortal venerable. How can we kill him? Can we kill him? But as the strategist of the villa and the Night Emperor, Yi Guangxiu would not joke about such things. In other words, he really has a way to kill the immortal venerable Pingsuan. And the probability is not low. After chatting for a while, Yi Guangxiu finally started posting. Yi Guangxiu, main storyline, how to kill the boss Pingsuan Xianzuan. Hello everyone, I am Yi Guangxiu. The main storyline tasks are already very full recently. It's okay to be an NPC running an online game everywhere. We haven't finished dismantling the copy of the life bomb, and we have encountered a new big problem. A certain Xianzuan actually wants to mess with our Shirong. He has never seen the turtle prime minister of our villa, and he is still ringing the bell. His body is a bottle, right? He will be the turtle shell wooden fish after the turtle prime minister, and then he will be the second building in the square of the villa, the bottle and wooden fish. As for how to kill him? Let me tell you. The first step is of course to provoke him. The trash talk that we players usually use will make the enemy lose their normal mentality and hate us more, which is also of great help to the battle situation. Today's process is considered to be completed. No matter whether he is angry or not, it is always right to provoke him first. The second is the key to killing him. We will open our taboo core function to some people of destiny, pseudo person login character. To kill him, we can only seize the body of his true disciple. So, tomorrow we will make a deal with Immortal Mo Mei and Immortal Dan Ding, so that the two of them can take over the body of the disciple and get close to Immortal Pingsuan. For the specific process, you can watch the live broadcast tomorrow. The sooner we start, the higher the success rate. The later we start, the more variables there will be. Among Shirong's allies in the underworld, there must not be such a powerful immortal Riwu. Yi Guangxiu has always been a man of few words, but this time he started to play this game, causing the discussion of the entire forum to soar directly. Destiny World MMA sect. Yi Di repeatedly pondered the entire process, trying to increase the probability of success in various ways. Yes, that's right. This plan was designed by the former Yi Guangxiu and the current Yi Guangxiu, and Yi Di has a deeper plan in this regard. Can it really work? Yi Ti and I was a little worried. Yi Di smiled. I used to be in the world of destiny, and I also made plans again, and finally created incredible miracles, and then reached the top. The Zongwudi next to him couldn't help rolling his eyes. In the end, the calculations were earth-shattering. But you still couldn't beat me, and shouted to the owner to save me? Yi Di's face darkened all of a sudden. That's called doing your best, and leaving the rest to fate. Calculations are only used by the weak, and no one can guarantee success. If this wave of plan succeeds, then it can increase enough voice for Mo Mei Zhenxian on his side in Shirong, which is a win-win situation. Yi Di is well aware of the secret of eating soft rice. Only by fattening Mo Mei Zhenxian and making her stronger can she feed him back. Even when Mo Mei Zhenxian breaks through the last level and becomes a fairy, then he will also rise to the sky, and that will be the real takeoff. He is stuck in the realm of heavenly immortals. Even if the resources are full, he can't rise in a short time. It is better to help Mo Mei Zhenxian plan for the future, which is the most cost-effective. Tomorrow. He pressed his temple. Chapter 1036. The next morning. Chongshan Town was still doing the show dancing. Even many very busy immortals in the underworld took time to come and watch, to have fun. Shirong joined the force, just one of the hundreds of civilizations that cooperated with the underworld. Originally in the underworld, the login rate of Shirong joining the force was not high, but now the number of people has suddenly increased by dozens of times. This is the importance of the topic. Why do some internet celebrities like to attack each other and play all kinds of life and death scripts, as if they are deadly enemies? You spray me, I spray you? Because of mutual spraying, people will eat melons and traffic will be generated. Even the immortals who went incognito and secretly wore vests came to watch the hot dance of Pingsuan Immortal. So exciting. Pingsuan Immortal Venerable actually has a talent for dancing. Haha, interesting, so interesting. I didn't expect that there are many people in this world who are not afraid of power. Some of the people who said these words were immortals who were looking for fun, and some were unhappy with Pingsuan Immortal Venerable and deliberately ridiculed him. Unlike the giant civilizations in the fairy world, there are constant struggles in the underworld. But where there are hostile immortals, there are also friendly immortals. Looking for death. If you watch the show like this, will Shirong let you dance in the future? Such a civilization that is inherently evil breaks the rules and violates the bottom line of our immortals. It should be killed directly. If we don't do anything about Pingsuan's dancing today, we may have to dance tomorrow. Many immortals were so angry that they explained the interests. But other immortals were too lazy to listen. Join forces to divine? Work together? How could they help their opponents just because of a few words from others? They were eager to have fun. Next, these immortals walked around and felt that the Shirong platform that they had looked down on before still had some value. Mass production of human immortal army. This point is quite standard. For many true immortals who don't have the ability to split their bodies, it is still very useful. They can wear a Shirong vest to do things that are not visible to the public. But it is useless for the immortal level. The immortal level can split the law clone. They want to make a vest, and there are more ways, but this is normal. Many of them seem to be great opportunities for the true immortal level, but at the immortal level, they are useless and useless. But this platform is still good. It is indeed good for the true immortals. No wonder someone is greedy and shamelessly makes all kinds of dirty moves. They also took a look at the yin-yang creation furnace, and the evaluation is a true immortal opportunity. It is still not very useful for the immortals. The only interesting thing is the ember clone. This is not bad. If you cultivate your own ember, it is estimated to be a considerable combat power. It is equivalent to cultivating a twin of your own. With their own qualifications, background, and talents, they at least have the hope of becoming a true immortal, but they still don't think their embers will become immortal venerables. Immortal venerables, it's too difficult, and their embers have the hard conditions of awakening, and the probability of awakening itself is even lower. But this ember, although it is still a true immortal level opportunity, is still useful to us immortal venerables. Many immortal venerables pondered and weighed the pros and cons. In this place, 3 true immortal level opportunities are considered the top among immortal venerables. Many ancient immortal venerables with profound backgrounds present, their own sex, the magic weapons, secret realms, opportunities used to cultivate disciples, are only 2 or 3 true immortal level opportunities. In other words, this place is not inferior to the cultivation environment provided by the immortals for their disciples. This made many of the immortals who were watching in the crowd think about it and looked at each other. 1 true immortal level opportunity is not worth snatching, but 3. There may be even greater opportunities hidden behind the scenes, which is enough for the immortals to personally take action and plunder it back to cultivate their descendants. Perhaps, we should help the immortal Pingsuan. Don't worry for now. This person is difficult to divine. At least 4 or 5 immortals must be freed up to jointly divine. Now it is not appropriate to withdraw combat power in the war with the immortal world. Let the immortal Pingsuan fight against Shirong first. Yes, there are naturally other ways to do what divination can't do. In addition to the magic power of luck, there are also many detective tracking type magic powers that can read the memory of objects and track them. I heard that there is also a divine dog civilization that can follow the breath and track across countless worlds. They discussed with each other, their expressions were indifferent, and they were happy to watch the show. Let Pingsuan Immortal Venerable take action first, and then when we see that the situation is almost ready, we will join forces to target Pingsuan and force him to hand over the benefits. Thinking this way, they continue to travel around this force. Looking at the identical NPC Su Yunyang patrolling everywhere, the immortals were more and more satisfied. This is my Shirong. The foot of Jujian Villa. In the meeting room of number 1 Tianming Village, Jiao Cairong invited Xian Shichen, Mo Mei Zhenxian, and Dan Ding Zhenxian to be his guests in an official capacity. Jiao Cairong got straight to the point, stood up and clasped his fists and said, We are under the order of our Shirong Manor Master to invite all friends to join us in ambush and kill Pingsuan Immortal Venerable. As soon as these words came out, everyone was struck by lightning. Are you sure you didn't say it wrong? Other immortals below the two immortal venerables, Mo Mei Zhenxian and Dan Dingzhenren, are perfect immortals. I, Xian Shichen, a small celestial immortal, you want me to kill the immortal venerable? This Emperor of Jiuzhou, don't underestimate yourself, you have your own potential. Jiu Cairong said quickly, as long as the matter is successful, you can get VIP 6 level treatment. These words shocked everyone. VIP 5 is 100 million high-grade immortal stones. VIP 6 is 10 billion high-grade immortal stones. Except for the immortal venerable, who can come up with 10 billion. So don't look at the difference of one level, it is actually a world of difference. It is impossible to come up with real money. You can only rely on Shirong's merit points and accumulate promotion by completing tasks. Jiosai Rong said, VIP 6, there is a feature that can provide a pseudo-human role quota. Pseudo-humans can also work? Dan Dingzhenxian was not calm. You pseudo-humans can also log in? Before, as the VIP level increased, the characters were gradually developed. The number of resurrections was opened, and then the number of embers of VIP 4 was opened. And now, the pseudo-human role is open. They are not fools. They log into the pseudo-human role, and then take over the body of a strong man. This is stronger than honestly practicing the Iron Man role. Possession, directly occupying the opponent's cultivation, identity, and quota is just like the god of food taking over mailing you before. Although the god of food is still a waste after taking over, what about these big guys taking over? It must play most of the power of the original body. Why is the painter next door awesome? Because although he can't perfectly take over the body of the real immortal with a pseudo-human, the real immortals he took over are all taken over by painting people. Everyone saw how shocking the disaster was caused by taking over the bodies of those true immortals on that day. And now, is it our turn to take over bodies? In an instant, Immortal Mo Mei thought about controlling a Sanhua, taking over the bodies of her old friends, taking over the bodies of some true immortal core disciples of the Immortal Venerable, taking over the bodies of some Immortal Venerables, and taking over the bodies of some true immortals. Her eyes were bright, and her heart was moved. Realm is secondary, and the status and position obtained are extremely manipulable. Jiu Cairong continued to increase the stakes, and the bonus of a VIP 6 is a pseudo-human quota, which will be scrapped after use. And what about your bonus? We promised 10 pseudo-human quotas, equivalent to 10 times the VIP 6. Are you tempted? Everyone was indeed tempted. Even Immortal Mo Mei and True Man Dan Ding had an idea in their minds that if they got this opportunity, they might also have hope as immortal venerables. It's worth a try. But Immortal Mo Mei quickly calmed down. Wait, if a fake person takes over someone else's body, he will lose his memory, because the fake person cannot break the restriction of the original body's brain, so the fake person will be exposed. You want us to take over the body of Pingsuan Immortal Venerable's confidant? Isn't that nonsense? Jiu Cairong nodded, but his eyes fell on Xian Shichen. Xinhua, can you break the restriction and help the fake person take over the original owner's memory? Xian Shichen was stunned. Among the same level, I can basically burn out the memory, and I can break most of the restrictions. After this, Immortal Mo Mei and others beside him were no longer calm. Looking at Xian Shichen with great fear, there are such outrageous magical powers in this world. You know, brain restriction is a sex-inherited encryption technology. This person's magical power is so special, can't he break the encryption of various sects at will and gain knowledge? Looking at the fear of the two people, Xian Shichen smiled. You think it's strong, but is it actually as strong as your 10,000 beasts domain? Is it as strong as your refining cauldron domain? My Xinhua, at most, is recommended to the true immortal level, and I can burn the true immortals of the same level to gain knowledge. No matter how much knowledge I have, my combat power is not strong. Even after becoming an immortal venerable, my potential is not as good as that of the same level. After all, the immortal venerable of the same level is not easy to burn. Even if I burn it, I can't get anything good. After all, the combat power system of the immortal venerable level is basically fixed, and I can't learn it even if I get it. Listening to Xian Shichen's words, Mo Mei Zhenxian also reacted. Many magical powers in the immortal realm are against the sky. In fact, the later the stage, the seemingly against the sky ability is just like that. In the immortal realm, the civilization cultivation system that increases the basic value is actually the strongest, such as the 10,000 beasts domain. Specially counter all fancy things. What does it mean to gather thousands of great powers in one body? It means to raise your own values to the highest level and break all laws with one force. Xinhua is fancy, but it is just SOSO when it comes to fighting. It looks fancy, but it is actually very practical when combined with the pseudo-human's possession function. It can change the situation of many true immortal realms. Mo Mei Zhenxian said, "True immortal level, can you burn it?" Xian Shichen replied, "I can burn all the celestial immortals. If I knock them out at the true immortal level, they can't resist me. With some other means, I can scan the surface memory." Mo Mei Zhenxian said, "Surface memory is enough. We don't need magical powers. The behavior logic can keep us from being exposed on the surface." "Can you tell me about the specific plan?" said Dan Dingzhiren next to him. Jiao Cairong nodded. "Our plan is actually very simple. Han Huang Xianzuan ambushed most of the monks of Baoping civilization and sold them on the black market. You take over the bodies of the true immortal disciples, and then go to the auction house to be auctioned as the top card. Pingzuan Xianzuan will definitely buy his own disciples back, and you will blend in among them. Then think of a way to take over the body of his son, Pingjiao Zhenxian, and frame him." Mo Mei Zhenxian and Dan Dingzhiren are both true immortals with great perfection. They are not lacking in mind and ability, so it is natural for them to pretend to be other true immortals. The most important thing is that they are the top true immortals. After taking over the bodies, they occupy the bodies of others and pretend to be weaker true immortals. It is not easy to be exposed when performing various magical powers. At this time, Dan Dingzhiren immediately said, "No! This plan is simply not feasible. Even if we can disguise and pretend to be very similar, what kind of person is the immortal venerable? That level can sense the opportunity in the dark. His amazing luck will make him discover the crisis around him. The immortal venerable can avoid danger and seek good fortune in the dark, which is the most difficult to deal with." Jiao Cairong suddenly smiled. "No, you forgot one thing. The pseudo-human clan was jointly suppressed by the immortal venerables of the underworld." "So?" Dan Dingzhiren seemed to react. "Yes. I asked the immortal venerable Han Wang. All the immortal venerables in the underworld were connected by the opportunity and divided a part of their luck to help cover up the secrets and suppress the luck of the pseudo-human clan. Among them, the immortal venerable Pingzuan is also included. Luck is a very magical thing. The immortal venerable Pingzuan used his luck to suppress the luck of the pseudo-human clan. We use the fake people to take over the bodies of the people around him, so that he won't notice the fake people around him. Because in a sense, he is using his own luck value to protect the fake people around him." Mo Mei Zhenxian also reacted. The luck is the same, and his own luck value helps to cover up the fake people around him. The luck is connected, which makes him unable to detect abnormalities. "Flaw? This is indeed a flaw." Mo Mei Zhenxian smiled. "Wonderful, it's really wonderful. He never thought that he would kill himself. He helped to cover up the secret of the fake people around him." She was also excited. "Fu Sha Xinzuan, how dare they? And, there is really a probability. This is too exciting, the blood is boiling." Jiao Cairong continued. "After the lurking is successful, just keep an eye on the movements of Pingzuan Xinzuan. He hates Shirong so much that he will never allow us to continue dancing. But he can't do it himself. He is afraid that he will send his own law clone to do all kinds of tricks outside to plot against Shirong. Although I can't guess what he will do. But as in Xinzuan, he must have other abilities against Shirong, not just divination. There are thousands of magical powers in the world. If you can't check the water meter, you can definitely hire detectives and police dogs to smell the breath and track down the criminals. As long as he goes out, ambush his law clone. As in Xinzuan, he has his own shielding, and it is impossible to calculate the location of his law clone, but we go offline and put people next to him. He will most likely send his law clone out. Then ambush and kill his law clone. I wonder if the two true immortals can succeed." This made Mo Mei Zhenxian and the other two look at each other, somewhat moved. Once the clone of the law of the immortal master is killed, the immortal master himself will also be injured. Because the clone of the law of the immortal master is actually his 10 attributes, with one attribute clone. Once he dies suddenly, he will lose one of his attributes and have to grow it back. In history, there are many cases where the clone of the law of the immortal master was sent to the battlefield, then ambushed and killed, resulting in injury, and finally the death of the immortal master. The clone of the law of the immortal master is very powerful, stronger than the combat power of a perfect system of the true immortal. But the combat power of the immortal master Pingzuan is not strong among the immortal masters. Mo Mei Zhenxian pondered. "We call friends, find a few friends, and join forces to ambush and kill. It is natural that it is stable. They are the core lineage of the immortal world. If they kill the clone of the law of the immortal master of the underworld, it will also be a great achievement. They, the true immortals, have also made great achievements and will be rewarded. Then things will be simple. The clone of the law of Pingsuan Immortal Venerable was shattered, and he himself was injured and easy to be killed. You continue to lie dormant, and see the movements of Pingsuan Immortal Venerable. Pingsuan Immortal Venerable cannot stay at home all the time. Please ask the immortals of Wanshou Domain and Lianding Domain to personally take action and ambush and kill him. This plan is feasible. Mo Mei Zhenxian immediately understood. Pingsuan Immortal Venerable, after being seriously injured, it would be fine if he did not go out. If he went out, he would report a message and ambush and kill him. This may be the first immortal to fall in this battlefield. The immortals in the immortal world will not miss this opportunity. In fact, the probability of success is not high. If the clone of the law is properly operated and not discovered, it is likely to be killed. After all, he will definitely send the clone of the law out. But after that, it depends on luck for the main body to go out again. According to the whole plan, it would be good to have a 30% chance. But that's the Immortal Venerable. The Immortal Venerable is the most difficult to kill. Even if there is only a 10% chance, many Immortal Venerables in the Immortal Realm will personally plan and work together. The above is our plan. Jiao Cairong smiled. The plan progresses to the step of killing the law clone, and the success rate is extremely high. After that, it's stable. The main body of Pingsuan Immortal Venerable goes out, the insider reports, and the Immortal Venerable ambushes and kills. Pingsuan Immortal Venerable doesn't go out? He doesn't even dare to go out, so I, Shirong, am even less afraid of him, which can be regarded as indirectly solving the hidden danger. Chapter 1037. A meeting ended here. Immortal Mo Mei, Immortal Dan Ding, and Xian Shichen, the trio began to study the pseudo-human login function. Several round fathead fish 3 flowers appeared in front of him. Everyone was puzzled. Why is it different from the pseudo-humans in the fairy world? This 3 flowers seem to need to lose weight. This looks a bit outrageous. It is probably a very primitive version. Let's use the yin-yang synthesis furnace to transform this pseudo-human race. Several big guys began to study. After studying for a while, the two of them immediately put away their contempt for Xian Shichen, who joined the team. This person is knowledgeable, and his talent and research in all aspects is not inferior to their top immortals. The only thing is that his knowledge base and research experience are lacking, which needs to be supplemented. But his knowledge is small. For the two famous immortals, Xian Shichen's knowledge is comparable to that of a mid-stage immortal. Isn't this person secretly burning a lot of immortals? I heard that in some markets before, a trace of the soul of a true immortal was often burned. I'm afraid it was this person. Mo Mei Zhenxian thought secretly in his heart, and started research work with the other two people. Sword Casting Villa. A group of blacksmiths secretly watched the research of Mo Mei Zhenxian and others, and discussed with each other. I feel that they should move faster. The god of food felt that the speed should be fast. After all, the faster the attack on Pingsuan Xianzuan, the higher the success rate. Jiao Cairong was confident. Don't worry, according to experience, it will be almost done tomorrow. When I go offline at night, these few scroll kings will definitely go to Liusu Cave and retreat for 40 or 50 years. As soon as I log in tomorrow, the new version of the pseudo-human Sanhua will be in hand. Everyone is very happy. Our pseudo-human characters did not rise in Jiuzhou, but it seems that they will rise in the fairy world. Who made Jiuzhou Emperor Jiusui finally destroy the pseudo-human disaster? Without pseudo-humans, they, the pseudo-humans, will certainly be dead. It ended up with a tiger head and a snake tail. But it's different here. The ancient double disasters that were strangled in Jiuzhou are spreading fiercely in the fairy world. Pseudo-humans are everywhere, and the pseudo-humans that did not rise in our Jiuzhou can now develop again. There is no Jiusui to help you strangle the pseudo-humans in the fairy world, right? Yi Guangxiu said happily. Sure enough, the good things developed in our Jiuzhou can be used in the fairy world even if they are not used. That's for sure. Su Yinyang is also full of expectations. Landing pseudo-human characters is our core business. A real natural disaster with full lethality points, and a super Krypton gold limited character that everyone is eager to land. Andy Xian scratched her head beside her. But if we convert it, we are fake people, aren't we the king of fake people? Yes. Jiao Cairong nodded. Andy Xian continued, then even Su Yinyang has hundreds of Ember troops, aren't we the king of Ember? Yes. Jiao Cairong thought about it and nodded. Andy Xian continued to analyze. The fairy world has 2 disasters. We are the king of 2 disasters. Aren't we the masterminds who caused the 2 disasters, destroyed the people, created chaos, and prepared to rule the fairy world? Yes, Josai Rong was about to answer, and immediately shouted, yes. We are framed, we are good people. We are innocent. The immortals can't join forces to encircle and suppress us. Several people rolled their eyes. If we say we are good people, will they believe it? We Shirong are the king of pseudo-humans, the king of embers. Yi Quanxiu also reacted. We were fooled by the painter. He created 2 disasters in the fairy world, and we became the leaders of the 2 disasters? Everyone suddenly realized. The painter, this old ding, tricked us Shirong. Bad, too bad. Wait, it seems that we took the initiative to become the king of the 2 disasters. Su Yunyang couldn't help but complain. Everyone was speechless for a moment. We embers, AFK babies. We pseudo-humans, login characters. We have 2 major natural disasters in our hands, plus someone's knowledge fire disaster. Pry open your brain, and perfectly cooperate with embers and pseudo-humans. We manage 3 disasters. Could it be the legendary 4th natural disaster? Even the blacksmiths themselves were confused by themselves. The train of thought is almost confused. We didn't even shout for Shirong Manor Master that it's cold, put on more clothes, so we rebelled? Who cares? Anyway, we can't be discovered, especially the pseudo-human characters, and we can't reveal that we are the ones who logged in. That's right, if we are exposed, everyone will be in danger, and they are afraid that they will be possessed by the pseudo-humans. Even if they have heavyweight super technology, they will be destroyed by others. If it comes to the existence of the true immortal level, the action power is directly pulled to the maximum. A few people studied it, and then went offline to the Lyosu cave to design the drawings. The next morning, they made several fairy world versions of the pseudo-human 3-flower logging characters. In addition, they also specialized the pseudo-human logging characters. These pseudo-human 3 flowers have integrated the structure of the Aquarius civilization, and naturally have the genes of the Aquarius people, so it is more difficult to detect when they take over the body. After finishing the pseudo-human 3 flowers, they went to take over the bodies of several true immortal confidants that Shirong got from Hun Wang Immortal Venerable. The process was simple. The other party could not resist. Xian Shichen was responsible for burning, taking the memory of the immortal for free, making a profit, and after enriching his foundation, he transferred the memory to 2 immortals. After the 2 immortals sorted out the memory, they directly took over the bodies of the 2 trusted immortals, and then they were sent to the auction on the black market that day and auctioned as the top products. All the older large-scale cross-border auctions are industries jointly operated by the immortals. This underworld auction in front of us is also jointly operated by the immortals of the underworld. Pingsun Immortal, who suffered a great loss, did not dare to rob the auction, so he could only auction his top product, the clansman. At the auction, another wave of ridicule, both open and covert. Is it that one? Oh, that one. Which one? Those who understand will understand, and those who don't understand are not convenient for us to say because of the restrictions. The water here is very deep. They also learned all kinds of ways of speaking from the blacksmiths, and maxed out their yin and yang techniques. The son of the immortal lord, Pingjiu Xian, who was in charge of the auction, was so angry that he exploded. Humiliation, they dared to humiliate me like this. Bang bang bang. In the VIP room of the auction, he smashed a bunch of furniture while auctioning. The maid who heard the noise rushed over. Sir, the regulations stipulate that 5 times the compensation for smashed things. Pingjiu Xian, The blush of a girl is better than all love words. The blush of a young man is better than all dirty words. He was so angry that his face turned red. Okay. Shirong, you are really looking for death. After going through several auctions and being bullied, he finally saved some of his people. With each auction, his face became more and more red with anger, and the hatred in his heart deepened. Under the immortal lord, we are all ants. How can you, Shirong, have the ability to resist the immortal lord? The immortal lord always has the initiative, but the forces under his command can fail many times, but as long as they catch you once, you are dead. In the end, countless members were auctioned back, including hundreds of thousands of celestial immortals, and dozens of true immortals. There are not a small number of them, which is a heavy heritage that only belongs to the immortal lord civilization. Mo Mei Zhenxian and 2 others mixed in the group of true immortals, and were not discovered. And Xian Shichen mixed in the group of celestial immortals. We were not discovered. This is normal. Pingjiu Zhenxian's face was too red, and it was obvious that he was so angry that he lost his mind. This is normal. We can use auctions to anger him to reduce the possibility of our discovery. Although the method is simple, it is reasonable and easy to use. When the few people were sold back, they only looked at Pingsun Xianzuan from a distance, and then they were sent back to their residence. Because although Pingsuan Xianzuan's face was not red, his face was as heavy as water, and it was obvious that he was angry in his heart and endured it. People didn't take them, the rescued immortals, seriously at all. At this time, Pingsuan Xianzuan's expression was full of deep fatigue, and he was busy dealing with Shirong again. After all, this is normal. The whole underworld is laughing at him. If he doesn't quickly deal with Shirong and save his reputation, how can he still have the face to mix in society? Therefore, the three of them have passed the most difficult level of infiltration, and the plan is mostly successful. The immortal is extremely difficult to calculate. Just like Ning Zheng, if there is a traitor in his confidant, or if there is a problem somewhere, his luck value will drop. But at this time, Pingsuan Xianzuan, as in Xianzuan, has strong luck instinctively, and this super protective wall did not warn Pingsuan Xianzuan. His good fortune did not warn him, because his good fortune is protecting us fake people. Xi and Shichen kept smiling. We are equivalent to wearing his scent and blending into his protective wall. The most critical step is done. The next step is to find out the information and seize his true confidant, Pingzhou Zhenxian. The poor Zhenxian, who was so angry that Hongwen was still sent to the auction by Pingsuan Xianzuan to be humiliated and redeemed. It seems that the other party's emotions are out of control, and it is the opportunity to attack. He didn't expect that he was invaded from the inside, so he should not be vigilant. Can it work? Xi and Shichen was still a little hesitant. At this time, the two people who were born in the giant civilization with a strong foundation in the fairy world showed enough arrogance. Mo Mei Zhenxian said calmly, there is also a gap between the perfection of Zhenxian and the perfection of Zhenxian. Pingzhou Zhenxian? Don't think that he is also a perfect Zhenxian. When he meets me, I don't need to take action myself. He can't even beat the siege of my 5 beast masters. He can't run away when he meets me. Killing him is like killing a chicken. Xi and Shichen found that he underestimated the strength of the giants in the fairy world. It seems that the fairy world has 13 civilizations. In fact, excluding the 7 foundation civilizations of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements, only 6 civilizations are real giants. Chengwan, Shunling, Wanshou, Lianding, Mofa, Xianmai. Killing the same level is like killing a chicken. The 6 of them formed the core of the fairy world and resisted the siege of all civilizations by themselves. You can see how strong they are. For example, 10 beast masters form a formation. Can you stop them? At the same level, the giants of the fairy world need more than a dozen underworld immortals to siege and kill them. It can be seen that the horror, but the immortals are very fierce after all. To kill the clone of the law of Pingsuan Immortal Venerable, she had to invite a group of friends from the 10,000 beasts domain to surround and kill him. Each of them had 10 times the combat power of an ordinary true immortal. Dozens of true immortal friends formed a formation to secretly plot, and cast a bag formation to lure him into a trap, so that she would have a chance to kill one of his clones. Chapter 1038. Next. Their process is to defeat Pingzhou Zhenxian, get his memory, and seize his position as a confidant. They are confident that they can get the core information about Pingsuan Xianzuan's next destination. Call friends to eat the big cake of the Immortal's Law clone, but things always change. They found that they didn't need to sneak attack Pingzhou Zhenxian to get information about Pingsuan Xianzuan's actions. Because no matter how strong the Immortal is, he is just one person. He needs his subordinates to help him collect information, build an intelligence network, and travel around. And Han Wang Xianzuan, this ruthless man, attacked the Aquarius civilization in a reckless way before and smashed his home, directly paralyzed his intelligence network. Now Pingsuan Xianzuan is quite weak and tired. He could only ask the true immortals under his command to help him find the coordinates of the divine dog civilization and contact some of his friends. Good, a great victory. He directly skipped the stage of taking over the body of true immortal Pingzhou. After all, this stage is actually quite risky. After receiving this news, true immortal Mame was very excited. The battle between cultivators is essentially an intelligence war, and the first sight of killing is quite terrifying even for the immortal venerable. Immortal Venerable Pingsuan could never have imagined that even pseudo-people could log into their Shirong platform, and invited several true immortal-level destiny people to take over the bodies of the immortals around him. And it happened that his own strong luck could not be predicted, because he was protecting the pseudo-people. If you don't die, who will die? Sword-casting Villa. Ning Zheng was watching silently bystander perspective, watching the actions of the 3 people, and occasionally commenting. Their Aquarius civilization started with the main Earth attribute, and there are bottles and jars everywhere. They also have assembly line factories, all porcelain shops. This porcelain is interesting. Porcelain dolls? No wonder people can control them remotely. They are in the same industry as us. Every aspect is very prosperous. Their streets are very lively. He kept watching. There are a few pseudo-human insider perspectives. He actually watched very carefully. It can be regarded as hiding in the sword-casting villa, practicing while finding fun for himself, and learning about the outside world. Always keep an eye on the progress of the 3 Destiny people conquering the dungeon. The difficulty of this dungeon is considered a hell dungeon. He found that his watching perspective would not be discovered as long as he did not point the camera at the immortal venerable. After all, he spent trillions of luck points and countless magic weapons piled up by the immortal venerable furniture. It is still quite valuable. And once the camera is aimed at the angry bottle-stored immortal venerable, there is an instinctive sense of crisis. So, Ningzheng decisively set the camera to not look directly at the immortal venerable. Once the camera of the Destiny Man is aimed at the immortal venerable, it must be closed immediately. In this way, Ningzheng can peek at the lair of the Pingsuan immortal venerable without restraint. In the future, when there are more pseudo-people, tens of thousands of pseudo-people's cameras, even if they don't shoot at your face, you will have almost no secrets. This picture is very shocking. Ningzheng is a little excited when he thinks about it. Of course. At present, there is only one case of the Pingsuan immortal venerable. He is not an immortal with the main Yin attribute and the fortune attribute, so he is not very sensitive to this aspect. If the immortal is sensitive, it is estimated that even if he does not shoot at the face, he may be discovered if he opens the camera nearby. The server needs to be improved. I look forward to the day when the immortal can be shot completely at the face of the immortal, and the immortal can't detect it. However, it's also good to have live broadcast footage to watch. Ningzheng sighed, silently eating melons. Killing Pingsuan immortal venerable can only be done by human beings, and the specific operation depends on people like Mame Zhenxian. But each of these people is a sophisticated and experienced cultivator. If Ningzheng were to do it, his experience would definitely not be as rich as these people. Ningzheng's eyes slightly retracted, looking at another bystander perspective. The life tomb copy here is still going on. He is also preparing to poison the body and harm the people of the life country in various ways. Ningzheng occasionally looks at the copy here, occasionally looks at the copy there, and then inexplicably practices. When the power is big and there are more people, there will always be many copies at the same time, and go hand in hand. I only need to be responsible for practicing. One person suppresses the power, which is the normal development route of the power. Moreover, Ningzheng discovered an interesting phenomenon. After reaching the realm of true immortal, he can actually practice on the go. More than 300 of his Dharma images have already gone to the world of destiny to retreat, helping him build the second realm of true immortal. 100 years. A total of 300. Added together, one day is equivalent to 30,000 years of cultivation. The clone system is indeed the eternal God. Before, the Dharma phase went into the factory to mine, and made Ningzheng's first pot of gold in the fairy world. Now, the Dharma phase went into the practice room for retreat to build the law field of the true immortal for Ningzheng. It's so cool, but Ningzheng faced a problem. The breakthrough of the perfect true immortal required hundreds of true immortal resources of the same level. And Ningzheng's circulation field requires even more true immortal resources. Every day consumes astronomical figures. According to the current inventory of Shirong Villa, it is estimated that after breaking through the second and third levels of the true immortal, it is estimated that it will not be possible to take out the resources by itself. I am still poor. The money I earned is actually just the amount of money that the group of human immortals and heavenly immortal soldiers who cheated insurance and pensions before. I only got 30%, which seems to be a lot, and it is actually a lot. It can be used to replace hundreds of first-level and second-level cultivation resources of true immortals. But then what? It was all spent. I hope these 2 copies can bring me some benefits. Ningzheng prayed silently. It's not that he didn't try to use good luck to increase the probability of plotting against the immortal in the bottle. It's really that the avenue is in chaos now, and the luck is overlapping, so the number of divination luck required has increased countless times. Not only is it more difficult for others to calculate Ningzheng, but it is also more difficult for Ningzheng to do something with the luck gambling table. Ningzheng discovered. Even the way he tried to steal the 800 billion immortal treasures, immortal furniture, has increased in price to 3 trillion. It's so expensive. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. But overall, it's still a good thing for Ningzheng. Everyone has disabled the divination button, making it more difficult to catch Ningzheng, which just gives Ningzheng a lot of time to develop under the eyes of the immortal venerable. Even if he can't do divination, Ningzheng is given the sword-casting villa platform to implement bolder operations, and the immortal venerable needs to spend a greater price to catch him. There are many tricks that can be performed. When everyone loses money, I lose less, and in the end I make money. Ning Zheng silently calculated. He was thinking about spending money to get a few more 800 billion furniture, but now he can't buy it, so he has a small loss. Now, he can only look forward to the copy of the Tomb of Life, when that batch of blacksmiths have completed the strategy, and bring back the furniture of the immortal venerable of life to add some background to himself. He now has a short-term dream, to collect the furniture of the immortal venerable, and take pictures with the camera against the face of the immortal venerable. Chapter 1039. The next 4 days passed. Life unexpectedly calmed down. Nothing happened in Chongshan town, and all the people of Tianming returned to their normal daily tasks. In the stable strategy of the Tomb of Life, every day, Su Yunyang led a group of heavenly soldiers and generals to train under the leadership of Jiu Muqing. These new recruits were transforming and evolving their own self-destructive killing mode. The 3 people lurking in the Aquarius civilization were relatively calm. After all, they controlled the pseudo-people and passed on information. Ning Zheng could not see the real Mo Mei Zhenxian body, and others, who surrounded, and killed the law clone of the Pingsuan Xianzuan. If you can't see the progress, you can only wait. On the contrary, for days passed, and it took 120,000 years of theoretical time for Ning Zheng to steadily enter the second level of Zhenxian. This made Ning Zheng a little worried. In the later stage, it is estimated that it will take more than a month to reach a new realm. It might be stuck. In our system, the true immortal is the qualitative change. The yin and yang fields can actually cycle. The fields of other true immortals are all overlapped and released separately. My field is a geometric qualitative change, with extremely high strength. I feel that the true immortals of ordinary civilizations can also fight. The second level of true immortal, relying on 2 fields, can fight against the 10th level of true immortal. This is unprecedented in the history of the entire fairy world civilization. However, in the afternoon of this day, a piece of news that made Ning Zheng happy came. True immortal Mo Mei and true immortal Dan Ding called on their friends and a group of top true immortals from their circle of friends to successfully intercept and kill a law clone of immortal Pingsuan outside the void. But there was an accident. They intercepted the main avatar of Pingsuan Immortal Venerable, who was mainly Earth attributed, the avatar of the law of Earth. A group of top true immortals surrounded and suppressed him, and 40% of them died before they killed this avatar of law. This made Ning Zheng feel that the battlefield of the immortal world was really ruthless. It was like a meat grinder, and even the strongest true immortal echelon below the immortal venerable fell like dumplings. However, Mo Mei Immortal also sent back information. They reaped a lot. After intercepting the avatar of the law of the main attribute, they divided the Dao Rhyme of the law of the immortal venerable, which could speed up their enlightenment. This is also the reason why his friends are willing to come and kill him. Mo Mei Zhenxian said, "This guy was hurt, and the immortals in our fairy world also gave us a lot of military merits." After all, for the true immortals, successfully killing a fairy master's law clone on the battlefield is the most difficult thing for the true immortal level. They made a lot of money. The fairy world started with a big victory, killing the chicken to scare the monkey, and made the immortal masters of the fairy world look good. How could they not reward? The morale of the army was greatly boosted. In addition, the pseudo-human identities of Mo Mei Zhenxian and others have not been discovered yet. In fact, Ning Zheng was relieved when he heard this. I'm afraid that the fairy master Pingsuan dare not go out. He was injured by the Tao. He must be careful to recover. We have enough time to develop. However, just when Ning Zheng thought the dust had settled, things suddenly changed. A terrifying news came. The day after the law clone was surrounded and killed, the real body of the fairy master Pingsuan lost his mind in anger, and went out in person. Then he was ambushed and killed. The giants of the fairy world personally took action. The 2 giants, Wan Shou Immortal Venerable and Lianding Immortal Venerable, who were both extremely powerful, personally attacked and surrounded the injured Pingsuan Immortal Venerable. It seemed that the 2 immortals in the immortal world used some special means to make the other party angry, entangled in cause and effect, and confused by the calamity. Walked out of the door. The means of the immortals were unfathomable. Following the flaws left by Ning Zheng, they directly expanded the advantage of the battle. But there were people behind Pingsuan Immortal Venerable. A group of underworld immortals also took action personally, and used the trick against him. Let Pingsuan Immortal Venerable go out, and pretend to be ambushed as bait. As a result, the 2 sides fought in a group. Among them, Pingsuan Immortal Venerable was injured before, and there were loopholes in the law, so he was targeted and forcibly surrounded and killed. As bait, he was originally attacked by the first joint attack, and Wancho Immortal Venerable showed a terrifying trump card, the second perfect friend. Wancho Immortal Venerable was alone, and he took his 10 friends to withstand most of the siege of the immortals. Let Lian Ding Xianzuan use extremely powerful means to forcibly kill Pingsuan Xianzuan, who was the weak point. But Xianzuan was still extremely difficult to kill. One of Pingsuan Xianzuan's law clones fled with serious injuries. Although he was still alive, it was no different from being dead. I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to recover to his peak within 1,000,000 years. Ning Zheng, who heard the shocking news, was at a loss. The big guys added drama. You are too powerful. We just ambushed and killed a law clone, but the big guys of both sides fought again. This news was huge and directly shocked the entire fairy world. And the Tianming people in Chongshan town were also furious, shouting outrageous. A few days ago, I saw Pingsuan Xianzuan dancing passionately, with that slender waist twisted, and he died today? This is normal. Today's program has been changed to Pingjiu Zhenxian, who is wearing white clothes and twisting his waist. He is holding a black and white photo of Pingsuan Xianzuan in his arms. Today there is also a dance battle plot. Pingjiu Zhenxian descends from the sky, holding the portrait of his master, angrily seeking revenge on Shirong, and then dances to fight? Ah! Go and see, you must go and see. Everyone was shocked by the intensity of the other party's ridicule. This was too cruel. He was still ridiculed even after his death. Everyone couldn't help but get goosebumps. Shirong, don't mess with him. He is too vindictive. Shirong seeks revenge from morning till night. What a high and eternal existence the Immortal Venerable is. Although he is not as immortal as the immortal in the old prehistoric myths, he is also a very difficult to kill great venerable. Is Shirong so vindictive? This is no longer a matter of vindictiveness. From the beginning of the feud to the killing, it took less than a week. He is a ruthless man, a peerless ruthless man. To be able to kill all the way to this level, everyone knows the principle of eliminating future troubles and killing decisively. But it is rare to find such a ruthless person in history. They don't know the specific process of the killing of the immortal venerable Pingsuan, nor do they know about the fake person, but everyone can guess. It must be Shirong who took the lead. After all, there are so many immortals. Why did you, the immortal Pingsuan, suddenly die? You were still dancing, but you didn't come to Chongshan town, and died inexplicably outside? Did your remaining soul escape? An accident? Who would believe this? Mu Qian was also very shocked, listening to the heated discussions in the crowd. I actually joined a force of this level. If an immortal provokes me, I will be killed, ambushed, and my body will be exposed, all in one go. Shigeyama Yoshia, who was standing next to him, also looked dazed. 7 days ago, Pingsuan Immortal Venerable never thought that he wanted to occupy a small force, but it would be the cause of his death 7 days later. This is too magical. That was the Immortal Venerable, and he fell in an instant because of such a small thing. No matter what, the name Shirong was completely resounding in the underworld, and even became well known in the fairy world. Because the remnants of Pingsuan Immortal Venerable had gone crazy, they directly disclosed Shirong's secret. He announced the whole incident, intending to fight to the death. It's Shirong! It's Shirong! He betrayed our underworld. It must be him, who united with the fairy world, this traitor. Kill him! Must kill him! Pingjiu Zhenxian and others have gone crazy. Even Ning Zheng's face changed slightly when he heard about this. How did things ferment to this extent? I created this reputation, but I don't have the strength to deal with it. It's too easy to cause trouble. Did I kill Pingsuan Immortal Venerable? I just fanned the flames and acted as a crowbar. The big guys rushed forward later. Pingjiu Zhenxian deliberately pushed Shirong to the forefront and wanted to kill them. At this point, Ning Zheng's forbidden encryption was equivalent to failure. The secret black market organization turned out to be an open organization. The name Shirong is known to everyone in the vast battlefield of the immortal world. Everyone has seen the headlines of the recent war newspapers. Shirong's invincible posture of stepping on the immortal to rise to the top instantly spread to most of the heavens, and from an unknown elixir force, it jumped to the youngest civilization myth on the entire battlefield. Chapter 1040. Pingsuan Immortal Venerable is dead. This news swept the entire battlefield like a hurricane. This news was too shocking. An Immortal Venerable almost forever overlooked the rise and fall of each historical civilization. But he died so quickly. The dance was performed yesterday. The person died today. Today, I will directly change to playing Swana. Pingsuan Immortal is the funeral dance performed today. The cruelty of it, establishing prestige, stepping on the Immortal Venerable to rise to the top, and the cruel appearance of don't mess with me is really heart-wrenching. The fairy world today is in a wartime form. More than 100 world bubbles were pushed in, forming a huge circular fairy world wall, surrounding this small fairy world in the center. As a result, more than 100 regional battlefields appeared. And on each civilization battlefield, there are hundreds of millions of cultivators of various races, who are shocked after hearing the news. The wide range and fast speed of the spread are simply beyond imagination. It was as if some existence was secretly pushing Shirong to the surface. At this moment, everyone remembered a name deeply: Shirong. Every time there was a war in the immortal world, there would be the fall of the immortal, the rise of civilization, and the breakthrough of the new immortal. But no one expected that the immortal would die so quickly, and the new civilization would rise so quickly. This was the first new super civilization to become famous on the battlefield of all races. Some people have been sorting out the information. It is said that this is a racial cultivation system that calls itself Taoists and is a lucky beast. According to the information about the golden elixir story they spread, they may be the ancient prehistoric descendants in the tomb, living in the tomb of the immortal, and the historical line is the deceased historical great men such as Liu Zhu and Jiao Yu, who promoted the Taoist civilization step by step. Finally, after all the hard work, they finally got out of the immortal tomb and became famous. Many cultivators are discussing the fall of Pingsuan Immortal and the subsequent impact of Shirong's rise. The immortal realm is the real winner, and killed a general of the other side right at the beginning. The death of the first immortal realm so quickly had a serious impact on the morale of the army. Some people even publicly stated that this time the immortal realm may win in a faster and more overwhelming way. In the immortal realm, there are already various news circulating. Shirong is an undercover agent of our immortal realm, specializing in killing Pingsuan Immortal. It seems that he joined the underworld, but in fact he is a hidden chess piece of our immortal realm. When Ningzheng heard this news, he guessed who was pushing it. The blacksmiths also guessed who was doing it. Immortal realm. Yi Guangxiu said directly. Those old masters in the immortal realm must have added fuel to the fire after hearing the news from the Aquarius civilization that I, Shirong, was the man behind the scenes. Jiao Tsirong also nodded, with a solemn expression. The backlash of scheming against the immortal venerable has come. The immortal venerable must know that it was you, little Shirong, who was scheming against us. I am very happy that you helped me deal with the immortal venerable Pingsuan, but I don't like you using me as a gun. Everyone kept analyzing. So, the immortal venerables pushed. They wanted to alienate the cooperation between me and the underworld, and disgust me at the same time. This alienation plan is simply disgusting. Ningzheng also understood that it was normal for her to suffer a little bit of hardships because she used the immortal venerable as a gun. But in this way, she is almost a public enemy in the immortal realm and the underworld. It's really inexplicable. I just wanted to work honestly and make money in a low-key manner, but things slowly evolved. There are too many bad people in this world, and good people cannot survive. Immortal Master Han Wang soon sent a message. I'm sorry, the public trial in the underworld has just been completed, and Shirong is about to be wanted for a reward. He has been publicly identified as a traitor of the Underworld Alliance. And the amount of the reward is as high as 30 billion high-grade immortal stones. Not to mention the true immortal sects and races, this is a huge war sum for a large civilization. It's enough for a large civilization to start a huge war. You should be careful, money can move people's hearts. Ningzheng thought to herself that it was indeed the case. I was kicked out not long after I got into the underworld. But if things develop like this, it seems that no matter which force I go to, I will be troubled by others and jealous of me. In the end, there will be a similar ending. Now it seems that it is better to work alone. Ningzheng didn't say much, just joked. One of our VIP6 is 10 billion high-grade immortal stones, and he actually offered a reward for 3 VIP6s. That being said, Ningzheng's VIP6 is actually just a big deal. So far, there are only a few VIP5s who have bought 100 million high-grade immortal stones. Mo May's VIP6s are free mission rewards, and no one would be stupid enough to pay for them. Han Huang Xinzuan comforted. The main reason for this reward is that the underworld suffered a great loss in this battle, and it is difficult to convince the public, so Shirong was pushed out. Ningzheng smiled and said, I can understand. If Ningzheng were in their position as the ruler of the underworld, he would do the same, and it is understandable. Now it is said that he killed Pingsuan Immortal Venerable, and in fact, he was the one who took the lead in killing him. This is not a scapegoat at all. The underworld is still protecting him. What about the morale of the entire force? In addition, the underworld has never had any in-depth cooperation with him, and they are just passers-by. Even when Pingsuan Immortal Venerable dealt with him, they pretended not to see it. Anyway, Ningzheng didn't care much about the group of destiny people in the underworld. Han Wang Immortal Venerable hesitated for a while, sighed and said, "You should be careful in the future." Ning Zheng nodded. "I will remember this favor, brother." "Then remember it well. I have never lost money in my investment in my life. Don't lose money on you." Han Wang Immortal Venerable laughed heartily, without saying much, and after a few more instructions, he left decisively. Perhaps the incident broke out too quickly. The entire fairy world and the underworld were in an uproar, and everyone was worried about Shirong. Some familiar people called one after another. After Immortal Han Wang communicated, Immortal Mame also came. Immortal Mame brought news. The Immortal Realm is very grateful to you for killing the Immortal Realm of the Underworld, and decided to include you as one of our allies in the Immortal Realm. Ning Zheng was very happy. The Underworld ran away, and the Immortal Realm came? Cooperation, of course. Ning Zheng thought about it, and nodded. We are still a neutral force. Regarding the murder of Immortal Pingsuan in the Underworld, we are willing to publicly explain it tomorrow. We are an absolutely neutral platform. Those dances and rumors against Immortal Pingsuan are all personal behaviors of some members of the Tianming people, and have nothing to do with us officially. Personal behavior? Immortal Mame was a little confused. Your dancing is the personal behavior of some Tianming people. They rented the square and danced there? There are so many of you, and you are all dancing there, so you say it is Immortal Mame couldn't help but say. So, we must be alert to the large number of individual Destiny people who destroy the image of our Shirong platform. Ning Zheng continued, we, the Shirong platform, remain permanently neutral. Even if the underworld is wanted for us or misunderstands us, we will not refuse them to do business with us. We treat the fairy world, the underworld, any enemy and us equally. Mo Mei Zhenxian, Chapter 1041. Immortal Realm? Holy Spirit Immortal Realm. Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable was farming in a light golden flower bed, walking around and observing the embers on the flower bed. The flower bed under his feet was a thumbnail of the Yin-Yang 5 elements, Holy Spirit formation, that protected the Immortal Realm and suppressed the rules of the Immortal Realm. He kept observing the embers rooted in the world membrane of the Immortal Realm. This ember is not bad. In the future, it is better to root in my Holy Spirit barrier than in the so-called ground vein. Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable said slowly, in this life, the hundreds of millions of people in the Immortal Realm were annihilated and turned into embers in the space explosion of the 4 space tombs. This number is enough for experiments. If successful, the overall operating efficiency of our Immortal Realm will be at least increased by 10 times in the future. 10 times? This is not an exaggeration. These embers do have potential in this regard. Furthermore, if we go one step further, and let some powerful immortals who die in the future be deified after death, becoming the gods of the land in the immortal world, each of which is a god of heaven, the immortal world will enter the next great explosion of civilization. This civilization that brings the embers has a very deep foundation. You are still the senior, with great love in your heart. A delicate and jade-like boy next to him couldn't help but say, this great love is not for treating the people. The laws of life in the world are ridiculous in the eyes of this immortal. Those laws protect the rights of their own people, and then hunt and raise other races as livestock. This extremely biased racist law is just to love this race itself. His love is cold and ruthless, and it is at the macroecological level. It maintains the order of the world, protects the ecological chain, and promotes the development of civilization. The Holy Spirit is one of the 3 great ancient lords. After the Space Immortal Lord divided the world, he saw that each individual world was unprotected and could collapse at any time, so he established the world wall to wrap the world. The Holy Spirit clan was transformed from the bubble wall membrane of the world created by the prehistoric Space Immortal Lord. It was also blessed by the Time Immortal Lord and blessed with eternal favor. With the blessing of the Life Immortal Lord, the Holy Spirit was given the powerful ability of a thought, so the Holy Spirit was like a swarm of bees, and could gather its will at any time. The Holy Spirit civilization has countless tribesmen, and from beginning to end, there is only one tribesman. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about? You know I don't care about the war in the fairy world. The Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable spoke slowly. The Bottle Immortal Lord is dead. The boy bowed his head. Yeah. The Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable's face did not move. He was studying the embers, but he didn't care about the war in the underworld and the fairy world. For him, no matter who wins or loses, it is the cycle of nature and destiny. Even if the underworld wins, blows up the fairy world, and then enters the fairy world, it still needs the Holy Spirit clan as the world membrane, uniting the 7 civilizations of Yin and Yang, 5 elements, and suppressing the fairy world. And the Holy Spirit clan can be scattered with tens of millions of consciousnesses, or it can be gathered into him alone. Therefore, As long as the fairy world needs to be rebuilt, and needs the world membrane, the Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable is not afraid of those struggles. So, the Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable is the truly neutral Immortal Venerable, who only cares about the development of civilization and maintaining the ecological chain. As long as the battle between the two sides does not destroy his bottom line, he doesn't care. The one who pitted him to death was a small force called Shirong. They have a special ember that can make embers appear on the living. The boy continued, and this force calculated the immortals in the fairy world. The immortals naturally will not have a good temper. In turn, they calculated him once, and now they are pushing them to the cusp of the storm. You can't tell fortunes on the void level, but there are still many special civilizations with tracking abilities that can track down his roots on the real level. In the eyes of this boy, a big tree attracts the wind. With a huge reward, this Shirong Taoist civilization is not far from death. This huge war reward is enough to pay for some special tracking civilizations to go to war with Shirong. Oh! The Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable seemed to be a little interested. Living people produce embers? He was not interested in the intrigues of the Immortal Venerables, how to defeat the Pingsuan Immortal Venerable, and how to plot against Shirong in turn. He only cared about the embers. According to his research, only dead people can produce embers. Because the essence of embers is the empty shell of a person's soul after death. The corpses of living things are divided into flesh and blood corpses, and soul corpses. And this force called Shirong actually made you have a corpse on the soul without dying? What kind of bizarre magical power is this? It turns out that you have all kinds of magical powers after living for a long time. Sir, should we personally take care of Shirong? The boy looked a little worried. It's okay. The Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable remained calm and said lightly, I know you are worried. They are similar to our Holy Spirit clan. One person has produced countless embers? This clan is similar to me. All of us are me. We are one heart for all people. They are similar to the characteristics of our Holy Spirit. But there is destiny in the world. Existence is reasonable. In this life, embers appeared, and the vast torrent was unstoppable. It was the trend of embers. Didn't those immortals resist? Because they knew that these embers were beneficial to the fairy world and to all worlds. This is the law of historical development. When a special foundation of civilization appears, a new civilization change will come. The immortals will not pay attention to these changes, so they did not pay much attention to the appearance of this ember. For the immortals, they have seen too many great changes in civilization, and the changes in the times of the common people. They only need to look down on this period of change history. But the fall of the immortal of Pingsuan did exceed the expectations of some immortals. The existence of embers is beneficial to both the immortal world and the underworld, and is destined to be popularized. This is the personal destiny calculated by the divination of the cultivators from all sides, and their personal choices make these individual stars gather into a huge world trend. The look of the Holy Spirit Immortal was gentle and peaceful, and his body exuded a faint golden color, as warm as the sun. Because his role in the immortal world is equivalent to the sun. Even in the history of the three ancient immortals, he was the sun and moon of the multiverse, illuminating all dimensions and guarding the order of heaven and earth, which is not an exaggeration. But the three great immortals fought, and he, the sun god, fell from countless timelines. Countless Holy Spirit suns and moons collapsed with the long river of time, and thousands of suns fell to the earth. That was the tragic twilight of the gods. But it was different from the emergence of multiple splits of Geomuching. His Holy Spirit had the ability to gather a thought, and he gathered again after falling from the timeline. Therefore, his Holy Spirit was unique and the most intact. The Holy Spirit Immortal continued, We are Yang spirits, and they may be Yin spirits. The two sides of Yin and Yang are in line with the principles of heaven and earth. But there is no need to guard against the other party. If there is really another Holy Spirit clan, they will split and merge, carry the essence of all things, and protect the common people. As a wall membrane, it is convenient to reshape the common people. After hearing this, the boy was shocked. He often heard this old man say that he was preparing to recast the prehistoric world and recast the scattered worlds together. But in the prehistoric mythological era, the timeline was used, like a string of beads, with time as the main axis, and the concept of time was proposed to connect the world together. Now that the timeline has disappeared, how can the worlds be reunited? Reenact the yin and yang and the five elements? This old man said that he was going to use the Holy Spirit as a membrane to integrate the bubbles of the world and recast the world. But the Holy Spirit clan is very monotonous. If there is really a Holy Spirit clan with yin attributes in front of us, yin and yang wall membranes, yin and yang circulation, it may not be impossible. Senior, this ember. Is it really so capable? Thinking of this, the boy said with respect, "You studied this ember. If it is really a attributed Holy Spirit, I am afraid that it is getting closer and closer to reenacting the ancient immortal world. It's still a long way off." The Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable said word by word, looking at the embers of the billions of people rooted in the immortal world. Different eras have different changes in the environment of heaven and earth. The old laws are different from the new laws now. In the old days, the three great immortals, who don't know how many years it took to cast a multidimensional world of multiple time and space. And now, are we repeating this action? We were also in the wild period, the world was scattered, and we were reorganizing the world that belongs to our era. Hearing this, the boy couldn't help but think of ancient and modern history. The lifelong ambition of the Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable is to recreate the heaven and earth, create the universe, and reperform the creation of the three great ancient venerables, just like the three great ancient venerables. The unity of all realms, not the weird fairyland in front of me. I have been diligent and sincere in my life, but can I really see this moment of replaying the moment of the universe in my lifetime? Sword Casting Villa. To say that killing the immortal Master Pingsuan, there is really no direct benefit to Ning Zheng. The clone of the law of the immortal Master Pingsuan, which was surrounded and killed, contains the rhyme of the immortal master. Is it an opportunity of the immortal master level? Sorry, it was divided up by Mo Mei Xian and others. They risked their lives to besiege and kill, and even with a careful layout, 40% of the true immortals died. Isn't it just for this immortal master level immortal fate? This is so helpful for them to break through the immortal master, the body of the immortal Master Pingsuan? Sorry. It was surrounded and divided by the immortal masters. How could this great treasure be in Ning Zheng's hands? After the remnant soul of the immortal Master Pingsuan escaped, the remaining ownerless treasure bottle civilization people, sorry. The immortals of the underworld also divided it up, licking the inheritance of his friend with tears. In summary, when a whale falls, all things come to life, and Ning Zheng seems to have gained nothing. But what is the reality? Ning Zheng gained fame. Although he did not like this wanted reputation with a high reward and recognized by the official underworld. But it is undeniable that this reputation is still very valuable. Chongshan Town. Crowded with people. Is this the Taoist priest? Golden elixir, golden elixir. The golden light is dazzling. This elixir is so special. I want one too. My stomach is golden. I want to buy goods. We can also eat this golden elixir in civilization. It is very cost effective. Many traveling merchants came here to buy goods. Observation shows that they have a strong business sense and came here to buy goods at once. The entire Chongshan town has become a large Yiwu purchase center. The number of them is so large, and the influence of the race is so wide, it seems that the previous Taimingren town was all internal testing, and now it is officially open testing. A lot of cultivators who came here for the reputation also want to go to this illusion to see how awesome the boss is. In the past, there were countless super large markets and black markets in the immortal world and the underworld, and there were many immortals behind them, with ancient business years and countless members. But now, they have all been overthrown by Shirong, the largest public market. Chapter 1042. Swordcasting Villa. The management staff were running around with their heads tingling. Is the number of people full again? Hurry up. Continue to issue daily tasks. Expand the Chongshan market. Invite some more immortals to move bricks and build. What online game golden elixir? The output is not enough. There are too many people logging in. Issue tasks. Continue to expand. The rebirth point is also full. Come and deal with it. Crazy, crazy. Get another batch of NPCs. Let Jukarong, Su Yunyang, and Medical Fairy, this NPC trio jump into the forging furnace, jump as hard as they can, and they are not allowed to be laid off until they jump 300 times today. Ning Zheng looked at a group of blacksmiths, who were busy like crazy, acting as a dog planner in the background, frantically dispatching people to maintain the operation of the entire force. The blacksmiths in the entire villa felt that they were trapped in the troubles of happiness. I, Shirong, the Taoist civilization, officially rise. As long as I don't continue to be beaten and attacked, this large population, countless customers, and my neutral platform will make a lot of money. What legacy of the Bottle CU and Immortal Master has not been divided? I am now stepping on this Immortal Master to rise to the top, and the reputation I get is the biggest legacy. In just half a day today, the number of people logged in is 300,000. Although there are more than 100 civilized world walls in the fairy world, the population of the army in a local civilized battlefield exceeds 1 million. These 300,000 logged-in characters are mixed, from all kinds of civilized races, Men and women, mechanical races, immortal races, demon races, and monster races. They are not of the same mind, and they are far from being able to affect the large-scale battle situation. But this is already a lot of money for Ningzheng. And as the population increases, Ningzheng finds that his immortal weapon has reached its load limit, and this limit is only more than 300,000 people. After all, Sword-Casting Villa is essentially a growing immortal treasure. It is not too strong at present. It seems to have integrated several immortal treasures, but in fact, they are all rubbish furniture. It is normal to have a load limit. I heard that some immortal treasures can carry a small world or a war fortress, carrying millions of immortal soldiers. My own seems very weak. The task is heavy, and the road is long. Ningzheng was completely exhausted, and lay leisurely on the rocking chair in the yard. Let them come as they please, visit, tour, lurk, spy. The Destiny people can do whatever they want. Anyway, the worst thing is to run away. The blacksmith developed himself back then, and now these Destiny people will also develop themselves. And a large number of mysterious people landed today. Ningzheng suspected that many immortals came to Chongshan town with good intentions and goodwill to cause trouble. These people treat my home as their amusement park, coming in and out, coming in and out. Ningzheng's emotions changed like this, shocked, speechless, convinced, and submissive, and she wanted to give up even more. I can't resist, so I can only lie down. Anyway, they won't join forces to predict me, whatever they want to do. But fortunately, no one has smashed Chongshan town yet. First of all, there are too many people, these people of Destiny, even the immortals lurking incognito. It is normal that they dare not smash Chongshan town. It is easy to cause public outrage. Secondly, it is probably because they know that Chongshan town is just a shell on the surface, a resurrection point, and it is useless to fight. In addition, the miserable state of Pingsuan Immortal did shock some immortals. They don't really want to die. Although they want to kill Shirong, they will not follow the example of Pingsuan Xianzuan and come to Chongshan town to provoke openly. The dog that bites doesn't bark. They don't say anything, don't show up, secretly investigate, bypass Chongshan town, find your real base behind the scenes, and prepare for a fatal blow. In this regard, Ningzheng said it was good, as long as they don't attack Chongshan town. But Ningzheng couldn't find out the identity and address of some Xianzuan, because these big guys have various shielding methods and can't track them down. Ningzheng didn't bother to pay attention to those guys who coveted her secretly, and her eyes fell on strengthening her own strength. This wave of fame has turned my place into an amusement park. It is an opportunity and a disaster. If I survive, I will be the largest neutral city in this war of the immortal world. All races will come to consume and sell stolen goods. If I can't survive, I will die suddenly. The previous population has been almost digested. I need to buy more people to increase the daily output. Now that the immortal world is in chaos, I can fill my tomb world directly. More people means more benefits. Ningzheng didn't dare to buy people randomly before, but now these guys come to sell things here. They really treat my home as a black market and sell people. Ningzheng stays in his home as an ordinary customer and buys some goods. It's also good. From this perspective, Ningzheng is quite happy. He can buy various resources without going out and practice silently. It's so cool. The tomb world today still has great potential. The ground is full of people, and you can live in high-rise buildings. If the high-rise buildings are not enough, you can live on the ceiling. There will always be more living space if we squeeze it. At worst, the whole world will become an onion, with layers of spherical land, so that the living area of the pigeon cage is the largest and the efficiency is the highest. 2 days have passed. These days are still hot, and nothing has happened. But Ningzheng still dares not go out, not even to Chongshan town, knowing that this is the calm before the storm. How can a civilization that attacks you leave any traces to you? Anyway, Ningzheng will not go out. However, the population of Chongshan town is increasing, and Ningzheng's reputation as a neutral market has also been established. Even Shirong's name has been gradually passed on as the master of Shirong Market. It is known as the largest neutral platform at present. Ningzheng knew that this was a flattery to him, so he continued to hide. Anyway, I will hide all the time, and let you do whatever you want. Ningzheng continued to wait, and secretly bought tens of billions of people every day, and continued to practice. Even the blacksmiths themselves did not go out. In addition, all the NPC Eugene in Chongshan town had been processed for memory removal in the medical clinic, and some memories were directly deleted, and then they became NPCs. Although the potential of NPC Eugene was reduced in this way, It was not possible for someone to catch an NPC and read his memory to know the location of the sword forging villa. The Eugene lost most of his memory, so he could just be a simple NPC. Now the official of Chongshan Town is in a mess, and only does one thing, which is to issue daily tasks for the people of Destiny, which is a small demonstration of our sovereignty. The main feature is the forbearance of the Dragon King. The strategic policy of the blacksmiths is, the overall front line shrinks, and staying alive is victory. As long as they stay alive, Chongshan Town will continue to develop, and every day, Chongshan Town will change with each passing day. However, Ningzheng hid in Jujian Mountain Villa and routinely spied on Chongshan Town, but accidentally tracked down an acquaintance. Pingsu, an immortal venerable, isn't this guy dead, with only a residual soul of the law left? Why did he come back to land? Ning Zheng's expression suddenly became extremely strange. Could it be that this old Deng was really secretly attacked by the immortal venerable, using some means to confuse his mind, and his judgment suddenly dropped, and he can no longer distinguish between the big and small kings, and thinks I can't find him? Chapter 1043. This Pingsu, an immortal venerable, is equivalent to being dead. A wisp of the law clone's residual soul escaped, and he can only rebuild his realm. This rebuilding will take at least 1,000,000 years. Because the Taoist injury he suffered is not that simple. This guy, there should be countless people besieging him, wanting to lick his bag, occupy his inheritance, rob his wives and concubines, and beat his son Pingzhou Jinxian. How do you have time to log in here? At this time, Ning Zheng's mother tongue was speechless. He thought about it, and summed up 3 possibilities. 1. Pingsu, an immortal venerable, angry, bad luck, and lost his mind. This is not an insult. There are some unique soul magics in the fairy world, which can give you an attribute soul poison, stir up your 7 emotions and 6 desires, and make you very emotional. Although Pingsuan is an immortal, because of the flaws, it is possible that he has been plotted by many immortals. Before, Pingsuan immortal venerable chose to go out in his true body, which must have been controlled by anger, and we in Jiuzhou also have a similar magical power. Miling fish. It is the guy who took over the body of the god of food. This tribe is known as mermaids, and they are beautiful women who bring disaster to the country and are hard to guard against. They have their own extraordinary charm, which makes the other party fall in love with them day and night. But they are divided into several stages. First love, passionate love, infatuation, crazy love, and eternal love. The other party will be madly obsessed with you, and keep sticking to you. When this love reaches the threshold of eternal love, the other party will love you to eat you, thinking that you are so fragrant, with an indescribable fragrance, and merge with you. So the miling fish confuses others, and it is destined to be eaten, hurting others and itself. In history, some miling fish have spread many beautiful love myths and legends, such as a mermaid princess, who chose to take action in order to make the prince fall in love with her. They don't care that they will be eaten in the end, they only care about that beautiful time of love, and then sacrifice their lives. This is what outsiders say. But the actual situation is, the miling fish clan uses this method to control the strong, serve their clan, and protect their clan. When the miling fish wife of this strong man is eaten, the miling fish clan will launch a new queen, continue the love, and control the other party. Let the beauties in the clan sacrifice again, and stably control a certain strong man. This is the way for this weak ocean race to continue. Ning Zheng estimated that the bottle CUN Immortal was hit by a magical power similar to that of the miling fish, which is hard to guard against. This made Ning Zheng want to dig into this miling fish and get a similar magical power, so that he could plot against some strong men one day. Jiuzhou has a lot of precious magical powers. Perhaps, the irrational spell he was hit by has not dissipated yet, so his behavior is controlled by anger, and he comes to trouble me. Ning Zheng pondered. This is not impossible. The second possibility. This guy is indeed here for revenge. But he is still forbearing in the Dragon King, and will return after 3 years. He came here to get Shirong's information, sneak into the enemy camp, and also plan to purchase supplies on the black market. After all, he is already socially dead and can't go home. What should he do if he wants to get cultivation supplies? Of course, he will come to the black market. Now Ningjing's place is full of good and bad people, and it is the largest black market. And there are also people who eat a golden pill of online games, which can log in remotely, and the concealment is excellent. There are also measures such as supply mail to transmit things remotely, and mail is sent remotely. Isn't this the most concealed? This guy, is he really playing tricks on me? The more Ningzheng thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. The whole world is trying to catch him. He doesn't dare to go to the market. He comes to me to buy things. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Ning Zheng was happy. This guy is having a miserable life. It's a pity that he never thought that Ning Zheng had hidden cameras to spy on the privacy of the customers across the street. However, it's better to say that Pingsun Xianzun has been weak to a certain extent, and he doesn't even notice that he is spying on him. Sure enough. In Ning Zheng's observer perspective, Pingsun Xianzun walked around the street and decisively became a high-level VIP, which can be used to use the supply mail space to transfer. Then he bought various healing pills and some supplies for array formations at the black market stalls of various Tianning people. He even bargained. It's very market-like. I'm afraid he is poor to a certain extent. Then he sent the things back to the main body by mail and went offline directly. Walala. Observer's perspective across the way, Pingsun Xianzun seemed to be hiding in the wilderness of a small world, holding the supplies he had obtained and began to sort them out. Alas! A long sigh echoed in the wilderness. This powerful existence that was once full of vigor and vitality, after experiencing hot dances, ambushes, and other events, looked very vicissitudes and old, with a mixed and chaotic breath. Like a lonely old man, he kept sorting out the supplies with trembling hands. Ning Zheng was very moved to see that even his enemies recognized his platform, so he decided to check his water meter. It was still the same sentence. Kill the enemy overnight, cut the grass and root it out, so as not to plot against you here all day long. The experience passed down by the blacksmiths told him, when encountering such a thing, it is best to cut the earthworms in the house in half after destroying the whole family. This guy's aura does not even have the power of a law clone, so he is probably at the level of Mo Zhenqian. I can encircle and suppress him again. I can even take action myself. After all, Ning Zheng is also a second-level Zhenqian, and send a group of Dharma phase troops. No! Ning Zheng suddenly felt something was wrong. There is another possibility. He is fishing. Just like I ambushed him before, he is ambushing me, but his behavior must have fallen to the level of Zhenqian, setting an ambush, not afraid of backlash? Behind him, is there an immortal friend supporting him? But if there is such a friend, the immortal, who will still protect you when you are in trouble, it is realistic to capture you as a friend. Or is he at the end of his rope, using the empty city plan, leaving the city gates wide open, betting that I dare not send troops? Ning Zheng thought about it, but couldn't figure it out, and was in trouble for a while. I don't know if this guy is real or fake. What if it is a trap if he invites Mo Zhenqian and others to go? They are not only trying to catch Ning Zheng, but also Mo Zhenqian and others who surrounded and killed him. If it is really a trap, he is sending food to Mo Zhenqian and others. Forget it, why bother to gamble? Ning Zheng suppressed his killing intent. Now there are all kinds of traps, all fishing, luring me out, but I just won't go out. Pingsun Xianzun is already living worse than death. Let him continue to live in despair and struggle in despair. Ning Zheng gave himself a spiritual victory. Then he decisively called the blacksmith. I ask you to do something. After listening to it, Jiao Rong rolled his eyes. Okay. Guaranteed to complete the task. Let's test him. We are familiar with history. Let's make a wave of kings who lost their country and humiliate him. Test his quality, and what conspiracy he has. Jiao Rong was in high spirits. Chapter 1044. Decent civilization is a hidden evil civilization. They can kill the enemy, rub it into their own heart, and obtain the opponent's breath and identity. This civilization lurks in various organizations and forces, and is notorious. The assassination technique is extremely powerful and hard to defend. It is an assassin family with a long history. Isanemo is the contemporary assassin leader of this civilization, and has received a wanted list from the underworld. As the 8th civilization on the assassin auction list, they defend their position as the 8th assassin in the world. He is confident that he can take down Qi Rong. The first plan to lure the snake out of the hole is in front of us. With the help of the relics of the bottle See You and Immortal, integrate into the heart, change the breath, disguise the identity, log in. Trick him to go out. As long as the other party sends even a clone, a real immortal. Capture him on the spot, and you can track him through soul set tracking, and even item memory and other means. An assassin civilization inheritance, focusing on comprehensive ability, tracking is also their compulsory course. This person is good at divination, has the immortal treasure to suppress his luck, and the heavenly secrets are confused, so the immortal can't spare time, which makes it difficult for the previous immortal to catch him. But now, the heavenly secrets are not revealed, we can't calculate him, and he can't calculate that there is a problem with our trap. Yixinmo continued to play the role of the old man Pingsun Xianzun, sorting out the materials received in the wilderness. Even if the other party doesn't look for him, he will definitely be unable to restrain his thoughts. He just needs to wait, and keep waiting. Never underestimate the degree of lurking and forbearance of an assassin. He will step on Shirong's reputation, and become the #1 killer, famous all over the world. He feels that a bright future is waiting for him. Soon, EXINMO logged in again, and appeared on the street to stroll around. He thought this Time Mingren was really interesting, and had great potential. No wonder the Immortal Venerable was jealous. After walking around, he saw a Time Mingren NPC approaching him. "Friend, you haven't completed your daily task today." "Sorry, I forgot." EXINMO apologized honestly. Daily tasks are fixed sign-in tasks that every Time Mingren online must accept. It is considered semi-mandatory. And this semi-mandatory task is generally quite simple, just moving bricks and doing some chores. It is mainly to train Time Mingren's daily sense of belonging. Soon, a random daily task appeared in front of him. Task name: fabricate a wooden fish in a bottle. Difficulty: low. Task content: please fabricate a wooden fish with a dancing statue of the Aquarius Immortal Venerable, and place it in front of the Jindan shop as a mascot, so that friends passing by can knock it to bless their luck. Task introduction: in Shirong's history, he once defeated the great Prime Minister Turtle. This giant turtle, which can reach the sky, carries the sky and the earth, and spans the past and the present. In order to celebrate this achievement, Shirong made this sacred turtle into a turtle wooden fish in the square, and knocked it every day to pray for blessings. Now, Shirong faces the second powerful enemy, Pingsun Immortal Venerable, who will also ascend the throne and be made into the second treasure bottle wooden fish, placed on the golden elixir 7-color ball, for the monks to knock, to ensure that they can win the first prize. Yixinmo? I, Pingsun Immortal Venerable, put a bottle for people to knock? Is it intentional or coincidence? If I am really Pingsun Immortal Venerable himself, I will be furious. It's okay to dance before, after all, it's a fake. What about now? I will go to passers-by in person. To be a mascot or a wooden fish at the door of the store? Test? Or something else? His mind was spinning wildly. Yixinmo was also a master, and his reaction was very fast. His expression showed 1 part of anger, 2 parts of forbearance, and 3 parts of pretending to be relaxed. Okay, this task is simple, I accept it. He put himself in the situation of Pingsun Xianzuan being humiliated, but afraid of exposing his identity, and acted vividly. Soon, he made a statue of Pingsun Xianzuan and stood at the door of the Jindan shop to maintain it. "Everyone, come and see, the mascot, bless you to win the Jindan grand prize." His loud shouting immediately attracted many people. In the dark, a real gloomy Pingsun Xianzuan looked at the scene coldly. Okay, I will fight you to the death." He was the real Pingsun Xianzuan. And through an unknown concealment method, he really did it under the lamp, and sneaked into this black market to collect supplies. But Ningxiang could not detect his true identity, and instead thought that the fishing bait EXINMO was the real one. "Everyone, come and knock it and take a look." EXINMO shouted loudly, and his heart was numb, thinking that Shirong was so cruel. He even had a little fear. If my assassination failed, wouldn't this hanging statue be me, EXINMO? I also want to dance every day and live forever. Even if I die, I am afraid I will live forever in Chongshan Town. Maybe, as the 8th on the killer list, I will be honored as the 3rd square wooden fish? Being knocked every day? A group of people begging for my blessing? Impossible. My assassination will never fail. He cleared his mind and rekindled his fighting spirit. Sword Forging Villa. On the villa, several blacksmiths watched this scene through the observer perspective and laughed. His eyes are full of drama. 3 parts of forbearance, 3 parts of rage. I finally know the specific scenes described by the female fans. I am also shocked. There are really people whose eyes can show so many emotions. Ha! Why don't you try it yourself? Carry your own body, put it on the square, and let people knock you and treat you like a wooden fish? I'm fine. If there are many customers, I will also put a basin. Fuck. You are so shameless. But he is the Immortal Venerable. Would he humiliate himself like this? Wow, it's too miserable, too humiliating. This kind of expression, we fake people who are good at acting, can see at a glance that it is a real emotion. The test is over. He is the Immortal Venerable Pingsun. He really plays the dark under the lamp. Isn't that right? Our online game Jindan can log in a wide range and transactions are very convenient. He hides everywhere. We are his best choice. Can we not come? Through this wave of crotch humiliation, many people are sure that this is the real Immortal Venerable Pingsun. Even some radical blacksmiths were ready to continue to mobilize people, and continue to call a wave of Imomasian Xian and others to besiege this guy. Cutting the grass at its roots is the kingly way. Sir, what do you think? Jiao Cairong was also somewhat tempted. According to the previous route, as long as the old steward agreed, they could go out. But this time Ningzheng said, you don't have to catch him, you can just fight with him with wits and courage. This is not the mortal world of Jiuzhou. You can't use divination to predict good and bad luck. The divination of the immortals will confuse the results. Even if you get a very auspicious hexagram, it may be false, or it may be an ambush. Jukaran and others felt a little regretful, but still agreed. After all, they had suffered enough from the calculations of these insidious and cunning people in the main line before. Now they think that the other party may be better at acting than us? Ningzheng set away the laughing blacksmiths, and looked at the Pingsuan immortal who was showing his wooden fish, and sighed. Nowadays, there are many routines in the immortal world. Now everyone is greedy for my Shirong's bounty. I don't accept temptation. As long as I don't go out greedy, I won't be fooled. All risks are caused by greed. At this time, he didn't know that it was a fake bait, pretending to be an assassin, and he didn't know that the real Pingsuan immortal had also come in. Things are more complicated and more dangerous than imagined. Ningzheng still maintained a steady pace. Even if that Pingsuan Laodang really came to dance outside Chongshan town, he would not care about him, and would never go out. Instead, he ignored Pingsuan Xianzuan and his eyes fell on the tomb of life Xianzuan. There are too many dangers outside. The old shabby is too wicked. Becoming stronger is the solution to everything. Ningzheng felt anxious. That life tomb, sampling, various experiments, collecting information, and strategizing for several days, is it almost done? Only by getting the legacy of the life Xianzuan tomb can he become stronger. Hua la la. Ningzheng left Jujian Villa and prepared to go to the Jiaomuqing sect's residence outside to see by Pingtian, the life Dao fruit. Chapter 1045. Sword Casting Villa, Tomb World. The ancient tomb ruins along the road below the villa have been cleared, and those infrastructure blacksmiths are working very hard to move bricks. It seems that infrastructure and farming are buried in their bones. Nowadays, there are prosperous civilized cities along the way, and countless mortal races live on the 9 continental plates and the 4 seas. This is already a prosperous world. It's just that Ningzheng has rarely paid attention to it in the past 2 months. After all, what is worthy of his attention? There is no feature, just pure population reproduction. There are many such mediocre worlds in the whole world. Instead of paying attention to your own farm, it is better to pay attention to the Kyushu world and the Destiny world. There may be some new civilization changes, and get some good things. As a god, he once watched the people in the Taoist era ruled by the Night Emperor in the Destiny world. But then he found it boring. But then again, every world bubble that falls from every world line is a parallel world. This results in each world being a structure of the 9 states and 4 seas, with only minor differences in the map. Phew, the wind howled. Ningzheng flew all the way, overlooking the city-states and markets below. Occasionally, he saw a few Taoist players with immortal looks, flying on swords, handling events in various villages, so that they would believe in the Taoist temple and collect luck points for Ningzheng. Nowadays, this online game sandbox world is quite fun for players, with tens of thousands of new players logging in and managing this land. It's just that Ningzheng doesn't pay much attention to it. Now it has changed from a small-scale restricted mountain villa map to a real large sandbox world. Hundreds of new players log in every day, and even a big riot occurs on Earth. Sword Forging Villa has caused a huge response in society, claiming to be a great progress in technology. If it was a palm-sized sword forging villa before, everyone thought that it was reasonable to strive for excellence, but now the precision and authenticity of this ultra-wide map is really unacceptable. Many people in my hometown doubt about alien civilization, myth revival terror. Of course, the biggest voice is, the game has come to reality. After all, there are quite a lot of novels of this type. And there are several categories. For example, I log into the game and get the heaven-defying SSR talent at the beginning. For example, I log into the fairy game thousands of years in advance, and when the players enter, I have become a prehistoric great power. Don't say it. Logging in advance to become a great power, Sun and Moon Su Yunyang, Night Emperor, Jiao Rong, and Yin Hua are all quite in line with it, and they have really become powerful immortals. Came to Jiaomu sect. There is still a fierce battle going on here. Many players of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals train here every day to surround and kill Bai Pingtian. Bai Pingtian has countless of all forms, and you will never get tired of fighting him, and you will never be able to defeat him. He will become stronger when he meets a stronger opponent. Fighting is fun. There are many players who are warlike in nature, and they come here to train crazily every day. How is the situation recently? Ningzheng landed beside Jiao Muqing and said slowly. The strategy process has been stuck for more than a week. External strategies are not feasible. We can't beat Bai Pingtian. Jiao Muqing said lightly. Now fighting with Bai Pingtian every day is just training. The main strategy is still the group of people in the tomb. Lurking in the kingdom of life, as an assassin? Ningzheng suddenly felt that it was not the same as other people lurking in our Chongshan town. As assassins? Jiao Muqing looked at the army and training in the distance. I also understand the situation outside. It is very outrageous. It has only been a few days, and an immortal has been killed, causing chaos. In my opinion, things are very troublesome, but not that troublesome. Oh! Ningzheng smiled. Jiao Muqing said, have you carefully looked at this tomb world under your feet? Have you carefully looked at the civilization they have developed? What countries are there in these 9 continents? And what races are there in the 4 seas? No. Ningzheng waved his hand, threw the people in, and let the blacksmiths manage them, doing construction, moving bricks, and building a beautiful city. Does he have to be a contractor himself and watch them build houses? That was the first time he was the old manager when the sword-casting villa game just landed. Zhu Muqing continued, have you paid attention to the specific process of this Mingwa copy? Ningzheng said in a deep voice. I have indeed not paid attention to the Mingwa tomb in recent days. The recent matter with Pingsuan Immortal Venerable is the top priority. That's right. Zhu Muqing smiled and said, don't take ourselves too seriously. The Immortal Venerables don't care about us. Just like you don't care about your own tomb world, who is the king who rules this land. To you, they are all ants in the era and dust in history. They are the same, I understand them. Zhu Muqing's expression showed a trace of fear. Now the secret is not revealed. They will ignore us in the immortal world and the underworld at most. Don't worry that the Immortal Venerable will personally calculate us. We don't have that qualification. At most, we are just assassins who accept the reward. When they finish this war, the chaotic heaven will be restored. If they find that Shirong has not been captured by the assassin with a bounty, then they will personally divine Shirong and settle everything. She paused. Do you believe it? Even if we recklessly develop Shirong Villa and become the first large platform in the war, covering the entire fairy world, everyone is a man of destiny, and even make a lot of money crazily to divide their cake, the immortals at this time will not care. Ningzheng was silent. Jiao Muqing smiled and said, people don't care how much war money you make, because it's easier to kill sheep when they are fat. Ningzheng sighed in his heart, yes. In the eyes of those high-ranking immortals, there is only the other party. Wait until the war is over, make time, and settle everything together. Ningzheng is absolutely unable to stop the immortals from any camp from joining forces to divine. Ningzheng thought to himself, that is to say, we can now develop boldly, plunder wealth, and even popularize the golden elixir to every soldier in the battlefield, every civilization. To become a super wide range of the civilization platform of the 10,000 worlds. But when this war ends, it will be the death of our Shirong. The officials will immediately pick the fruits of their own platform and take it for themselves. There is only one way to survive, to break through the immortal. Whether Ningzheng himself, or pushing Jiao Muqing to break through that realm. After all, at that time, if he had an immortal, then other immortals would also acquiesce to the war wealth earned by Shirong. If you are not worthy of your position, the immortal will take you down. But if you are an immortal, you should have your own industry and a share of the pie. Ningzheng, who had figured it out, couldn't help but look at the life tomb. Let them work harder. They are fighting like crazy outside, and we can't fall behind in growth. No problem. Zhu Muqing thought for a while, when will my Jumiyu engine, that little kid, be returned to me? Ningzheng nodded and said perfunctorily, I return it to you next time. When Zhu Muqing is reset, I can continue to say to her, I return it to you next time. Remember to return it to me. Zhu Muqing said seriously. Ningzheng ignored her, and her eyes fell on the life immortal tomb. The space tomb had previously caused Ningzheng's server to undergo a major qualitative change. Ningzheng had a hunch that after obtaining this second life tomb, it would undergo another qualitative change, allowing her entire platform to take a big leap forward, making her business more popular, and her platform could truly become a platform for all worlds. Chapter 1046. Sir, this is what you want. With a piece of information handed over by Jiosai Rong, Ningzheng started to read the strategy report of the mainline dungeon for 10,000 people, Life Dao Fruit Dungeon. It has been a long time since he inspected the various areas of Zhujian Villa. At present, he is not only here to check the progress of this Immortal Lord dungeon, but also to check the progress of the tasks in each area. After all, as the owner of the villa, if he does not supervise it regularly, wouldn't he be sidelined? If he is blind to what his subordinates are doing, he is definitely a tyrant who does not attend court. This may mean the end of his country. Ning Zheng flipped through the information, while Jiu Rong stood silently beside him, assisting Ning Zheng in business review. During this period, a total of tens of thousands of players were dispatched to conquer together. Now, thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals are rotated every day to fight against by Pingtian in the sky above the 10,000 mountains, train, and score according to the results of the battle. There is a ranking list every day. After all, the heavenly soldiers and generals riding on the clouds and mist are also divided into small groups, which they call fixed teams. After each day's battle, the 100,000 mountains will collapse, magma will spurt, the clouds will shatter, and the sun and moon will lose their light. The ground is a ruin, and then the Dharma giant stretches out his palm, presses horizontally and vertically, and there are field-shaped grids of mountains. This is a real large-scale online game activity. Every day, countless heavenly soldiers and generals fight bosses, and blow up 100,000 mountains. It is not the petty stuff before. This is a battle outside the tomb. And inside the tomb, in Bai Pingqian's body, the bacteria are also invading this biological evolution system. After exploring the kingdom of life for a while, the blacksmiths have discovered this copy of the life tomb. In fact, it is even worse than the space tomb we had previously explored first, the high-level ones. Just like the space tomb, the top true immortals of the life system here were forced to merge into the Tao and forcibly integrate into the world. Only some small trash monks of the kingdom of life were left, and there were even no subordinate immortal venerables like Jiu mooching in their tomb. Because the space tomb is essentially a world, to stabilize the world structure, it needs yin-yang and the 5 elements. That is why there are 7 attribute immortal venerables sitting in charge. But the life Tao fruit essentially exists in nothingness. So there is no subordinate race civilization in this tomb. It is pure people of the kingdom of life, and there are no high-level monks. In theory, since the space tomb has been breached, it should be easy to capture. In fact, it is not. Because Ning Zheng personally took action before, blocking the door and knocking down the backward prehistoric strongmen of the old version. Now without Ning Zheng's help, the blacksmiths have to rely on themselves, and the progress is a bit slow. But there are advantages to going slowly. For example, they really took a different approach and invited their Heart Emperor, Jian Xian, to play the reincarnation of the Life Immortal. And the progress is very good. Jian Xian is a special type, who only cultivates a single magical power of Yin attribute. He does not practice the current method, but the ancient method, because the characteristic of the ancient method is to only cultivate one attribute. His magical power has a bit of the breath of life. He really succeeded in playing it. The new Heart Emperor began to appear, and Jian Xian officially became the outer door worshipper of the villa, that is, one of the VIP 6 members of our sword-casting villa. At this time, Ning Zheng took a look at the observer perspective, the internal battle in the Life Tao fruit copy. Very boring. It was similar to the strategy process of the previous space tomb. Bring people into the palace, Jian Xian deceives the other party that he is the reincarnation of the Life Immortal. Don't believe it? Kill, then learn from the lesson, make up for the flaws, imitate again, continue to read the file, and deceive the people of the Life Kingdom. Sheep, kill. Sheep, kill. In this way, Jian Xian gradually became proficient and enjoyed it. Although he is a pure swordsman who can reach his level of old-fashioned, instead, he was excited about this opportunity. He was going to play the reincarnation of the Life Immortal, and he was going to rule an ancient Ming Kingdom dynasty. He is quite tired. Ning Zheng looked at the strategy plot and sighed. It's quite tiring. Jumiking smiled and said, but he enjoys it. Who wouldn't? After all, he is playing the role of the Immortal Lord and accepting the followers of the Immortal Lord's former subordinates. Ning Zheng sat sideways on the chair and gently rubbed his temples. We already have 2 VIP 6s from old friends in Jiuzhou. What is the other outer sect worshipper Xian Shichen doing now? He ran away. Jiu Tsirong answered directly. He is very smart. He ran away in the name of the remnants of the Pingsun Immortal Lord with a group of celestial beings, and also took away a large sum of money and hid it. Ning Zheng understood. This Xian Shichen really knows how to get benefits. This is also a protagonist, ascending to the immortal world, following the traditional cultivator's combat flow. Xian Shichen's luck is estimated to be extremely high. He is a true protagonist, with the hope of becoming an immortal, and a guaranteed true immortal. He is extremely excellent in all aspects, including character, magical power level, qualifications, and potential. His Shinhua is too suitable for the immortal world. Various adventures and rapid breakthroughs are inevitable. Jiosai Rong said, the assets of the bottle stored immortal he got are only the resources for a dozen ordinary true immortals to practice. He is organizing a group of heavenly immortals to hide their identities and deceive them. As he said, Jiosai Rong opened the observer perspective, and it was Xian Shichen who led the people to endure humiliation. Xian Shichen also shouted the slogan of Destroy Shirong and revive our Aquarius civilization. Ning Zheng was speechless. You are a pseudo-human insider, a VIP6 senior member of our villa, shouting such slogans outside. Forget it, let him go. What this person did is in line with the spirit of our Shirong villa. To be honest, putting aside the bragging of the blacksmiths, who say they are pseudo-humans all day long, he, my friend, Xian Shichen is the real king of pseudo-humans. His Shinhua, bypassing the brain restriction to steal knowledge, is too suitable for pretending to be a pseudo-human. Ning Zheng pondered. We can consider dividing a new faction, the Spy Warfare Department, and let him form a pseudo-fake People's Guild. Spy Warfare Department? Jiao Tsirong pondered for a while. In addition to our Lingnon Department, Blacksmith Shop, Pharmacy, and Hairpin Yang Tower, we are finally going to add a new division. It's rare. But this is the department managed by Xian Shichen? It's just a consideration. Ning Zheng said lightly. He can be the head of this division part-time, with a high degree of freedom, just like the worshippers of those sects. Party A proposed a project, and Jiao Tsirong, as the president's secretary, had various ideas in his mind, and pondered, we will design the specific functions and routes. Ning Zheng nodded, and liked Jiao Tsirong's cleverness. The development of Zhujian Villa has always been inseparable from Jiao Tsirong's diligence and crazy work. Managing these sand sculpture blacksmiths is simply too difficult. Jiao Tsirong continued, it is worth mentioning that Immortal Mo Mei, under the advice of the professional Minotaur Yi, also took away a group of real immortals in advance, claiming to revive the Aquarius civilization. These two also learned from Xian Shichen? Nyozo Pingsuan Immortal Venerables people, and started a great escape? The pseudo-human business is really promising in the future. Ning Zheng felt that the cuckold thing had successors, and the Spy War Department could probably add 2 more real immortal generals. However, why do I feel that Pingsuan Immortal Venerable is more miserable the more I think about it? I guess this Immortal Venerable really regretted threatening our Shirong. He just smashed our shop once, and threatened to collect protection fees, but he was killed in a few days. He also encountered these wicked blacksmiths, and those people of destiny all kinds of cuckolded him, which made him unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Forget it, let these pseudo people go. Ning Zheng was too lazy to pay attention to them. Anyway, they have grown stronger and got the advantage, so why would they give up? Shirong and I are deeply bound. Since Jianxin and Xingxikan are both our VIP6, you can see if other cultivators, who have ascended from Jiuzhou, can also be brought into our Shirong to become high-end destiny people. As long as they are willing to settle in, we can consider giving them VIP6. Zhukarong was overjoyed after hearing this. It is still the old steward, who is kind-hearted, and willing to help our old friends in Jiuzhou. Ning Zheng waved her hand. If you can help, then help. Whether it is kind-hearted or not is another matter. After all, what did Ning Zheng lose by giving a VIP6? It is just giving the login rights of a pseudo-human character and some embers quota. It is not worth anything at all. Instead, these benefits were used to win over these giants, who ascended from Jiuzhou. Don't underestimate these people. Ning Zheng discovered that no matter Jian Xian's Heart Emperor, Xian Shichen's Xinhua, or even Feng Wangyi's Resurrection Flame. Which one is not strong enough? Unlimited potential. In recent events alone, Xian Shichen and Jian Xian have shown enough strategic value. What's more, this group of people knows each other well, so it is easier to use. The history of the fairy world is only more than 15 million years, and the painter has spent more than 15 million years, raising goo and fighting internally to create the top magical power in history. Which one is simple? They all have great value. Chapter 1047. Not to mention Xian Shichen and his fellow countrymen, Ning Zheng now wants to go back and sort out the various traditional magical powers of Jiuzhou. For example, Miling Fish. I thought it was just ordinary before. Now I see, wow, even the Immortal Venerable has this kind of magical power, secretly playing dirty tricks. We will get a Miling Fish from Jiuzhou someday, and raise it. Who knows if it will be of great use in the future. Always believe in the degree of evil intentions of the Immortal Venerable predecessors. They use this trick to sneak attack the Immortal Venerable, which is obviously a historically verified, bloodless trick. When the Immortal Venerable is not injured, he will not be hit. When the Immortal Venerable dies a law clone and has a flaw, I will get a Miling Fish, kill it at first sight, and the opponent will be caught off guard. A wave of seduction, seduce out. Another way for the immortal venerable to die in the bottle, so Myling Fish. Must raise one. A Myling Fish's magical power of killing for the first time may be an opportunity to kill the immortal venerable. Even if it is not useful to the immortal venerable, it is at least extremely lethal to the true immortal. Side effects: after seducing, the blacksmiths are not afraid of being eaten anyway. As for who to raise to seduce, it depends on the situation. See which blacksmith has no moral integrity and rich seduction experience. At present, it seems that Xiao Chai Kun is more suitable. When I went to the dungeon before, I had the experience of seducing in women's clothing. I can get a batch of Xiao Chai Kun's embers, and then revive and become a ghost king. I will lose the time flow speed, and soon become an immortal. A group of beautiful girls singing and dancing troupe. And learn from Su Yunyang's beast control style. One by one, a group of Myling Fish are connected together, and their souls are in the same frequency. Isn't it more charming? Stronger appetite? Hiss. The art of reverse clone harem is promising. Ningzheng felt that she had to create the fourth NPC Embers army. For the time being, she could choose Burning Chai Kun NPC army. Ningzheng did not hide her thoughts, and told Jiao Cairong and Jiao Muqing beside her. Jiao Cairong was shocked. This gameplay seems to be really possible, and Jiao Muqing, an old man with antique ideas, felt even more impressed. I think it's outrageous, but I respect it. Jiao Cairong looked strange, and said in his heart, it seems that we have really led the old manager astray, and he actually came up with tactics similar to our thinking logic. But on the surface, Jiao Cairong immediately said, we will immediately go to get the fourth NPC army, the beautiful girl dance troupe. Xiao Chai Kun wants to give it a try, and others can also give it a try. Sir, don't underestimate the number of blacksmiths we have now. There are still many green tea sisters, who are much more powerful than Xiao Chai Kun. Ningzheng nodded. Professional matters should be left to professionals. This matter will be handled by you. Start a large-scale audition of all stars, as a branch task of the recent blacksmith activity. Okay. Jiao Cairong suddenly had a lot of ideas in his head, and took out a diary to record the leader's decision. After all, when the leader inspects, there will always be a lot of new projects and new projects. Ningzheng nodded. Jiao Muqing, I will give you some observer perspective permissions. You can come and see if there are any deficiencies. After all, Jiao Cairong's experience is not enough. Okay. Jiao Muqing smiled and nodded. Ningzheng found that as her power continued to expand, and the number of departments under her command began to increase, it became increasingly difficult for her to manage. Just like the big companies and chaebols on Earth, why did they quickly become corrupt? All kinds of mysterious operations? Brainless public relations? And mocking the common people? It is because of the large scale that leads to improper management. After all, every screw has its own ideas and wants to get money out of the big machine. Ningzheng pondered. Fortunately, I have embers. Each logic is solidified, not afraid of corruption, not afraid of decay, forever stay on the youngest, most passionate and brave scroll, forming eternity. Perhaps, this is the real pursuit of the painter? Ningzheng suddenly understood a little. Anyway, these passionate men who will not embezzle will always stay in the most youthful and introverted teenage period, which is really useful. During Ningzheng's conversation, Jian Xian in it has basically deceived all the people of the Life Kingdom. The speed is so fast, also because each Life Palace has lost the core true Immortal Palace Master, leaving only the middle and low-level management. After the last management read the file, it recognized Jian Xian's reincarnation of the Life Immortal. Success? It's over. All the blacksmiths cheered. Oh my god, after more than half a month, I finally finished this dungeon. It's so cruel, so cruel. Thinking of half a month ago, I burst into tears. It's so hard to open up the land. I sneaked in, deceived, kidnapped, entered the people's rooms, rummaged through the boxes, and then got beaten. Then I continued to sneak in, and got beaten again. Damn it, it's so hard to be a spy. I used all kinds of means to infiltrate, and finally overturned some of the people inside, established a forward base, and made a courtyard, and then began to study the plan of reincarnation of the Life Immortal Lord. It's awesome, a super large copy, hell-level mode, full of sense of achievement. All the blacksmiths were cheering. Counting the hardships before, the various hidden difficulties they encountered, countless people were madly complaining in their hearts. But it's good to succeed. And a group of blacksmiths also opened a passage from Bai Pingqian's life fruit. Carrying the 3 immortal treasures inside, they held their heads high, posed handsomely, and strode forward. Life spiral. Regulate the basic sequence of the origin of life. Life knot. Adjust the hybridization and fusion of life. Sacred lifeline. Adjust the length of life, the scale of lifespan, and the metabolic life cycle of each skin and internal organs. Well done! Ningzheng stood up and greeted his great contributors. Each of them was given a new limited edition commemorative weapon, the village sword, and the limited edition title of Daogua Pioneer was given above their heads, and they were encouraged. Let's have a bonfire party tonight, Jukarong. You are responsible for rewarding them according to their contribution points. Don't be stingy. Our villa will never treat any hero unfairly. Okay. Jukarong was also very happy. The blacksmiths were extremely happy, and they excitedly put on the limited edition title one by one, and the words Daogua Pioneer appeared above their heads, and they were very happy. They can show off in the future. Limited. When you walk out the door in the future, you will be the most handsome blacksmith. The blacksmiths next to him were also jealous. Damn it! The limited edition colorful gold title, I also want it. Then, Ningzheng looked at these 3 crystal-like treasures, plus the life Dao fruit. There are 4 treasures. Sure enough, this is the adventure method Ningzheng wants. Send out a placement adventure team and a group of blacksmiths to conquer the dungeon, and you can just sit back and enjoy the success. There is no risk. They will send the spoils themselves. As long as you encourage them a few words, and give them some limited titles and limited weapons, they will be very happy. The cost is very low. Ningzheng looked at Jian Xian in the crowd and smiled. The owner sent you to the world of destiny back then, and now you have conquered the dungeon for us Shirong. For specific rewards and any needs, you can negotiate with Jiosai Rong. Thank you, Jian Xian said. Then, there were cheers from the blacksmiths. And Ningzheng began to count the harvest, and he found that there was almost no material reserve in the entire Chansheng Dao fruit. It is estimated that those immortal masters took it away before it was used as a bomb. The valuable things are the group of people in the country of destiny, and there are 4 treasures, which are very simple for the burial objects of an immortal. But Ningzheng's requirements were not high. He only wanted these few immortal treasures. At night, the bonfire party ended, and countless blacksmiths went off work in excitement. After 7 o'clock, Ningzheng returned to the room. He placed several treasures in front of him, reached out, and grabbed the yin-yang creation furnace, seemingly studying how to integrate and transform them. Chapter 1048. Ningzheng felt it, and found that the fusion compatibility of these magic weapons was extremely high. He thought about it, and grabbed another Jian Xian's embers, preparing to use this Heart Emperor as the weapon spirit, which was the most suitable. In this way, the raw materials are almost gathered, right? While thinking, he decisively opened the long-lost attributes. Name, Ningzheng. Race, Guiwangjie. Spiritual roots. 7 colors, human god flower, shadow crocodile grass, all saints. Current total luck value, 1,234.1 billion. Daily income luck value, 73.2 billion, Bone Demon King City, Shirong Academy, Destiny World, Tomb World. Daily solidified luck value, 32.1 billion, 21.1 billion luck value plus 11 billion Jia luck value. Note, fate is impermanent, the daily initial luck value is 0, and daily consumption luck blessing can be performed. A few days later, Ningzheng saved up a sum of money again. The output of a huge world is indeed extraordinary. With the support of hundreds of billions of people, it now earns more than 70 billion a day and spends more than 20 billion, with a daily net profit of more than 50 billion. There is no way. As his profits increase, he follows the old rules to increase the daily solidified luck by a little bit. Otherwise, he is afraid of being caught. Now is a dangerous period. To be honest, if it weren't for some wicked guy attacking him, he would have saved up 2 trillion now, so that he would feel safe. But fortunately, evil is punished, and good is rewarded. The immortal who was born evil also received the punishment of his family being destroyed. This lonely man repented day and night in displacement. And according to Ningzheng's estimation of the tomb world, before the whole world was saturated, the number of his own tomb people had been steadily increasing. Under the saturated population, the daily output of luck value can reach 150 billion. And with the original batch of basic people, the newly bought people have been affected, and the efficiency of believers has become faster. In a few days, the average number of believers has been reduced by 2. If Ningzheng finds another world and has an extra pasture, life will be better. It's a pity. Ningzheng can't find a new world now, and the world outside is owned by someone. Now the war is raging, dare to wander outside. If you are caught, you will die. As for finding another space tomb wrapped in robbery, Such a convenient and hidden base camp. How can it be so easy to find? Not to mention whether there are new space tombs. Even if there are, the secrets are not clear now, and the divination loss is super doubled. It takes too much to divine an unknown space tomb treasure. In summary, Ning Zheng's current daily luck value of more than 50 billion should be comparable to the normal daily consumption of an immortal, and it has been supplemented. But he had never seen the length of the luck bar of a real immortal, and how much luck value was consumed every day. He focused on today's harvest. Yin Yang Creation Furnace Upgrade, Fusion of Life Dao Fruit, 3 Immortal Treasures, Advanced to Immortal Supreme Treasure, 800 billion luck value. Sure enough, the compatibility is very compatible. Ning Zheng clicked it decisively. Wow! Minus 800 billion, a number popped up. Ning Zheng felt the changes in the entire Yin Yang Creation Furnace, deep and heavy. The entire Life Dao Fruit turned into the shell of the entire cauldron, in which lived the people of the Life Country, and there were 3 Life Supreme Treasures sitting inside. This thing is interesting. Ning Zheng observed carefully, holding the Yin Yang Creation Furnace in his palm. It was called Fusion, but in fact it was simply assembled together to form a magic weapon set. It was essentially the Yin Yang Creation Furnace, Dao Fruit, and 3 pieces added together. But the 800 billion luck value just made them seamlessly matched, forming a combination of parts, and they would not repel each other. Ning Zheng thought about it, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and his shadow emerged, his immortal treasure sword-casting Villa server. Then, the Yin Yang Creation Furnace gradually merged with the server, and became a set of parts, inlaid together. Good. Good. Ning Zheng showed a hint of surprise. The new Yin Yang Creation Furnace has formed a set with the server, although it is still a separate immortal treasure in essence. But with the combination, the borrowing of the Yin Yang Creation Furnace can be transferred to the login page for use. He silently sensed the new magic weapon. This is a big update. From now on, the Yin Yang Creation Furnace does not need to be placed in the room, but on the login page. As long as you are on the login page, you can customize the character, race, skin color, face shape, structure. And there are various functions. Inside the Yin Yang Creation Furnace, there are also people from the Fake Country who can help you adjust the details of your race and locally evolve to perfection. In the room, Ning Zheng tested various functions, and her eyes gradually lit up. It seems that the functions updated tomorrow will be enough to make people drop their jaws. The Life Dao Fruit copy that I have been looking forward to for a long time can really update the functions of the sword forging villa. I can only say that this wave is not a loss. Before, I made the right bet on the time bomb of the underworld that I sneaked into. He called Jukarong and Yi Guangxiu's remains overnight and asked them to help him update tomorrow's new activities and the business development plan of Zhujin Villa, in order to make more profits in this wave of updates. After all, he was really poor this time, and was running out of cultivation resources. I thought there were some resources stored in the Life Dao Fruit tomb, but in fact they were all taken away by the immortals, and there was nothing good left. He was short of money. He had to make money to keep up with his cultivation speed. In fact, his resources for true immortal cultivation seemed too bottomless, which was essentially the reason why his cultivation speed was too fast. If his cultivation resources were spread over tens of thousands of years, or hundreds of thousands of years, it would not be too expensive. But he reached a new realm every half a month. How many times was it concentrated? This made it difficult for him to make up for this astonishing consumption no matter how much quick money he made. Jukarong, Yi Guangxiu, and even the remains of other blacksmith members began to hold meetings overnight to discuss. Making money is no problem. We are so famous now that we don't lack customers. But I'm afraid the immortals can't help it. After all, we are taking advantage of their war to make money. Don't worry. Since Jiu Muqing said that the immortals won't even care about us infringing on their businesses in various war areas, then we should be bolder. Yes, their industry is too big and covers all industries. It is simply the Samsung version of another world. The immortals probably provide 80% of GDP. It is not something that a small civilization can erode. Yes, when faced with similar new industries, they are too lazy to care. They fatten the sheep before slaughtering them, just like those in the history of the immortal world. The industry was ownerless in the early stage, and people didn't care about you. In the end, the industry was fattened up, and you still married into the family? Then will our manor master marry into the family in the future? I don't know, marrying into the family is a high probability, and you must rely on an immortal master. Bullshit! Our manor master is estimated to break through to the immortal master soon. The manor master is invincible. The manor master is so mysterious, and the background setting is unclear. What is the breakthrough sooner or later? Maybe he has already become an immortal master? That's right. Even the old steward is the reincarnation of the space immortal master. Jian Xian is the reincarnation of the life immortal master. These three immortal masters are all working under the Manor Master. Once the Manor Master's power is exposed, it will definitely shock the world. These people almost believed it as they talked. Who cares? Let's just let go and do something big. Make a big update, and make Sword Forging Villa a big platform for all the worlds, the biggest war arms dealer civilization. So there was a discussion, and a group of people were ready to stop forbearing. Anyway, they could hide behind and not be caught, so it was not impossible to continue to develop the villa. Chapter 1049. Underworld. The immortal Lord Ming Ding closed the forging furnace and took out a crescent-shaped white metal magic weapon. It's basically done. The server of Shirong has been basically replicated. It's a very interesting immortal magic weapon. It gave me a lot of inspiration for forging. This fair-skinned beautiful woman stood there. I believe that everyone would never believe that this woman is the strongest forging in the world at first sight. Even the immortal Lord Lian Ding next door is slightly inferior to this homologous body. After falling into the world line, Jiu Mu Qing, who is not the strongest, has the highest survival rate because of the characteristics of the metal race, allowing her to survive with a large number of isotopes. The starting point of the two people in front of them is the same, but the growth paths are different. Her path of the immortal Lord Ming Ding is more inclined to forge immortal tools. As a member of the metal family, she can even transform any shape, magical power, and structure of the immortal weapon, the king of all weapons. During this period, Ming Ding occasionally took some free time to log in as a Destiny person, feeling the structure, analyzing the principles, and testing various functions. Ning Zheng felt that she was actually one of the immortals who had a hidden identity. Now, she really created the basic principles. Is it really done? Next to him, Sheng Ming Immortal Venerable, who got the message and rushed over, showed a little surprise. We also have war artifacts similar to Sword Casting Villa. There is nothing in this world that cannot be copied. Ming Ding Immortal Venerable turned around and smiled, his expression full of confidence, gently stroking his proud work. As long as it is an immortal treasure, there is no possibility of not being able to copy it. This thing is really interesting. Even if there is no Taoist civilization of Shirong, I believe that I will make similar magic weapons in the near future. Oh! Saint Mingxianzhen smiled and said, could it be that you couldn't do it before? Of course, I couldn't do it before. Ming Xianzhen said lightly. The essential principle of this Shirong platform is a collection transmitter of embers and Dharma phases, similar to the remote connection principle of earthbound spirits. Originally, there were no earthbound spirits in the fairy world, so how could there be such embers and Dharma phase structure system magic weapon derivatives? All magic weapons and weapons are essentially based on the basic system of cultivation of a certain civilization. Shirong's sword casting villa is essentially a war magic weapon that refers to the emission principle of embers and Dharma phases. After all, this server is similar to the remote Dharma phase out of the body, and its essence is another evolution of embers. Dharma phases, embers, and pseudohumans are originally one and the same, derived from the same civilization, forming a perfect cultivation system sequence. There was no such civilization in the fairy world before, so how could such a thing be made? However, it is just a prototype, and its functions are not as perfect as others. The immortal Lord Ming Ding first gave a shot of prevention, saying, I highly appreciate the blacksmith who upgraded this magic weapon. This person is definitely extraordinary. Calling themselves the Sword Casting Villa, judging from the creation of this warfairy weapon, they are indeed something. The immortal Lord Ming Ding is very professional, so he knows the other party's unfathomable depth. From her perspective, it is mainly because she has not seen this fairy treasure with her own eyes, otherwise she would not have been able to make only an imitation. But this imitation is enough. It can also allow people to remotely control a character. But in terms of the character, they don't have the yin-yang creation furnace. She still has to go to the yin-yang creation furnace to take samples and copy them. Can this thing be used now? Saint Mingxianzhen didn't care about the principle, but only cared about its effectiveness in war. It can be used. Ming Xianzhen made an affirmative voice. It can already replace a group of heavenly soldiers and generals. It can be regarded as mass-produced soldiers, and its magical powers are stronger than our mass-produced soldiers in the past. After this war magic weapon is popularized, combined with our war magic weapons, 9 curved heavenly soldiers cloud wall map, 10,000 soldiers and 100 battles, it can greatly reduce the damage of low-level soldiers. Sheng Mingxianzhen nodded, as long as it can be reduced. It looks like a battle between heavenly soldiers and generals. but it is actually a battle between war magic weapons. Heavenly soldiers and generals? Human immortals? Heavenly immortals? It's just the gear consumables that drive war magic weapons. With the blessing of the true immortal level war instruments, a large number of heavenly soldiers and generals joined forces, which was a strong enough threat to the true immortals below the immortal venerable. If the immortal venerable did not come out, in fact, each legion would have the true immortal level combat level, but the true immortals had 10 realms, and the gap between them was also very different. The legion of heavenly soldiers and generals looked powerful. In fact, they were generally only the first or second level of true immortals, comparable to the lowest level of one disaster or one catastrophe, and were inferior mass-produced products. When they encountered truly powerful individual true immortals, they were not opponents, and could only be said to be a guarantee for war. The holy wars in various realms in history were essentially an arms race to compete in weapons. Every time there was a major war, there would inevitably be a huge weapons revolution. Just like the Earth War, you took out cannons and tanks? I will call my military factory to start deciphering you and copying your weapons someday. Soldiers? They just used the consumables of cannons, guns, airplanes, and tanks. Shirong business war, like to copy other people's products? Those are all left over by the immortals. Don't underestimate the long history of the development of the immortal civilization. There is nothing new in the world. What you think of has already been done by others. Now they copy Shirong. It's simple. It seems that the platform belonging to the underworld will soon be popularized. The immortal Saint Ming smiled and said, then, what about the mass production of the embers? This is not the fundamental principle of the server. This function has nothing to do with the embers. The immortal Ming Ding shook his head. I can't understand it either. It may be related to another civilization system. To be honest, the other party's immortal treasure has a lot of unfamiliar civilization technologies. Some of them are also recognized as ancient civilizations lost in history because I am knowledgeable. In more than 15 million years, some special civilizations have been born. She saw some unique technologies that only that civilization has. She even saw some special technologies of civilizations that rose, flourished, and declined in the ancient prehistoric and multidimensional timeline. There are magic weapons now, prehistoric magic weapons, and magic weapons of the three great immortals. The guy who made this server is very wild, unbelievably wild. And it is perfectly integrated into this immortal treasure. This technology makes the immortal Lord Ming Ding feel that there is a powerful forging opponent. There may be a powerful blacksmith in this sword-making villa. They look like alchemists, but they are actually a group of blacksmiths. This is what the immortal Lord Ming Ding thought. So strong, it ignited her fighting spirit. After all, she didn't know that every time Ningjing's server paid money, it selectively integrated some of the most suitable and most perfect scattered magic weapons. What is the strongest forging method? Ningjing's answer was, artificial iron making always has flaws, and we must believe in the magic of nature, the strongest blacksmith. Forget it, just take this platform out first, it's enough. The immortal Saint Ming said lightly, just don't let embers appear. Without this heaven-defying function, our competitiveness is far inferior. We can use this inferior version of the initial imitation internally. That's right. Immortal Ming Ding nodded, but at this moment, a message suddenly came. Shirong Black Market, a big update. The opponent's artifact has been updated again, and a function has been added? Well, let me see how I crack you. As the strongest blacksmith, Immortal Ming Ding couldn't help but be curious to see what updates this colleague was going to make. After all, people in their line of work are all forging iron, making weapons, competing with each other, and grabbing business. It's nothing more than you surpassing me, I surpass you, updating our own weapons, and grabbing the market from each other. She observed it and was stunned. What? The other party's forging technology is so advanced. Is it the perfect integration of the relics of the Life Immortal Lord? And on the opening page, there is the reincarnation of the Life Immortal Lord, helping each person with destiny to create a character? She looked at the login page, and saw the reincarnation of the Life Immortal Lord guarding the yin-yang forging furnace, leading a group of people from the Fate Kingdom, helping each person with destiny to evolve characters. She was silent, completely doubting her life, and put down the Immortal Lord's treasure forging hammer in her hand. This, it seems I can't learn it. Chapter 1050. Cloudwax Small World. Jiosue sat quietly on the recliner, fiddling with a flower pot in his hand, frowning slightly. The evolution and cultivation of this flower has encountered a bottleneck. The Holy War of the Worlds is an opportunity and a disaster. Many monks from the family went to fight and earn merits, and they would take the old, weak, women and children of their family to the small world of their hometown in advance and retreat to the rear. Jiosue, the old, weak, women and children, retreated with the family more than a month ago. This wave of retreat was not long. For big bombs exploded, making the family that he married into feel extremely fortunate. Almost exterminated the clan. This war was involved, and I don't know how many civilizations were exterminated. Of course, there is destruction in life. In the empty world, the sacrifices inside will still cycle through the era cycle. The sacrifice era will evolve the next civilization again. It's okay, it's okay. Beside him, his wife was talking. We retreated early. I just got the news that our ally Bayou civilization next door did not retreat in time, and was directly destroyed. Now it's a month later, we got their information. Alas, it's too miserable. Jiosue's wife has no cultivation qualifications, just the great perfection of human immortal. But Jiosue was blowing the wind in the rocking chair, smiling and saying, "Indeed, only by living can there be hope of becoming stronger. It's normal for us to retreat." He was quite satisfied to leave the fairyland. After all, on the previous riot day, he also attacked several market towns, and the resources he harvested were enough for him to practice for a while. And he has a better business now. In the fairy world, he not only paints as a sideline, but also works as a spiritual farmer. As the strongest spiritual farmer in Jiuzhou, he has also cultivated many powerful special spiritual plants and spiritual fruits to sell to the family. At present, the resources of the war are in short supply, and the holy war among the realms, these spiritual fruits sell very well. He even combined alchemy to create a pill fruit that can be taken without refining, and the energy absorption efficiency is also very good. Fighting and killing? What money to make? Combat monks are low-level cattle and horses that do not make money, and they die the fastest. Jiosue knew this early, and the secondary profession is the most profitable. It's just that their family couldn't keep the spiritual objects cultivated by Jiosue, and they were almost caught several times when they went to the black market to sell them. Fortunately, there is always a way out. They found the Shirong black market that has been popular recently, which can help them keep their identities secret. Shirong, it came like timely rain. This made Jiosue sigh that this force is really his lucky star. Back then, he faked his death in Jiuzhou, and went to the tomb to prepare for his afterlife. This Shirong was like timely rain, and went to Beijing to create the sun and moon for him. Shirong, good man. During this period, the disciples in charge of sales channels and their family landed several people to set up stalls, and the income was good, but the commission was a bit high, and the charge for each space mail was relatively black. But it was safe. The new black market opened up by this Shirong greatly reduced the possibility of murder and robbery. From this, Jiosue can almost assert the development potential of this black market is very terrible, and it is indeed possible to be the first platform in the fairy world. Unify the entire black market and become the first in the industry. Because the core of the black market is nothing more than one. Dark enough. This dark refers to the 3 dark laws summarized by the black market of all generations. Perfectly buy and sell black goods of unknown origin. Perfectly accept black jobs of unknown identity. Guarantee that other robbery cultivators will not rob you of your own money. But the premise is that their platform will not be copied. As an immortal, Jiosue has seen the changes in history over the past 15 million years. He has seen too many cases of patents being copied. All cultivators in the world copy a lot. This is Jiosue's experience, and he can almost be sure that with the power of the immortal venerable, it is almost certain that it is copied. Never underestimate the immortal venerable level craftsman. In Jiosue's opinion, it is estimated that various Shirong platforms will appear soon. Then how should Shirong deal with it? Jiosue looked strange. Killing the immortal venerable and making such a big fuss has confirmed his theory. Shirong is not just stubborn. If someone copies him, his head must be even more stubborn. Who will be the one dancing this time? Jiosue was looking forward to it, sitting on a chair to enjoy the cool air. But no matter how noisy it is, the other party has opened such a black market, I can sell some more valuable spiritual objects. His Jiosue spiritual root, as a flower pot, is specially used to cultivate 9 random spiritual roots. He has quietly cultivated stronger spiritual objects, but the family he married into cannot protect them, so he did not take them out. You can log in and see it in person some other day, and buy some things regularly. Jiosue stretched lazily, very satisfied with such a secluded life. The most important thing is to escape the pursuit of the painter. Once he shows up, it will be bad if he is discovered by the painter. The painter must have various ways to involve him on the stage of painting, making him a saint and hero in history, and a painting model. Moreover, it was not just the painter who came to him. He suspected that after being discovered by Shirong would also find a way to dig him out of the mountain. He would not have a peaceful life. So he was hiding. His wisdom was very deep, so he considered the future step by step after ascending to the fairyland, and sought this optimal solution. Now, he can have resources by selling some things, without pressure, doing whatever he wants, staying away from disputes, and the speed of cultivation will not be low. After all, his accumulation of enlightenment of the laws of the immortals far exceeds that of ordinary people. He went to the Liosu cave to retreat, and he reached a realm for 4,000 years. After retreating for more than 50,000 years, he had already reached the great perfection of the immortals, and was about to break into the true immortal. It was so fast. In more than 50,000 years, he had walked through all the realms of the immortals. As a mortal trapped in the cage of Jojo, and living for more than 15 million years, ascending to the fairyland was so outrageous. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. It was Jiosue's sister-in-law, a cultivator of the first level of the heavenly immortal. "Brother-in-law, I'm coming in." Before she even walked into the door, she said casually, "Brother-in-law, I've set up a stall in the Shirong black market and sold all the things. You don't know, this morning, Shirong's platform was updated. Everyone was going crazy. The new mechanism surprised all the people of Cunning. Especially the login screen, it was too scary." The sister-in-law chattered, very lively. "You don't know, the yin-yang creation furnace was occupied by those strong people before, and we weak people were not allowed to use it. Now She kept explaining what she saw and heard today, very happy. Josue and his wife kept listening. This sister-in-law has done a lot for this family. She is basically responsible for selling goods. She was almost killed several times. Fortunately, Josue secretly kept a means to avoid bad luck. After the Shirong platform was opened, the sister-in-law became a destiny person, and it became safe to buy and sell spiritual fruits. At the same time, they also issued a large number of daily tasks. Almost every destiny person received a welcome task. Isn't this a welcome task? I'm back. If you want to find new people, there must be more people in my hometown. Call friends and become destiny people together. As she said, she took out a storage bag and poured out a golden pill. Josue was silent for a while. The sister-in-law continued, "This is called Wangyong pill, which is a low-end version of Wangyu pill. It only sells 10 high-quality immortal stones. And as long as you accept the welcome task, you can buy it at half price. Now there is a discount. Only 5 high-quality immortal stones are needed for one." After these words fell, Josue hadn't spoken yet, and Josue's wife next to him couldn't help but get excited. 1 online game pill per day, consuming 100 high-grade immortal stones per day. This entrance fee is too expensive, even the immortals can't afford it. So, their immortal family only let their sister-in-law be responsible for going to the illusion, logging into the destiny person, and doing the task. But now, you could enter with just 5 high-grade immortal stones. Is there any price? Josue asked. He knew Shirong's character. The sister-in-law said, "Well, the online game pill, the destiny person who enters is free, basically do whatever they want. But this online swimming pill is a low-profile version. You have to accept the task and become Shirong's mercenary. All your time on the platform will be controlled and assigned fixed compulsory work, but you will also be paid. But this is also a benefit. As long as you slowly work and earn money on the platform, you will still have the opportunity to get the advanced version of the online game pill, and then support yourself in it." The sister-in-law's eyes were full of excitement. In fact, the Shirong platform has been figured out by someone. As long as you become proficient in moving bricks, the daily 100 high-grade fairy stones of the online game pill can be earned back every day through various means, and even make money. The biggest threshold is actually not having the 100 high-grade fairy stones as startup capital, and whether you have enough savings to allow you to become proficient in moving bricks in it, slowly turn losses into profits, and start making money. This solves the urgent problem in front of you. Net swimming pill. This is a low-cost way for countless people to practice the moving bricks task in Shirong. After all, with the new life magic weapon, Ningjing's server capacity limit has become 1 million, and she can continue to recruit people, so expansion is imperative. According to Jukurong's description, an online game without millions of players is considered a rubbish online game. I see. Josue kept listening, sighed in his heart, took the net swimming golden pill, which looked golden in his eyes, cold in his hands, and full of metallic texture. Forget it, go in and see what they are doing. He swallowed the pill in one gulp, signed the mental restriction contract, and logged into the interface. So far, the last native, who ascended from Jiuzhou, has also successfully captured Shirong and became a glorious external blacksmith. As for the painter, he has secret means and is everywhere. He has infiltrated Shirong early. Since you can send people into the mine to move bricks, and you want to make the immortals unable to afford to ride the spaceship, why not send people into Shirong to be the destined people, so that Ningzheng can't afford to raise the Dharma image, according to the guesses of the blacksmiths. I don't know how many real and fake immortals there are among the painters, and the destined people came here to move bricks. Clang! A wonderful cutscene appeared in front of us. The immortal world is fighting, and the immortals take action. Then the screen turned, and the customs of various circles were displayed, and the beautiful scenery was very beautiful. After the login screen, it was the face-pinching screen. Jiuzhou entered the name of the so-called destined person, clicked on the icon of the yin-yang forging furnace, fake character, and then began to try to fabricate the character. The more he tried, the more surprised he was. He had heard of the original yin-yang creation furnace. The synthesized things are all weird, and they will die soon. They need to be awakened by the embers, and live a second life to complete the foundation. But here, there are some evolved creatures inside the yin-yang creation furnace, helping to assist and slightly adjust the entire structure. There is no need for the embers to revive, and a new race can be formed. What shocked him the most was that the group of evolved creatures inside listened to the command of a special figure during the evolution process. Moreover, those people vaguely shouted, "I will obey the order of the reincarnation of the immortal lord of the Fate Kingdom. Yes, I will complete the mission of the Fate Kingdom for this." Jiuzhou was shocked. The internal atmosphere of this yin-yang creation furnace vaguely has a hint of the ancient law of life. He looked at the login screen, and the majestic immortal lord of the Fate Kingdom was helping people to create characters and create life on the login page. An incredible thought came to his mind. Could it be that the ancient great heaven and earth master was reincarnated in Shirong Villa, in charge of his own life creation authority, helping everyone to create the destiny person? Chapter 1051. Life Immortal Venerable. This news was too shocking. Even though Jiuzhou seldom inquired about the outside world, anyone who knew a little about history would know it. The three great ancient venerables opened up the universe, and worked together to evolve the heaven and earth, creating a brilliant multidimensional world and a vast river of time. The amazing power they possessed far exceeded the imagination of today's cultivators. He had guessed that Shirong's origin was extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Could it be that he was a prehistoric old party that walked out of an ancient tomb? At this time, Jiuzhou suddenly knew why today's event was so shocking, and why the sister-in-law said that the entire platform had been updated. However, after a closer look, the hazy figure directing the fabricated character seemed familiar. Jiuzhou suddenly flashed a trace of surprise. Why do I feel that this reincarnated immortal venerable is very familiar? It seems that I have seen him somewhere. He thought for a while, but he didn't expect it to be Jian Xian. After all, Jian Xian had changed his appearance, and now he is indeed a little unrecognizable. Two people who are totally unrelated. This is too outrageous. Shirong, is he letting himself go? Whether it is true or false, it will make the immortals more wary, and want to take down this force. They must be hiding in a hidden space tomb. Are you sure that both sides can't spare the time to divine and capture him now? Jiuzhou buried all kinds of doubts in his heart, and this world became less and less familiar to him. The danger is getting bigger and bigger. It seems that he has to speed up the breakthrough of the true immortal. Jiuzhou felt an urgent sense of urgency in his heart. He didn't think much about it, and started to apply for a character. A Krypton Gold gift package appeared in front of him. Character Creation Gift Pack. Mysterious character, assists and guides you to create a character, 1,000 high-quality immortal stones. Newbies get 20% off for the first time. Mysterious character, not directly saying it, this is the reincarnation of the immortal Lord of Life, right? He was not surprised by this so-called gift pack system. The promotional activities of various merchants in the immortal world have been very mature for millions of years. After clicking to buy, he tried to pinch the face. He was in charge of leading, and the group of evolutionary little people in the furnace were responsible for correction. After a while, a plant was pinched out, and Jiuzhou's eyes gradually lit up. There is such a method. It turns out that every profession has its own specialty. He seemed to have a sudden enlightenment in his heart. Originally, he had various questions about the structure of this plant, but now they have all been explained. This is not because of his lack of talent, but the ability of the life magic power, analyzing life, specializing in the profession, and being more efficient. The so-called wood, yin, and yang attribute magic power, the original higher law is life. This is not strange. Life, space, time, and some unique magical powers are all somewhat related. For example, the golden mud, the gold attribute has some magical powers of destiny. He continued to study, absorb and digest knowledge, and adjust the details of each creature. With the help of professional people from the kingdom of life, a group of people from the biological evolution bacteria, he finally solved the problem that had troubled him for a while. This time, I was able to draw inferences from one instance to another, and the plant I had in mind was successful. These 1,000 immortal stones are simply a bloody profit. Josue couldn't help but sigh. I haven't even entered yet, and I've been given so many surprises. It's really a big update. You know, the role is the basic function, and the big update of the role function directly affects the structure of their entire platform power. He pinched a pot of plant characters, and instead of logging in, he changed to a regular character and entered Chongshan Town directly. Wow! He opened his eyes and saw Chongshan Town, which had been expanded countless times, appearing in a resurrection point. As soon as he logged in, he saw some people standing by to advertise. Some were recruiting disciples for the sect, some were selling items, and some were directly recruiting sons-in-law. It was very lively, and one of the voices entered Josue's mind. The underworld will open a platform comparable to Shirong. Welcome all friends to enter. Our platform is very discounted. You will get a generous gift for the first entry. The underworld has made something similar, and even openly came to Shirong to advertise, started to poach people from their base camp. Josue looked strange. I guessed that the immortals would take action, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Now, this big update of Shirong is actually a counterattack. Business war? He muttered to himself, and after successfully logging in, he went offline directly. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at his sister-in-law and wife beside him, and couldn't help but wake them up and ask them what happened. Apparently, the two of them also tried the news server function. After all, this is too high-end, the existence of the suspected reincarnation of the immortal of life, with his own people, personally shaping the face, creating the character, and in charge of his own creation priesthood. From the perspective of the earth, it's like you are playing a real game, and suddenly you see the legendary Niwa in the myth. Suddenly on the login character page, you personally create a character. How can this not be exciting? How can this not be shocking? For most of the young monks, this scene will be unforgettable for them for the rest of their lives, and they will enjoy the respected treatment of the protagonist of the story. Josue asked again, and suddenly realized, as I guessed, the yin-yang creation furnace is taking on countless character creation businesses at the same time. The sister-in-law was shocked and also reacted. In other words, the reincarnation of the life immortal lord, the people of the life kingdom, is not just one? Josue nodded, smiled and said, almost. The reincarnation of the life immortal lord has many figures, everywhere, which is in line with the style of the ancient myth boss. There are also many people in the life kingdom, and they are pinching faces for hundreds or thousands of people at the same time. This is a bit like a parallel world line. The sister-in-law exclaimed loudly. Could it be that it is really like the prehistoric legend, a parallel world? It is worthy of being the life immortal lord, the multidimensional self, full of style. Josue guessed something in his heart. In today's era, there is no such thing as a multidimensional world line, but multiple selves can appear. The other party must have used the method of Ember replication. They created similar Ember army NPCs, and there were quite a few of them. They replicated a wave of reincarnations of the life immortal lord, and the embers of the people of the life kingdom could receive so many monks at the same time. Tell me your IDs, let's get together. He went offline, not only to inquire about the situation, but also to shake people, so that the three of them could get together. After exchanging names, they logged in again, added friends through emails, and consulted about the location, and the three of them were ready to get together. At this time, Josue walked out of the resurrection point, and came to the street. Many of the Tianming people next to him also watched the prosperity around them for the first time, and were very shocked. They were all monks who took the net swimming pill, relatively poor, relatively weak, and some of them had not even become immortals. After all, most monks below the Tianxian were reluctant to pay out 100 high-grade immortal stones. Now they have the funds to log in during their large-scale recruitment activities. This city wall is actually made of ashes? Historical murals? Telling the history of the people of Tianming? This city wall is still under construction. It has just been built. I can already imagine how magnificent it will be after it is completely built. They were like the blacksmiths who entered Zinnia's city for the first time and looked at the humanistic and historical murals on the vast ashes city wall, and even the lively scene of the entire city. After all, The humanistic and historical city wall in the physical sense is indeed amazing. Chapter 1052. This ember wall has just started to be built today, and everyone can see its value. Tourism wall, humanities and history. Brave and passionate heroes and saints have cast historical inscriptions to protect the people in it. After all, the mature system developed by the history of Jeojo, with various mysterious advantages, naturally attracted the admiration of the natives of the fairy world. From a historical perspective, the foundation of the Ember civilization of more than 10 million years, even if it is not immortal, is not shorter than the fairy world, and the underlying structure of the system is very mature. And now Josue quickly contacted the other two people through email, and after meeting together, they began to stroll on the street together. They found that there were an unusual number of new people recruited. Moreover, most of them were sent to open up wasteland, such as to assist in the construction of this ember wall. For example, smelting, forging, alchemy, medicine, and planting all have their own tasks. After walking in Chongshan town for more than half an hour, they took on a task and experienced the fun of building a city wall. After completing it, they found a restaurant to drink tea. At the table, several people ordered a few side dishes. It seems that this place is good. We can continue to sell our spiritual plants and spiritual fruits. Josue smiled and said. The sister-in-law also felt that the future was promising. Shirong, Yujin, these have changed the basic practice methods of the fairy world, and I think it's better. The wife also said, Shirong, good people? Josue didn't say much. He liked this kind of daily life. But he heard the sound of wooden fish knocking in the square below the building. The first wooden fish was the turtle wooden fish. The second wooden fish was the bottle wooden fish. The sound was very crisp. It seemed to have been used as a clock, striking every once in a while. The sister-in-law next to him was also surprised and amazed. This scene was too exciting. The immortal venerable was not only dancing, but also being beaten. It was beautiful, I loved watching it, and I wanted to watch it again. Let's go, after dinner, we will go to watch the dance fight. The sister-in-law shouted. Josue was thoughtful. This obviously caught the psychology of most people and attracted them. This beating of the immortal venerable Pingsuan was not only hype, but also hinted at the fate of others who mess with us. Soon, several people watched a wave of dance fights. In the plot, the remaining soul of the immortal venerable Pingsuan attacked, and the divine power was like a prison, as if blowing out the stars and breaking the starry sky, full of style. But soon the style of the painting suddenly changed, shouting boldly, and then started fighting, throwing the emperor's robe outside, revealing the coquettish style inside. He also put a basin for people to reward. In addition, there was a sign hanging next to it. This stall is the behavior of an individual Tianming person. A group of people were watching the fun below. Don't mention it. Every time there is a dance battle, after taking off the coat, the style of the dance clothes inside will be different. The last time, Pingsuan Shinzuan wore a black suspender style, and this time it was some kind of dead water. Don't mention it. The boots are never the same, and he also wears fishnet stockings. The dance style is different every time, and the lines are also very fresh. A group of people were chatting. Josue, his wife, and his sister-in-law looked around, and then heard even more speechless news. This is very profitable. I heard that there are new Tianming people who are also doing dance battles, and setting up stalls in the East Square. The dance of Pingsuan Shinzuan over there is also very handsome. Everyone was silent. Some people are imitating this. This should be some Tianming people who found a business opportunity and found that there were many rewards in the pot, so they also learned to do it. Some people were very cautious. They are crazy, aren't they afraid of being retaliated by Pingsuan Shinzuan? What are you afraid of? Can you find the footsteps of our Tianming people? Don't be afraid at all, just do it boldly. That's right. Hiss, I heard that there is also a stall of Pingsuan Shinzuan in the West Square, selling vases. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Even the blacksmiths themselves couldn't think that a group of Tianming people would be so involuntarily, and find such a business opportunity. Josue just felt speechless about this, but his sister-in-law was very excited and dragged the two of them to watch the show. He looked east and west, watching the feats of Pingsuan Shinzuan one by one. When he saw the South Square, Josue saw a stage also dancing and fighting, playing Pingsuan Shinzuan. But he always felt. This actor looked familiar. Some of them looked like paintings? Could it be that the painters also come here to make money and engage in dance fighting? Josue felt that she had never been more speechless in a million years than today. But after thinking carefully, the painters would not be busy with these trivial matters. They should have sent a group of painters here to make money and get some information. After all, the painters expand their intelligence network by spreading people everywhere. The world has really changed. Josue accompanied his family to look around and felt that this place was worthy of being the largest black market. There were all kinds of people, selling all kinds of specialties, stolen goods, and bounties on heads, which were the most basic. There were several groups of people who played the tricks of the bottle-keeping immortal master. The most outrageous thing is, they also saw the daily task in an official blacksmith shop. Jumping the forge, Josue guessed what it was without looking at the details of the task. And there are many people who are very enthusiastic about this task, cooperating with others to forge and research. The large number of newcomers has injected new vitality into the market of Chongshan town. Soon, Josue and others are ready to start doing business, setting up stalls, and using supply mail to transport the goods from the main body to sell here. But before it started, something unexpected happened. He was stopped by several people of destiny, and handed over a few alternative black pills. Set up a stall? Friend, you just paid the stall fee, right? Listen to me, this is the entrance ticket to the underworld black market, free entry. He looked familiar. It's free for us to set up a stall now, why not go to our place? What's Shirong's ability? Behind our platform is the underworld, which is rich and powerful, with a deep foundation and countless immortals. Anyone with a little knowledge knows that our platform has a broader future development, and will not be wanted. Also, we don't do biological castration here. We can do what we like, and we can experience the fun of all races. This person seems to be not the first time to explain the advantages of his own black market to others. The sister-in-law was speechless. As a member of Tianming, is it really okay for you to be a traitor and invite others to join your organization? They don't care? The sister-in-law looked at the policewoman NPC who was passing by for training, riding a fiery red wind speed dog, and shouted, "Other platforms are recruiting people here." Su Yunyang stopped and smiled and said, "We have said that we are absolutely neutral, and will not care about most things. As long as it does not trigger our basic regulations, Tianming people are free. Every Tianming person has the right to promote products. They are promoting this product now, which does not violate our rights." Su Yunyang maintained a gentle and pure smile, and explained softly. Immediately, many passers-by felt good about him. He was bold and generous. This Shirong is really good. Chapter 1053. Only Josue thought in his heart, Shirong is so generous, but it knows that it can't stop the immortals. Even if Shirong strictly prohibits it, it will be spread outside. It's better to brush up on their favor, and let them spread it on other platforms. However, Josue's eyes fell on Su Yunyang, thinking, Sun and Moon, Dao Yu must be very happy to have so many of her, and Xi and Shichen must be speechless with joy. He smiled, it's still the same Create Galaxy, advise good, a replica of Sun and Moon, countless embers patrolling the streets. This Shirong is so generous. These 7 magical powers are all top magical powers treasured in his treasury. They are the spiritual roots cultivated by him, the strongest spiritual farmer, who opened the era of acquired spiritual roots in Jiuzhou. They are also quite powerful in the fairy world. How could he not be familiar with the unique magical power he cultivated himself? And he could see at a glance that the other party had changed its attributes now, and it was a group of beast-controlling magical powers, which must be a mesh-like beast-controlling structure that controls beasts mutually. This Shirong's method is very interesting. However, Xi and Shichen may have a way to subdue all the Sun and Moon armies in front of him to Dao Yuanyang's command. The power of a human immortal or a celestial immortal is nothing to a true immortal. But when there are 10,000 or 100,000 celestial immortals under his command, the energy level generated will exceed that of a normal true immortal, shattering the galaxy and blowing away the world. This is the power of the military formation, and in front of him, this group of net-like suns and moons might really be favored by Xi and Shichen. But Josue also roughly guessed that Shirong also had a sun and moon ghost king leader who could confront Dao Yuanyang. Let's see who robs whom. Xi and Shichen is good at this, and has a great advantage. He can probably snatch it away. But maybe, this was Shirong's plan? Their plan is so imaginative that they deliberately sent away this batch of ashes? Josue thought silently, with a smile on his lips, and felt that things were getting more and more interesting. After all, this group of sun and moon seemed a bit clever. If Xi and Shichen snatched them away, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. Next, several people set up stalls to sell spiritual fruits. The sales volume was quite good. And he also asked the Tianming people who set up stalls next door for information. The underworld has created the Shirong platform, and has been promoting it everywhere, but the fairy world seems to be a step behind, and has not yet developed it. It seems that the blacksmith's technology is a step behind. With the advantage and continuous publicity, the morale of the underworld army has recovered a lot. On the battlefield of more than 100 local walls, the morale has been revived and the situation has been saved. In order to promote the Netherworld platform, they also used a group of the Netherworld's Destiny army to launch a surprise attack without fear of death, and gained a lot of advantages. In the battle situation, the Netherworld seemed to have pulled back the battle situation caused by the fall of Pingsuan Immortal Venerable in a short time with this wave of means. But the Immortal World has begun to explain. The reason why the Netherworld is one step ahead is that the Immortal Venerable in the Netherworld is good at blacksmith forging magic, and is very good at changing and copying weapons. With the copying magic in hand, it is a little faster. This is obviously another open and covert contempt for that Netherworld and suppressing the reputation of the other party. Josue and others listened with relish. The Immortal Venerable was too far away from them, so they could only eat melons in this way. This fairy world and underworld are unprecedented, revolving around Shirong. That's right, Shirong has become the center of the storm, and it's a competition to see who can imitate Shirong's methods faster. But they are only a flash in the pan after all. How great and sacred are the immortals, the supreme rulers of the heavens and the worlds. They personally enter the field and improve the platform. How can Shirong's foundation compare? I'm afraid it will soon be surpassed. Shirong is destined to rise, shine, and then fall. A force without an immortal master will eventually be just a flash in the pan. That's enough to be arrogant. Yes, when they haven't fallen and are completely replaced, Shirong is better off marrying into the family, and becoming a force under the command of a certain immortal master. This is the best ending. Many civilizations in history are like this. If they don't rise, they will eventually become ants. The stall owners were all discussing. The sister-in-law and wife were also frantically discussing the overall situation of the world, how this battle would change. How would Shirong, who was at the center of the storm, fall? No one was stupid. It was obvious that Shirong's reputation was well known all over the world. There were obviously people with bad intentions pushing them behind the scenes, using them as targets to achieve certain goals. After Josue and the other two sold out the things on the stall, and said goodbye to the stall owners next to them, they decisively went offline, and used the black pills sent by others, to go to the black market platform opened by the underworld. It looked quite lively. But in fact, all the details were very simple. There was no powerful foundation for the Immortal of Life to personally create a character for you, and there was no function to generate embers. It was just a simple bottom-level black market, controlling a character remotely. Similar to the route of Dharma phase leaving the body, embers binding the earth spirit, and long-range attack. Josue kept sorting out the information and summarizing various details, and couldn't help but frown. That Shirong, whose origin is mysterious, should be an alien civilization. He accidentally entered our Jojo that year and developed the remote control platform of Embers and Dharma phase. Shirong was the first, and now that he has entered the fairy world, the immortals have also begun to popularize this platform. I'm afraid it won't be long before the entire fairy world will use this platform to fight in the air. He looked slightly condensed. Jojo's war model has been completely applied to the fairy world. The undead people in Jojo have always liked Dharma phase and earth-binding spirits to attack remotely. Now that the powerful fairy world absorbs knowledge like a sponge, there have been corresponding changes in the war pattern. However, it seems to have completely subverted the traditional war model. Everyone is immortal. Everyone will be resurrected. In fact, it is not. In essence, there is no change. What's the point of not being afraid of death? War, in essence, is a competition to see whether soldiers can be resurrected. The competition is about resources. Although it is cruel, human life is just a number on the battlefield. At a flow rate of 100 years a day, they can quickly mass-produce low-level human immortals. What does it matter if you are resurrected? Their traditional ability to resurrect soldiers is not worse than yours. What really determines victory or defeat is resources, or more precisely, corpses. After death on the Shirong platform, you need to run corpses, pick up metal corpses, refine and repair them again, and then log in to revive. And in the war, if others take away the corpse, it's no different from a real death of a soldier. This is the same as Jojo. The 3 flowers of the Dharma died suddenly, and it seems that the person is not dead, and needs to spend money to replenish. The ancestor Eugene died suddenly, but he didn't seem to be dead. He needed to spend money to activate the earth veins and speed up his resurrection. All of them were real money, and they all had to abide by the law of conservation of energy. The mode of this war in the fairy world has not changed in essence. It is still a war of resources in essence. If the body is taken away, and you don't have the money to revive it, it is equivalent to the death of the soldier. Jiao Sui, who figured this out, began to think about how to make money from the war. You have to study a few new magical powers. As the strongest spiritual farmer, the magnolia, rose, and other shores of Jiuzhou are all spiritual roots he planted. Eugene Dharma, he is too familiar with it, now, creating a brand new spiritual route to promote the development of the war between the new Jiuzhou. The fairy world and the Dharma platform is indeed within the scope of his expertise as the Emperor Jiao Sui. He suddenly remembered that before, in the palace, after listening to the description of the environment and pattern of the fairy world by the alien Yi Xian Shichen also talked with him, and said that his dream was to build Jiuzhou into a world center, as great as the fairy world. Now his dream has been realized by the painter. Why build Jiuzhou into the fairyland? Just build the fairyland into Jiuzhou. He suddenly remembered the speaking style of those NPCs, and a sentence of theirs popped up in his mind. Isn't this a kind of Shirong spirit? Jiao Sui suddenly felt that the outrageous things he had seen in his life were not as outrageous as today. Chapter 1054. 2 days later. Actually, 200 years had passed in secret, and the Immortal Realm also urgently launched its own black market platform. At this point, the entire world had a three-legged situation of similar platforms. And there were more people who secretly complained, and in the major restaurants, tea houses, and stalls in the Immortal Realm, they were discussing crazily that the two chaebol giants in the Immortal Realm and the Underworld were not good things, merging, plagiarizing, suppressing, and using their subordinates as dogs. This set is too skilled. This scene appeared, not only because Shirong gradually gained a good reputation and someone spoke for them, but also because the Immortal Lords often suppressed the industries of various civilizations, and did a lot of similar things. The grudges have been accumulated for a long time. So many people are speaking up for Shirong. In any case, after the outbreak of the ancient double disasters, the holy war of the heavens broke out because of the embers, and the pattern of the war changed because of the embers. The tide of the embers of the whole nation has become the trend of the times, sweeping the fairy world completely. This change is so great and mighty, it is destiny. The small fortunes of countless immortals have accumulated and gathered into a river, and finally gathered into a mighty trend of heaven and earth. The trend is going, and those who block the trend will surely die. This is the result of the divination of all the immortals who tried to stop this change. Even the high and mighty immortals can't stop the great changes in heaven and earth, and the environment has changed. Everywhere is hotly discussing. How will the war be fought in the future? I don't know. From now on, everyone will practice at home and fight in the air. The immortals can collect herbs, refine pills, forge, adventure, and fight without leaving their homes. How will this vast world change? I don't know. You don't know anything. Then what do you know? The world is changing. If there is no reference to past cases, who can know the future? But this drastic change is the only change in the world. It has never happened before. How can there be a historical reference? What a joke. The previous holy wars among the worlds, the fights between the immortal world and the underworld, which one was not similar to what is happening now? Every time, it was a new change that led to the war. Indeed, several great waves of the times in history have caused wars similar to what is happening now. It seems to be the first time for us, but in fact, it has changed several times in the eyes of the immortals. The times are developing. The civilizations of the heavens and the worlds always have an anchor point for explosion, allowing all civilizations to enter the next new great era. Who said that the past era was unpredictable? Can it be verified in history? Really? Yes. I heard from Shirong that this is a phenomenon that has long occurred in Taoist civilization. Now that we stay at home, we will sooner or later become the three major reincarnation worlds, and the true spirits will continue to reincarnate. What do you mean? Our original bodies are true spirits, never go out, immortal, and it is difficult to kill the people of destiny. After going out, isn't it a rebirth? This phenomenon is the great world of reincarnation. I heard that there is a woman named Ho Tu Yunyang in Shirong, who is destined to reincarnate in harmony with the Tao and rebuild order for the world. In the past, the immortals built timelines and strung the world into beads, and now Ho Tu Yunyang has established a reincarnation platform to establish an axis for the world. Hiss. Is this world really changing like this? No matter what the public opinion is about this discussion. Nowadays, the underworld and the immortal world have begun to let their people of destiny attack each other in a small range. These people have started to fight across the network. Ning Zheng is still neutral, but he can't control the people of destiny. They have taken the initiative to become mercenaries and join the battlefield. The change of this scene has made Ning Zheng stunned these days. He was in a trance and kept muttering, "What monster did I release from the hell cage in Jojo now?" Ember is an automatically generated low-level painter. The entire fairy world has become a wonderful and magnificent historical picture under the layout of a famous painter. If it is according to the story, the painter is equivalent to the sealed half-dead demon king. And I am equivalent to some small-time adventurers who explore the sealed demon palace. The great demon king of destruction has been completely resurrected from the existence of wandering in the concept of life and death, and released, and is about to destroy the world. Then, the next plot is that the demon king of destruction will come, play with the people, and destroy countless civilizations. This war-loving painting demon, with the cooperation of the underworld, provoked a war. Countless pseudo-people, the Ember Army, disrespecting the old and loving the young, turned the entire world into a mess, causing incredible damage. In the early stage of the war alone, the number of deaths was astronomical. The world was in danger. In the end, the protagonists of the era stood out from the world, rose step by step, and finally defeated the devil and saved the world. And what about me? What kind of identity do I, a little dragon who released the devil, play? No. Now I am the leader of the ancient double disaster. In the eyes of outsiders, I may be the pre-boss to defeat the painter, the human god. Ning Zheng was lost in thought, and the more he thought about it, the weirder his expression became. Not to mention, he was really the heir of the gods, with dolls and puppet strings everywhere, and it was no big deal to make a fuzzy heavenly law. Too outrageous. Ning Zheng returned to reality from his inexplicable imagination. He was just honestly managing his power, but why was it getting more and more chaotic? While Ning Zheng was extremely speechless, he began to have money in his pocket. He began to raise Dharma images crazily, 100,000 high-grade immortal stones, for a basic immortal level. As long as the number of enlightened Dharma images is piled up, there are enough workers, and the speed of constructing the law field will also increase significantly. The third level of true immortal is within reach. Ning Zheng, who was happy in his heart, went to the interface of the Yin-Yang creation furnace for another inspection. The Yin-Yang creation furnace is now a fairy treasure, furniture, and the interior is a void space. Countless people of the Ming Kingdom, Jian Xian, are working inside. As a living person, Jian Xian also became a VIP6, an outer sect worshipper, logging in here every day to supervise the use of the artifact of the Yin-Yang creation furnace. "How have you been these days?" Ning Zheng asked Jian Xian. "Not bad." Jian Xian nodded. "I practice very fast, and now I have reached the great perfection of the celestial immortal, and I will soon break through to the true immortal." Ning Zheng nodded. "It's a bit hard for you. You can only practice a single magical power when practicing ancient methods." The reason why Jian Xian practiced quickly is that there are only 4 small realms in each of his major realms. He practiced a single magical power. Others have 10 realms, 5 elements of yin and yang. What about him? There is only one yin attribute. So let's not talk about the transition period of human immortals. When you start practicing at the first level of celestial immortals, you only practice life, body, soul, and yin after the 4 major perfections. The speed of cultivation of a single yin attribute is amazingly fast, and with tens of thousands of years of seclusion, it naturally breaks into the great perfection of heavenly immortal. I tried to find other ways to make up for the lack of combat power. Jian Xian said lightly, "The Emperor of Heart, take the pure path, the heart sword technique. The characteristics are sinister and strange, only jumping in the heart, it is not bad." Pure heart sword technique is also a way in Jian Xian's eyes. How many great ways are there in the world? In his opinion, the sword path lies in purity. Although it is a single attribute, his magical power is strange, and only a single attribute can be used. Go to the end, the extreme path. It may not be weaker than the normal multi-attribute true immortal. Then, Ning Zheng and Jian Xian discussed it, and comforted the newly joined cultivator. Then he went to find the other newly joined VIP6, Xiao Zai, Feng Wangyi, Jiu Tu Long Di, Bai Hu Di. Since he is living a good life now, he has received Ning Zheng's VIP gift, and handed over part of the industry to them. "How have you been recently?" Ning Zheng said. "Not bad." Xiao Zai smiled. Ning Zheng's eyes fell on Feng Wangyi. "Recently, the blacksmiths in the villa have been chattering all day, speculating on the future changes in the world after the establishment of major platforms, and talking about reincarnation, learning from Taoist civilization to build 18 layers of hell. Speaking of reincarnation, the owner of the villa took your Feng Wangyi's magical power, and built 18 layers of hell. If you are in charge of reincarnation, your phoenix fire is somewhat compatible." Ning Zheng said, "I don't know, what do you think of this?" Chapter 1055. Let me think about this. Feng Wangyi also hesitated. Does this mean that she wants to establish Shirong's 18 hells in Shirong? Although she can understand it. Shirong originally developed in secret, but now that it has been exposed, it might as well expand in all aspects. To develop power, of course, there must be a person in charge of all aspects. They are natives from Jiuzhou, and they have no background, but they are familiar with each other. They have cooperated in Jiuzhou before, so they are the best partners. Back then, Jiuzhou was helped by the kings of the 9 continents, and they had the merit of following the dragon. After the founding of the country, they soared into the sky. If Shirong can really gain a foothold, it will be a force at the level of Immortal Venerable at the bottom. With the help of such a background, they have the possibility of becoming Immortal Venerable. After all, there are many Immortal Venerables, such as Mo Mei Xian, who have reached the great perfection of true immortals. How many of them have truly broken through to the level of Immortal Venerable? If we establish our own immortal world, you will be the 13 giants of the new immortal world. Ning Zheng smiled and painted a cake. Any leader of an uprising must learn this trick. Even if you are penniless, a beggar, or a straw sandal seller, you must draw a beautiful blueprint for the future. Ning Zheng said, I hope you will be in charge of this matter. Your Phoenix clan is not good at fighting, but loves peace. You also have the magical power of resurrection, so hell is very suitable. Once we succeed in rising, we will be one of the 13 fairyland civilizations in the new fairyland. Phoenix Fairyland? I give it a try. Phoenix said. Ning Zheng smiled and said, I look forward to your success. Although the hundreds of billions of people I bought are all young and strong, they will die sooner or later. Hell was first established, and it was established according to the 18 layers of hell in the world of destiny. To be honest, the world of destiny is my own test field. The 18 layers of hell there have been quite mature after years of development. In the future, I may not need to reduce the living by 2. It is also very good to reduce the embers by 2 after death, and it can form a perfect circular industrial chain. The 18 layers of hell occupy a small area and have high output, and the future is promising. It is possible to further increase the daily output of luck value without expanding the world. Ning Zheng turned his eyes to Jiu Tulongdi, Xiao Zai and others, friends of Jiuzhou. Now that you are my Shirong outer sect worshipper, if you want to manage any industry, or have any ideas about any project, you can do it. As long as it is reasonable and promising, Shirong can invest in it. You are free most of the time. We are in a cooperative relationship, just like the worshippers of a sect. You can go out for adventures and fight if you want. Ning Zheng seemed very magnanimous. And Jiu Tulongdi and others did not have the mentality of Long Aotian, and agreed immediately. If it was just after ascending, naturally he would have a somewhat arrogant mentality. But after a wave of traditional suppression by the natives of the fairy world, mining, like most of the immortals who ascended, most of his spirit was worn out. After that, he followed Xi and Shichen to rob everywhere, worked as a robbery cultivator, made a layer of delicious food, and attacked the real immortals in the market. All the trades were rolling up, and he knew the difficulties of the fairy world. During this period, the fairy world helped Ning Zheng smooth out the edges of these people, and conducted military training before they were willing to join Shirong as a worshipper. Even Zhao Zai and others wanted to regard Shirong as the superior civilization of the Jiuzhou civilization and a great backer. Originally, they wanted to follow Jiuzhou and open up a fairy version of the Jiuzhou Empire, becoming the 9 kings under the Jiuzhou Emperor. But Jiuzhou is missing, and now Shirong is also a good choice. The 9-headed dragon emperor nodded. I am good at fighting, multiple spells, and one head has 7 colored spiritual roots. 9 heads have a total of 63 magical powers, and they are very strong in frontal combat. I want to take a group of people with destiny to the battlefield. Ning Zheng thought about it. Okay. The 9-headed dragon emperor is definitely the ultimate magical power, a typical example of powerful flying bricks. Just comparing the ability of the spell turret, Jiuzhou and Xi and Shichen would not be the opponent of the super Gatling gun sprayed by Jiudo. After all, as the head of the Sea clan, he led the 4 seas, and once confronted Xi and Shichen and Jiuzhou in the human era. His magical power is as strong as Xinhua. I allow you to go to the battlefield and hone yourself. Ning Zheng thought for a while. You could apply to make embers. The quota is set at 1,000. The 5th NPC team will be led by you, the 9-headed dragon emperor. No problem. The 9-headed dragon emperor's eyes were bright. He had seen Su Yunyang's patrol team. His own embers, super turret magical power. If a group of 9-headed dragon emperor's embers are cultivated, a group of high-rise 9-headed sprays, strategically very powerful. The bulk embers function of this platform is equivalent to giving everyone a shadow-devouring dragon emperor's magical power for free, which can give you a special Dharma army. It's just that the money is a bit expensive, and the investment is a bottomless pit. I hope you can make achievements, Ningjung said. Why would they rather release the 9-headed dragon emperor than the blacksmiths to the battlefield outside? Because the cost-effectiveness is low. If you win the battle, the bodies can be recovered. But what if you lose on the battlefield? If the bodies of the blacksmiths are not recovered, it is no different from being dead. These fourth disasters of the blacksmiths are losing money every time they are resurrected. Pay with their lives? How many gold mountains do I have for them? The cost-effectiveness is too low. Relying on an automated combat magic weapon, the combat power is not enough, and it is definitely a blood loss. Sending the 9-headed dragon emperor is different. If we talk about the large-scale war capabilities of pure frontal combat, Xi and Shichen, a scholar, and Jiosue, a farmer, are really not as good as the 9-headed dragon emperor. The 9-headed dragon emperor also made a promise. I have wanted to join the army for a long time. The first battlefield I will join is the 68th battlefield, on the Yunshui civilization front. The 9-headed dragon emperor talked freely about his ambitions. Ningjung occasionally echoed a few words, which was considered to be a general understanding of his route. The White Tiger Emperor beside him was also not calm. We are the White Tiger clan, we are good at stacking damage, and we are also a good match with the Ember's army. If a group of White Tiger armies stack damage together, he, the 9-headed dragon emperor, is a turret army, and we are an assassin army. The White Tiger Emperor also wanted to attract investment for himself. Ningjung smiled. Okay. You can also receive a certain army, 1,000 embers quota in the initial stage, but you have to earn resources yourself. We don't provide them, and the same goes for you, the 9-headed dragon emperor. Ningjung can't even support his own Dharma army. How can he support you? Your embers army must find a way to make money, give military expenses, supplies, and elixirs by yourself. Pay for the army yourself, and remember to give me regular dividends. They have to pay to work, but for this kind of model, they still have to thank me, Shirong, because I, Shirong, have paid a lot of VIP ember quotas for them. How valuable is this? Ningjung's eyes fell on the last line of the four great beasts, Emperor Xuanwu. This is an old man. Drowsy, Ningjung is not very familiar with him. After all, he was not seen in every war in Jiuzhou before. No, not, he was carried to the battlefield by Emperor Baihu as a super shield every time he came. He is considered a close friend of the White Tiger clan. The two families are old friends, enemies and allies, and the relationship is very strange. Is it my turn? Emperor Xuanwu was silent for a while, a little confused. Their clan is lazy, and does not fight with the world. Their magical powers can become stronger as long as they sleep, which is similar to the dream magic of a certain fairy sect. But now, it seems that I have to work to get my salary, but I can't get a bunch of Ember shields to be the shields of the Ember army, right? This is very cost-effective. Because on a large-scale battlefield, it is not a one-on-one duel, but a concentrated attack. Waves of group attacks. He, the Xuanwu, thought he could not withstand a group attack. For a moment, he could not think of where he was useful. At this time, Jiosai Rong next to him suddenly said, "Senior, can't you find your place? I have thought of a good place for you." The Emperor Xuanwu showed a confused look. Where to go? The blacksmith shop, helping with iron work. Jiosai Rong said excitedly, "As soon as I saw the Xuanwu clan of the senior, I knew that it was very suitable for our sword-casting villa. Our natural compatibility is extremely compatible." The Emperor Xuanwu was stunned. Our clan is not good at ironwork either. No, it's okay. Jiosai Rong said, "There are two types of ironwork. One is the blacksmith, the other is the material, and your job is to be ironworked by others." In the stunned eyes of everyone, Jiosai Rong began to tell about his plan to defy the heavens. The magical powers of the Xuanwu clan are very strange. Your skills are to forge the tortoise shell through special sleep and breathing rhythm. You Xuanwu clan are peaceful, and no one wants to kill you. You are the largest of the four divine beasts. Why don't you all ascend and log into your account to sleep? The main body sleeps, and Shirong also sleeps. Sleep twice at the same time, double the happiness. And the Xuanwu character on Shirong's side will go to the high-speed world to sleep for a few days, and after hundreds of years of tortoiseshell sharpening, he can go back to our blacksmith shop to forge iron and jump into the forging furnace. It can be said to be a professional match. Xiao Zai and others listened and looked at Jiosai Rong, who was beaming with joy, with strange expressions. This man, is he a demon? Chapter 1056. But the brain circuits of the Xuanwu clan are also very different. The four divine beasts have their own shortcomings. Their personalities are slow to start, slow, and lazy. No need to work, just sleep directly, sleep in the blacksmith shop. There is such a good thing? This is probably what these blacksmiths call winning by lying down, right? He has also been exhibiting in various regions recently, and he has also seen those people with destiny scrambling for a task, forging themselves, going to the blacksmith shop as materials, and jumping into the forging furnace like crazy, with someone taking the lead. He didn't feel that his self-esteem was damaged. The Xuanwu Emperor couldn't help but say, "Okay, thank the Shirong clan. There are more than 100 people in our clan who have reached the perfect state of transformation, and there are also hundreds of people in the state of one heart, and the number of people left is even greater. I will let them board a small black turtle with Xuanwu blood, go to the small world to sleep for hundreds of years, and return to the blacksmith shop to continue to shine for our sword-casting villa." This, the nine-headed dragon emperor next to him changed his expression slightly in an instant. This old turtle is a bit insidious. So many clansmen are secretly doing this. Although our dragon clan is known to be the most fertile, we die a lot, and a tall tree attracts the wind. The Xuanwu clan is slow to reproduce, but they have a long lifespan, and almost no members of the clan will die. They have never participated in any battle in history, and they sleep most of the time, becoming stronger by sleeping. The White Tiger Emperor's expression also changed slightly. He didn't expect that his old friend hid more than 100 shields from him. Jiao Tsirong smiled and cupped his hands. "Senior Xuanwu Emperor, you are the one who helped us the most among the four beasts, who let us be blacksmiths. And other races don't know that you have practiced the tortoiseshell tempering magic for hundreds of thousands of years, and it has been integrated into your instincts. This method can only be used by your Xuanwu clan." Ning Zheng nodded slightly. "Jukarong did a very good job. As the old steward, I can't say this, Jukarong has to play the bad guy. After all, this guy has hung a lot of street lamps, and now he is not afraid of more bad reputation. Jukarong is indeed useful, sensible, emotionally intelligent, and takes the initiative to take the blame. He is very self-aware. I am the old steward, and he is the pot steward." Ning Zheng secretly said in his heart, "The joining of the Xuanwu clan has greatly increased our Shirong's foundation. I will call Jian Xian and others to greet his people in the country to improve the structure of the Xuanwu clan, so that this clan can be more convenient for iron forging. Xuanwu, since you are going to forge iron, you should upgrade it, which is more cost-effective." At this time, the four great beasts, the largest forces in Jiuzhou that I recruited, also have their own tasks. And Xian Shichen, after discovering that he can log into the pseudo-human role, is now working on the pseudo-human army and the remaining troops of Pingsuan Xianzuan. Ning Zheng's eyes fell on the last person. "Senior Xiaozai, what do you think you should be responsible for?" The old man Xiaozai thought for a while. "I'd better be responsible for being a lucky beast and suppressing our growing power." "Oh!" Ning Zheng was surprised. Xiaozai said, "I can also be considered a lucky beast, but I am a calamity beast, cultivating black calamity energy." Ning Zheng understood. How to say it, Xiaozai is not a calamity beast, because calamity beasts are caused by the cause and effect of not paying back debts. They are all unconscious and irrational natural phenomena. Xiaozai's ability is to store black calamity energy and use it for attack. There is a fundamental difference between him and the incarnation of calamity energy, the calamity beast. He is like a human poison master, carefully hiding super poison in a jar, but if he is not careful, he will be poisoned to death. But isn't Ning Zheng the same? He himself uses a lot of luck to suppress the calamity, otherwise he will be backlashed. But the calamity is indeed useful. Surrounding yourself can prevent you from being divined. Surrounding this tomb world can prevent this world from being divined. Ning Zheng smiled and said, "I heard that the end of the law realm is also a group of lunatics, cultivating calamity, and likes to play this dangerous disaster, often hurting others and themselves with extremely high casualties. CMI realm, end of the law realm, refining cauldron realm, Chongshan realm, holy spirit realm, 10,000 beast realm. These 6 are the giants of the true fairy world. The remaining 7 fairy realms of yin yang and 5 elements, they are just attribute civilizations that suppress the fairy world. Although there are fairy lords, they are all at the level of ordinary fairy lords. The kind that is beaten by dozens of top fairy lords. Is this exaggerated? This is not an exaggeration. Otherwise, how could a mere 6 giant civilizations suppress the fights of the heavens and the worlds? Ning Zheng, a second-level true immortal, can now fight dozens of immortals, the second-level true immortals of the big sects, who have survived 7 or 8 disasters. Ning Zheng thought for a while, the Dharma ending domain is one of the 6 giants, which must be very promising. You can be our Shirong's auspicious beast and be responsible for security. In terms of resources, I can provide you, but you have to go to the explosion points of the 4 space bombs, study the Black Calamity gas, and bring the Black Calamity gas back to absorb, study, and even develop a magic weapon to store the Calamity gas. This is a research-based task, which allows Xiao Zai to study his own Calamity gas magical power and go to patrol the battlefield. The explosion of the 4 space bombs exploded a large amount of Black Calamity gas, which is still spreading in various battlefields in the fairy world. Others have auspicious beasts to suppress. How can I, Shirong, not have one? Cultivate one. I can't rely on my luck for everything. Do you really think I have money all the time? The disadvantage of Ning Jing's luck bar is very obvious. It is a one-time consumable. The luck bar of traditional auspicious beasts, like the blood bar and soul bar, can be restored by itself and actively restore mana. When Xiao Zai rises, even if he is only at the true immortal level, the full amount of luck bar that automatically recovers can help him offset a wave of enemy divination attacks. And he can also store robbery energy, which is very useful for defense. Shirong's mountain guardian auspicious beast, the first generation of sun and moon, Xiao Zai, it's you. Xiao Zai hesitated. Thank you for the favor of Shirong forces. If I meet some poor innocent embers on the road, I want to help. Ning Zheng was stunned for a moment. You want to build your refugee camp again? Unlike others, Xiao Zai, this old man is a good person in the true sense. In history, the first divine beast to clean up the turbid air of heaven and earth became sun and moon, Enya. He established the Ash Kingdom behind the nursery, so that some innocent ashes who did not want their ancestral graves disturbed could rest in peace after death. But it was not a saint to invite disasters, but he would help as much as he could without harming his own interests. In history, he had helped many founding emperors, and even helped the poor Wuxing old mother. Even Ning Zheng suspected that being a good person was his hobby in his long life of more than 15 million years. Forget it, you can bring it back and take root outside the city wall of Chongshan town. Ning Zheng instructed, just don't cause trouble. Doing good deeds can also earn a good reputation for our Shirong. Okay. Xiao Zai smiled. The other party gave him enough respect and arranged the most suitable tasks for him, research, travel around, and then help the poor. At this point, the 6 cultivators in Jiuzhou officially had their own business. Ning Zheng, the rebel force from Jiuzhou, no, the neutral force, has a team in shape. Fight together for the rise of Jiuzhou. 3 days later. Everything is on the right track. The entire huge Jiuzhou civilization force is fully operational, and each gear, screw, and store has its own position. Although there are 2 major platforms that are competing for business, in fact, more and more people with destiny come in. Because in essence, the plagiarism of the 2 major immortal forces is also a huge publicity for Ning Zheng. And Ning Zheng has more benefits than others. The difference between genuine and fake products can now be seen at a glance. Which of these immortals is stupid? They will speak with actual actions. With such a huge base, Ning Zheng's login rate was full again, with millions of people online at the same time, directly reaching the upper limit of this immortal artifact, a platform of millions. And the platform of the underworld and the immortal world has a population of over 100 million, because they also began to madly perfect their embryonic immortal artifact. They even cultivated it as a treasure to suppress their forces, and used it as a connecting medium artifact for embers. This made Ning Zheng want to complain about the low upper limit of the number of people on his platform. The foundation of these immortals is too strong, and he has to get a few more tomb fruits of life immortals. How many life fruits do they have in their pockets? It's a pity that Ning Zheng can't give more life fruits in a short time. In this wave of business war, Ning Jing's background was directly exposed. She was just a small gecko among 2 business war giants, and could not withstand the impact. And although they could not come up with the 2 major functions of Minghui Xinzuan character creation and copy embers, they launched a new function. Fertility function, cultivation flow rate function. It is also their exclusive ability. They added functions at the speed of a small update every day. Facts have proved that the predictions of passers-by in restaurants and tea houses were not wrong at all. Shirong, the underworld, and the fairy world, the 3-legged tripod, only lasted for 3 days. The eyes of the masses are sharp. After 3 days of business war, Shirong was directly eliminated. Becoming the first small force to lose, the market share has dropped from 30% to about 5%. And with the entry of the 2 giants of the Xinzuan forces, with this war fairy weapon, it completely affected the entire world war situation. Oh my god, our blacksmith is finished. In all the novels, Isn't the biggest advantage of the fourth calamity in this kind of game resurrection and explosion of troops? This immortal is so wicked. Just because he saw us players in the crowd, he copied our players' resurrection points the second time. What a bunch of beasts! The characteristics of our fourth calamity are gone. Jiao also sent reports one after another, wailing constantly, crack down on plagiarism, maintain the genuine version, you copied the player's resurrection points, you are simply not human. Ning Zheng was speechless. What did he think of the immortals? Idiots? It would be a drop in intelligence if their profound foundation could not produce similar war immortal weapons. Chapter 1057. Jiao is still chattering. My lord, we must increase the number of people. It's not that our function is not unique and monopolistic, but that we have too few people. There is only 1 million upper limit. What's the use in the entire vast battlefield? Our current market share cannot be increased, mainly because we have reached the upper limit of the number of people. A small country on a small continent in a small world has 1 million-strong army. Others use tens of millions or hundreds of millions of soldiers to influence the war situation. We can only take the elite route at present. We are destined to eat a small bite of this big cake. Jiao complained. But Ning Zheng didn't think there was any problem with this. The core problem at present is that there are not enough live fruits, and we need to get a few more to expand the population. Or the location of the divination magic weapon, use the space turbulence, and dig out the furniture of the bosses from a distance, and find a magic weapon with similar functions that can expand the number of people, but now, the secret is not clear, and the difficulty of divination increases. The price of 800 billion immortal furniture has risen to 3 trillion. Ning Zheng can't afford the money for the divination magic weapon. He compares his head with the treasury of the immortals, which has a large amount of ancient tomb furniture stored in the past dynasties, to see who has more money, nerve. Just make some money. Really compare with others? Greed is not a good habit, especially in front of these shrewd and cunning immortals. Ning Zheng has only eaten a scoop of the entire vast market, and it is already an astronomical figure. In order to make more money, Ning Zheng has opened a 24-hour night mode for the people of Destiny, and canceled the online restrictions. Today's daily income is very high. The daily amount of money on the books is as high as 80 billion, and the capital flow of millions of cultivators is very huge. And Ning Zheng's net profit is as much as 11.5 billion high-grade immortal stones every day. How exaggerated is this number? As a great perfect true immortal, Mo sect consumes and earns a balance, and the total assets of the sect are only a few billion. Ning Zheng's profit in one day is enough to earn 7 Mo sects. The financial report of the immortal world has long been made public, and the daily income of normal individual immortals is only between 10 billion and 30 billion. In other words, Ning Zheng's profit is now comparable to that of the high and mighty immortals. Of course, this is compared with individual immortals. The underworld and the immortal world belong to large-scale alliance organizations of immortals. It is normal for their two platforms to make much more profit than Ning Zheng. No matter what, this sudden wealth is too exaggerated. My true immortal level requires a lot of resources, but now it is beginning to be supplied. We can start mass production of Dharma image troops. Everyone is busy, and Ning Zheng has to start to get busy too. Producing Dharma images is a hard job. Pulling out your own Dharma image is extremely painful, and then growing it again. It is equivalent to cutting off your hand, and then growing it again. In the past few days, Ning Zheng also went to the Destiny world for retreat. The number of Dharma images successfully exceeded 400, and he also gained enlightenment. After getting the money, Ning Zheng also went to his own black market and offered a reward to a Pingsuan immortal venerable who was beating the wooden fish in his Chongshan town. This guy also came to him every few days to buy supplies for healing. Ning Zheng has been observing him for several days through the observer perspective. He has been hiding in the wilderness of a small world, secretly recovering from his injuries. Ning Zheng was a little annoyed. No matter if it was true or not, just offer a reward and get him, ask a professional to come. So Ning Zheng decisively took out a day's profit, a huge amount of money from the 7 Mame sects, to offer a reward for this old ding. Anonymous task, 11.5 billion high-grade immortal stones, a reward for a certain true immortal, to capture alive or bring back a corpse, and you can get an extra bounty based on the specific combat power and the value of the recycled items. So, a group of assassin professional civilizations on the assassin list went out. These assassin families from generation to generation have been rampant in the heavens and the worlds, and they are very professional for money. After Ning Zheng secretly provided the address. The next afternoon, Ning Zheng was producing a Dharma image in the property of the Destiny world, and suddenly saw the picture from the bystander perspective that the monks he had asked to check the water meter had come to the door. In the wilderness, Pingsuan Immortal Venerable was sitting cross-legged and practicing silently. EXINMO was thinking in his heart, feeling uneasy. Why hasn't anyone come yet? Could it be that the other party is really honest and doesn't have the technology to monitor every person of destiny, so they can't find out his identity as the bottle-saving immortal, and don't come to beat him when he's down? Just then, his assassin instinct suddenly felt a huge danger. He turned his body suddenly, but still had most of his body cut off. Puff! His arms and legs were cut off in an instant, and immortal blood spilled. Assassins, or lurking assassins who kill with one strike, are those guys on the assassination list. It's over. His face was cold and fierce. He instantly felt that he had been injured by 7 or 8 kinds of Taoist wounds. Their assassination immortal treasures were coated with poison, and his body was cut in half. Under this blow, he was already seriously injured. Unlike the immortals in Jojo, for normal cultivators, not to mention losing their heads, losing their hands and feet is extremely fatal in battle. In addition, there are Dao injuries that prevent wounds from healing. The Jojo circulation system can wash away Dao injuries on the body through mutual circulation, but once a normal cultivator system is injured, it is difficult to recover. Ishinmo raised his head and looked at the figures gradually appearing in front of him with a heavy gaze. It's you, 2nd and 5th on the assassin list. How can I let you join forces? The assassin list is essentially a list of individual combat power, in a certain sense. The top 100 on the assassin list are basically cultivators, with the appearance of immortals. The gold content of the top 10 is very high. And the 5 assassins in the top 5 are said to be the contemporary descendants of the perfect system. Each of them is a complete path of 3 disasters and 7 difficulties. For this level of true immortals, it is much more difficult to break through the immortal than ordinary immortals, which leads to these perfect true immortals, which may be stuck at this level for life. But in terms of combat power, it can be compared with some weaker clones of the immortals. You think too highly of me. Ishinmo's heart was bleeding, and he didn't know how to run. The 2 assassins who emerged from the void looked calm. Sorry, the price offered by the sponsor is very good. The 2 of them joined forces, and planned to flee far away if they missed the attack. The enemy was at least a true immortal, and could even be a clone of the immortal. If it was a clone, they would have fled directly if they missed the attack. Who knew that this joint attack would hit their colleagues? Destiny World. Ningzheng watched this scene quietly from the bystander perspective. So the normal immortal's fighting speed is so fast? Is it a one-shot decision? The error tolerance is a bit low, even considering that these top assassins all have a focused attack, similar to the sword drawing technique. Through accumulation, hundreds of moves are compressed into one move, and the main attack is to run away if it fails. But the killing is fast enough. Solved with one move, Ningzheng, the sponsor, was not satisfied. Forget it, let's end it here. I thought it was the immortal master Pingsun himself, but it turned out to be a fishing guy who was a perfect immortal. But he persisted for 6 days, and the immortal master Pingsun died after persisting for 5 days. He has done well enough. Ningzheng was in a good mood after solving the big worry in his heart, a thorn that was jumping under his nose all day long. It has to be said that the service attitude of these assassins is good. After killing someone, they bring him back immediately. Ningzheng was not vague and paid directly, and the body was also recycled, and the appraiser responsible for the appraisal value offered a price of 3 billion high-grade immortal stones to buy this body of a perfect immortal. In fact, if the body was intact, the value would probably double. Then Ningzheng asked Jukarong and the others to negotiate with the 2 assassins and paid for some poisons, magic tools, and cultivation resources in the assassin storage bags. Another 500 million was spent, which was considered to help sell the stolen goods. The final proceeds were 15 billion high-grade immortal stones, which were divided equally between the 2 top immortal assassins. Jukarong also chatted with the other party, and found that the 2 people were quite good and were hard-working monks. In general, this bounty has good service and expensive price. It is estimated that only those powerful non-combat professionals can pay to hire them to spend 10 mame immortal sex. Apart from the big money makers, like Lian Dingzhenxian, who have hundreds of shares in the power, how can a poor person like Mo Mei Zhenxian, who can't even support himself, afford this money? Sure enough, combat cultivators have no future. Ningzheng muttered, if you get hurt, you have to spend money to heal. If you want to improve your combat power, you have to ask someone to make a customized top-notch magic weapon. If you want to open a Taoist sect, you have to ask a formation master to set up the formation. If you want to break through, you have to ask an alchemist to customize the pill. Combat cultivators earn a lot, but they have no savings. Mo Meijin Xian, a typical example of the Moonlight Clan. Chapter 1058. The World of Destiny. Ning Zheng opened the email sent by Jiao Cairong. The body of this true immortal great perfection assassin was placed in front of him, wrapped in a glass coffin. The body was almost cut into 3 parts, hands, feet, and half of the body. Good, good. Ning Zheng smiled. Number 8 on the Immortal World Killer list, True Immortal Great Perfection. Already the top group of true immortals under the Immortal Venerable, at the same level as Mo Meijin Xian, you know. These top killers of the one-hit flow have almost no endurance. They accumulate attacks for a burst, and run away if they can't kill. Naturally, they can't beat Mo Meijin Xian in a head-on fight. But if Mo Meijin Xian, a fragile beastmaster, is deliberately calculated and secretly stares at you at any time, this wave of assassination is very likely to succeed. Although one hit can't kill, the beast will immediately protect the master, but it will still be seriously injured, and the situation will be bad afterwards. But there was only one assassin who could assassinate Immortal Mo Mei, and who had a 50% chance of succeeding. This top immortal fell in front of him. Ning Zheng was a little emotional. The Immortal Realm really has a mature Krypton gold system. As long as you pay, you can find an assassin to kill you. The immortals below the Immortal Venerable, except for the core immortals under the Immortal Venerable, are probably protected by the Immortal Venerable's means. There is no one who cannot be killed. It's just adding money, money, and money. Even as long as there are enough chips and treasures that can attract the Immortal Venerable, the Immortal Venerable will personally help you assassinate a certain Immortal Venerable's law clone. Ning Zheng saw the bloody and cruel reality. The immortal level corpse in front of him can be used as material, but he came here in person to see the gap between himself and the top masters. In this situation, Ning Zheng would never dare to go out and commit suicide. Looking at the corpse, and comparing it with the video of the ambush and battle at that time, he could compare his approximate combat power. What a cruel assassination technique. Ning Zheng lowered his head and carefully examined the wound through the glass coffin, and couldn't help but feel apprehensive, not to mention the 2 assassins working together to attack. I'm afraid that one of them can instantly kill me, who is now a 2nd level true immortal, with a casual move. After all, these 2 people are perfect systems, top monsters, who have gone through 3 disasters and 7 tribulations. He thought about it, and he opened the coffin without hesitation. Suddenly, an astonishing pressure emerged, pressing the surrounding air to be thick and muddy, as if it polluted the surroundings like dust. Ning Zheng thought about it, and casually threw out hundreds of living little gold boys from the storage ring. But he saw that this group of gold boys had not yet remembered to look around, and were quickly assimilated by the thoughts of the immortal corpse. The boys were suddenly twisted and transformed. They formed a scene of a busy street, talking to each other, chatting, and talking about daily life. All the creatures that approached seemed to enter the ocean of thoughts of this immortal corpse, and were assimilated into the puppets in his memory. It turned into a stage play. It was the power of transformation. Ning Zheng kept observing. Now that this true immortal has fallen, his ability to transform myself, if it is not stopped, this world of destiny will be assimilated by his immortal corpse, infected into a past world in his memory, forming his historical inscription. People are dead, but unconscious thoughts are overflowing and infecting the world. What an amazing sight! It is conceivable how horrible those real immortals were after their death. The ancient tombs of the 3 great immortals may not have been deliberately created, but after their death, the natural phenomena of heaven and earth formed the tombs, one hidden in space, one hidden in life, and one disappeared in time. For example, the corpses of the fallen offerings fell at the source of every world line, and existed in the world forever, forming the origin of the world and the alternation of eras. Entrenched in the world of Ganges sand, causing the changes of the world, even the innate sacredness of the painter and the Jiomyuan gene are the spiritual objects that appeared when these prehistoric immortals fell, and their corpses turned into the ancient gods and enlightened. Or, some of them are the ancient descendants, who escaped to the future, such as the Holy Spirit clan. Ning Zheng's eyes showed a trace of longing and yearning, looking at the immortal corpse's thoughts infecting the surrounding creatures. Creating a busy street, the corpse fell, turned into the Tao in the world, and returned to order. Now I can't even bear a corpse. The true immortal is perfect, and it is 2 kinds of creatures with other true immortals. It has already had a trace of the power of the immortal falling and merging with the Tao. After all, it is true. They have completed the 10th stage of Taoism, and they are just 1 step away from ascending to heaven. Ning Zheng shook the corpse with his hand, and suddenly there were fine and dense blood scars on his hand. Taoism injury? It's hard to recover. He felt the injury and frowned slightly. It's so injured after just a touch. Every extra level of true immortal realm is an extra step of Taoism, and the difference is huge. Ning Zheng felt that he was not a clone of Shadow Crocodile, and he could fight dozens of second-level true immortal Saint Sons in a single fight. But what about the third level of true immortal? At most, he could only kill a few true immortal Saint Sons. When Ning Zheng met a fourth-level true immortal, he was evenly matched, and even at a disadvantage, and could only rely on his immortality to tie. Ning Zheng looked solemn, and kept analyzing. If I add my clones to form a formation, I guess I can beat a fifth-level true immortal. With 3 full law domains, he roughly calculated his own strength range. Now he met Mo Mei true immortal, this assassin true immortal, this top true immortal is dead, and there is no escape. Of course. Ning Zheng's real strength is, good luck. If you meet him, you will die, but if you don't meet him, what can you do to me? Luck is a direct manifestation of combat power, and in this aspect, Ning Zheng is already on par with weaker immortal venerables. To be shameless, I, Ning Zheng, am now a second-level true immortal, and I have the combat power of an immortal venerable. Of course, this immortal's fighting power relies on the immortal treasure, the luck gambling table. Now, feeling this power directly, Ning Zheng thought of the kind and good-hearted Mo Mei Zhenxian and Dan Ding Zhenxian, and felt a little strange. So kind, for a moment, I even forgot their fighting power. I also remembered that even this great perfect immortal Mo Mei Zhenxian, together with the great perfect immortal, killed a law clone of Pingsuan Xianzuan. Dozens of perfect immortals, forming a formation to plot secretly, such as the one-hit kill tactics of these 2 assassins today, ambushed, and even 40% died before winning a tragic victory. The gap between the 2 periods is too big, too exaggerated. The power of the immortal is unimaginable. And I, actually let this kind of monster dance here? Ning Zheng was inexplicably scared. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. If you have never seen the power of a tiger, you will not be afraid. They really succeeded in calculating such an immortal. After realizing his specific combat power, Ning Zheng put the body away again, and sent it back by email. Zhujian Villa welcomes the first real top-level immortal perfect forging material, and this person is a top existence, who has 2 disasters, and 7 tribulations, and is only 1 step away from perfection. The old man who killed the trash before is the initial material of the immortal? He can't even beat the ancient version of Jiu Muqing. Now Ning Zheng can kill him with a Dharma image, and he can kill him in seconds. This kind of miscellaneous soldier level has affected Ning Zheng's judgment of the combat power of the immortal before. This Isan Mo is indeed very strong. He has gone through 2 disasters, and 7 tribulations. I have gone through 10 disasters of becoming an immortal after 9 disasters. It seems that I am only 1 tribulation away, but in fact, our combat power is 10 times different. Theoretically, in the same realm, I can beat 10 of his without a karmic force. My 50% combat power Dharma clone can beat 5 of his Isan Mo. But this is just theory. My Dharma clone does not wear equipment, but he must wear equipment. If we meet in the wild, I estimate that my naked Dharma clone can only beat 1 Isan Mo. Ning Zheng kept analyzing. On the contrary, what I really have to fear is the Wuk cultivators of the same level as me, the 2 Wuk true immortals who killed Isan Mo in seconds, and the existence of the top 5 on the killer list. This kind of guy is the real invincible single soldier combat power of the same level. Even if I have completed the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations, perfected my foundation, and become a true immortal, I am only at the same level as them. If I am not careful, I will be assassinated by assassins of the same level like them. But this is only theoretical equality. There is also a gap between the perfect systems. If this perfect system is strong, why not replace the 6 giants of the fairy world and rule the world? Because they are perfect, they can't beat the imperfect. This seems funny, but it is the fact. For example, the 10,000 beasts domain seems to have a flawed system. Your combat power is 10 times that of my 10,000 beasts domain cultivator, but I took out 10 beasts and formed a perfect formation. How should you deal with it? The flawed systems of these 6 giants are 10 times weaker in theory, but they can use various external forces to beat the flawless system. This is their outrageousness. Of course. The more Ning Zheng practiced, the more he felt the great power of the Jiuzhou Immortal Perfect System and the domain cycle. Only when he really reached the great perfection of the true immortal will he truly usher in a super qualitative change. Other true immortals have perfected and have 10 independent law domains. And what about the people of Jiuzhou? 10-fold cycle of law domains. The strength between them is like a spliced iron pillar built by 10 iron blocks, and a round iron pillar made of 10 iron blocks. The strength is not at the same level. Circulation is the real core that the painter has worked hard on for countless years. When he reaches the perfection of true immortal, he should also be a unique combat power. But how strong is it? You will know it after you get it. He did not think about the corpse of Isanimo anymore. After realizing the gap, he ignited his fighting spirit, continued to work on my Dharma image, and strived to break through 600 today. However, although Ningzheng has bred a large number of Dharma images in the past few days, they are still the Dharma image army of the early stage of human immortals, and he dare not spend money to improve their cultivation. The real combat power that has been promoted to the second level of true immortal is only one Dharma image, which usually helps him do things. The main point is to be low-key and develop, in the war between the two great immortals, survive in the cracks. In the game forum, blacksmiths kept chatting. A group of people were madly complaining, and the player's last advantage was also taken away. The posts were full of, the enemy army manipulated the server with bare hands? Deprived us players of the biggest advantage? Too outrageous. Planner, you come out? I beg you. Change it. Are there really planners? This game is wrong. It's a different world, too real. Today I met a local in the market, and he cheated me out of money. Woo woo woo. Scum, the customs of the people in the other world are not simple. Those immortals are indeed the supreme dimensional beings, who can peek into the laws of heaven and earth. And in the old myths, they can even cross the world line and walk in the past and the future. Manipulating the server with bare hands, small problem. Such eternal existences, when they see the blue star, they will pinch you with dungarees with bare hands to beat the blue star. Ha ha ha. I've done it, I've done it. Immortal Venerable plagiarized after only one look, and then manipulated the server after another look. What's the fourth disaster? What's the player resurrection? Fake. All fake. Shameless. What's the difference between this and the previous magic cultivator Sure family stealing our technology? Humph. There is nothing new in history. These immortal venerables are just like some monopoly chables, all kinds of trickery and robbery. Seeing that you are popular, they copy your industry and make two copycat versions. This is just the content of the discussion that was sent out in just 10 minutes. They have been discussing for most of the night now, and even at 4 in the morning, they can't stop their condemnation and crazy posting. A group of blacksmiths, crazy? This game makes players wonder if the one inside is me, or if the one playing the game outside is me, the empty shell of embers? Now, here comes the trick again, crushing the server. There are too many tricks, and it's too real. Of course, there was a big noise outside, and in the administrator's internal group chat. Jiucai Rong, Woo Woo Woo, Shirong, the underworld, and the fairy world are three major powers, and we only held out for 3 days. Yi Guangxiu. Too miserable, they are still updating like crazy. Those big guys are too competitive. Our market share today is less than 3%, and it's getting lower and lower every day. Suyinyang, don't be afraid. No matter how low the share is, our servers are full every day, with 1 million full-time users. The low share is because their number is increasing, and we haven't changed. We still have 6 generals in Jiuzhou, and they are also crazy about developing our platform. Medical Fairy. By the way, Jiucai Rong, the people of Tianming and Chongshan town next door can log in 24 hours a day. Why don't you ask the old steward to help lift the login restrictions on our blacksmiths? Jiucai Rong. Ahem, how about I go and mention it? Soon, Ningzheng received a call from Jiucai Rong in the Tianming world. Yes, contact. Now, after logging off at 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiucai Rong can also contact Ningzheng. After all, after the reform, the forum is essentially one of the internal networks of the Eye of Appraisal. Ningzheng opened Zhukurong's permissions, and he now uses this internal network to send letters to some NPCs through the forum even when he is offline. For example, Jumiking also communicates after get off work and keeps working overtime. This is the permission Ningzheng gave him, and Zhukurong often brags on the forum. I am proud of working overtime. This makes everyone envious. This guy goes offline at 7 o'clock in the evening, and can still play games, although they are text games in the air. Let's get back to the present. As one of the NPCs, Ningzheng received a private message from Jiucai Rong, and thought about it. Blacksmiths also work 24 hours a day. This is impossible. Ningzheng was afraid that they would die suddenly. The most important thing was the night shift. In fact, it was the same without the help of the blacksmiths. He had a lot of their embers, and worked normally. He was too lazy to change the online time, and he thought of a compromise. Let the villa management send emails at night, remotely command the operation of the villa, and remotely command the work after get off work. In this way, their desire to work can be satisfied. Jiuzai Rong got the reply, "Woo-woo, it's over, I shouldn't have said that. The old manager gave you the management authority of private messages at night. You are treated the same as me." Yi Guangxiu, "Ha ha ha, I Yeti, should have done this a long time ago. I will work overtime at night. Work at night, ha ha ha. Get off work at 7 o'clock, go home and continue remote work." Su Yunyang, "It's great, I can chat with my sister Reunion at night. Sisters talk at night. It's very lively, and we can talk about modern things in our lives." She is Su Yunyang, who traveled through another world, the heroine of the female frequency, and now I am just an ember bubble she left on the blue planet. Woo-woo. Medical Fairy, "I am the same, and the Sword Fairy. Let's see when the Sword Fairy will become an immortal, break the space, and take me to ascend." Jiuzai Rong, nervous. Yi Guangxiu, "It's just a night shift. Why are you so proud?" Chapter 1059. Medical Fairy, Yi Guangxiu, "Jukarong, you scold us because you are afraid that Yeti and Baolianding Emperor will become immortals and break through the space." One shouted, "You are destined to be with my Renwang banner," and the other shouted, "Come and hang my Baolian street lamp." Jukarong and Yeti were silent. Their baby's qualifications were too poor. Who could they blame? They envied Su Yunyang and Medical Fairy's ember babies for their strong qualifications. The blacksmith management was jubilant again. The treatment of this management was good. Overtime, overtime, I love overtime. A group of people began to click on the private message function inside the forum and started to tinker with it. But Su Yunyang was a man of swift action. She immediately started talking about work and entered the working mode of the villa management. "By the way, Sun Moon Yang sent me a private message just now saying that Dao Yunyang came to talk to her about work tonight." The two sisters were talking and had a good time. She thought she could be a member of the management team and train the miscellaneous fish girl army. She was the prime minister of the dynasty, as the Sun and Moon artifact, helping Xi and Shichen manage the entire dynasty. She has experience in managing a large area of territory, which is quite good. Jiuzai Rong also entered the working mode. "Sure, welcome. Are your fish girl army going to the front line?" Xiao Chai Kuan and Shirshin were silent. Are these people really working overtime at night? Talking about work, among the management team, they are the most leisurely, because the cafeteria has been on the right track for a long time, and there is no need to develop new projects. They really have no work to do when they go online every day, just playing around. Now they have no work to do when they are offline. Looking at this group of role kings, I was a little speechless. Su Yunyang, ha ha ha. Just now, Reunion and Dao Wenyang told me that they are going to take me out to play. We have the confidence to go to the front line. We are going to the 32nd battlefield in the north. It is still within the explosion range of the space tomb. Let's see if there is a second Jumuking sister. Maybe it is a hidden copy. Everyone was envious. It is still very cool to have someone to lead the way to the battlefield. But you can't go out. There are many ways to play now. Their main line at the beginning was to manage the farming flow. Now the power is huge, enough for them to be busy. Daily management is already exhausted. The black market industries of various forces have settled in, and various famous chain forces, alchemy, and equipment refining have to settle in for negotiation. Design daily game tasks, main and branch line designs, headcount statistics, holiday activity packages. On the other side, after closing the forum, Jiuzai Rong let out a long sigh. It's still cool to be on the water forum. It feels so good to pretend to be cool every day, discuss with people, and be complimented by others. Today, the 4 great beasts were brought in again, and they were in charge of various areas, which made Shirong Villa visibly stronger. On the other side, the NPC chat group under Shirong. The first batch of people to come in were Wu Xingjing and his men, followed by Chong Shanfeng, the NPC of the canteen, and then Muqian, the Taoist tool man who married into the family. This group of workers alone has made the forum very lively. Not to mention that Jumuking also joined the forum some time ago, and only then did we know that a group of Wu Xingjing natives had secretly mixed in. And just today, the 4 great beasts, as well as Zhao Zai and Xingxikan joined the forum, and they can discuss the situation and exchange information every day. Moreover, they also brought in Li Yuzhu, Su Huan, and other young people who had just ascended. During this period of time, they were quite happy to do tasks and chat with each other. Su Yunyang, someone just sent me a private message, which was quite interesting. But everyone didn't care much about these. Those old antiques had their own chat circle. Emperor Xuanwu, I have ordered all the Xuanwu under my command to ascend. They will come to pick us up another day. Emperor Baihu, you are so insidious. You just hold us back and don't ascend. Now that the situation is almost right, you come up. Emperor Jutalong, Emperor Baihu, have you arrived at your battlefield? Emperor Baihu, I have arrived and have been assigned to a team. The leader is a real immortal. 40% of the soldiers under his command are people of destiny from various platforms. They fight very fiercely. Emperor Jutalong, this is what I want to say. They fight like this, madly exchanging lives and not afraid of death. They force cultivators, who don't want to become people of destiny, to become people of destiny. The cultivators of the entire era are forced to board the ship, and those who don't board the ship will be eliminated. Disaster, this is the general trend. The immortals have predicted. The future is appointed by the Emperor. The mighty power of heaven is unstoppable. Li Yuzhu, seniors, can you tell me which battlefields are less intense? We want to give it a try. Nine-headed Dragon Emperor, I talked with other soldiers on the front battlefield today. Recently, it is safer to accept patrol work to quell riots in the inner world of the fairyland. The salary is not bad, but you have to climb the platform of the fairyland and become a man of destiny. You can give it a try. Everyone, Reverse sales, are you an insider? Nine-headed Dragon Emperor also realized that he spoke too fast, and hurriedly explained, we call this pseudo-human infiltration. We Shirong don't know how many people of destiny from other forces. We can go to other platforms to become people of destiny and explore information. If the enemy can go, I can go too. No one was bothered by this. Unlike the complaints of the blacksmiths, they were all relatively serious here, exchanging information. After all, most of them were fellows from Kyushu, and mutual support was necessary. And the forum in front of them was not new to them. Even in the Kyushu era, they had ground vein communication tokens for group communication and exchange of information when war broke out. This forum can only be said to be a must, and if it is not available, you will have to curse it. How backward is a force without internal means of communication? Everyone was talking about the battle situation in the fairy world, but soon a new post was posted. Causing disaster. Strategy analysis of the Immortal World War. Hello everyone, there is no need to introduce who I am. I am impressed by the top posts on the forum, the Diary of the Master of Jiai Town, and those newbie must-read strategy posts. I will also follow suit and post a post to analyze our situation. As everyone knows, the war in the Immortal World has been going on for more than 4,000 years. But in the Immortal World and the Underworld, it has only been more than a month. From this point of view, everyone should know the significance of the two giant immortal forces controlling the flow of time, right? The heavens and myriad worlds outside have been in the past 4,000 years. It is enough for several batches of immortals to ascend. Even during the conscription period, some explosive soldier systems can produce thousands of transcendental ascenders every 100 years. I asked the White Tiger Emperor and the Nine-Headed Dragon Emperor on the front line today. According to their description, a new batch of soldiers have been replaced on the front line. Where do the new soldiers come from? The new immortals who have ascended will continue to ascend in the future, not to mine, but to the front line. The holy war of the worlds will last at least a dozen years, right? For the outside worlds, it is a long time of millions of years. Everyone listened to Zhao Zai's analysis and realized it instantly. This may be a normal state. This war zone of more than 100 civilized walls in the immortal world seems to be fought for a few months, but it will take tens of thousands of years in the world of destiny. This seems to be a fierce battle, but it is actually a protracted war. What will happen in this protracted war of millions of years, for the civilizations of the heavens? Civilization will be like the several wars in the immortal world in the past, with at least 3 major civilization updates. As the war goes on, the technologies of both sides will be different. The soldiers who rise up continuously will make the world develop differently. The Nine-Headed Dragon Emperor, that's right, thousands of years have passed outside. I joined the army today, and did see a lot of new recruits who ascended. The White Tiger Emperor, the outside civilization is also affected. It seems that this is destined to be a protracted war. The Black Tortoise rarely popped up. Anyway, no matter how violent the world is outside, I will just sleep. Chapter 1060. Time just passed. The next morning, the Nine-Headed Dragon Emperor, White Tiger Emperor, and Su Yunyang's army also secretly went to the battlefield, and Li Yuzhu and others followed. They did not gather in one place, but dispersed to various war zones. It is useless to twist into a rope. In such a wide battlefield, if you encounter the opponent's main force, you will die no matter how many ropes you twist into. Scattered in various war zones, if there is any news, you can remind them here, and you may be able to escape in advance. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. And the world outside the fairy world has also passed more than 300 years. This battle has completely spread to the surrounding civilized world outside. One by one, the special forces took action, and the military ferry boat sailed outside the chaos of the world of the heavens, cutting off the opponent's supply routes from other worlds. The time flow rate in the outside world is 100 years a day. The monks who were sent out to perform tasks were actually equivalent to fighting for more than 300 years. Even with the continuous fighting, the people they controlled have risen to the same level of heavenly immortals as the nine-headed dragon emperor himself. And with the cultivation resources obtained from this wave of war, their bodies have also been upgraded to a higher level. All the cultivators were flushed and excited. This is the best era. The war dividends of the era allow the talented and capable Tianju to stand out. This is also the worst era. The era exposes the true colors of cultivators without qualifications and poor standards, and they are directly eliminated. After resurrecting once, they have no capital to revive again. After all, after death, they really use up the resources of an immortal body, and they can't afford the resources of a second Tianming person to go to the front battlefield. The stronger the strong, the weaker the weak. This is the worst era. When the gods fight, the people of all realms suffer. The ember virus is spreading rapidly, and many people in small worlds are turned into embers and rooted. Some worlds are even directly destroyed, turning into endless embers, and even wrapped in vast black calamity. This chaotic war directly broke the solidified class of the middle and lower levels, but also made the class of the high-level immortals more solidified. For the immortals, this war is of great benefit. It can train soldiers, and the geniuses under its command can break through in the fight, and it can also promote the progress of the times. The only disadvantage is that this kind of breeding will kill most of the people. The chaotic world brings despair. The number of people killed and injured every day, and the declining civilization are astronomical figures. In the war, they have a better chance to kill the enemy's immortals, but their Tau hearts are stable, and they are confident that the immortal who falls is not themselves. They are not the dancing waste in the bottle. Most of these immortals are indifferent, and have no sympathy for Pingsuan. They usually use divination to determine the good and bad luck of the divination as the basis for their behavior, and put their interests first. During the week that Ningzheng was in seclusion to make the Dharma image, the outside world had been in chaos for 700 years. The blacksmiths managed the sword-casting villa every day, and they completely stabilized the current profits in just 7 days. Ningzheng also broke through the third level of the true immortal, and the number of Dharma images reached 700. But this number of Dharma images reached the upper limit of his control. So he simply used the remaining resources to pull out another Dharma image of the third level of the true immortal. In addition to his original body, there are already 2 Dharma images of the heyday of the third level of the true immortal, and more than 700 Dharma images of the early stage of the human immortal, which help him build his domain and promote his realm, on the other side. The 9-headed dragon emperor, white tiger emperor, and the Yunyang army had gone through a week-long baptism of hundreds of years of occasional interception missions, and had been reborn. They returned to the sword-casting villa. Each of them had a strong murderous temperament, and was considered an elite force in the fairy world. They became the leaders of the celestial immortals, and worked together to drive the true immortal-level war fortresses, which could cause damage to the true immortals. During this period, they even encountered the most dangerous situation. The law clones of the immortal venerable level were secretly dispatched. The immortal venerables almost never took action in person, but their law clones could affect the battle situation when they were dispatched. Their law clones could block the secrets of heaven, and no one could calculate their positions. One by one, the law clones suddenly went to a battlefield in secret to attack some military fortresses, burning, killing and looting everywhere. Even the military camps, where the 9-headed dragon emperor and the white tiger emperor were located, were attacked by the law clones once. Died on the spot. They will never forget the figure with the pressure like a prison and the cold and ruthless eyes on that day. A large military fortress with 2 million immortal soldiers, more than 1 million logistic monks, and more than 600,000 mounts was smashed to pieces by a single slap. When they returned to the resurrection point, their expressions were already extremely dazed. The worst thing was that there were no bodies left, and all the profits that Jiao Tu Long Di and others had worked so hard for a long time were lost. They could only train another person of destiny to participate in the war at their own expense. Even for such strong geniuses, life and death depended on luck on the wide battlefield. It is conceivable how dangerous the vast battlefield here is, but with the continuous mutual attacks, it is said that they successfully set up an ambush and surrounded and killed a law clone of the underworld immortal who attacked the military camp. The underworld was not to be outdone, and continued to attack the immortal front. At the same time, in this vast and turbulent mythical battlefield, even some of the top true immortals began to become famous. Some of these true immortals, who had reached the great perfection, could escape from the clone of the immortal lord's law, and some could even resist the clone of the immortal lord for hundreds of moves without being defeated. It was simply exaggerated to the extreme. It was really a demon in troubled times. At this time, Xian Shichen, who had disappeared for a long time, spoke. Manpower, I urgently need manpower. Pingsuan Immortal Lord is looking for our old subordinates of the Aquarius civilization. Zhao Zai, what's going on? Pingsuan Immortal Lord is looking for you. Jiu Long Di, he's crazy, not hiding, not afraid of death? Looking for old subordinates is risky. Bai Hu Di, maybe he just killed a fake Pingsuan Immortal Lord, and he really saw it. Do you have a sense of crisis or something? Everyone kept waiting for Xian Shichen to speak. Xian Shichen answered after a while, and sorted out a long paragraph. Pingsuan Immortal Venerable is going to give it a try. He only has one law clone left now. He is recruiting old subordinates, and preparing to do something big, because he has no other options. In theory, he can recover from his injuries in 1,000,000 years, but this is just theory. Too many resources are needed during this period. An Immortal Venerable has a very high energy level, and needs to consume a huge amount of resources to recover. He is going to burn, kill and plunder on the battlefield. I don't know the specific situation, but he suddenly came to our lineage. I just want to see if anyone wants to take over the bodies of the Aquarius Celestials around me. Take them all, so I won't be afraid of being exposed. Xian Shichen's move is very vicious. He is a fake person mixed in with a group of real people. He is always vigilant, and is still easy to be discovered, especially when he is about to live with an immortal venerable day and night. But if all the Celestials can be taken over, everyone is a fake person, and they live with the only real immortal venerable day and night, it will be more feasible. Xian Shichen's words obviously caused heated discussions among the crowd. Zai, Pingsuan Immortal Venerable probably didn't notice the fake person taking over his body. The information gap made him fall for it again. Jiu Long Di, there's nothing we can do. If he was in his prime, he would have noticed it, but now there's only one law clone left. I've lost all my recent Destiny characters, so I might as well go over to you and join Pingsuan Immortal Venerable.